Chapter 879. Does she cheat? Zuo Zhongkui thought of Ji Yuning at this moment, because Tang Aining did what Ji Yuning had done before. However, he couldn't find anything else in common between them, so he still didn't know that Tang Aining was actually Ji Yuning. What is going on here? Why are there so many talented female gamblers all of a sudden? Ji Yuning won the 5th and 6th rounds. Fan Zihao was wrong with specific numbers again and again. After a total of 6 rounds, Fan Zihao was right 4 times, which was a very good result in the gambling industry, but his competitor was Ji Yuning this time. It was impossible for him to win. Ji Yuning bet on alls this time. Odds of alls were 24 to 1, which meant that Fan Zihao had to pay Ji Yuning 240 million yuan for a single round. Fan Zihao couldn't stand it anymore, and hit the table standing up. He glared at Ji Yuning, like he was going to swallow her in anger. How could you tell the correct specific numbers every time? It's impossible that a normal human being could do that. You must have cheated. It isn't fair. Fan Zihao believed that Ji Yuning must have cheated in the game, otherwise her choice wouldn't have been so accurate every time. Right, you must have cheated. He Hongyuan supported Fan Zihao. If Ji Yuning continued to win like that, they were doomed to failure. If He Hongyuan lost the game today, he would lose everything he had achieved. The He family would chase him away without doubt, and the Tiandawei would abandon him as well. Without the Tiandawei's protection, it was very easy for He Hongji to kill him. In fact, except for Fan Zihao and He Hongyuan, many other people also held the same idea, but they didn't say a word. Interesting. You can't win the game, so you accuse us of cheating in the game. Show us any proof if you have. He Xin argued. Although Ji Yuning's behavior did arouse people's suspicion, she hadn't cheated at all in the game. Show us the evidence if you have any. I don't think Miss Tang has done anything wrong. Right, although Miss Tang is unusually excellent at sick bow, she's played the game in everyone's sight. Many people defended Ji Yuning too. Master Hongyuan, Zihao, I'm afraid that you just can't bear the result of today's competition. He Yishao also supported Ji Yuning. Tang Aining was indeed a talented gambler. Even the gambling magnate wasn't as good as Ji Yuning at gambling. He Hongji thought that Ji Yuning was more qualified than him to be the gambling magnate. He was happy to see Ji Yuning win the game today, but he was also anxious about He Xianx's condition now. He Hongyuan and Fan Zihao didn't know what to say, because they had no evidence. They just couldn't believe that the woman could be so good at sick bow. However, it was the truth whether they were willing to accept it or not. Besides, He Hongyuan indeed couldn't lose today's competition, but he wouldn't admit it in public. Do you want to continue or not? If not, you'll be the loser. Ji Yuning opened her mouth with impatience. Go on, He Hongyuan said at once. He was reluctant to give in. I'll play with you this time, He Hongyuan said. It wasn't because he didn't trust Fan Zihao, but because it was about his future and he was unwilling to rely on Fan Zihao. Nevertheless, in Fan Zihao's eyes, He Hongyuan's behavior meant that he doubted his ability. Fan Zihao was displeased, but didn't say anything because he hadn't won a round yet. Since He Hongyuan was going to gamble on his own, he would pay for the chips that they had lost to Ji Yuning. It was inappropriate for Fan Zihao to take his chips away at this moment, so he decided to remember the number of chips if He Hongyuan lost. The bet was over dozens of millions of yuan a round, which was a lot after all. Besides, after losing 6 successive rounds, Fan Zihao had to admit that they were very likely to lose. Fan Zihao was more upset than ever now, because he had never suffered such a great failure before. He had gambled against his master, who was the gambling magnate, and he had been able to win 2 or 3 rounds. This woman in front of him, however, never let him win once. He had lost 380 million yuan in all till now, which was a much higher number than the commission He Hongyuan offered him. He Hongyuan replaced Fan Zihao, but Ji Yuning stayed, so the result was the same. Either it was a tie, or Ji Yuning won. Ji Yuning never made mistakes. He Hongyuan was in a terrible mood now, and couldn't stay calm enough to hear the sounds of the dice rolling in the dice cup, so even he wasn't sure whether he was right. He Hongyuan wrote 2, 5, and 5 down on his blank board at the next round. Ji Yuning, however, wrote 2, 5, and 6. Once the dice cup was open, the numbers were indeed 2, 5, and 6. The total score was 13, and the odds were 8 to 1. Ji Yuning were right on the total score and the specific numbers, so the odds became 16 to 1, and He Hongyuan had to pay her 160 million yuan. He Hongyuan collapsed in his chair, and refused to accept the result. Fan Zihao only had chips of 120 million yuan with him now, which wasn't enough. Chapter 880 Why don't we play slot machine? 880 Why don't we play slot machine? He Hongyuan told He Yishi to exchange more chips with 500 million yuan for him. Although He Hongyuan was unwilling to lose, he subconsciously thought that it was highly likely. When He Yishi came back with those chips, He Hongyuan gave Ji Yuning 16 of them, which amounted to 160 million yuan. Everyone was amazed by Ji Yuning's gambling skills. She already 540 million yuan within a very short time. It was so easy for Tang Aining to make money. Hong Yuehuan had mixed emotions now. It seemed that the He family was going to win, and his father had to apologize to He Hongji in person. If the He family ended their cooperation with the He family, it would be the Tiandui's loss. However, if He Hongji couldn't recover from his bad hearing, and He Saiyang was still missing, the He family would be in the same crisis. Even though the Tiandui agreed to assist He Hongyuan, they knew nothing about He Saiyang being missing, and they were unwilling to be involved in it. Go on. He Hongyuan refused to accept the result, and tried to win his money back. He focused on the sounds of dice rolling in the dice cup. He Hongyuan bet on 2, 3, and 3. Ji Yuning bet on 2, 3, and 3 too. Both of them were right this time, so it was a tie, and He Hongyuan relaxed a little. Nevertheless, a tie wouldn't make any difference. If he couldn't win, he would lose this game. He Hongyuan lost a fortune the 9th round once again. The total score was 16, and the odds were 18 to 1, while Ji Yuning was right on both the total score and the specific numbers, so the odds became 36 to 1. In that case, He Hongyuan had to pay her 360 million yuan. Jesus! She 360 million yuan after a single round. Ji Yuning had made 900 million yuan in total now. Everyone was jealous of her. He Hongyuan couldn't accept this terrible result, and spat out some blood all of a sudden. People around him were all scared seeing that. Father! He Yishi ran to support He Hongyuan. If they just lost money today, they could afford it, but it was obviously not the matter of money, but the leading position of the He family. If they lost today, they lost the whole business and properties of the He family, which was the real reason why He Hongyuan couldn't accept his failure. He Hongji had no sympathy for He Hongyuan. Although they were related to each other, they were also enemies. He Hongyuan asked for it himself. Master, Hongyuan, do you need a rest? He Yishao asked. Although they were pleased to see He Hongyuan spit blood, they should show their manners in this public place. No, thanks. He Hongyuan rejected it at once. He couldn't be absent. Since He Hongyuan refused to do so, He Yishao didn't bother to say that again. He Hongyuan wasn't in a good condition, so Fan Zihao replaced him to play the last round. Fan Zihao was also highly stressed, because he had already lost a lot of money. If he lost again, he was afraid that he couldn't accept it either. Anyway, Fan Zihao forced himself to calm down and stay focused. The last round was a tie, and Fan Zihao relaxed a little, but it was too late, and they still lost 900 million yuan. After the first form of gambling, He Hongji was the winner. Shall we begin the second form of gambling right now, or take a rest for a while? He Yishao asked He Hongyuan. Let's have a break for half an hour, He Yishi said. He Hongyuan agreed. He also needed time to calm down. Afterwards, He Yishao arranged private rooms for them to have a rest. As for the other people, they could have a rest too, or play games in the hall. He Yishao left right after he guided Hong Yuehuan to his private room. They didn't talk to each other at all, which upset Hong Yuehuan. They used to be close friends after all, but now were like strangers. It was the Tiandui's fault anyway, so Hong Yuehuan wouldn't blame He Yishao. He Hongji thanked Ji Yuning in their private room. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, they would have lost the competition already. Mr. There is no need for you to thank me. To be honest with you, I came here just for the money, Ji Yuning said. Even so, they still thanked Ji Yuning for what she had done. Oh, Miss Ji Yu, what do you plan to play next? He Hongji asked. Slot machine, Ji Yuning said. What? He Hongji was greatly surprised, and couldn't believe his ears. Slot machine sounded very childish. Given Ji Yuning's previous performance, He Hongji obviously wouldn't take Ji Yuning lightly. Instead, he believed that she could win again by playing slot machine. Well, I don't know much about other forms of gambling except sickbo and slot machine. I'm confident that I can win by playing slot machine, but I'm not sure what they want to play and whether I can win, Ji Yuning said. I think they'll choose from 5-card stud, baccarat, roulette or so forth. We've won 900 million yuan, which is enough for them to lose, He Hongji said. He was almost sure that they would be the winner today even before the following games began. From the beginning to the end, He Hongji didn't ask Ji Yuning about her accuracy of the specific numbers in sickbo, because it was her personal affairs. He Hongyuan was still furious in their private room, and Fan Zihao stayed silent the entire time. He had a strong feeling of failure now, and almost lost his confidence in himself. Dad, the woman is so unbelievable, and she's already won 900 million yuan till now. Can we win it back? He Yishi asked with worry. Chapter 881. The second form of gambling. If they couldn't win today, she would lose her identity as the lady of the He family. If so, Hong Yufei would dump her without doubt, and she would lose her title of Mrs. Hong as well. If she was able to marry into another rich or powerful family, she would do that, but she clearly knew that it was impossible. She had been left no choice before, so she had chosen Hong Yufei. Although she was born in the He family, she was always overshadowed by He Xin, who was her older cousin. That was the reason why she was so jealous of He Xin. We will, He Hongyuan repeatedly said to comfort himself. Mr. Fan, you have to win the 900 million yuan back in the second form of gambling, He Hongyuan ordered. Fan Zihao was displeased hearing that, but didn't say a word. He was also eager to win, or he would lose his own money. However, he was still confused why Tang Aining was able to be right every time in sickbo, which was so strange. It was as if she could see the dice in the dice cup, but he wasn't willing to believe that. I don't believe that she's so skilled at every form of gambling, Fan Zihao said in a cold voice. Half an hour later, the two parties went back to the hall. He Hongyuan looked much better after the rest, but he was still in a bad mood. Well, now you can choose what form of gambling you want to play next. Let's roll the dice to see who will choose first, He Yishao said. Ji Yuning and Fan Zihao agreed. They went to the sides of the gambling table, and rolled the dice on it. It didn't matter to Ji Yuning who got to choose first, so she casually threw the dice, and the number was 1, while Fan Zihao's was 5, so Fan Zihao chose first. I choose 5-card stud, Fan Zihao said. Play began with each player being dealt 1 card with its face down, followed by 1 card with its face up, beginning, as usual, with the player to the dealer's left. If played with a bring-in, the player with the lowest ranking up card must pay the bring-in, and betting proceeded after that. After the first betting round was complete, another face-up card was dealt to each player. Betting now began with the player whose up cards make the best poker hand. On this and subsequent betting rounds, the player to act first might check or bet up to the game's limit. The second betting round was followed by a third up card to each player and a third betting round, again starting with the player with the best poker hand showing. Thus, the first player to act on each round may change. A fourth face-up card and fourth betting round was followed by a showdown. If necessary, it usually wouldn't be. Most deals of 5-card stud ended early when a player bet and got no calls. Ji Yuning had learned the rules on the internet before, but she had never played it herself in real life. Luckily, she had jade eyes, so she could make decisions after seeing the other person's cards. She was confident that she wouldn't lose much. Who will win this time? I heard that Fan Zihao is quite good at 5-card stud. I'm curious whether Miss Tang is also excellent at 5-card stud. I think Fan Zihao is more likely to win. Although Ji Yuning had won in sick bow, it didn't mean that people all believed that she could win again. Most people thought that she couldn't be so good at every form of gambling. Before the game began, Fan Zihao needed to exchange more chips with his own money. He only had 10 chips in his hands now, which were obviously not enough. Therefore, Fan Zihao exchanged more chips with another 500 million yuan. Such a sky-high bet had never appeared before in HK. Even though Fan Zihao had around 2 billion yuan in wealth, he could barely afford his failure today. In fact, he used to think that he was going to win, but had encountered an abject failure. With enough chips in their pockets, the game began. Both Ji Yuning and Fan Zihao placed a chip of 10 million yuan on the table. The dealer began to deal cards. He dealt one card with its face down first, then one card with its face up. Fan Zihao's face-up card was Hearts K. Ji Yuning's face-up card was Spades 2. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes and saw that Fan Zihao's face-down card was Hearts Q, while hers was Spades 6. Her next card would be Hearts 7, and it was impossible for her to get straight. She wasn't lucky this time. Fan Zihao was in at first, and threw 2 chips to the table, but Ji Yuning gave up, so she lost 10 million yuan. Although Fan Zihao only won 10 million yuan after the first round, it was a good beginning anyway. Ji Yuning lost after the first round, but He Hongji and the others weren't worried about her. She had 900 million yuan in her pocket now after all, and 10 million yuan was merely nothing. The second round began soon. Ji Yuning lost again, and didn't bother to lay her bet. Fan Zihao won once more, but he wasn't happy about it, because he couldn't win a lot if Ji Yuning refused to be in every time. However, he couldn't force her to do so. Ji Yuning was in the third round, but Fan Zihao gave up. In the following fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh round, both Ji Yuning and Fan Zihao won 2 rounds, and Ji Yuning lost 50 million yuan in all after 7 rounds. She didn't care about it at all, neither did the He family, because Ji Yuning still had many chips. The 8th round started. Fan Zihao's face-up card was Diamonds 8 and his face-down card was Hearts 8. Ji Yuning's face-up card was Spades Q, and her face-down card was Spades 10. This time, Ji Yuning was in first, and threw out 2 chips. The dealer dealt her the next card, which was Spades 9. Fan Zihao was in later, and laid 2 chips too. The dealer also dealt him the next card, which was Spades 8. With 3 cards of 8 in hands, Fan Zihao got excited. If he could get another 2 cards of 8, it would be a royal flush. If he could get a card of 8 and a random card, it would be 4 of a kind, which was a good result. Nevertheless, it was very difficult to get the cards he wanted. Chapter 882 Ji Yuning wins again. He was also worried that Ji Yuning might get a straight flush, but it was hard to. Although he didn't know what her face-down card was, he already had Spades 8. Ji Yuning's face-up cards were Q and 9. If she was going to make a straight flush, she needed Spades 9, 10, J, Q, or K. Except for the face-down card, her face-up cards weren't enough to make a straight flush. Ji Yuning kept adding chips, and the chips doubled every time. She placed another 4 chips on the table, and her next card was Spades K. For now, Ji Yuning had Spades 9, 10, Q and K. All she needed was a card of Spades J so that she could make a straight flush. In fact, Ji Yuning had already used her jade eyes to see their cards during this round, so she was aware that Fan Zihao was going to make 4 of a kind, and hers was a straight flush. That was the reason why Ji Yuning kept adding her chips. Seeing Ji Yuning's cards, Fan Zihao got a little nervous. However, he already had 3 cards of 8 now, so it was impossible for him to give up right now. Therefore, he threw another 4 chips to the table as well, and his next card was Hearts 8. With 4 cards of 8 in hands, Fan Zihao was more excited now, but he didn't show it on his face. People started to discuss behind him. Jesus, could it be 4 of a kind? Even if it isn't 4 of a kind, it could be full house. As long as the woman can't get a straight flush, Mr. Fan is going to win. Could she get a straight flush? She already has Spades 9, Q and K. If her face-down card is Spades 10 or J, it will be a straight flush. I don't think it's that easy to make a straight flush. More people believed that Fan Zihao could win. Even He Hongyuan was cheered up a little seeing the cards in Fan Zihao's hands. The final card was about to be dealt. No matter what it was, Fan Zihao was going to make 4 of a kind. At this moment, Ji Yuning placed another 8 chips on the table. The dealer gave the final card to Ji Yuning, and it was Spades J. OMG, could it really be a straight flush? Fan Zihao and He Hongyuan were disappointed. If Ji Yuning really made a straight flush, they would lose again. In addition, Ji Yuning didn't seem worried at all. Given Ji Yuning's 4 face-up cards, it could be a straight flush or straight. With 3 face-up cards of 8 in hands, Fan Zihao was likely to make 4 of a kind or full house in others' eyes. If he made full house, Ji Yuning would win no matter if hers was a straight flush or straight. If he made 4 of a kind, he might win on the condition that hers was straight. Thinking of that, Fan Zihao relaxed a little. He also threw out another 8 chips, and got his final card, which was Hearts K. In the end, each of them held 5 cards in hands, but they still needed to raise the bet before turning the face-down card up. Once Fan Zihao raised the bet, Ji Yuning had to follow up if she wanted to reveal the face-down card, or she had to give up. No one was willing to give up and lose all the previous chips at this time. If Ji Yuning gave up right now, her previous bets would be wasted. She could make straight flush this time after all. Fan Zihao was a little worried that Ji Yuning's cards could be a straight flush in the end, so he didn't dare to take the risk and bet all his chips on the result. If he did that, he could lose all his money. He was scared of Ji Yuning's gambling skills, so he stayed cautious even though he had good cards in hand. Accordingly, Fan Zihao placed another 10 chips on the table, so did Ji Yuning. The moment Fan Zihao flipped his face-down card over, everyone was astonished. Jesus, it is 4 of a kind. Unless she can make a straight flush, she'll lose. All the chips they had laid during this round added up to 250 million yuan. People turned to look at Ji Yuning with one accord after seeing Fan Zihao's face-down card. They thought that Ji Yuning would panic a little at least, but she looked calm as usual, which made He Hongyuan and Fan Zihao anxious. Is she going to make a straight flush? Ji Yuning turned her face-down card up, and it was indeed Spades 10. OMG, it's a straight flush. Some were greatly surprised, while some couldn't accept it. He Hongji was happy to see the result without doubt, while Fan Zihao couldn't believe it. After playing the second form of gambling, Ji Yuning had chips of 1.01 billion yuan in all now. Nobody had seen anyone else who could make a fortune as easily as she could before. In fact, Ji Yuning thought that stone gambling was the best way to make a lot of money. She actually wasn't very interested in other forms of gambling. There were only 2 rounds left. Fan Zihao totally lost confidence in himself now, and started to be unlucky. Ji Yuning wasn't in during the 9th round, so she lost 10 million yuan. In the 10th round, Fan Zihao got terrible cards, so he decided not to be in, and Ji Yuning got the 10 million yuan back. All in all, Ji Yuning still had chips of 1.01 billion yuan in her hands now. In many people's eyes, it was a great fortune. Do you need to rest again? He Yishao asked He Hongyuan and couldn't help gloating over their failure. Chapter 883 Let's Play Slot Machine 883 Let's Play Slot Machine. In fact, He Hongyuan did want to have a rest to calm down, in case he was annoyed to death. He was reluctant to admit that his body was in a worse condition because of their failure today, but he had to be more careful about his own body. Nevertheless, he felt utterly humiliated when He Yishao asked him that question, so he rejected his offer to defend his dignity. No need, thanks. He Yishao didn't care about He Hongyuan's body condition at all. Since He Hongyuan was unwilling to rest, the game would go on. Great, Miss Tang, please choose the 3rd form of gambling for today's competition. Let's play slot machine, Ji Yuning said. What? Slot machine? Hearing that, everyone was surprised. They all thought that Ji Yuning would propose baccarat, roulette, mahjong or so forth, but she chose slot machine. Although slot machine was also a form of gambling in casinos, it was more like a commercial game. Therefore, this serious competition suddenly became dramatic once Ji Yuning proposed playing slot machine. It seemed like it wasn't gambling, but amusements. As a famous gambler and an ex-apprentice of the gambling magnate in City M, Fan Zihao grew up in casinos and knew all forms of gambling. Nevertheless, slot machine wasn't one of the forms that he was best at. Even so, he couldn't disagree with Ji Yuning's choice, unless he accepted his failure right now. He obviously wasn't willing to do that. As long as he had hope, he would try it. How about the odds? Fan Zihao asked. No matter how much you win, I'll pay you the money and vice versa. What do you think? Ji Yuning asked. Fan Zihao hesitated for a while, then agreed. No problem. In the beginning, Fan Zihao didn't think that it was a good idea, because it wasn't easy to win a lot by playing slot machine in his eyes. Even if he won, he couldn't win all the money that he had lost back. However, he was scared of Ji Yuning's gambling skills now after losing twice in today's tournament against her. In addition, slot machine was Ji Yuning's choice, and she must have confidence in herself. Given the amount of money that he had lost till now, he couldn't win all his money back even if the chips in the prize pool was his 10 times. The face value of chips in a slot machine could be 100 yen, 1,000 yen, or 10,000 yen, and normally the total value of those chips in the prize pool was higher than 100 million yuan. In that case, even if he could win all the chips in the prize pool for 10 successive times, he could only get a little more than 1 billion yuan. Nonetheless, the odds were heavily against his winning. Fan Zihao knew that he was doomed to fail. And although he was unwilling to face it, he had to accept it. He Hongyuan didn't want to give up either until he saw the final result of today's competition. The face value of Ji Yuning and Fan Zihao's chips was 10 million yuan, so they had to change them before the game began. They would bet on all 10 of the reels, which cost 100,000 yuan a round, so they needed to exchange 100 chips of 10,000 yuan with 1 million yuan. The previous bet was 10 million yuan a round, while now was just 100,000 yuan. Many people weren't used to the big gap yet. Times of odds were 100 times, 200 times, 300 times, 400 times, 500 times, 600 times, 700 times, 800 times, 900 times, and 1000 times. To avoid that the program of this slot machine had been edited beforehand, they had to let others see its program first to prove that it totally depended on one's luck to win the game. Fan Zihao was the first one to play it. It was more likely to win money if people bet on all reels, and Fan Zihao was a skilled gambler after all, so it was much more likely for him to win. After the first round, Fan Zihao got 8 million yuan in all. Once 800 chips were taken out, another 800 chips were added into the prize pool to make sure that there was no less than 100 million yuan inside. It wasn't easy for ordinary players to win money by playing slot machine, so onlookers thought that Fan Zihao had done a good job. Afterwards, it was Ji Yuning's turn. People all held high anticipation for her performance. Not only had she won in sick bow, but she was also the winner in 5-card stud. Slot machine was her choice anyway, so it was highly likely that she was going to win. Nobody would choose to compete in something that he or she wasn't good at. Fan Zihao was good at 5-card stud, so he had chosen it, but Ji Yuning was better than him. Given Ji Yuning's previous performance, people tended to believe that Ji Yuning could win again. "Miss Tang, come on. I believe you can win." A handsome young man encouraged Ji Yuning, and he stared straight at her with a broad smile. Hearing that, Ji Yuning smiled at him out of kindness, which made him feel excited. Leng Xiaoting, however, was displeased, and gave the young man a cold glance. Ji Yuning also noticed that, and shook her head. She forgot that she had a jealous boyfriend. After that, she walked to the slot machine and began to put in chips. Ji Yuning was confident that she could win money every time, but she wasn't sure whether the prize pool would open every time. She pulled the spin later, and the slot machine worked with a loud noise, while all 10 reels moved fast at the same time. With her jade eyes, Ji Yuning was able to calculate when the pictures of different odds would fall on a certain position. When it was the time, Ji Yuning quickly pressed the stop button. The slot machine stopped with a sound like someone just slammed on the brakes, and the 10 reels gradually stopped one by one from left to right. The atmosphere was tense as everyone fixed his or her eyes on the pictures on the screen. Chapter 884. The prize pool opens. He Hongyuan prayed that Ji Yuning failed, while others all wanted to see her win. When the reels fully stopped, pictures of 500 times lined up along the third reel. Seeing that, He Hongyuan was upset, while others got excited. More pictures lined up on the 4th, 5th, 7th and 8th reels. After the first round, Ji Yuning made 33 million yuan in all. How is it possible? He Hongyuan couldn't accept it. Fan Zihao had a stronger feeling of failure now. If he continued to lose like that, he could lose every cent of his wealth. However, he was left no choice. While Fan Zihao and He Hongyuan were both in a bad mood, the audience was excited. Wow, pictures lined up along 5 reels. It's so amazing. And the times are all big. I've never seen so many chips before. He Hongji was also surprised. Even though Ji Yuning had told him that she was confident to win, he was still amazed to see the result. What Ji Yuning had done today exceeded his expectations. In fact, there was more to come. Seeing chips coming out from the slot machine in a large amount, people were all envious of Ji Yuning, and they wished that they could win that much money. More chips were added into the prize pool before the second round began. Fan Zihao, who was under great pressure now, couldn't stay calm anymore, so he casually pressed the stop button in annoyance. This time, pictures only lined up along a single reel, and he won 1 million yuan. The more he lost, the more restless he was, the more restless he became, the more he lost. As time went by, Fan Zihao was about to lose control of himself. How come you only won 1 million yuan? He Hongyuan was dissatisfied with it. It was Ji Yuning's turn again. She made 27 million yuan in all after the second round. Everyone was amazed once more. Jesus, since when has it become so easy to win money by playing slot machine? I think it's super easy for Miss Tang to win a fortune. I'm so jealous of her. Why could she win so much every time? There must be something wrong with this slot machine. He Hongyuan raised his voice. Right, you must have done something to it. He Yishi argued as well. The He family was displeased facing the unreasonable suspicion, and He Yishao retorted, Master Hongyuan, you should be responsible for your words. We checked this slot machine right before the game began, and you know it's fine and works properly. He Hongyuan didn't know what to say. He couldn't afford any more losses, but he had to admit that he already lost everything now. Well, I think the result of today's competition is quite obvious now. Why don't you just admit that you lose? He said with pride. The second she finished her sentence, Ji Yuning interrupted her. I don't think so. We agreed to play 10 rounds, and we must do that. I plan to make more money today after all. Although Ji Yuning acted greedy, nobody showed dislike towards her. On the contrary, they still thought that she was adorable and deserved to win. Since they had agreed to play 10 rounds, they should do that. Moreover, Ji Yuning was making money all the time, and she was unwilling to stop. She didn't come to HK often, so she seized every chance to make as much money as possible here. He turned to look at Ji Yuning, then changed her words at once. Well, I was just kidding, and the game should continue. In fact, He merely wanted to humiliate them. He Hongyuan had to start the third round. To everyone's astonishment, the prize pool opened when Ji Yuning pressed the stop button at the third round. Jesus, the prize pool opened. Wow, I've never ever seen that before. How is it possible? How is it possible? He Hongyuan was too mad to stand still, and almost fell down. Luckily, He Yishi supported him on time. It can't be possible. He Yishi couldn't believe her eyes either. Fan Zihao was struck dumb by the scene as well. Ji Yuning won over 100 million in a single round. He Hongji was more than shocked now. He totally forgot that Ji Yuning was actually winning money from his family's business. As long as he could win the competition against He Hongyuan, money was nothing in his eyes. Since the prize pool was empty now, chips were poured into it at once. Hong Yuehuan observed Ji Yuning for a long while. This woman was too unbelievable. How did the He family find her? Why haven't I heard of her name before in the gambling industry? Is she a new face? Hong Yuehuan thought to himself. If the news of today's gambling competition went abroad, the name, Tang Aining, would be the focus of the gambling industry in every big city. Countless skilled gamblers would find Tang Aining to compete against her, but Hong Yuehuan believed that she was better than any of those ace gamblers. Ji Yuning noticed Hong Yuehuan's look, but ignored it. Chapter 885 He Hongyuan falls unconscious. Ji Yuning didn't care about it, but Leng Xiaoting did. Seeing Hong Yuehuan observing her, Leng Xiaoting gave him a cold glance. He wouldn't allow anyone else to steal his girl away from him. As the heir of the Tiandawei, Hong Yuehuan noticed the warning glance at once, but the glance was already gone when he turned to search for it. However, he felt threatened by the simple glance, and became alert in an instant. He was afraid that an enemy was also in the crowd. There were many enemies of the Tiandawei after all. In addition, he could sense the person's hostility and outstanding ability from the glance, so he had to be cautious. Leng Xiaoting wasn't interested in Hong Yuehuan's thoughts, as long as he stopped looking at Ji Yuning. Hong Yuehuan was distracted by the potential danger, so he moved his eyes away from Ji Yuning. Mr. Fan, please. The prize pool was filled with chips, but Fan Zihao just stood there, so He Yishao opened his mouth to remind him to play the game. Fan Zihao was reluctant to continue to play the game now, because he was losing a lot of money. Nobody could stay calm in such a situation. Nevertheless, it wasn't up to him to give up now. Except for He Hongyuan, who still hoped that Fan Zihao could win because he was unwilling to accept failure, others all believed that Ji Yuning would be the winner without a doubt. In that case, no one paid much attention to him. Fan Zihao did his best to calm himself down in order to focus on the game and not to lose so much again. He made 12 million yuan this time. Because Ji Yuning had won all the chips in the prize pool just then, nobody thought that it was a big surprise that Fan Zihao won over 10 million yuan. Fan Zihao himself also wished that he could win all the chips in the prize pool once. He Hongyuan had the same idea, because Ji Yuning had done it before, which proved that it was possible. Ji Yuning, however, made 28 million yuan after this round, which was more than double what Fan Zihao made. By now, people were already used to Ji Yuning winning. Are you useless? You can't even beat a woman. He Hongyuan blurted out in anger. Hearing that, Fan Zihao was angry, and moved his hand off the machine at once. Why don't you do it yourself then? Move. I'll do it myself. He Hongyuan raised his voice. He knew how to play slot machine, but wasn't very good at it, so he pressed the stop button relying on his feelings. As a result, there was no reel with pictures lined up on the screen at all, which annoyed He Hongyuan. Ji Yuning, on the contrary, won all the chips in the prize pool again. Seriously. OMG, I can't believe my eyes. Miss Tang is so unbelievable. Am I in a dream right now? I'm short of words. Fan Zihao was shocked by the result, and also felt lucky that he didn't play the round himself, or he would have lost another 100 million yuan. He Hongyuan couldn't stand it anymore, and spat out blood again, then fell unconscious. Father! Father! He Yishi panicked, and shouted. Master Hongyuan! He Hongyuan's bodyguards walked forward without delay. People around him were also scared. They were afraid that He Hongyuan would really die here. We need to send Master Hongyuan to the hospital right now, and we can wait for Master Hongyuan to wake up to play the rest of the rounds, He Yishao said. In fact, he couldn't wait to see He Hongyuan die, but his younger brother was still in danger now, so He Hongyuan had to stay alive. Wait a second. Ji Yuning stopped them and walked towards He Hongyuan. He Hongyuan's bodyguards stood in her way without hesitation, in case Ji Yuning hurt him. What do you want to do? A bodyguard glared at Ji Yuning. I can rescue him, Ji Yuning said. She said that not because she was kind, but because she wanted to leave with the money as soon as possible. Who knew how long she would have to wait for He Hongyuan to wake up? It sounded cruel and cold-blooded, but He Hongyuan wasn't someone she cared about after all. Can you? Everyone was surprised and had doubts. I don't think that you're so kind. He Yishi stared at her with eyes full of hatred. Ji Yuning came here to help the He family after all. I'm not, but I just want to finish today's competition. I don't have time to wait for him, Ji Yuning said. She didn't bother to hide her real intention. Hearing that, Heishi was mad and criticized Ji Yuning. My father's life is in danger now, and all you want is money. It sounded like it was Ji Yuning's fault. I think she's a little cold-blooded. Yeah, she shouldn't have said that. People started to discuss her behavior. Leng Xiaoting disliked their negative comments on Ji Yuning, but he couldn't say anything to defend her now. Instead, he coldly looked at Heishi, which made her feel stressed. Chapter 886 Rescue You for Money, What Happened? Why'd I suddenly feel so cold and uncomfortable? Heishi thought to herself. Seeing Ji Yuning being criticized, the He family obviously wouldn't stand aside. However, before they could defend her, Ji Yuning opened her mouth herself. Of course I care more about money than your father. Your father's bad condition has nothing to do with me, and you should know that we're competitors today. In that case, I'm kind enough that I'm willing to rescue him, Ji Yuning said. Heishi was furious, but had to admit that it was the truth. Hearing Ji Yuning's argument, people agreed with her. They were competitors after all. Moreover, although Ji Yuning was only willing to rescue He Hongyuan for money, it was already very kind of her that she had the idea to help. Ji Yuning glanced around the crowd, then added, "Do you think I'm cold-blooded? Fine, I don't care. We're strangers anyway, but I believe every one of you is aware of the importance of today's competition. It affects the future of the He family. Why couldn't you spare a moment to think about the reason why Master Hongyuan has to compete against Master Hongji for the leading role in the He family? Don't be so naive to believe the superficial excuse." Hearing that, many people realized that it wasn't a simple competition. At the same time, they started to think about whether they should criticize Ji Yuning. Once they figured out the real aim of today's competition, nobody had sympathy for He Hongyuan. Fan Zihao clearly knew what He Hongyuan wanted to do, but it had nothing to do with him either. He was merely He Hongyuan's guest. No matter what the result was, he was an outsider in the end. Bullshit. My father proposed to have today's competition for the sake of the He family's future. He Xin argued. Fine, believe it or not. Ji Yuning dropped the topic. I think we should wake your father up right now and finish what we should do today. As for the rest of the things, you and the He family can deal with them together. No need, we can go to the hospital. Heishi turned Ji Yuning down. She didn't trust Ji Yuning. What? Are you afraid that I'll poison your father in a public place? Come on, there is no conflict between your father and I. Your father just owes me some money, and I just want to get it back, Ji Yuning sneered. She was only willing to rescue He Hongyuan for the money anyway. As for the grudge between the He family and He Hongyuan, Ji Yuning wasn't interested in their family affairs. Heishi was in a rage. No, we don't need your help, and we can send my father to the hospital. Why do you turn me down again and again? Are you scheming something? Did your father fall unconscious on purpose? He owes me a lot, Ji Yuning said. Others also had the same suspicion. How can you say that? Heishi raised her voice. My father spat blood out. So what? Hasn't he done the same thing before? Ji Yuning said airily. Heishi was so mad now that she could barely say another word. Well, I promise that I can wake him up within 3 minutes, and his body will soon be in a better condition. If not, I'll give up the 100 million yuan in the prize pool. How is it? Ji Yuning asked. The moment Ji Yuning finished her sentences, everyone was astonished. It sounded like she was the Almighty God. Many people held doubts, while some were curious. He Hongji trusted Ji Yuning, and wouldn't stop her. Leng Xiaoting, Gao Yi and Chao Ya were also supportive. Although Heishi didn't trust Ji Yuning and she knew that her father fell unconscious for real, she didn't know how to persuade others to believe her. As for the money, Heishi didn't take it to heart, because she knew that Ji Yuning was confident that she could wake her father up. Actually, her father just fell unconscious from annoyance, and he would wake up after resting for a while. In the end, Heishi yielded. Since Heishi gave in, He Hongyuan's bodyguards stepped aside. Afterwards, Ji Yuning took out a porcelain bottle and poured out a pill. She told Heishi to help He Hongyuan swallow it. He hesitated for a while, then did what Ji Yuning told her to do. Chapter 887. A total failure. People stared at He Hongyuan. Nobody wanted to miss any of his reactions. Some even took out their phones to see whether He Hongyuan could really wake up within 3 minutes. Do you think the pill is effective? Although they knew that they would soon find out the answer, someone still asked with curiosity. Miss Tang seems very confident. I think it should be effective. I agree, but I don't think it can be very effective. Let's see. However, to everyone's surprise, He Hongyuan woke up after just a minute, and his pale face gradually turned ruddy. Jesus, Master Hongyuan woke up after just a minute. Can this pill cure other diseases? You should ask Miss Tang. People began to discuss the magical medicine. When He Hongyuan heard their discussion, he frowned. He didn't understand what they were talking about. Father, are you all right? He Yishi was excited. Do you feel uncomfortable? He Hongyuan shook his head, but didn't say a word, because he was also confused as to why he suddenly felt much better now. What happened? Although He Hongyuan made a little movement, he didn't say a word, so others didn't know whether he was really back to consciousness or not. People still stared at him to see his reaction. After a short while, He Hongyuan realized that he was sitting on the floor and felt embarrassed, then got back to his feet at once. Father, how do you feel? He Yishi asked again with concern. I'm feeling well, He Hongyuan said. Hearing that, everyone was sure that He Hongyuan was fine now, and they were surprised again. Wow, Master Hongyuan is really fine now. Miss Tang's medicine is so unbelievable. He Hongyuan frowned. He glanced at Ji Yuning, then looked at He Yishi. What happened? He learned something from their discussion, but wasn't clear about it. Father, you just fell unconscious and we were supposed to send you to the hospital, but Miss Tang said she didn't want to waste time, and she could rescue you within 3 minutes. She gave me a pill and I helped you swallow it, and you woke up after just a minute, He Yishi said. Knowing that, He Hongyuan was astonished. He knew his condition very well, so he understood how effective the pill was. Even though Ji Yuning just saved his life, he wasn't willing to thank her, because he knew that Ji Yuning just did it for the money. Ji Yuning didn't mind it either. Master Hongyuan, if you're fine now, shall we continue? There are still 5 rounds left. Since Ji Yuning didn't mind whether he thanked her or not, He Hongyuan dropped that topic too. He looked to Fan Zihao and said, Mr. Fan, please help me play the rest of the rounds. It was obvious that they were going to lose, so Fan Zihao was reluctant to play the rest of the rounds, but he had to do it. If he left before the competition ended, he had to pay the liquidated damages. After the following 5 rounds, Fan Zihao made 62 million yuan in all. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, made 201 million yuan in all. Seeing the result, He Hongyuan was struck dumb. He had a sudden impulse to either spit blood out or fall unconscious again so that he wouldn't see the terrible failure. However, after taking Ji Yuning's power crystal, his resistance was much better than before, so he couldn't spit blood out nor fall unconscious, but had to witness the whole process. Fan Zihao was already used to it. It was a total failure. He Hongyuan was in despair now, so was He Zai. She lost her identity as the lady of the He family and her title of Mrs. Hong. He Hongji walked towards He Hongyuan at this moment, and asked him in a cold deep voice, He Hongyuan, you're the loser. What can you say now? He Hongyuan remained silent, because he didn't know what to say. He Hongji didn't care about it. According to their agreement, it was impossible for He Hongyuan to be the leading role in the He family, and he also lost his control of the He family's casinos, which meant he was deprived of power and position. All he had left was his shares. Besides, if anything bad happened to He Saiyang, He Hongji could kill He Hongyuan. Ever since He Hongyuan had schemed against the He family, they weren't brothers anymore. He Hongji wasn't weak at all, and he was determined to pay his enemies back. Chapter 888 Hong Shitian. If He Saiyang was safe and sound, He Hongji would let He Hongyuan go, but He Hongyuan still had to bear the result of what he had done. After counting the chips, the final result of the third form of gambling showed. Fan Zihao made 93 million yuan in all. Ji Yuning made 396 million yuan in all. Well, after deducting the money that you've won, Mr. Fan, you still need to pay me 303 million yuan, Ji Yuning said. I'll only pay you 203 million yuan, because Master Hongyuan joined the game once and lost 100 million yuan on his own. Since the competition ended now, there was no need for Fan Zihao to care about his face. He was unwilling to pay the 100 million yuan for He Hongyuan. Hearing that, He Hongyuan frowned with dissatisfaction, but didn't oppose it, because he did lose that much money himself. Afterwards, Ji Yuning took out the bank card under the name of Tang Aining and gave it to Fan Zihao and He Hongyuan. As for the rest of the chips, she would give them to He Yishao. Gao Yi and Chao Ya would go to count them together, and exchange them for money before transferring it to the bank card under Ji Yuning's name. Miss Tang must have won a lot today. I think she's 1.6 billion yuan at least. Jesus, that's a fortune. I've never seen anyone else who has so easily made so much money before. She's too outstanding. Everyone was envious of Ji Yuning, because 1.6 billion was a sky-high number in most people's eyes. After playing the first and second form of gambling, Ji Yuning 1.01 million yuan, and the number was 396 million after playing the third form of gambling, which added up to 1.406 million yuan. Including the 303 million yuan that Fan Zihao and He Hongyuan still had to pay her, the amount she won was 1.707 million yuan. In addition, the He family would pay Ji Yuning 500 million yuan as commission, so the total number was 2.307 million. In that case, Ji Yuning made 2.307 million yuan after this trip in HK. After the money transfer, He Hongyuan's group left the casino in despair. Many people also came forward to congratulate He Hongji, including Hong Yuehuan. Master He, congratulations, he said. Thanks, Lord Hong, He Hongji replied lightly and kept a distance from him. Hong Yuehuan understood that He Hongji wasn't satisfied with the Tiandui's behavior, so he didn't mind He Hongji's attitude and soon left as well. He Hongji still needed to have a private talk with Ji Yuning, so he didn't stay in the casino for long. He told He Yishao to treat the other guests, then walked to Ji Yuning. Miss Tang, it's late now. I've ordered a private room in the Gonghao Hotel. Would you mind joining us for a meal? It wasn't convenient for them to talk here. It's my honor, thanks, Ji Yuning said, then walked away with He Hongji. Hong Yuehuan called his father the second he got back in his car. The leading role in the Tiandaway was Hong Shidian, and he was reading a book in his study now, waiting for Hong Yuehuan's news. Once his phone rang, Hong Shidian picked it up and asked, "How is it?" "He Hongji is the winner," Hong Yuehuan said. "What? He Hongji won?" Hong Shidian was greatly surprised. He chose to work with He Hongyuan because He Hongji was losing his hearing and He Saiyang was missing. He thought that He Hongyuan was more likely to win. However, He Hongji became the winner. In that case, he was cornered now. He had made his choice to support He Hongyuan, which meant that he was He Hongji's enemy now. Although he hadn't done anything to harm He Hongji yet, their close relationship was over. Since He Hongji won the competition, he was still the leading role in the He family. If the Tiandaway wanted to cooperate with the He family, they had to gain He Hongji's permission. It obviously wasn't possible. Did He Hongji gamble himself or invite another person? Hong Shidian asked. Even though he heard that He Hongji would join the competition in person yesterday, he couldn't believe that He Hongji was the winner. He Hongji was losing his hearing, so it was impossible for him to win against Fan Zihao. Fan Zihao was a famous ace gambler in the gambling industry after all. Even if He Hongji had good hearing, it wasn't very likely that he could beat Fan Zihao. He invited someone else to gamble for him. She's a woman in her late 20s. Whether the form of gambling was sick bow, 5-card stud or slot machine, she could win every time and made a lot of money. I think she could be the best gambler in the world, Hong Yuehuan said. What? Hong Shidian was shocked. A woman in her late 20s. Whether the form of gambling was sick bow, 5-card stud or slot machine, she could win every time and made a lot of money. She could be the best gambler in the world. Hong Shidian couldn't believe his ears. It seemed that the woman really wasn't an ordinary gambler. Did she cheat? Hong Shidian was suspicious. No, Hong Yuehuan said with certainty. How's he Hongji's attitude towards you? Hong Shidian asked. Well, I think he'll soon deal with his cooperation with us after he gets rid of He Hongyuan, Hong Yuehuan said. Hong Shidian frowned. It wasn't good news. Do something to stop it from happening, Hong Shidian said. Don't you think that you should talk to him in person about that? Hong Yuehuan said. I think that we should help them find He Xiang at this moment. Even though the Tiandawei was an illegal gang, they couldn't do everything with dirty tricks. The Tiandawei had betrayed He Hongji, but they weren't opponents, because they hadn't damaged the He family's benefits yet. Let me think about it. Hong Shidian frowned. Hong Yuehuan then remained silent. Chapter 889. Where is He Xiang? He Hongyuan and Fan Zihao separated once they left the casino. Fan Zihao felt utterly embarrassed today, and he lost a fortune. Dad, what should we do now? He Yishi felt helpless. He Hongyuan seemed displeased and remained silent, because he didn't know what to do now either. An idea dawned on He Yishi. Dad, why don't we use He Xiang to threaten Uncle Hongji? Hearing that, He Hongyuan was mad. I wish I could. He Xiang escaped yesterday, and he's nowhere to be found now. What? He escaped? How is it possible? He Yishi panicked. If He Xiang escaped, they had no bargaining chip left to negotiate with the He family. After what they had done behind the He family's back, it was impossible that the He family would let them get away with it. Although he escaped, he must still be on the island. We have to catch him as soon as possible, He Hongyuan said. The island was very far from the mainland. No matter how excellent a person was at swimming, he couldn't leave this island. Therefore, even though He Xiang escaped from the place where he was kept, he was still trapped on this island. The problem was that it was very difficult to find a person on this large island if the person hid well. He Hongyuan couldn't send more people there, because he knew that the He family was keeping a close eye on him. The moment he did something, the He family would find out. Once the He family found He Xiang, his good days would be over. Zuo Zhongkui stayed in the casino with He Yishao. When the others were all gone, He Yishao told Zuo Zhongkui to come have a talk in his office, then let the bodyguards catch him. Without delay, Zuo Zhongkui was surprised. He figured out why He Yishao suddenly caught him, but he still played dumb before the dirty secret was fully exposed. Yishao, what are you doing? Zuo Zhongkui was He Hongji's first apprentice, and he had followed He Hongji for over a dozen years. He Hongji always treated him like he was his own son, so he was very close to the offspring in the He family. He could directly call their names, instead of addressing them as lady or lord. Zuo Zhongkui, I don't think my family has treated you badly. He Yishao stared straight at Zuo Zhongkui. Of course not, Zuo Zhongkui said. Then why did you still betray us? He Yishao became angry all of a sudden and raised his voice, questioning Zuo Zhongkui. The He family had never treated Zuo Zhongkui badly. Why did he betray the He family once the He family encountered a minor problem? Other apprentices, however, still sided with the He family. A touch of guilt flashed in Zuo Zhongkui's eyes, but he refused to admit it. Why do you say that? He still hoped that He Yishao didn't have solid proof so that he could be safe. Well, He Yishao understood what Zuo Zhongkui was thinking now. He sneered, then took out a pile of photos from a drawer. Why don't you have a look for yourself? When Zuo Zhongkui saw the pile of photos, he got nervous in an instant. Those were photos of his secret meetings with Hong Yufei and He Hongyuan. What else do you want to explain? He Yishao asked. In fact, he already had the answer from Zuo Zhongkui's expression. Zuo Zhongkui remained silent for a while, but still tried to deny it. He argued, you can't accuse me of betraying the He family just because of some photos. I did meet them, but they came to me first. They tried to bribe me to help them, but I turned them down. Why didn't you tell us that they found you if you really turned them down? He Yishao asked. He didn't believe a single word Zuo Zhongkui told him. If Zuo Zhongkui was really loyal to the He family, he should have told them that Hong Yufei and He Hongyuan had tried to bribe him. If he kept it a secret, then he must be doing something that he didn't want the He family to know. I just didn't want to cause misunderstandings. Zuo Zhongkui panicked again. Oh, interesting. Weren't you afraid that we would find out someday? He Yishao sneered. I know that you don't trust me now, but I've done nothing that hurt the He family's benefits, Zuo Zhongkui said. It was the truth. Even though Zuo Zhongkui betrayed the He family, he hadn't hurt the He family's benefits, yet. Zuo Zhongkui, since you want to cooperate with He Hongyuan, you must know where Xiang is now. As long as you can tell me, we can let you leave if Xiang is safe and sound when we find him, He Yishao said. The He family would punish him without doubt, but his life would be saved. I have no idea, Zuo Zhongkui said. Are you sure? He Yishao asked. He obviously didn't believe it. Zuo Zhongkui, struggling is useless now. We all know what you've done behind our backs. Zuo Zhongkui didn't say a word, but hesitated. He knew how powerful the He family was. After hesitating for a while, Zuo Zhongkui opened his mouth again. I only know that He Xiang is still on the island, but I don't know his specific location. He's still on the island. He Yishao frowned with doubt. They had searched everywhere on the island for He Xiang before, but found nothing. Maybe they should search there more carefully again. Are you sure? He Yishao fixed his eyes on Zuo Zhongkui. Chapter 890 Help He Hongji. As long as there is no ship which has moved near to the island, he must still be there. It's impossible for a person to escape from there by swimming, Zuo Zhongkui said. Whether it was true or not, since Zuo Zhongkui gave him that information, He Yishao had to send people there to search for He Xiang again. He Yishao told the bodyguards to watch him, then walked out. Zuo Zhongkui, for now, was put under house arrest. The He family would deal with him once they found He Xiang. Right after He Hongji and the others arrived at the Gonghao Hotel, he received He Yishao's call. Seeing the caller's name, He Hongji picked it up at once and didn't avoid Ji Yuning. What? He Hongji asked. Father, Zuo Zhongkui is under control now, and I'm questioning him about Xiang's condition. He told me that Xiang should still be on the island, He Yishao said. Ji Yuning, who had super good hearing, heard their conversation on the phone. What? He Hongji was greatly surprised. Send people there to search for Xiang again. No matter what, they wouldn't stop searching for their family. Please wait a second. Ji Yuning opened her mouth all of a sudden. We can go with you. Ji Yuning wanted to go there not because she was kind and wanted to help He Hongji find He Xiang, but because she was interested in the island. He Hongji hesitated for a second, then agreed. No problem. He Hongji understood that they weren't ordinary people and he believed that they could be very helpful. Afterwards, He Hongji told He Yishao to make the arrangements, and that they would leave for the island from the He family's private pier after the meal. Before the dishes were placed on the table, Ji Yuning took out a porcelain bottle with 3 pills inside. She handed it to He Hongji. Master He, if you're willing to trust me, you can use this medicine, and it might help your hearing recover. Ji Yuning had made so much money because of the He family, so she would do something for them as well. In addition, it wasn't a big deal in her eyes, and she could also maintain a good relationship with them. The more connections she had, the more successful her career would be. Really, He Xin was excited hearing that. He Hongji, however, was struck dumb for a second, and didn't take the bottle at once. Is this medicine the one that you just gave He Hongyuan? He Hongyuan soon woke up after taking this pill, and felt much better than ever. He Hongji thought that it was very unbelievable, but didn't think further. When Ji Yuning gave him the bottle of pills, he suddenly had hope. After that, he took it without delay and thanked Ji Yuning. Thank you so much, Miss Ji Yu. He had witnessed the effect of this medicine, so he didn't doubt whether it was harmful to his body. He Xin also trusted Ji Yuning, so she didn't stop He Hongji. You're welcome, Ji Yuning said. Take a pill every 3 days. Can I take one right now? He Hongji couldn't wait to try it. He Hongji opened the porcelain bottle at once, and poured a pill out. The power crystal was transparent, and looked like a diamond. The moment the pill was put into his mouth, it melted and a flow of coolness spread through his body like lightning, which was quite comfortable. He Hongji was losing his hearing because of a kind of medicine, but he didn't know when he had been affected by it. He only knew that He Hongyuan was involved in it. It wasn't a serious, nor minor problem. He could still hear sounds, and communicate with others, but wasn't able to tell the numbers of the dice by hearing it. He Hongyuan was best at Sikbo among all the forms of gambling that he could play, and Sikbo had a high requirement for hearing. He had turned to doctors for help, but even the doctors weren't sure whether his hearing could recover. After the medical treatment, his hearing got a little better, but he still couldn't tell the numbers of the dice by hearing it. Actually, his hearing problem wouldn't affect the He family's business. It was He Hongyuan who added fuel to the fire and caused big trouble for the He family. "How do you feel, father?" He Xin stared at He Xin. She was even more nervous than her father. "I won't be effective within such a short time," Ji Yuning said, and felt amused. He Xin was slightly embarrassed and smiled. "Well, I do feel comfortable and energetic after taking the pill," He Hongji said with excitement. Although he had a problem with his hearing, his body wasn't in a good condition either. Because of long-lasting worries, he felt exhausted all day. However, he was full of energy now. "Wow, it's so good." He Xin was also thrilled. "Miss Ji Yu, this medicine is so unbelievable. How did you get it?" He Hongji asked. He hoped that he could get more of it. If it was possible, he wanted to buy a large amount of it. Ji Yuning understood, but she couldn't satisfy his need. It's a gift from my master, and I don't know how she got it, but my master has already passed away. I only have a small amount of it myself," Ji Yuning said with a sad face. Hearing that, He Hongji stopped asking about it. Ji Yuning was a very outstanding young girl, so he was unwilling to damage their relationship. Chapter 891, The Gambling Magnate of City M. When the gambling competition was over in the He family's casino, some people posted pictures and short videos of it on the internet. The new god of gamblers. She 1.7 billion yuan after playing 3 forms of gambling against Fan Zihao, who is the ex-apprentice of the gambling magnate of City M. This woman never loses. An unbelievable woman with unbelievable gambling skills, Tang Aining. Posts about Tang Aining and the gambling competition between He Hongyuan and He Hongji soon went viral. OMG, 1.7 billion yuan. It's an astronomical number. How could she be so lucky? I think she'll be the next god of gamblers. She's only in her late 20s. It's so unbelievable. I couldn't believe it either. At the same time, some people still had doubts. Did she cheat? It's the He family's casino. I think it's easy for them to cheat. However, some people retorted at once. She didn't cheat at all. I was there myself, and they checked the machines every time before the game began. I think you're just jealous of her, because she's too outstanding. Don't you know who Fan Zihao is? He's the ex-apprentice of the gambling magnate in City M. He would know if she cheated. Fan Zihao was a well-known, skilled gambler in HK, so many people had heard his name. Reading the above comments, more and more internet users started to believe that Tang Aining had relied on her own ability to win the competition. As the gambling magnate in HK, He Hongji was a household name. Once the news of the competition went abroad, people who were involved in the gambling industry paid a lot of attention to it. The name, Tang Aining, gained a lot of attention as well. They were all stunned by her gambling skills. Outsiders might not be able to see whether Tang Aining had cheated in the competition, but insiders were all aware that it was impossible. Therefore, the majority in the gambling industry believed that Tang Aining was a talented gambler. Within a short time, the news got the attention of the gambling magnate of City M. The gambling magnate of City M was also the god of gamblers for many years, because nobody could replace him. Since he had stayed in that high position for too long, he felt a little lonely and sought for competitors. Nevertheless, nobody could beat him in a gambling game. Therefore, Ji Yuning's appearance aroused the interest of the gambling magnate of City M. Although he had done it before with He Hongji, it was a tie-in. They had just played Sikbo. He hadn't enjoyed himself back then. Because the gambling magnate of City M and He Hongji were acquaintances, they had each other's phone number, so he called He Hongji right after he read the news. When He Hongji received the call from the gambling magnate of City M, he had just separated from Ji Yuning's group, who were on the way to the island. He Xin didn't go to the island along with them, because he was an old man after all. He Hongji was surprised to hear from the gambling magnate of City M, but he somewhat guessed the reason. He was right. The gambling magnate of City M called because of Ji Yuning. The news was too shocking, so it was understandable that the gambling magnate of City M was interested in it. In addition, he thought that it was a good chance for Ji Yuning. Nevertheless, he wasn't with Ji Yuning now, so he couldn't let Ji Yuning talk to the gambling magnate of City M on the phone. And as for Ji Yuning's phone number, Hongji wouldn't give it to anyone without her permission, so he told the gambling magnate of City M that he would pass on his invitation to Ji Yuning. The gambling magnate of City M understood, and was willing to wait for Ji Yuning's answer. Hongji called Ji Yuning later. Miss Ji Yu, the gambling magnate of City M just called me and invited you to have a gambling competition with him. What do you think? Hongji asked. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was a little surprised, but soon figured out why. It's my honor to have a competition with the gambling magnate of City M. However, please don't tell him my real name, and give him the phone number that I use as Tang Aining, Ji Yuning said. No problem, Hongji said. Afterwards, Ji Yuning told Hongji the phone number that she used as Tang Aining before she hung up the call. Chapter 892, Search around the small island. Hongji called the gambling magnate of City M back at once. The gambling magnate of City M was worried that Tang Aining might turn him down, because he knew little about her. Hongji gave him Tang Aining's phone number a while later. The gambling magnate of City M then called Tang Aining without delay. The gambling magnate of City M was named Yi Chaoshang. He was 57 years old and several years older than Hongji. When Ji Yuning received Yi Chaoshang's call, she had already been on the He family's yacht with the others for a short while. Hi, who is this? Ji Yuning answered his call. Hi, Miss Tang, I'm Yi Chaoshang, Yi Chaoshang said in a deep calm voice. He sounded serious and powerful but not threatening. Nice to hear from you, Mr. Yi, Ji Yuning said with confidence and politeness. She didn't think that she was inferior to him. From the simple sentence, Yi Chaoshang could already feel that the person wasn't simple at all. Miss Tang, I bet that you must know why I called you, Yi Chaoshang said. He stopped for a second, then continued, I just read the news that you had a gambling competition with Fan Zihao, and that you didn't lose once. Would you mind playing around with me? Yi Chaoshang was very kind and polite. He wouldn't force her to gamble with him. It's my honor to gamble with Mr. Yi, but I think that there should still be a bet since it's gambling, Ji Yuning said. She wouldn't waste time on gambling without making any money. Of course, Yi Chaoshang said. He also thought it would be boring if there was no bet. Well, Mr. Yi, when do you want to have the competition? Ji Yuning asked. The sooner, the better. I'm free every day. It depends on your free time, Yi Chaoshang said. I'm sorry, I'm occupied right now. Can I call you back when I'm done? Ji Yuning asked. She wasn't sure whether they could find He Saiyang this time, and how much time it would take. No problem. Please feel free to call me. Yi Chaoshang was very considerate. After that, they hung up the call at the same time. Ji Yuning went back to the cabin, and sensed the tense atmosphere inside. He Yishao didn't know that Leng Xiaoting was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, so he kept talking to Ji Yuning right in front of him. Ji Yuning had done the He family a great favor, so He Yishao was very grateful to her. Moreover, He Yishao admired Ji Yuning for her outstanding gambling skills, so he treated her with a lot of enthusiasm. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting directly took action to show his ownership of Ji Yuning. He pulled Ji Yuning aside without saying a word and left He Yishao there alone in embarrassment. Seeing her boyfriend being jealous again, Ji Yuning didn't know what to say. After knowing that they were a couple, He Yishao also realized that his behavior was a little inappropriate. Well, you're going to make a fortune again, He said to Ji Yuning. She believed that Ji Yuning was the best gambler she had ever seen. Why are you so confident in me? Ji Yuning was amused. Ha ha, you're the best gambler in the world in my eyes, He said. Only Ji Yuning could correctly tell the specific numbers on the dice every time during Sikbo. Only Ji Yuning could be so lucky as to win the most bets in 5-card stud. Only Ji Yuning could make money every time playing the slot machine and even win all the chips in the prize pool. It was a 1 in a million chance that a person could do that after all. Ji Yuning smiled, but didn't explain it. You're famous now, and there will be more and more skilled gamblers who want to compete against you. You'll make endless money. He said. She was envious, but not jealous of Ji Yuning. Money was a good thing, but it came with a price. Ji Yuning was indeed famous now, but it brought her trouble as well. Many people in this world would do illegal things to get rid of their enemies or people who stood in their way of their own benefits. Thinking of that, He was worried about Ji Yuning's safety. You must be very careful from now on. I will, don't worry. Ji Yuning was grateful that He cared about her. In fact, it was very hard for others to hurt Ji Yuning, unless they could kill her within a second. As long as she had time, she could save her life with magical power on her own. Leng Xiaoting remained silent, but thought to himself that he would do everything to protect his girl. After that, they talked about their plan to find He Xiang. We need to discuss our plan to find my younger brother now, because signals are very weak on the island. Whether we can find him during the day or not, we must meet back at the shore before the sky gets dark. It's very dangerous to stay on the island at night. There are beasts, He Yishao said. Although he was anxious about his younger brother's safety, he also cared about his friends. They didn't know whether He Xiang was still safe, but none of them should be put in danger either. Chapter 893, An Underground Room. Well, I hope that you all can listen to me this time, Ji Yuning said with a serious face. What do you plan to do? He Yishao asked. Everyone looked at Ji Yuning. Xiaoting and I will land on the island first, and the rest of you can stay on the yacht. If He Xiang is kept on the island, He Hongyuan's people must be there as well. If we all go on to the island, they will probably steal our yacht and leave here with He Xiang. If so, we can't rescue He Xiang, or chase them without a yacht, Ji Yuning said. It's very dangerous if only the two of you go search for him on the island. He Yishao was worried. Yeah, He agreed. We don't know how many people they have. If only the two of you go, it is really very dangerous. Relax, even if the rest of you fight together against only the two of us, you won't win, Ji Yuning said. She wasn't being arrogant, she was only telling the truth. Hearing that, He Yishao and the others rounded their eyes in shock. How good are they at fighting? Although he and He were bad at fighting, they brought 10 bodyguards with them, who were great security guards. In ordinary people's eyes, those bodyguards were threatening enough. However, they were merely nobody in Ji Yuning's eyes. Oh, did you beat Hong Yufei's people down within a minute outside Gonghao Hotel that day? He suddenly remembered. Well, I think you're right. We're not your match at all, He said. Hearing that, He Yishao was surprised. Hong Yufei's people were all good at fighting. If Ji Yuning was able to beat them down within a minute, she must be super good at martial arts. My hearing and sense of smell are better than that of ordinary people too, but it could affect my judgment if there are too many people around me. Whether we can find him or not, we'll come back after 2 hours, Ji Yuning said at the end. He Xiang was on the island now, so He Hongyuan's people must be there too. In case any accidents happened, Ji Yuning told Gao Yi and Chao Ya to stay in the yacht with the others. He and He Yishao agreed. Gao Yi and Chao Ya listened to Ji Yuning, so they stayed in the yacht as she told them to. After that, Ji Yuning walked aside with Chao Ya, and secretly gave her a gun. She took this gun away from a bunch of bad guys before. It wasn't the one that Leng Xiaoting gave her. Chao Ya was surprised that Ji Yuning carried a gun with her without anyone finding it, but she knew that she shouldn't ask further about it. Around a dozen minutes later, the yacht moved near to the small island. It was a cloudy day, and the sky was covered by layers of mist, which looked mysterious and solemn. Ji Yuning told He Yishao to sail around the small island for a round. She needed to have a look first. When the yacht moved around the small island, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to observe it. However, because of the distance and mist, Ji Yuning couldn't see very far with her jade eyes. Although this island wasn't very large, it was quite rugged. Waves were violently beating the rocky reefs at the edge of this island. People could get through from some places, but it was very dangerous to just go close to it. There was also a large area of cliff, which was nearly 40 meters tall with rocks under it as well. After moving around the island once, the yacht could only stop at the beach that was around 20 meters long with a few rocks. It was the only access to the small island. Both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting took a dagger with them, then got off the yacht together. Although He Xin and He Yishao believed that they could protect themselves well, they were still worried about them. "Don't worry, we will." Ji Yuning comforted them, then walked into the dense trees with Leng Xiaoting. Once they entered the small island, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to scan around. Leng Xiaoting was also checking the surroundings. Even though he didn't have jade eyes, he had acute senses. They moved side by side, because they could protect each other. The roads on the island were a little rough, but it was nothing to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Occasionally, a poisonous snake came out at short notice. Although Leng Xiaoting cut it in half every time, Ji Yuning was still slightly scared by it. She wasn't afraid of snakes, but thought that they were disgusting. After walking a third of the island, they still found nobody on it, so they went to an ancient house with a yard the size of a basketball field that Shen Zhaoshuan had told Ji Yuning. This island wasn't big after all, so this house looked big on the undeveloped land. There were few people on this island because it hadn't been developed yet. The house was still in good condition, and people could directly stay inside after cleaning it. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see inside of the house at once, but saw nobody. Instead, she found a clean room in the house, and it was obvious that some people were staying there. She believed that they must be He Hongyuan's people. Nevertheless, the room was empty now. Those people must have hidden away after noticing their yacht. Ji Yuning was surprised that He Hongyuan's people knew that they were on the island. Some of them must have been keeping watch by the sea just then, and hid away the second any ships moved near. Afterwards, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the underground area. Normally, there were underground rooms or passages in ancient houses of this kind. She wanted to see whether they hid themselves somewhere like that. She was right. There was indeed an underground room. It wasn't big, and was about 10 square meters large. There were people hiding inside whispering to each other, but Ji Yuning wasn't able to hear their conversation. What confused Ji Yuning was that He Xiang wasn't among them. Is He Xiang being kept somewhere else? Chapter 894. Catch 3 people. Since she found them, there was no reason for Ji Yuning to let them go. She should catch them and force them to tell her where He Xiang was. I think they must have noticed us when our yacht came close and hid themselves somewhere around here. This is an ancient house, so there could be underground rooms or passages. We can search around to see whether they are hiding here, Ji Yuning said. Although she clearly knew where those people were hiding, she had to search for them in order to keep her jade eyes a secret. She wasn't fully prepared yet to tell Leng Xiaoting everything about her. If it was possible, she hoped that no one else would know about her rebirth and jade eyes. No problem. Leng Xiaoting had the same idea, then started searching. There weren't many rooms in the house, so it didn't take them a long time. Within 10 minutes, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning found the room above the underground room. This room is obviously cleaner than others. They must have stayed here before, Leng Xiaoting said with certainty. Afterwards, they began to search for doors to the underground room. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes and found the access to the underground door at once, but she couldn't go and open it right away. Instead, she pretended that she was searching for it before she uncovered it. There was a slightly protruding brick at the right corner of the door to the underground room. Xiaoting, look at this brick. It looks different from the others, and I think it might be a switch or something, Ji Yuning said. Leng Xiaoting walked over, and saw that the brick was indeed different. Step backwards. Let me try it. He was afraid that it was a trap, so he told Ji Yuning to step back. Ji Yuning knew that it was safe, but felt touched that he was willing to protect her. She moved backwards, and Leng Xiaoting walked forward to press on the brick. With a loud sound, the wall opened like a door. The noise alarmed everyone in the underground room. They looked at each other, but didn't dare to say a word. Since the person knew about the access to this underground room, they thought that the newcomer should be one of their party. Even so, they still hid in a closet in case any accidents happened. If the person who was walking inside was a stranger, they would kill him or her. After the door was opened, there was a 2-meter high, half a meter wide, and 6-meter long passage. It was completely dark inside, so Ji Yuning took out her night luminescent pearl to light the way before she walked in with Leng Xiaoting. With the help of her jade eyes, she noticed that the three of them were hiding in the closet. After walking through the passage, they were in the middle of the underground room. The three men in the closet saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting through some gaps, and they were stunned by the night luminescent pearl in Ji Yuning's hand. What is this? It's so bright. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were obviously strangers, because He Hongyuan had told them that he would send people that they knew if he was going to send people to help them. Get out now. I know that you're hiding in the closet. Ji Yuning looked at the closet. Leng Xiaoting also had the feeling that some people were hiding in the closet, so he wasn't surprised when Ji Yuning said that. Hearing that, the three men in the closet were shocked. Since they were exposed, there was no need for them to hide any longer. When they walked out, each of them held a short sword in hand, which was used to protect themselves from poisonous snakes and wild animals. In addition, they could use it to catch food since they lived on seafood here. Who are you? What are you doing here? One of the three men asked Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Where is he Xiang? Ji Yuning moved a step closer, facing them. The three of them were surprised when they heard that the people came here for He Xiang. However, they had no intention to tell Ji Yuning the truth. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't know He Xiang. Oh, really? Ji Yuning didn't believe a single word he said. I don't know him, the man insisted. However, their surprised faces already betrayed them when they heard He Xiang's name just then. Don't regret, Ji Yuning sneered, then gave Leng Xiaoting a glance. Without delay, Leng Xiaoting attacked the three men. Ji Yuning also moved to catch them. Although the three men weren't weak, they were barely comparable to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, so they were soon beaten down on the ground. After that, Ji Yuning took out ropes, and tied them up. The three men were astonished again by Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's high level of martial arts. Tell us, where He Xiang is. Ji Yuning coldly questioned them. We don't know. They still refused to tell Ji Yuning where He Xiang was. If you don't know, what are you doing on this deserted island? Ji Yuning asked with a sneer. We're gravediggers and we heard that there are real antiques on this island, so we came here to search for treasure, one of them said. Gravediggers? Don't you think that I've seen a gravedigger before? Don't lie to my face, Ji Yuning said. The man was struck dumb. Are you going to tell us, or not? If not, we can bury you right here. Ji Yuning threatened them. It's illegal to kill people. They still tried to struggle. Chapter 895, He Xiang escaped, it's illegal. I'm not afraid of the law at all. Ji Yuning arrogantly said to frighten them. Sometimes, it was necessary to be cruel. Ji Yuning wouldn't promise that she wouldn't kill people, but the person had to be her enemy or a criminal before she killed. The three men didn't know how to retort now. Since Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting came here to find He Xiang, they must have some relationship with the He family. The He family was a well-known, influential family in HK, and it was very easy for them to kill and bury three unimportant people. They hesitated. Oh, by the way, He Hongyuan lost the gambling competition, so he can barely protect himself now, let alone you, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, the three of them were in despair. Master Hongyuan lost. They had received He Hongyuan's call an hour ago, and He Hongyuan ordered them to find He Xiang as soon as possible. It sounded like it was an emergency. They wondered back then whether He Hongyuan had already lost the competition, otherwise he wouldn't have given that urgent order. If He Hongyuan was the winner, he wouldn't ask for He Xiang in such a hurry. They were worried that they would live a bad life if He Hongyuan lost. So although they didn't know the final result of the competition, they still had to do their job well. However, now Ji Yuning told them that He Hongyuan was the loser, and they started to panic. After hesitating for a while, they gave in. Will you let us go if we tell you the truth? As long as He Xiang is safe and sound. Your lives will be safe at least, Ji Yuning said. It wasn't up to her how to punish them. The three men didn't know whether they should trust Ji Yuning, but they could at least stay alive if they told her the truth. They didn't dare to fight back after all. The three of them exchanged a glance with each other. Seeing that, Ji Yuning thought that He Xiang was in danger, so she was annoyed at once. Is He Xiang in danger? Leng Xiaoting was a little jealous that Ji Yuning cared about He Xiang so much, although he knew that she was just helping the He family. No, they denied it without hesitation. If Ji Yuning believed that they had hurt He Xiang, they would be killed right away. He Xiang just had some minor injuries, but he escaped yesterday afternoon. We've been searching for him all day, but he's nowhere to be found. What? He escaped? Ji Yuning cocked her eyebrow. Are you telling me the truth? Yes. Although we captured He Xiang, we didn't dare to do anything to him without Master Hongyuan's order. He Xiang escaped yesterday when we weren't paying attention to him. 10 of us have searched for him for a long time, but he's still missing. The 3 of us went to the beach to search for him because it's the only access to this island, but we noticed a yacht, so we ran back and hid. He's still missing. Ji Yuning frowned. It wasn't good news. There were poisonous snakes and wild animals on this island. Besides, he could also fall down the cliffs and be washed away by the waves. Let's go search for him somewhere else. Ji Yuning said to Leng Xiaoting, and was about to leave. Just as she turned, she stopped and coldly looked at the 3 men. You better stay here. If any of you wants to run away, your life will be in danger. Good luck. Afterwards, she left the underground room with Leng Xiaoting. The 3 men were scared, because they knew that there couldn't be only 2 of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting on this island. They must have come with their people as well. Besides, they were fastened by ropes right now. A short while later, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting ran into 2 men. It was obvious that the 2 men didn't know that there were strangers on this island, so they swaggered over. We've searched around this island, but He Xiang is still nowhere to be found. I'm exhausted, Man A complained in annoyance. He couldn't wait to have a rest. Although this island isn't very large, it isn't easy to find someone. Come on, we still have to keep on searching. It's Master Hongyuan's order anyway, Man B said. Tai Zhe, why did Master Hongyuan order us to find He Xiang as soon as possible all of a sudden? Did he lose the competition, so he wants to hold He Xiang hostage? Man A guessed. Stop guessing randomly, we just need to do our job. Man B thought that they better not discuss the topic. Man A pulled his lips. He was a little displeased. Who are you? They finally noticed a man and a woman standing not too far from them. We came here to find you, Ji Yuning said, then walked towards them, followed by Leng Xiaoting. Who the hell are you? Man A asked again. Ji Yuning didn't bother to waste time on them. She gave Leng Xiaoting a glance again, and they attacked the 2 men at the same time. Seeing that, the 2 men fought back at once, but were soon under Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's control. Ji Yuning also tied them up with ropes before she gagged their mouths with rags. She knew that they didn't know where was He Xiang, so she and Leng Xiaoting kept on searching for He Xiang after tying them up properly. After walking for a while, they encountered another 2 men, and Ji Yuning directly tied them to a tree. They had searched for nearly 2/3 of the island, but still failed to find He Xiang. That being the case, it was very likely that He Xiang was in danger. Chapter 896, Find He Xiang. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes along the way, so she could see every corner on and under the ground. There could be caves or tunnels after all. A short while later, a secret passage appeared in Ji Yuning's sight. It was 2 meters high and around a meter wide. Seeing it, Ji Yuning walked inside. The secret passage led back to the direction of the ancient house, but Ji Yuning didn't know the specific location of its end because it was too far away. However, she found that it led towards the sea. They walked ahead for around 20 meters, before reaching an empty cavern. It was very high, with its top being about 30 meters above the ground. It was also very large. At the bottom of it was a puddle, and a boat was stopped on it. Piles of wooden boxes were placed in the boat. The second Ji Yuning found out what was in the boxes, she got excited. This was a treasure trove. There was another underpass in the cavern, which was much wider and higher than the previous one. Its height was about 5 meters and the width was a little more than 3 meters, which was big enough to accommodate the boat. The second underpass was a narrow waterway that led to the seaside. Ji Yuning knew that there were rocks at the seaside, so this boat couldn't leave. Luckily, water flowed freely beneath the waterway to the sea, so Ji Yuning could get inside by swimming. Ningning, what's wrong? Leng Xiaoting was a little worried when Ji Yuning gazing into space for a long time. Oh, nothing. Ji Yuning turned to look at him. Since Ji Yuning said that she was fine, Leng Xiaoting didn't ask further. Even though Ji Yuning ached to get those valuable things, she had to find He Xiang first, and she would come back again when she was free in the future. They only had an hour left now, and they had to find He Xiang as soon as possible. In the beginning, Ji Yuning was confident that they could find He Xiang within 2 hours, but now she was losing her confidence. He Xiang escaped, so Ji Yuning was anxious that something bad might have happened. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning went to the reefs by the sea, and saw 2 wolves walking around a sharp rock. It seemed like they were looking for something. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes at once, and was frightened the moment she saw what was there. Just below the reef, there was a black hole, which wasn't large. It was about 1 meter long and 1 meter high, but half of it was filled with cold water. And in it was a young man with a pale face trembling from the cold. He was still conscious without serious injuries or illnesses. The man was precisely He Xiang who they were searching for. If Ji Yuning didn't have a pair of jade eyes, nobody would find out that He Xiang was inside even if he died. Ordinary people wouldn't go near because of the wolves. Wolves are sensitive to blood and smells. Why don't we go down there to have a look? Ji Yuning said. Sure. Leng Xiaoting followed Ji Yuning, walking over. As for the 2 wolves, they weren't afraid of them at all. Once the 2 wolves sensed that humans were coming closer, they turned to glare at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, then howled loudly. They were saying that they were the rulers of this place, and forbade other animals from coming closer. The 2 men who were also looking for He Xiang stopped without delay after hearing the wolves howl. They were frightened, and turned in another direction at once. Even He Xiang who was hiding under the reef trembled in fear. If it hadn't been for the wolves, he wouldn't have been hiding under the reef all this time. The cold was killing him. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked towards them step by step with a dagger squeezed in their hands. They fixed their eyes on them, trying to scare them away. Although Leng Xiaoting could directly shoot them with a gun, they didn't want to kill them if they could chase them away. If they refused to leave, he would consider shooting at them. They were violent animals, but they were also innocent. The 2 wolves felt Ji Yuning's and Leng Xiaoting's strong power, so they subconsciously stepped backwards. However, they didn't run away. Instead they attacked Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting the next second. Leng Xiaoting had to pull out his gun and shoot one of them. With a loud gunshot, a wolf fell on the ground and rolled a distance away. A gunshot. He Xiang was stunned, and he knew that someone was coming with a gun. It was a good thing for him if the wolves left, but he didn't know whether the person was his enemy or friend, so he remained silent. The 2 men who came here to search for He Xiang were also scared. They looked at each other, but didn't know what to do next. Why was there a gunshot? None of our team has a gun, Man Si said. Is there a stranger on this island? Man Di said. Do we need to have a look? Man Si asked. I don't think we should. Man Di thought that they should protect themselves first. Right, we better hide first, Man Si said. Leng Xiaoting moved his gun to aim at the other wolf. Ji Yuning also threw her dagger to hit the wolf. Under the attack of a gun and a dagger, the wolf fell on the ground in pain. Although the 2 wolves weren't dead yet, they couldn't get back to their paws. Chapter 897, He Xiang is rescued. There was a short distance between the reef and the sea. Although waves kept hitting it, half of the hole was still empty, otherwise He Xiang would already have been drowned. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting observed the reef for a while first to see whether it was different from others. They soon noticed that there was a separate rock placed on it. It was supposed to be the entrance of the hole, but He Xiang closed it with a rock to prevent others from finding him. The entrance was wide enough for a person to get in, and the rock placed on it was as big as a 20-inch suitcase. Ordinary people probably wouldn't notice the difference, because they weren't able to see the hole under the rock. Thanks to the 2 wolves, Ji Yuning had an excuse to point the difference out. Why don't we move the rock away? Ji Yuning proposed. Sure, let me do it, Leng Xiaoting said. Although the waves were loudly hitting the reef, Xianxia still heard Ji Yuning's conversation with Leng Xiaoting. He was surprised that they could notice that the rock was unusual. Once the rock was moved away, he would be exposed. Given his condition now, it was impossible for him to fight back. Leng Xiaoting soon turned the rock over, and the hole under it appeared in Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's sight, which surprised Leng Xiaoting. He couldn't believe that there was a large hole under the reef. Xianxia was hiding in the farthest corner, so Leng Xiaoting didn't find him at first glance. Without hesitation, Leng Xiaoting stuck his head inside, and found a person sitting there looking at him. Xianxia. Leng Xiaoting recognized him the second he saw his face, because he memorized Xianxia's photo before he came. To Leng Xiaoting's astonishment, Xianxia was right in this hole. Hearing that, Ji Yuning looked inside as well. Although she already knew it, she still had to pretend that she was surprised too. Oh, he's here. Hearing them calling his name, Xianxia was struck dumb. He had a feeling that they were looking for him. We're your family's friends. Your older brother, Yishao, and your younger sister, Xin, are here with us. They are waiting in a yacht by the beach. I know that you don't feel safe, so I can call them for you to hear their voices, Ji Yuning said, and took out her phone to call Xin, then put it on speaker. She didn't have Yishao's phone number, so she could only call Xin. And because they were by the sea now, the reception wasn't bad. Xianxia started to believe that they were here to help him out when Ji Yuning took out her phone. Yishao and the others had waited for an hour and a half in the yacht, which was a torture, but they had to be patient. The brothers in the He family and He Hongji's generation didn't get along, but things were different in He Yishao's generation. He Yishao and his siblings got along very well, and they wouldn't fight against each other for family properties. He Yishao was good at business, while Xianxia was talented at gambling. Xianxia wasn't interested in, nor good at running a company, and he just wanted to live a simple, rich life. When Xianxia's phone rang, she picked it up at once. Ji Yuning, how is it? Xianxia almost cried when he heard Xianxia's voice, and relaxed a lot. We just found him, and he's lightly injured. We'll bring him back soon, Ji Yuning said. Really? Thanks. Xin burst into tears of joy. Xianxia felt like crying too. He thought that he would never get back to his family. Can I talk to him? Yishao grabbed Xianxia's phone. Sure, but please wait a moment, Ji Yuning said, then looked at Xianxia. You should believe me this time. Get out now. Xianxia trusted her, and got out of the hole at once. Leng Xiaoting reached out an arm to help him out because his limbs were sore. Ji Yuning already put her phone on speaker, so Xianxia could directly talk to his older brother without holding the phone. Yishao, it's Xianxia. I'm fine. Xianxia choked. Great, Xianxia. Yishao also choked. After hanging up the call, Yishao called He Hongji without delay. Ji Yuning took out a power crystal and gave it to Xianxia. Take it, and your body will be much better. Thanks. Xianxia didn't wonder if there was any problem with this medicine. He thanked Ji Yuning before he directly swallowed it. Since they came here to bring him home, there was no need for them to hurt him. The second he put the pill into his mouth, he felt a flow of coolness spreading across his body. He was regaining his energy and didn't feel tired any longer. Wow, this. Xianxia looked at Ji Yuning with surprise. This medicine is so effective. How do you feel now? Can you walk on your own? Ji Yuning asked. Sure I can. Xianxia stood up at once, then stretched his arms. He even felt more energetic than usual now. Chapter 898,898 Talkative Xianxia, let's go now. Ji Yuning said. Sure. Xianxia said, then walked back with them. As for those valuable objects, Ji Yuning couldn't take them away right now. She decided to come alone in the future. If she came here alone, she could directly put them into her telepathic eye space, which would be the easiest way for her to move them back to her place. I just heard Xin call you Ji Yuning, so your name is Ji Yuning, right? Xianxia was talkative, and chatted with Ji Yuning while they walked. Leng Xiaoting was always wearing a cold face, so he thought that Ji Yuning was more easygoing. Which city are you from? He Xiang asked. Well, I came here from City B, Ji Yuning said. Oh, City B is a very beautiful advanced city. I love it. He Xiang's eyes lit up. Although there were many local citizens in HK who hated people from other cities, He Xiang was different from them. He Xiang had visited many other cities before, and he enjoyed his trips. He loved beautiful nature views the most. You're welcome to visit City B. Ji Yuning said. Ha ha, thanks. Which city were you born in? I can visit your city once I'm free, and you can be my tour guide. How about it? He Xiang would like to be closer to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't think that it was a bad thing, but Leng Xiaoting was displeased. He coldly stared at He Xiang's back, which made He Xiang feel uneasy. However, He Xiang didn't think further about it. He just thought that he felt a little cold in his wet clothing. Ji Yuning also sensed Leng Xiaoting's dissatisfaction, but she could do nothing about it. Well, I'm afraid I don't have much time to be your tour guide. I'm always busy. Hearing that, He Xiang understood that she was declining. Oh, it's fine. If you're free, please give me a call. If not, I won't bother you, He Xiang said. He was very considerate and wouldn't interrupt Ji Yuning if she needed to deal with something serious. After walking ahead for a short while, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting noticed the two men not far from them, but the two men missed them. When He Xiang was about to say something again, Ji Yuning stopped him. There are two men ahead of us. Be quiet, Ji Yuning said. Knowing that, He Xiang shut his mouth at once. He didn't know that both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were excellent at fighting, so he was afraid that He Hongyuan's people would catch him again. Xiaoting, tie them for now, Ji Yuning said, and took out ropes from her backpack. Those men just did their job, and they hadn't hurt He Xiang after all, so Ji Yuning wouldn't kill them. Nevertheless, they still abducted He Xiang, and she had to bring them back to let the He family deal with it. No problem. Leng Xiaoting took the ropes, then strode towards the two men. Ji Yuning, can he handle it? He Xiang was worried. Of course he can, Ji Yuning said. Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to hide his movements, so the two men soon noticed him. Who are you? The two men were alert the second Leng Xiaoting showed up. Leng Xiaoting ignored their question and directly attacked them. The two men fought back at once, but they were barely comparable to Leng Xiaoting, and were easily caught by him. Both of the men were struck dumb. Who the hell are you? Why did you catch us? Let me go. A man struggled. The He family, Leng Xiaoting coldly said. Hearing that, the two men closed their mouths in an instant. The He family catching them was obviously because of He Xiang. Leng Xiaoting pulled them back to Ji Yuning. No matter how unwilling the two men were, they had to follow Leng Xiaoting. He Xiang didn't notice how Leng Xiaoting beat them, but he saw Leng Xiaoting walking back with them tied up after just a minute, which shocked him. Jesus, he's so awesome. Ji Yuning smiled, but didn't say a word, and felt proud of her boyfriend. Before long, Leng Xiaoting pulled the two men in front of them, and the two men rounded their eyes in shock when they saw He Xiang. They had searched for He Xiang for so long in vain, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were able to find him before them. He Xiang, however, got angry when he saw the two men. I told you that I'd pay you back once I catch you. Saying that, He Xiang walked to them, then punched and kicked them with great force. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't stop him. Chapter 899,899 He Xiang talks too much. He Xiang didn't dare to fight against them if they weren't tied up, because he wasn't their match. However, they were tightly tied now, and weren't able to fight back, so He Xiang did everything he wanted to do to hurt them. Although He Xiang couldn't wait to kill them, he knew that it was illegal, so he stopped beating them after a while. After that, they walked together to the beach. Oh, why are my older brother and younger sister just waiting for me at the beach? He Xiang asked Ji Yuning all of a sudden. He Xiang felt a little uncomfortable when He Yishao and He Xin didn't come to search for him in person. Ji Yuning understood his feelings. I told them to do so, because we didn't know that you had already escaped. We thought that you were still captured by He Hongyuan's people. If we all left to search for you, He Hongyuan's people could escape with you in our yacht. We didn't want that to happen, and I was confident that we could find you within 2 hours, so I told them to wait for us in the yacht. Ji Yuning explained. Hearing that, He Xiang nodded and was cheered up. How did you know that I was under the reef? He Xiang asked again. Ji Yuning then told him that they saw the wolves, and He Xiang admired her and Leng Xiaoting more than ever now. Because Ji Yuning was talking with He Xiang the entire time, Leng Xiaoting felt utterly displeased. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, wore a resigned look. He Xiang was talking to her all the time, and she couldn't ignore him. He Xiang only remained silent for a minute, then asked Ji Yuning once more, "Oh, I heard that He Hongyuan had a competition against the He family for the leading position today. What's the result?" Although He Xiang was caught, he heard many discussions from He Hongyuan's people, so he managed to know something about the gambling competition. He cared about the result because he was a member of the He family after all. "Relax, the He family won," Ji Yuning said. "Really?" He Xiang beamed. "That's wonderful." The two men, who were He Hongyuan's people, were surprised to learn the news but soon accepted it. "I heard them say that my father's hearing isn't good now. Who helped my family to win the game? Is he a skilled gambler?" He Xiang asked. Although he was a talented gambler, he wasn't confident that he could beat Fan Zihao in the gambling competition. Ji Yuning thought that He Xiang talked too much, but she understood him. It was a very important event for his family. "I helped your family win the game," Ji Yuning said with a faint smile on her lips. "What?" He Xiang was shocked, because Ji Yuning was a female and she looked to be around 24 years old. Ji Yuning was still in the appearance of Tang Aining. If He Xiang found out that she was only 18, he would be stunned. "Yeah, it was me," Ji Yuning said, and felt amused by He Xiang's reaction. He Xiang was struck dumb for a few seconds before he asked, "How many rounds did you win?" "Almost every round. He barely won a few times," Ji Yuning said. It was the truth. Fan Zihao had just won a few times, and Ji Yuning won almost every round. Every round. He Xiang was short of words to describe how astonished he was right now. When He Xiang wanted to ask something again, he heard He Xian's voice. "Xiang." He Xin ran to He Xiang, followed by He Yishao and several bodyguards. He Yishao and He Xin got off the yacht once they knew that He Xiang was safe, and they walked to the beach, waiting for them. The second He Xiang showed up, He Yishao and He Xin got excited and ran towards him. There were 4 children in the He family. If they ranked according to their ages from the eldest to the youngest, they were He Yishao, He Xiang, He Xian, and He Xin. Among the 4 kids, He Yishao's name was different from the others, because there was no "Si" in his name. In fact, He Yishao was a half-brother of the other 3 kids of He Hongji. He Yishao's mother had postpartum hemorrhaging after his birth, and soon passed away. 3 years later, He Hongji married his second wife, who was He Yishao's 3 siblings' mother. He Hongji's second wife treated He Yishao very well, and regarded him as her own son. Mrs. He also taught her biological children not to take what didn't belong to them from the He family's properties. Therefore, the 4 siblings were very close. He Xian worked abroad as an internationally famous clothing designer, so she didn't know about what had happened to the He family yet. Xin, Yishao. He Xiang ran to He Yishao and He Xin at once, and totally forgot what he wanted to ask Ji Yuning. "Xiang, are you all right?" He Xin burst into tears. "Yeah, I'm fine." He Xiang hit his chest with his own fist to show that he was still strong. "All right, stop crying, my beautiful younger sister." "Ha ha." He Xin laughed with tears in her eyes. "Come on, let's go to the yacht. I need to take a warm shower right now," He Xiang said. Chapter 900,900 Leng Xiaoting meets Shu Jinlin. "All right, go have a warm shower. Don't catch a cold," He Yishao said. He Yishao was a grown-up man, so he wouldn't show his emotions on his face like He Xin, but he cared no less than He Xin did about He Xiang. "Bye-bye," He Xiang said, then walked to the bathroom, but he stopped after a few steps. Ji Yuning, I need to take a shower and change my clothes now," he said to Ji Yuning. "Great, bye," Ji Yuning said, and He Xiang left. He Xiang's behavior displeased Leng Xiaoting again. He Yishao and He Xin also exchanged a glance with each other. He Xiang treated Ji Yuning differently. However, no matter what He Xiang thought of Ji Yuning already had a boyfriend now. Even though they didn't know much about Leng Xiaoting, they understood that he must be very outstanding given Ji Yuning's unusual ability. Since the He family planned to maintain a good relationship with Ji Yuning, they better not annoy her. How will you deal with them? There are 10 of them in all. 3 are kept in the underground room of the ancient house, 4 are tied to trees, here are 2, and we haven't caught the last one yet, Ji Yuning said. Looking at He Hongyuan's people, both He Yishao and He Xin were mad. He Yishao said, they're unkind people, but Xiang is safe and sound now, so we can't kill them. We can let Xiang vent his anger after he puts on clean clothes, and we can throw their phones into the sea before we leave them on this island. It was the He family's family affair after all, so Ji Yuning agreed with them. Afterwards, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to have a rest on the yacht. I'm going to City M tomorrow, and I'll stay there for 2 days or so. Will you go there with me? Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting. I'm not sure yet. If I'm not assigned any tasks, I can go with you, Leng Xiaoting said. Once there was an important task, he had to go to fulfill it without hesitation. Around an hour later, they went back to HK. Today was also the opening day of Cami Beauty Salon in City B, which caused a sensation. Existing customers showed up first, along with several new customers. And many of them called their friends once they found out that the brand of skincare products used was Kuzi. More and more women became Kuzi's loyal fans after trying it on their faces. Within a short time, the large store was filled with people. Not every one of them would buy a whole set of Kuzi, but more than 2/3 of them did, which were very good sales. The store was always crowded during the morning, and none of the staff members had a break until noon. Luckily, they had eaten more at breakfast, so they weren't hungry. Manager Ding sent Ji Yuning many pictures which showed the popularity of the store when she was free. Seeing those pictures, Ji Yuning beamed with satisfaction. Why are you beaming? He Xin asked with curiosity. Ji Yuning looked at He Xin, and an idea dawned on her. What skincare brands do you use normally? Chanel, Dior, and so forth, but my skin doesn't get much better, He Xin said. She wasn't satisfied with her skin condition. Once she put on some makeup, it would soon be oily. I strongly recommend a new brand to you. Although it's new, it's going to be an international brand, Ji Yuning said, promoting her own brand. Really? What is it? As long as it's effective, I don't care whether it's famous or not, He Xin said, and her eyes lit up. She trusted Ji Yuning. It's called Kuzi, and you can search it on the internet, Ji Yuning said. Great. He Xin took out her phone at once. After reading many comments about Kuzi on the internet, He Xin had a good impression of it. Countless people said that Kuzi had saved their skin. In addition, the whole set of Kuzi skincare products was effective and functional. Many loyal fans of Kuzi also posted their before and after photos of their skins, which were quite persuasive. Is it really so effective? He Xin couldn't believe it. I have some of it with me right now, so you can try its facial masks, Ji Yuning said. Great, thanks. He Xin was excited. She would know its effect after trying it in person. When they were back in HK, it was already 6 p.m. He Yishao had told his people to prepare a meal for them, but he and He Xiang had to leave to deal with something else first. In order to show their politeness and sincerity, He Xin stayed. Ji Yuning didn't care about it, but it was impolite if she left right away. A group of them waited together for the elevator to come, but the man who walked out of it was surprised when the door of the elevator opened. He didn't expect to meet Leng Xiaoting here. The man was precisely Xu Jinlin. Chapter 901,901 A New Girlfriend. Xu Jinlin was surprised to see Leng Xiaoting and the beautiful mature woman by his side. Isn't Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend Ji Yuning? Didn't he come here for Ji Yuning as well? Why is he holding another woman's hand? Isn't he afraid that he'll run into Ji Yuning in Gonghao Hotel? Ji Yuning still looked like Tang Aining now, so Xu Jinlin failed to recognize her. Gao Yi and Chao Ya weren't with Ji Yuning now either. Hi, Xiaoting. Xu Jinlin greeted Leng Xiaoting, but felt a little uneasy. Hi, Leng Xiaoting said. Xu Jinlin knew Leng Xiaoting very well, and he understood that Leng Xiaoting wasn't talkative. And this? Xu Jinlin looked to Ji Yuning. My girlfriend, Leng Xiaoting replied, but didn't tell him her name. Oh, right. Xu Jinlin was shocked, but didn't show it on his face. He wondered whether Leng Xiaoting had a new girlfriend right after breaking up with Ji Yuning. Since when did Leng Xiaoting become a womanizer? Xu Jinlin was confused. Seeing Xu Jinlin's reaction, Ji Yuning was amused, but she still decided to joke with him. What? I am Xiaoting's girlfriend. Is there anything wrong with that? Of course not. Xu Jinlin denied at once. Well, since you're Xiaoting's friend, why don't we dine together? Ji Yuning said. When Xu Jinlin was about to decline, Leng Xiaoting opened his mouth again. Come on, join us. He grew up with Xu Jinlin too. Although they weren't as close as he was to Xu Jinchen, they were still good friends. Sure. Xu Jinlin had to accept. Afterwards, they took the elevator to the 5th floor, but Xu Jinlin kept thinking about Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, when are you leaving? My father is inviting you to join us for lunch tomorrow in our family's house, he said all of a sudden. What? Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Xu Jinlin was surprised. He stared at Tang Aining, who looked totally different from Ji Yuning. He gave Xu Jinlin a glance. She didn't understand why Xu Jinlin reacted so strongly. It seemed like he knew Ji Yuning, but was not familiar with her. In fact, Ji Yuning wasn't in her usual appearance now, so others failed to recognize her. Before long, he figured it out, then laughed out loud. Oh, you didn't know that she is actually Ji Yuning, right? Are you Ji Yuning? Xu Jinlin observed, Tang Aining, but still couldn't believe it. Did she disguise herself? Ha ha, I am Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning couldn't help but laugh as well. How is it possible? Xu Jinlin rounded his eyes in shock. He had been through many shocking things before, but he was more shocked than ever this time. There is a powerful technique in the world called makeup, Ji Yuning said at this moment. The door of the elevator opened, and Leng Xiaoting held Ji Yuning's hand, walking out without delay. He and Xu Jinlin followed them at once. Wow, it's so amazing. Xu Jinlin said. He had to admit that he was amazed by Ji Yuning's skill in wearing makeup. To be honest with you, I also disguised my features, Ji Yuning said. Makeup wasn't enough to completely change her appearance. I'm short of words now, Xu Jinlin said. A while later, they walked into their private room, and he told the waiter to serve them dishes. Why don't you remove your makeup now? Leng Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning. He felt uncomfortable facing Ji Yuning while she had another woman's appearance. Sure. Ji Yuning smiled, then stepped towards the washroom. Once Ji Yuning was gone, Xu Jinlin said, I thought that you got a new girlfriend. It'll never happen, Leng Xiaoting said with determination, like he was making a vow. Feeling Leng Xiaoting's loyalty and sincerity, Xu Jinlin was impressed. As Leng Xiaoting's good friend, he also hoped that he could live a happy life. However, he didn't know much about Ji Yuning yet. She was so young after all, and anything could happen in the future. If Ji Yuning broke up with Leng Xiaoting, it would be super hard for him to fall in love with another girl. In that case, it was highly possible that Leng Xiaoting would stay alone for the rest of his life. Has she visited your family? Xu Jinlin asked. Not yet, Leng Xiaoting said, and felt a little upset. She won't visit my family until she's studying in university. From Leng Xiaoting's answer, Xu Jinlin sensed that he must be deeply in love with Ji Yuning. Have you visited her family? Xu Jinlin asked again. Xu Jinlin thought that it wasn't very likely because Ji Yuning was still young and her family probably wouldn't allow her to have a boyfriend at such an early age. Yeah, I have, Leng Xiaoting said. Hearing that, Xu Jinlin was astonished. At the same time, he felt happy for Leng Xiaoting because it proved that Ji Yuning took Leng Xiaoting seriously. Are her family supportive? Xu Jinlin asked with concern. Xu Jinlin was relieved. Leng Xiaoting understood that Xu Jinlin cared about him, so he was very patient in answering his questions. Chapter 902 Leng Xiaoting is jealous again. 2 minutes later, Gao Yi and Chao Ya joined them for the meal, and the dishes were all placed on the table as well. Ji Yuning tied her hair in a ponytail after removing her makeup, but didn't change her clothing. Seeing Ji Yuning's original face, everyone thought that she looked better now. Wow, Ji Yuning, your skin looks so good. He-Xin was envious of how smooth and shiny Ji Yuning's skin was without any makeup. Even though Ji Yuning was just 18, and her skin wouldn't be bad as a young girl, it was rare to see such flawless skin. I've been using Kuzi all the time, Ji Yuning said, and advertised her skincare brand. Really? He-Xin got excited. Kuzi. I heard it's a very popular skincare brand in the capital now, Xu Jinlin said. My mother, my aunt and my cousins are all using it. They told me that it's even better than those famous international skincare brands. To be honest with you, I'm a fan of its founder. Xu Jinlin admired the founder of Kuzi very much. What he didn't know was that its founder was right in front of his face. Since Xu Jinlin wasn't aware of that, Ji Yuning remained silent because she had no intention to show off. I think that Kuzi, given its unusually good effects, is qualified to be an international brand without doubt, but its prices are a little lower now. Many consumers use money to measure the quality of goods nowadays, so the majority of noble ladies and celebrities might not choose Kuzi because of its low prices. Xu Jinlin was interested in the skincare market. He was a businessman after all. There is nothing which can be liked by everyone in this world, except money. Rich people only account for a small amount of the population on this planet, so I think its prices are acceptable in most people's eyes. For example, let's say that there are 100 women, and celebrities along with noble ladies account for only 10% at most. About 20% are poor females who can't afford it. In that case, 70% are still potential customers. Small cities are excluded, and the average salary of office workers is above 7 or 8,000 yuan in big cities. A set of skincare products is 3 or 4,000 yuan, which can be used for 3 or 4 months. Sometimes, it could be half a year. All in all, it costs less than 1,000 yuan every month for them to buy Kuzi. Women are all willing to spend money on their appearances, but it isn't very likely that they will spend too much on skincare products. Among the 70% potential female customers, around 20% might think that it isn't necessary to spend thousands of yuan on skincare products, so only 50% of them could be loyal customers of Kuzi once they try it, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning planned to set prices which were acceptable in most people's eyes, because there was a huge gap between the rich and the common people after all. I think that people who value quality most won't pay much attention to the prices, Ji Yuning said at the end. You're really good at running a business. Xu Jinlin was greatly surprised. Actually, both of them were right, but their target consumers were different. Let's enjoy the meal. Leng Xiaoting interrupted them. He was jealous when Ji Yuning talked too much with other men, and hated being ignored. Ji Yuning sensed Leng Xiaoting's dissatisfaction, so she began to eat instead of talking to the others. Xu Jinlin also shut his mouth. Since Zuo Zhongkui was caught and He Xiang was back, the next step for the He family was to pay He Hongyuan back. He Hongji had already sent people to watch He Hongyuan, but for He Xiang's safety, he didn't do anything to hurt him yet. He Xiang was back now, so there was nothing he had to be worried about. He Hongyuan, however, didn't know that He Xiang was back, so he was still searching for He Xiang on the island. He believed that he could compete against He Hongji as long as he held He Xiang hostage. Therefore, he still stayed in his house. In a villa in the suburb, He Yishi and He Hongyuan were watching TV in the living room. All of a sudden, they heard noises of fighting from outside, and immediately walked out to have a look. Seeing their bodyguards fighting against a bunch of strangers, they were terrified. Dad! He Yishi hid behind He Hongyuan in fear. Their maid also ran back to the kitchen and didn't dare to show up again. Stop it! Stop it now! He Hongyuan was furious, but none of them listened to him. The group of strangers didn't stop until those bodyguards were all beaten down on the floor. Who are you? What are you doing here? He Hongyuan questioned them. At this moment, a door of the car that was parked by the gate of the villa opened, and He Hongji got out of it. The second He Hongji appeared, both He Hongyuan and He Yishi realized what was going on. Because they didn't know that He Hongji had already found He Xiang, they were confused as to why He Hongji dared to come. He Hongyuan clearly knew that He Hongji was aware that he was the mastermind behind the scheme, but He Hongji didn't have any proof. He still believed that he could use He Xiang to threaten He Hongji. Chapter 903,903 He Hongyuan as Ka He Hongji hadn't come to He Hongyuan's place before precisely because He Hongyuan had control of He Xiang. However, things were different now. He Hongji, what are you doing in my place? He Hongyuan questioned He Hongji. What do you think? He Hongji stared at He Hongyuan with a cold face. How could I know what you are doing? He Hongyuan said. He Hongyuan, you abducted Xiang and hurt my hearing on purpose. He Hongji raised his voice. He Hongyuan squinted, but denied it. Do you have any proof to prove that? I don't, but I know it's you, He Hongji said. Well, interesting. Since you don't have any proof, it's slander. He Hongyuan argued. Really? He Hongji sneered. I don't care about proof, because I know that you've done everything you could to hurt my family, and you must pay for what you've done. You. He Hongyuan was mad. He Hongji, you don't have proof, and it's illegal for you to hurt me. He Hongyuan said that because he was confident that He Hongji couldn't find any proof. I don't care. He Hongji sneered again, then gave an order. Take them back to the He family's ancestral shrine. Once they were taken back to the He family's ancestral shrine, it would be family affairs. As long as they weren't killed, even the police couldn't interfere in it. He Hongji could also lock them up forever. In fact, He Hongji had no intention to kill them, because it wasn't a good thing after all and would damage their family's reputation. He Hongyuan wanted to struggle, but he was just an old man. In the end, He Hongyuan and He Yishi were caught. Hong Yufei didn't pay attention to the He family's problem at all, because he was still resting in his house recovering. To be specific, he was having fun. He Yishi told him that she wasn't free today, so Hong Yufei called 2 prostitutes over to serve him. He had sex with them till he was exhausted, then went to have some sleep before he had sex with them again. He didn't feel bored at all. In the evening, Hong Yufei suddenly remembered the He family's problem and called He Yishi, but he couldn't get through to her. He then called his older brother asking about the He family's condition. Hong Yuehuan told him that He Hongyuan had lost the competition, and warned him not to socialize with He Yishi anymore. Hong Yufei listened to Hong Yuehuan this time. Actually, Hong Yufei didn't have much affection towards He Yishi, he just liked her performance in bed when they had sex. He knew that his family's benefits were much more important than a girlfriend, so he decided to dump He Yishi. He didn't lack women anyway. Hong Shitian thought for a whole day, but still didn't want to apologize in person. Instead, he called He Hongji that afternoon. Although He Hongji was disappointed in Hong Shitian, he knew that he shouldn't have a grudge against the Tiandawei. The Tiandawei was an influential gang in HK after all, and it could be very helpful in the future. He Hongji wouldn't stop cooperating with them in business, but they wouldn't be as close as usual anymore. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left together after the meal. Gao Yi and Chao Ya also went on a date, while He Xin and Xu Jinlin were left alone. However, He Xin needed to go home, and Xu Jinlin had to go to an appointment as well, so they didn't care about it. Oh, when will you go back to your city? Xu Jinlin asked before they left. We'll leave for City M tomorrow, Leng Xiaoting said. Great, I'm going to the capital tomorrow. Remember to call me when you're both in the capital, Xu Jinlin said. We will, Leng Xiaoting said. Why don't we go for a walk? Ji Yuning said to Leng Xiaoting. Sure. Leng Xiaoting held Ji Yuning's hand while walking out of the hotel. Cao Wenxin took a plane to the capital to visit Xinbei that afternoon. Xinbei stayed in the capital these days, and Cao Wenxin was free, so she went to visit him. Xinbei was waiting for her when she got off the flight. They went to dine together later, but ran into Yu Wenjing and Yu Wenkang in the restaurant. Yu Wenjing didn't leave the hospital until today, and Yu Wenkang brought her out to have some delicious food in order to cheer her up. To his surprise, they encountered Xinbei and Cao Wenxin. The second Yu Wenjing saw Cao Wenxin and Xinbei, she burst into tears. Wenjing, Yu Wenkang stopped her. Yu Wenjing understood that she shouldn't argue with the girl beside Xinbei, so she had to swallow her sadness. Xinbei's and Cao Wenxin's moods were affected when they saw Yu Wenjing, but they directly ignored her. After the meal, they went for a walk, then Xinbei brought Cao Wenxin back to his apartment. In the beginning, Cao Wenxin was unwilling to go to Xinbei's place, and told Xinbei to send her back to the Wangdeng Hotel, but Xinbei disagreed. Xinbei said, "We can only share some time together this afternoon and tonight. If you chase me away right now, our date will be too short." Cao Wenxin understood that they didn't have much private time, so she nodded in the end. Nevertheless, if they stayed alone in the same room, it was unavoidable to have sex. Although they had already made love before, Cao Wenxin still felt shy and uneasy thinking about it. "Am I your boyfriend or not?" Xinbei looked sad. "Of course," Cao Wenxin said. "Go back to my place with me, please." Xinbei almost begged. Cao Wenxin didn't want to hurt his heart, so she agreed. Xinbei beamed with happiness. Chapter 904,904 Skilled gamblers gather together. Once they were in the room, Xinbei pressed Cao Wenxin to his chest and kissed her with passion. "Wenxin, I love you." Xinbei's warm breath sprayed across Cao Wenxin's neck, and she felt slightly aroused. Do men always say that when you want to have sex, and then forget everything that you just said afterwards? Cao Wenxin said all of a sudden. She was a little upset now because she remembered what her friend's ex-boyfriend had said and done to her friend before. The man had said countless sweet nothings to her friend and made many promises, but dumped her friend right after they had sex. Xinbei was struck dumb for a second. He sensed that Cao Wenxin wasn't in a good mood. It seemed that she disliked hearing sweet nothings when they were kissing and touching each other sexually. Xinbei knew that Cao Wenxin hadn't been betrayed before, because she was still a virgin when they had sex. So it was very likely that she was affected by something that happened to her friends. "Wenxin, I understand your worries, but I treat you very seriously. Although we've only been together for a short time, I'm certain that you're the girl I want to spend the rest life with. If you don't believe my words, you can trust my uncle and your aunt," Xinbei said with sincerity. In case Cao Wenxin didn't believe him, he used the influence of his uncle and Cao Wenxin's aunt. It was true that they had only been boyfriend and girlfriend for a short time, but everything to Cao Wenxin was said in all sincerity. They might not be deeply in love yet. But Xinbei made up his mind to spend the rest of his life with Cao Wenxin. In addition, they weren't teenagers either, so neither of them had the intention to play around. If it was possible, Xinbei would be willing to propose to Cao Wenxin right now. In fact, Cao Wenxin believed every word that Xinbei told her. Girls lost their reason when they were in love after all. Therefore, she also thought that Xinbei was her Mr. Right. "If you dare to betray me, I promise that I'll castrate you," Cao Wenxin said. "Ha ha." Xinbei was amused. "Don't do that. I needed to have a happy sex life with you." Hearing that, Cao Wenxin flushed and Xinbei kissed her again. In the following hour, they enjoyed each other's body. The next morning, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the He family's house for the appreciation lunch. Once Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting showed up, He Hongji welcomed them with great enthusiasm and repeatedly thanked Ji Yuning. He thanked Ji Yuning for everything that she had done for the He family. Although he still couldn't tell the specific numbers of the dice by listening to it, his hearing was much better than before. He didn't have much hope that he could fully recover from his hearing problem. However, what he didn't know was that his hearing would be excellent again or even better after taking the pills that Ji Yuning gave him. The magical power crystal wasn't normal medicine after all. After that, He Hongji told Ji Yuning that there were several skilled gamblers in the gambling industry who had the interest to gamble against her. In He Hongji's eyes, there was no need for Ji Yuning to gamble with the other skilled gamblers since the gambling magnate of City M already invited her. Even though those skilled gamblers were as famous as the gambling magnate of City M in the gambling industry, they were good at different forms of gambling. Nevertheless, it was He Hongji's opinion, not Ji Yuning's. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, thought that it was a good chance to make more money, so she obviously wouldn't turn them down. She was going to City M anyway, so she could meet the other skilled gamblers there too. However, before she accepted the challenge from the other skilled gamblers, she had to tell Yi Chaoshang about it. She was going to City M to meet him after all, so she needed to show respect towards him. Yi Chaoshang agreed with her on her decision. He was curious to see whether Tang Aining could beat all of them in gambling. All in all, Yi Chaoshang didn't think that Ji Yuning was a threat to him. He proposed to hold the gambling competition at the Yi family's casino in City M. Ji Yuning had the same idea. After talking to Yi Chaoshang, Ji Yuning told He Hongji that she was willing to gamble against the other skilled gamblers. Those skilled gamblers were excited and full of anticipation when they heard Ji Yuning's answer. They weren't worse than Fan Zihao, so they dared to challenge Tang Aining, who had defeated him by a significant margin. If they could beat Tang Aining in the next gambling competition, they would gain a lot of fame. He Hongji was super interested in the grand gambling competition which was going to be held in City M, but he had to stay in HK to deal with his family affairs, so he had to miss it. Infinite Horror had been dubbed for several days, but encountered a bottleneck, because the movie was too scary and many voice actors were scared, so it took a much longer time for the voice actors to finish their job this time. Luzon understood it very well, because he had also been scared many times when he had watched the film. Chapter 905905 Can Infinite Horror be shown in theaters? After a few days, the movie was done, and they handed it to the authority for a check. The movie was even scarier when it was well done. Because of Tang Bingson, the movie didn't pass the censorship at all and was put aside. It wasn't a surprising result, because everyone in Fenghua Entertainment was aware that Tang Bingson had shut Luzon out of the film industry, but they turned it to their advantage and gained a lot of attention for the film. Although it didn't pass the censorship, they could still publicize it by posting its trailer on the internet. This film had gained many people's attention before, so it easily became a hot topic again on social media. Many influencers on Weibo reposted the trailer, including Fenghua Entertainment, Luzon, Fang Tang, Lu Yij and so forth. Infinite Horror soon went viral on the web. After watching the trailer of Infinite Horror, many people were scared and attracted to it. A lot of internet users left positive comments on it. OMG, I was almost scared to death when I watched the trailer. It's the scariest horror film I've ever seen. I'm afraid that I'll keep yelling and screaming if I go to watch it in a theater. Well, I personally enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to seeing the whole film. I think that this horror film is well edited, and it seems like those Hollywood blockbusters. The female ghost in the film is so beautiful. The leading actress is Su Tongnuo. I love her. When can we watch it in theaters? I can't wait to watch it. Right when everyone was asking for the movie schedule, someone disappointed them. I don't think that we can watch the film in theaters. Its director is Luzon, and he's already been shut out of the film industry. Couldn't Fenghua Entertainment do something about it? I heard that Luzon has annoyed an influential figure in the capital, so it's hard to tell. Within a short time, the news that Infinite Horror probably wouldn't be shown in theaters went abroad. At the same time, more and more internet users discussed about it. The majority believed that it wasn't likely that they could see Infinite Horror in theaters. Tang Bingson was paying attention to it the entire time. He didn't care about those comments and discussions on the internet because they couldn't affect him. If Fenghua Entertainment dared act against him, he would take action to teach them a lesson. He knew that Fenghua Entertainment wasn't weak, but he didn't think that it was his match. In the afternoon, Infinite Horror caused a greater sensation on social media. Xianxia Group, Tengguang Group, Jinline Group, Qinghua Group, Heiki Group, Jade Beauty Jewelry, Kalane Pharmaceutical Company, Charm, and many other famous companies reposted the trailer of Infinite Horror 2. Even Ji Yuning herself also reposted it. Jesus, I can't believe my eyes. There are so many famous business groups and companies that side with Fenghua Entertainment. It reminds me of the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Does Goddess Gu have any connection with Fenghua Entertainment? I have the same feeling. No way. Goddess Gu is only involved in the jewelry and clothing industries. She could also be involved in many other industries. Oh, Goddess Gu just reposted the trailer of Infinite Horror. OMG, even Goddess Gu supports it. I think it's very likely that we can watch Infinite Horror in theaters. I don't think that the influential figure that Luzon annoyed in the capital is more powerful than the above business groups and companies. I have an increasingly strong feeling that Goddess Gu has a connection with Fenghua Entertainment. At Gu Ning, Goddess Gu, what's your relationship with Fenghua Entertainment? Many internet users mentioned at Gu Ning on Weibo, but Gu Ning didn't respond to them. Gu Ning was on her way to City M right now. She also disguised herself as Tang Aining before she got on the ship. Although the makeup process was a bit cumbersome, it was the best way to prevent too many people from knowing her real face. HK was very close to City M, so there was no need for them to take a plane. Chapter 906 Yi Jiasheng. Within several hours, Infinite Horror became the hottest topic on all kinds of websites. More and more people joined the discussions about Gu Ning's relationship with Fenghua Entertainment. Many onlookers were shocked that topics about Gu Ning could always gain so much attention on social media. They had to admit that Gu Ning could easily attract people's attention, which was an unusual skill. In the meantime, many people also thought that Gu Ning might soon consume all of her popularity. Everything happened fast in the entertainment industry. No matter how popular a star was right now, he or she would soon be forgotten by the audience and the public. Therefore, some were waiting to see how Gu Ning was going to disappear from people's sight. Gu Ning had many fans, but there were many haters who expressed their disapproval of her all the time on the internet as well. It was impossible to be liked by every person. In the chairman's office of the Tang family's business group, Tang Bingson's secretary reported the latest news about Infinite Horror to him. The authorities also called to tell him that the film was going to be shown in theaters. How can Fenghua Entertainment be so influential? I need to know everything about the girl named Gu Ning right now. Tang Bingson shouted in anger. Tang Bingson had investigated Gu Ning before, but he only knew that she was an ordinary girl from a third-tier city, so he took her lightly. To his astonishment, she had support from so many powerful business groups and companies. He was utterly stressed now, because he didn't dare to mess with them. It wasn't a secret that Luzon had been shut out of the film industry by him. So if those powerful people were still supportive, it was an obvious warning to him. The authorities were also unwilling to be involved in this mess. It was very easy to search for information about Gu Ning on the internet now, and the secretary soon found out a lot. After reading the news about her, the secretary was amazed. Chairman Tang, this girl named Gu Ning isn't ordinary at all. The secretary ran back to Tang Bingson's office with a laptop. Tang Bingson frowned after hearing that. All of a sudden, he had a premonition. Let me have a look, Tang Bingson said in a hurry. The secretary placed the laptop in front of Tang Bingson at once. Tang Bingson was also stunned after reading the news about Gu Ning. It seemed that Gu Ning was much more influential than he thought. It was hard not to be surprised by Gu Ning's achievements given her young age. No wonder Gu Ning dared to act against him, she had so many connections. Tang Bingson made a wrong decision this time. However, he didn't think that Gu Ning was acting against him on purpose because he didn't know Gu Ning at all and believed that Gu Ning had never met him before either. It was just a business conflict in his eyes. In that case, Tang Bingson disliked Gu Ning, but wouldn't do anything to hurt her for now. In this society, whoever had more support from more powerful people would win, so Tang Bingson had to give in. Around half an hour later, Gu Ning arrived at City M. There was a car arranged by Yi Chaoshang to pick them up waiting for them at the wharf. Yi Chaoshang attached great importance to Gu Ning's arrival, so he sent his second son, Yi Jiasheng, to pick her up. Although Yi Jiasheng was the second son in the Yi family, he was the heir of it, because Yi Chaoshang's eldest son was merely a playboy and good for nothing. Yi Jiasheng, on the contrary, was excellent at both business and gambling. All in all, Yi Jiasheng was the sole heir of the Yi family. Unfortunately, members of the Yi family didn't get along as well as those in the He family. Although Yi Chaoshang's eldest son wasn't qualified to take over the family's business, he always believed that he should be the heir of his family. He had no ability to compete against Yi Jiasheng, but had caused a lot of trouble for his family, which had been made them into public jokes. If he dared to hurt the Yi family's benefits in the future, Yi Chaoshang would force him to live in another city. Miss Tang, nice to meet you. My name is Yi Jiasheng, Yi Jiasheng politely said to Ji Yuning when they met each other. Yi Jiasheng was about 30 years old, and he was a very handsome, mature man with a pair of attractive and dangerous eyes. He seemed to be polite and gentle, but could be cruel and aggressive when it was necessary. It wasn't sensible to judge a person from his or her appearance. Ji Yuning was his family's distinguished guest, so he treated her kindly. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Yi. Ji Yuning greeted him politely, and shook hands with him. Even though their hands just touched each other for a second, Leng Xiaoting was displeased. Nevertheless, he was just her bodyguard today, so he had to disguise his feelings. Please follow me this way, Miss Tang. Yi Jiasheng made a hand gesture, then guided them to an MPV. Miss Tang, why don't you have a rest in the hotel first, and we can have dinner together at 5:30 p.m. before we leave for the casino, Yi Jiasheng said. Chapter 907 An Unusual Woman. It was 3:30 p.m., and Ji Yuning could rest in the hotel for nearly 2 hours. Miss Tang, after the gambling competition in HK, you're the most famous figure in the gambling industry right now. I have a feeling that you're going to make a fortune again this time, Yi Jiasheng said. Fan Zihao was an ex-apprentice of his father, and they had gotten along for many years, so he knew Fan Zihao's gambling ability very well. Therefore, Ji Yuning had to be really good at gambling if she could defeat Fan Zihao. He wasn't better than Fan Zihao at gambling, so he had no confidence that he could beat Ji Yuning. As for his father, he wasn't sure that his father could be the winner either. In fact, it was unlikely that his father was going to win. Mr. Yi, it seems like you don't have much confidence in your father. Don't forget that your father is the gambling magnate of City M. Ji Yuning joked, although she clearly knew that it was true that Yi Chaoshang couldn't win. My father can't be as accurate as you are in gambling. Yi Jiasheng laughed a little. Yi Jiasheng wasn't a talkative person, so they stopped chatting after a short while. Half an hour later, a group of them reached a 5-star hotel in City M, which was owned by the Yi family. The Yi family booked 2 presidential suites for Ji Yuning and her people. Afterwards, Yi Jiasheng called Yi Chaoshang and told him that Ji Yuning was already in the hotel. Yi Chaoshang would join them at dinner to show that he recognized the importance of Ji Yuning's arrival. Leng Xiaoting didn't have enough time to have sex with Ji Yuning in their room, but they still kissed and touched each other passionately. When it was almost 5:30 p.m., Yi Jiasheng called Ji Yuning again, and they went to dine together in a private room of the hotel. Before long, the dishes were placed on the table. They finished dinner before 7:30 p.m. while the gambling competition would begin at 8 p.m., so they still had a little time. However, a brief interlude of drama happened when they had just reached the hall of the hotel. 3 women walked inside at this moment, and one of them, who was tall and beautiful, ran towards Yi Jiasheng the moment she saw him. Jiasheng. The woman called him in a little girl's voice, which disgusted everyone. It clearly wasn't her natural voice. Miss Ji, stop there please. Yi Jiasheng frowned and moved a few steps backwards. Why do you call me Miss Ji? You can just call me Manline, Ji Manline said in annoyance, but still pouted, acting cute. She was very beautiful, but it was disgusting when she played cute with a mature face. Miss Ji, I'm sorry, I've gotta go now. Yi Jiasheng didn't want to argue with Ji Manline. Come on, I seldom see you these days. Why don't we dine together? Ji Manline said, and reached out her hand to hold Yi Jiasheng's arm, but Yi Jiasheng avoided it at once. Miss Ji, I don't have time, nor interest, Yi Jiasheng said. His voice was a little cold now. Ji Manline, however, didn't notice that and wouldn't let him go. Couldn't you spend some time with me? You're always so busy. Lord Yi, do you have an appointment with this girl? The other 2 women walked over. They were also pretty, but weren't prettier than Ji Yuning, so they were jealous of her. Hearing that, Ji Manline's sight fell on Ji Yuning, and a touch of malice flashed in her eyes when she saw that Ji Yuning was unusually beautiful. Jiasheng, who is she? Ji Manline questioned him in anger. You rejected me because of her. Leng Xiaoting, who stood behind Ji Yuning, was displeased in an instant. Miss Ji, please mind your words. This lady is a distinguished guest of my family, and we have just met each other. Yi Jiasheng was also mad. In addition, you have no right to interfere in my personal affairs. You. Ji Manline was furious, then pretended to be sad. How can you say that to me? I like you so much, but you. It's your own business that you like me, but I have no interest in you, Yi Jiasheng said in a cold tone. He couldn't dislike Ji Manline more. Lord Yi, what do you mean? Aren't you and Manline a perfect match? Exactly. Manline is a well-educated and beautiful girl from a super-rich family, which isn't inferior to your family. How could you say that you have no interest in Manline? Ji Manline's friends defended her without delay, but it sounded so ridiculous. Even though they had the same outstanding background, it didn't mean that they would be a great match. A romantic relationship relied on many factors after all. In fact, Yi Jiasheng had only tolerated Ji Manline's behavior for a long time because Ji Manline's father had a relationship with his family. Ji Yuning thought that the three women were stupid, but it wasn't her business, so she remained silent. I just dislike being forced to like someone. Yi Jiasheng was in a rage now, and stared straight at them, which scared them. Once Yi Jiasheng got mad, he was very threatening. Seeing Yi Jiasheng being so mad, they didn't dare to say another word. They were weak women after all. Chapter 908. The gambling magnate of City M, Miss Tang, let's go. Yi Jiasheng said to Ji Yuning, and Ji Manline didn't dare to stop him again. When they walked away, Yi Jiasheng apologized to Ji Yuning, Miss Tang, I'm so sorry for what just happened. Ji Manline was annoyed by Yi Jiasheng's attitude towards her. How could he treat me like that? She felt aggrieved, and thought that she was innocent. Even though she knew that Yi Jiasheng disliked her, she didn't care. She liked him, which was enough in her eyes. Moreover, she wanted to marry him. Manline, I think you should forget him. Right, there are plenty other fish in the sea after all. Ji Manline's friends tried to persuade her to give it up, because they thought that Yi Jiasheng wasn't as gentle as he looked. Ji Manline, however, refused to listen to her friends. No, I like him, and I'm determined to get him. Seeing that, Ji Manline's friends closed their mouths. There is nothing to look at. Ji Manline suddenly shouted at the onlookers in the hall. Afterwards, Ji Manline walked on her high heels to the reception desk and asked with arrogance, who was the girl by Lord Yi's side just then. She still believed that Ji Yuning had an unusual relationship with Yi Jiasheng. She was really a self-centered and spoiled woman. I'm sorry, Miss Ji. We have no idea, the receptionist said and apologized. Check the register. Ji Manline ordered. Sorry, Miss Ji, we're not allowed to leak out guests' information, and the girl didn't register her name either, the receptionist replied. There was nothing else that Ji Manline could do now. She snorted with disdain, then left with her friends. It was already 7:30 p.m. when Ji Yuning arrived at the Yi family's casino, so it was still half an hour away from the gambling competition. Those skilled gamblers were waiting for her in the hall. There were 4 of them in all, because it was rare to see an ace gambler in the gambling industry. As the host of today's gathering, Yi Chaoshang also appeared at 7:20 p.m. Coincidentally, Ji Yuning ran into Yi Chaoshang at the gate. The second that Ji Yuning appeared in Yi Chaoshang's sight, he recognized her and greeted her, Miss Tang, nice to meet you. Yi Chaoshang was nearly 60 years old and had an air of power and authority. Ordinary people might feel scared facing him. Even the younger generation in the Yi family stood in awe of him. Yi Jiayu, the eldest son of the Yi family, no matter how troublesome he was also afraid of his father. Master Yi, it's so nice to meet you too. Ji Yuning greeted him politely but with confidence. Yi Chaoshang was impressed by her relaxed attitude. Miss Tang, shall we go inside now? Yi Chaoshang invited her. After you, Master Yi, Ji Yuning said with great respect. After that, they walked in together. People outside were all excited when Yi Chaoshang appeared. It wasn't easy to see the gambling magnate of City M in real life. However, they were confused when Yi Chaoshang welcomed Ji Yuning in person. The onlookers didn't know that they just ran into each other at the gate, so they misunderstood. Yi Chaoshang and Ji Yuning took the exclusive elevator to the 6th floor. Because of the limited amount of attendees, Yi Chaoshang set the gambling competition in a separate, luxurious private room. Since Yi Chaoshang would be coming, the others didn't dare to be late, so they were seated in the private room before 7:30 p.m., discussing Tang Aining. They held different attitudes towards Tang Aining. Some admired her and simply wanted to challenge her, while some made up their minds to defeat her. "Do you think that Tang Aining can defeat all of us?" a man asked curiously. "Hard to tell," another man said. "Come on, we came here in order to defeat her, right? Although she did defeat Fan Zihao in HK last time, it doesn't mean that she's the best gambler in the gambling industry." "Right, but I heard that she was never wrong in sick bow and 5-card stud. She even won all the chips in the prize pool of a slot machine several times." "Don't be naive. The He family must have cheated in the game. The result of the competition decided the future of the He family, so it's impossible that they wouldn't do anything about it. It wasn't a secret that casinos played dirty tricks sometimes after all, but either way, they admitted that Tang Aining was a great match for them." Chapter 909 1 vs. 1. The door was pushed open, and they stopped discussing at once. The second Yi Chaoshang walked inside, they stood up and welcomed him with great respect. "Master Yi, good evening." They were all younger and less experienced than Yi Chaoshang, so they had to be respectful of him. "Have a seat please," Yi Chaoshang said. The next second, they noticed Ji Yuning, and recognized that she was Tang Aining, at first glance, because photos and videos of her were everywhere on the internet now. "This must be Miss Tang, right?" Someone looked at Ji Yuning. "Nice to meet you all, I'm Tang Aining," Ji Yuning said with confidence. She had a vague air of nobility that nobody could ignore. Some thought that Ji Yuning was a noble lady, while some believed that she was pretending to be noble. "Miss Tang, I admire your outstanding gambling skills at such a young age. I heard that Miss Tang was never wrong in sick bow and 5-card stud, which is rare to see in the gambling industry." They kept complimenting Ji Yuning, but only a few really meant it. Some of them believed that Ji Yuning had her own skills, while some thought that the He family must have cheated in the game. Ji Yuning understood that they held different opinions towards her, but she didn't care about that. Yi Chaoshang also noticed that, but he said nothing for Ji Yuning. Action spoke louder than words. If Ji Yuning really had her own skills, she could show that in the following games. If Ji Yuning couldn't defeat them, she would have to face their criticism or even ridicule. That was the cruel truth of this society. "Thank you all for your compliments, but I think that other than skill, luck is also very important in gambling," Ji Yuning said. "Miss Tang is being modest," someone said. Some also thought that she was hypocritical. They believed that she couldn't cheat again in front of them in the Yi family's casino. Different people indeed had different opinions towards the same thing. "It's a shame that we missed the gambling competition in HK, and we're honored today to witness Miss Tang's gambling skills," a man said. He was challenging Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wasn't mad at all. "I'm flattered, and I still need to learn from you all. All right, let's stop wasting time on talking. Why don't we play the game right now?" They couldn't wait for it. Afterwards, they were all seated around the gambling table. It was a 2-meter long and 1-meter wide oval gaming table, and Ji Yuning sat in the middle right across from the banker. 3 people sat on Ji Yuning's left side, while 2 were on her right. Yi Chaoshang was seated next to the banker. They purposely let Ji Yuning sit in the middle so that they could clearly observe her movements. Although there were 7 people around the table, Yi Chaoshang wouldn't join them, so the amount of players was 6 in all. Yi Chaoshang would gamble against Ji Yuning alone later. Those skilled gamblers came here to challenge Ji Yuning, not Yi Chaoshang after all. As top gamblers in the gambling industry of City M, they had competed with Yi Chaoshang more than once before, but none of them had won. If Yi Chaoshang joined the game right now, they were doomed to fail. "How much is the bet?" someone asked before the game began. "It's up to you." Ji Yuning didn't mind. She could accept it no matter how much the bet was, but it couldn't be a little. "Well, since we are only gambling for fun, I think the bet shouldn't be too much. How about 1 million yuan a round?" someone proposed. They were all rich people and could afford a bet of 10 million yuan, but it wasn't necessary. A million yuan a round was already a lot. Besides, they knew how much Fan Zihao had lost to Ji Yuning last time, so they had to be cautious. Everyone agreed, and the bet was set as a million yuan a round. After that, each of them exchanged 100 chips with 100 million yuan. What should we play? Why don't we play sick bow first? Each of us can gamble against Miss Tang 1 vs. 1 for 3 rounds. Nobody disagreed. If they played together, it wouldn't be fair because they were all ace gamblers and it was 60% possible for every one of them to tell the correct scores. If they played sick bow 1 vs. 1, they could know who was better. Ji Yuning agreed. They played the game from the left to right, so the first person on Ji Yuning's left started to shake the dice cup. Once the dice cup was lifted, the others all focused on it although they didn't join this round. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, seemed relaxed while enjoying her tea. Seeing that, Yi Chaoshang squinted at her with doubts. The others also felt confused. Miss Tang, do you have your answer? The dice cup was placed on the table. 5, 5, 6. 16, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Although they weren't sure that the numbers in the dice cup were 5, 5, and 6, they thought that it was highly possible. Most importantly, Ji Yuning directly told them the specific numbers. She was so confident. The dice cup was opened, and Ji Yuning was indeed right. The result impressed the others once more, because none of them were able to tell the specific numbers of the dice. They were certain that Tang Aining didn't cheat, and had to admit that she was really unbelievable at gambling. The odds of 16 were 18 to 1, and Ji Yuning gave the correct specific numbers, so the odds doubled to be 36 to 1. After the first round, Ji Yuning 36 million yuan. Chapter 9-10 Ji Yuning wins every time. 36 chips were placed in front of Ji Yuning at once, but they weren't hers yet, because the game would go on. It was Ji Yuning's turn to shake the dice cup now. If her competitor failed to give the correct score of the dice, those chips would be Ji Yuning's. However, if Ji Yuning's competitor was right, Ji Yuning had to return the chips to him. 36 million yuan was a lot, and nobody was willing to lose it within just a few minutes. Ji Yuning shook the dice cup casually. Her competitor, on the other hand, focused on it from the beginning to the end. She put the dice cup down, and let her competitor guess. Her competitor wasn't as bold as Ji Yuning, who had given the specific numbers of the dice. Even Yi Chaoshang wasn't confident that he could do that. There is a pair of 3 inside, he said. Ji Yuning opened the dice cup, and there was indeed a pair of 3 in it. Her competitor released a long breath after seeing it. He was more nervous than ever now. The odds of pairs were 8 to 1. Therefore, he could only take 8 chips back, and the other 28 chips were Ji Yuning's. In the second round, Ji Yuning gave the correct specific numbers again, and the odds were 16 to 1. Everyone was surprised by her once more. Is it possible that Tang Aining can win every time? Even Yi Chaoshang can't do that. They subconsciously compared Yi Chaoshang with Ji Yuning. In that case, they admitted that Ji Yuning was better than them. They were all losers when gambling with Yi Chaoshang anyway. Ji Yuning's competitor lost 10 million yuan after the second round. Although Ji Yuning's competitors could tell the scores, they still lost money, because Ji Yuning could always double the odds and win a lot more money than them. The same thing happened in the third round, and Ji Yuning's competitor was completely disappointed now. He began to think that he could never win a round in the gambling competition against Ji Yuning. Once he had that idea in his mind, he couldn't pay full attention to the dice cup, so he lost again. Ji Yuning, however, won 23 million yuan after the third round. After the 3 rounds with her first competitor, Ji Yuning 61 million yuan in all. The first competitor, on the other hand, lost 61 million yuan within several minutes. It was the first time that he had lost so much money within such a short time. It was unacceptable in his eyes. Although he lost a fortune and was in despair now, he had to pretend to be calm. Miss Tang, you win, he said. Ji Yuning didn't say anything, but just smiled. Seeing the result, the others were all shocked. Some of them even wanted to retreat, but it was too embarrassing to do that. The second competitor didn't have a much better result than the first one. He lost 58 million yuan in all. The rest of the people were increasingly unwilling to compete against Ji Yuning, because they clearly knew that they were going to lose. The third, fourth, and fifth competitor gave up the idea that they wanted to defeat Ji Yuning, but did their best to lose as little as possible. It turned out that all of them lost money to Ji Yuning. After competing against the 5 of them, Ji Yuning 256 million yuan in the end. Everyone was amazed by her unerring accuracy, including Yi Jiasheng and Yi Chaoshang. Even though they had heard of what Tang Aining had done in the gambling competition held in HK last time, they were still amazed when they witnessed it with their own eyes. They always believed that Tang Aining, or the He family must have cheated in the game, but they were wrong. It was as if Tang Aining could see the numbers of the dice in the dice cup. They even thought that maybe she had a pair of jade eyes. Those skilled gamblers used to think that Yi Chaoshang could defeat Tang Aining, but given what they had just been through, they thought that Tang Aining was more likely to win. Yi Chaoshang actually had the same idea. Although he knew that he was going to lose, he was still very interested in the game, because it aroused his desire for victory. They now knew that Ji Yuning was unbelievably good at sick bow, but they still hoped that she couldn't be as good at other forms of gambling. In that case, they proposed to play 5-card stud. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning was still able to win as long as she was in. After playing 10 rounds, Ji Yuning won 180 million yuan in all. Those skilled gamblers couldn't believe their eyes, and proposed to play Baccarat 1 against Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning was still the winner and 160 million yuan in all. They couldn't be more disappointed right now, and gave up the idea of playing with Ji Yuning again. After playing 3 forms of gambling, Ji Yuning 596 million yuan in all. The bet was only a million yuan a round, but Ji Yuning still won a fortune. 1 Baccarat or Baccarat is a card game played at casinos. It is a comparing card game played between 2 hands, the player and the banker. Chapter 911 A fierce argument at Food Street. Yi Chaoshang was the next one who was going to gamble against Ji Yuning. Although nobody believed that he could defeat Ji Yuning now, the others still hoped that Yi Chaoshang could win. He was the gambling magnate of City M after all. Some hoped that Yi Chaoshang could beat Tang Aining, so that they could feel better after their successive failures. Some, however, still hoped that Tang Aining could win. If Yi Chaoshang lost the competition as well, it wouldn't be so embarrassing for them to be the losers. "I'm not confident, but I'm very interested," Yi Chaoshang said. He had been in a high position for so long, and he wanted to lose more than he wanted to win. However, he was only willing to lose to his match. Ji Yuning smiled, but said nothing. They played sick bow first as usual, and Yi Chaoshang shook the dice cup before Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning gave the correct score and specific numbers once more. Nobody was surprised by that anymore. Yi Chaoshang was the gambling magnate after all, so he was better than the other skilled gamblers in the room, so the first round was a tie. However, no matter how good he was still not comparable to Ji Yuning, who had a pair of jade eyes. Ji Yuning was able to tell the correct scores and specific numbers every round, while Yi Chaoshang couldn't, so he sometimes lost. They played sick bow for 10 rounds, and 6 of them were ties. Yi Chaoshang lost 4 rounds, not because he gave the wrong scores, but because he failed to tell the specific numbers. From the first round to the last round, Yi Chaoshang paid his full attention to the dice cup and he looked excited the entire time. He didn't feel unhappy at all even though he lost, because he had never enjoyed a game so much before. "Miss Tang, I have to admit that you're the best gambler I've ever seen." "I'm flattered, Master Yi," Ji Yuning said politely. The others in the room had already accepted that Ji Yuning would never lose. After that, Yi Chaoshang and Ji Yuning played 5-card stud and Baccarat. Ji Yuning was the winner again without a doubt. In the end, Ji Yuning 10 million yuan from Yi Chaoshang. Yi Chaoshang lost the least money out of everyone. When the gambling competition ended, Ji Yuning had 606 million yuan in total. Miss Tang is the new god of gamblers. I think that Miss Tang is the #1 gambler in the gambling industry. They kept expressing their admiration and surprise towards Ji Yuning in the following minutes. Well, can I ask you all for a favor? Ji Yuning said all of a sudden. Sure, Yi Chaoshang said. I hate being involved in trouble, so please keep it a secret, Ji Yuning said with sincerity. It was true, but she also said that to keep their faces. Ji Yuning didn't know them well. What if they took revenge because they had lost too much money to her today? She disguised herself so she wasn't worried that they would find her, but Leng Xiaoting showed up with his real face. If they found Leng Xiaoting's identity, it wouldn't be good. In fact, the others all believed that Ji Yuning would want to seize this chance to gain fame in the gambling industry, but Ji Yuning did the opposite thing. They couldn't believe that Ji Yuning was willing to give up this great opportunity. None of them stopped chasing fame and wealth after all. Actually, it wasn't their fault, the society was ill. If everyone valued fame and wealth above anything else, nobody could avoid chasing it. Those skilled gamblers felt a little ashamed. Yi Chaoshang, however, understood Ji Yuning's intention. He knew that she did that to keep their faces and self-respect. She's a considerate and smart girl. He thought to himself. Even though he didn't care much about his face, he should also consider others' feelings. Therefore, Yi Chaoshang agreed. After that, Ji Yuning walked out of the room, and Yi Jiasheng sent her back to the hotel. When she left, people walked her out with enthusiasm. Miss Tang, I'm your biggest fan now, Yi Jiasheng said to Ji Yuning. By the way, did you really give up this great chance to be famous because you were afraid of trouble? Yi Jiasheng thought that it couldn't be so simple. Ji Yuning didn't bother to lie to him. Well, I am afraid of trouble, because of won too much money from them. It's possible that they will take revenge. In addition, I'm not very interested in gambling, so I have no intention to become famous in this industry. What? She's not very interested in gambling? Yi Jiasheng was shocked. Given the unbelievable gambling skills of Tang Aining, it was hard to believe that she had no intention to be deeply involved in this industry. After driving Ji Yuning back to the hotel, Yi Jiasheng left. Yi Jiasheng had invited them to stay in City M for a few more days, and said that he could be their tour guide, but Ji Yuning declined his invitation because they had to leave tomorrow morning. Since Ji Yuning needed to deal with her business, Yi Jiasheng didn't insist, but he offered to book plane tickets for them. Ji Yuning planned to find the boxes of treasure in HK, so she told him that she was leaving for HK. Yi Jiasheng then told Ji Yuning that he would arrange a yacht for them. They would leave for HK at 1 p.m. tomorrow after lunch. It was almost 10 p.m. when they got back to the hotel. And Ji Yuning was a little hungry, so she invited the others to have night snacks and also to celebrate her victory. A group of them went to have some local food at a food street. Unfortunately, they encountered some trouble there. Ji Yuning and her friends didn't cause the trouble, but 2 tables beside them did. The people sitting around the table on their left came from another city, while the people around the table on their right were local citizens. After eating for a while, those local citizens suddenly began to criticize those tourists from another city. Those tourists were unwilling to cause trouble, so they tolerated it, but the local citizens wouldn't stop swearing at them. After a short while, the tourists couldn't stand it anymore. They started to fiercely argue with the local citizens. Chapter 9:12 Baoji. No matter how fiercely they argued, no one stood out to mediate. Even the restaurant owner watched from the side with a cold face. When those local citizens became more and more offensive, both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were annoyed. As a soldier who served his country, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't tolerate the humiliation. Right at this moment, the 5 local citizens gathered to punch the 3 tourists. If they were really involved in a fight, it wasn't very likely that the 3 tourists could win. However, the 3 tourists were unwilling to retreat. It was a matter of dignity after all. Seeing that, Ji Yuning moved her foot and kicked over a stool to stop the first local citizen who was dashing ahead of the others. In an instant, he stumbled and fell. What was worse was that the 2 people who were right behind him knocked into him and fell to the ground too. With several loud screams of pain, the 3 of them fell one after another. It happened too fast and everyone was shocked. When they realized that it was caused by Ji Yuning, they were mad and snapped at her, "What do you mean?" Ji Yuning didn't stand up until now, followed by Leng Xiaoting and her other friends. They stood in a line, facing those angry local citizens. Leng Xiaoting, Gao Yi and Chao Ya weren't ordinary people at all, so those local citizens felt a little scared when they stared straight at them. They thought that they were Ji Yuning's bodyguards. Bodyguards were all good at fighting, while they were merely common citizens. Ji Yuning looked at them and said in a cold voice, "Do you really think that you're superior to people from other cities? Wake up from your dream, and show some respect. If you want a fight, come and beat me." Ji Yuning didn't speak in the local dialect in order to show that she was also a tourist from another city. The three tourists felt much better when Ji Yuning stood out to side with them. Those local citizens, however, ran towards Ji Yuning to beat her. Nevertheless, just as they came near, Gao Yi and Chao Ya kicked them away with great force. Everyone was amazed. They had never seen anyone else who could kick a person meters away before. The three tourists got excited at once. They felt quite honored that Gao Yi and Chao Ya weren't weak at all. "Look at you," Ji Yuning sneered at them. "How dare you hurt me? Do you know who I am?" A young man threatened Ji Yuning. He was the one who had stumbled because of the stool that was kicked by Ji Yuning. It sounded like he had a powerful family, but Ji Yuning didn't care about that. "I don't care who you are, but you can't humiliate tourists in a public place," Ji Yuning said. "You." The young man was displeased. "I'm the eldest son of the Wan family. Do you know the Wan family? My family is the owner of Wanwang Casino, which is the third largest casino in City M. You just hurt me, and I promise that I'll pay you back." He threatened Ji Yuning again. Hearing that he was Lord Wan, the onlookers were surprised. The Wan family was a well-known, super-rich family in City M after all. All of a sudden, people had sympathy for Ji Yuning, because they believed that Ji Yuning was in big trouble now. Ji Yuning was just a tourist, so it was impossible for her to get away with it. To their astonishment, Ji Yuning sneered with disdain, "Oh, really? Show me how you're going to pay me back." Ji Yuning remembered that her second competitor at the gambling competition was precisely the leading role in the Wan family. Even if the Wan family was going to punish her, they didn't have the ability to do so. Wan Baoji couldn't believe his ears. His family was influential in City M, and nobody dared to annoy him. Therefore, he said to Ji Yuning, "Great, don't you dare run away. Who do you think you are? Why do I have to wait for you here?" Ji Yuning rolled her eyes at him. Wan Baoji didn't know what to say. He was obviously reluctant to let them leave, but he couldn't beat them down either. What Gao Yi and Chao Ya had just done scared him. "Do you want to get away with it after beating us?" Wan Baoji's friend said in anger. "You can try to stop me if you have the ability," Ji Yuning said. Wan Baoji's friend was struck dumb. They had been beaten down in the fight, and now even failed to win the argument against Ji Yuning. They couldn't be angrier right now. "Baoji, do you need me to call some people for help?" Someone asked Wan Baoji. "Do it now." Wan Baoji raised his voice and vented his anger at his friend. He couldn't swallow his anger, and was determined to teach Ji Yuning a lesson. The owner of the restaurant walked out at this time. He begged Ji Yuning, "Please don't cause trouble in my restaurant. Would you please move outside?" Chapter 913. Ji Manlin argues with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was also unwilling to cause trouble for innocent people. "No problem," she said, then looked to Wan Baoji. "Are you sure that you are not going to let it go?" Hearing that, Wan Baoji was annoyed again. "You just hurt us, so it's impossible that I'll let it go. You just humiliated us in public. Do you think that's acceptable?" Ji Yuning asked him. Wan Baoji was struck dumb. He felt that he had done nothing wrong, but somehow felt a little guilty when Ji Yuning questioned him. "Baoji, do you need me to make the call or not?" Wan Baoji's friend asked him again. Wan Baoji didn't know what to do now. "Even though you want to call others for help, you must have the ability to keep us here first," Ji Yuning said. Wan Baoji thought that it was reasonable. "Fine, forget it," Wan Baoji said in the end. "What should we do now?" his friend asked. Well, Wan Baoji was confused. He was reluctant to let them leave, but he couldn't keep them here either. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning thought that Wan Baoji was very funny, and he did not really seem to be a bad young man. In addition, they were already kicked away and hurt. You humiliated us first, and we hurt you afterwards. Why don't we let it go? You're not badly injured after all, Ji Yuning said. They were just kicked away and were only slightly hurt, therefore they had the energy to argue with Ji Yuning right now. Moreover, they were all young men, and would recover soon. Wan Baoji nodded and gave in. Fine, you can leave. Hearing that, the onlookers were surprised because they thought that there was going to be a fierce fight. Wan Baoji was the head of his friend circle, so his friends all listened to him. After that, they left for the hospital, and Ji Yuning went back to continue to eat. Once Wan Baoji and his friends were gone, the three tourists walked over to thank Ji Yuning. Miss, thank you so much for your help. You're so good at fighting. If we fought against them, we probably couldn't win. After having night snacks, Ji Yuning and her friends went back to the hotel. Unfortunately, there was another problem in their way. A woman suddenly ran to stop Ji Yuning just as they entered the hall. It was Ji Manline, who was Yi Jiasheng's admirer. Leng Xiaoting frowned and wanted to chase her away, but Ji Yuning stopped him. She was curious what Ji Manline was going to do. It must be something to do with Yi Jiasheng. Tell me, what's your relationship with Jiasheng? Ji Manline questioned Ji Yuning without delay. Ji Yuning didn't want to cause any misunderstandings, so she explained with patience. We're merely acquaintances. You're lying. If you're not close to him, why did he pick you up and send you back with his car? Ji Manline didn't believe Ji Yuning's words. She couldn't find Ji Yuning's identity, so she arranged someone to wait at the door. The person told her that Yi Jiasheng sent Ji Yuning and her friends back in person, and that they left to have night snacks after a while. Ji Manline then came over at once. She had waited for a whole hour and Ji Yuning was finally back. Well, Ji Yuning was amused. Miss Ji, you want to hear my answer, but refuse to believe it. What's the point of asking me that question then? Tell me, why did he pick you up and send you back in person? Ji Manline questioned Ji Yuning again. As long as Yi Jiasheng walked close to another woman, she would do everything she could to find out every detail. Ji Yuning realized that Ji Manline was unreasonable, so she stopped explaining. It's none of your business. I am his future wife, so it is my business. Ji Manline said with pride. Seriously? Ji Yuning sneered. Miss Ji, didn't Yi Jiasheng say that he has no interest in you, right here earlier today? Don't you think that it's too shameful that you take yourself as his future wife? Please stay away from me, or I'll punch you away. You. Ji Manline was mad. How dare you say that to my face? You can't bear the result if you annoy me. Ji Yuning rolled her eyes. Why did these people love threatening others with their family backgrounds? Leng Xiaoting frowned when Ji Manline threatened Ji Yuning. Miss Ji, I don't want to waste time arguing with you in a public place. This is my boyfriend. Think about it. Don't you think my man is much better looking than Yi Jiasheng? Ji Yuning held Leng Xiaoting's arm. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was cheered up. His girl was complimenting him. Chapter 914. A shameless woman. Ji Yuning didn't know what was on Leng Xiaoting's mind, or she would think that he was a little childish. However, no matter how childish he was, she still loved him. A man would feel happy when his girl was complimenting him because he cared about her. Ji Manline didn't notice Leng Xiaoting until now, and she was stunned by his outstanding appearance in an instant. Jesus, he's so handsome. He's even taller and stronger than Yi Jiasheng. Ji Manline could barely move her eyes away from Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning was displeased at seeing Ji Manline's reaction, but she said nothing and pulled Leng Xiaoting walking away. Hey! Ji Manline stopped them again. She wouldn't let Leng Xiaoting leave just like that. However, when she moved a step forward, Gao Yi and Chao Ya gave her a cold glance, and she was frightened to the point where she couldn't move and could only watch them walk away. At the same time, she got jealous of Ji Yuning. She recognized that the clothing on Leng Xiaoting was a very expensive designer brand. It was obvious that he was a rich man. He was tall, handsome and rich. There was no woman who wouldn't be attracted to him. Ji Manline thought of herself as a great beauty, and she was born in a super rich family as well, but she somehow couldn't meet a quality man of the same level as her. Yi Jiasheng was the only one who met her standards for a boyfriend in City M. She actually had no affection towards him. Yi Jiasheng was indeed the most outstanding young man among the rich younger generation in City M, so Ji Manline thought that he was qualified to be her boyfriend. However, Yi Jiasheng had no interest in her. In fact, she knew it clearly, but she didn't care. As long as she wanted him, she would get him by hook or by crook. She held that idea until Leng Xiaoting appeared. Leng Xiaoting now replaced Yi Jiasheng and became her target. Even if she had to win his heart with her body, she would be more than willing to lie naked on his bed. However, it wasn't easy for Ji Manline to do that because of the two bodyguards by his side. Once they entered the elevator, Ji Manline walked over to see which floor they were going to. Since the man was so rich, he had to be staying on the floor of presidential suites. She was right. The elevator didn't stop until the 16th floor, which was exactly the floor of presidential suites. Ji Manline then went to the reception desk and booked a presidential room on the 12th floor for herself. She didn't know the number of Leng Xiaoting's room, and she knew that the receptionist wouldn't tell her, so she decided to wait for Leng Xiaoting on her own. Early the next morning, Ji Manline waited for Leng Xiaoting downstairs. However, Leng Xiaoting was still absent at 12 p.m. Ji Manline lost her patience, but had no intention to leave. When it was a little past 12 p.m., Yi Jiasheng showed up. The moment Ji Manline saw Yi Jiasheng, she was still interested in him, but she was now more attracted to Leng Xiaoting, so she ignored him for the first time. Yi Jiasheng came to pick Ji Yuning up. He noticed Ji Manline after he walked into the lounge. He thought that Ji Manline was waiting for him there, so he turned around and walked aside at once. To his surprise, Ji Manline didn't follow him at all. Around 5 minutes later, Ji Yuning and the others appeared. The second Ji Manline saw Leng Xiaoting, she ran towards him. Ji Yuning and the others were annoyed when they saw Ji Manline. Seeing her focusing on Leng Xiaoting the entire time, Ji Yuning understood that she came here for Leng Xiaoting. "Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Ji Manline, I'm the daughter of the Ji family in City M." Ji Manline introduced herself to Leng Xiaoting, and pretended to be gentle and kind. "Leave me alone," Leng Xiaoting said and didn't bother to give her a glance. Ji Manline was stunned. She had never been treated like that in public by a man before. "Miss Ji, what are you doing? Are you trying to seduce my boyfriend right in front of me?" Ji Yuning was furious. Ji Manline's actions really crossed the line. Ji Manline felt embarrassed, but still argued. "I'm not seducing him. Don't be so harsh on me. You're not married after all. Why can't I compete for his love?" Hearing that, everyone was struck dumb. She just tried to steal another girl's boyfriend right in front of the girl's face, but she doesn't think that it's her fault. Onlookers couldn't believe their ears, especially the staff members at the reception who were aware that Ji Manline's target was always Yi Jiasheng. Even Yi Jiasheng couldn't believe it. Anyway, it wasn't a bad thing for him that Ji Manline changed her target. "I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed," Ji Yuning sneered. Ji Manline was such a shameless woman. "Oh, why? I don't think that you're better than me," Ji Manline said with arrogance. "You can ask him if you want to know the answer," Ji Yuning said, then looked at Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was loyal to Ji Yuning without a doubt. Ji Manline was the cause of this problem, so Leng Xiaoting blamed her for it. "Disappear, now," he said with a cold face. Hearing that, Ji Manline trembled a little in fear, and almost ran away. Chapter 9:15 Dive into the sea again. Even Yi Jiasheng felt stressed when Leng Xiaoting was mad. Leng Xiaoting was born to be a man of power. Afterwards, he ignored Ji Manline and held Ji Yuning's hand while walking towards the door, followed by Gao Yi and Chao Ya. Seeing that, Yi Jiasheng followed them at once. Ji Manline didn't get her mind back until they were all gone. She collapsed to the floor feeling scared. Onlookers also began to criticize her. How could she try to steal another girl's boyfriend right in front of the girl? She doesn't have a clear understanding of herself. I think that the girl is much more beautiful than her. She has no sense of self-respect either. The handsome young man didn't bother to give her a glance. I'm afraid that she has had sex with many men before because she's so easy. Hearing people's discussions, Ji Manline was angry, but she had no energy to argue against them. She still didn't think that she had done anything wrong. She simply wanted to chase her love, which wasn't her fault. It was hard to change a stubborn person's opinions. Ji Yuning received Yi Chaoshang's call when they arrived at the wharf. Yi Chaoshang invited her to visit City M again in the future if she was free. Out of politeness, Ji Yuning agreed, but it was up to her whether she would visit City M again. Yi Jiasheng didn't leave until they were all on the yacht arranged by the Yi family. Once Yi Jiasheng got home, Yi Chaoshang asked him, "How is it?" Yi Jiasheng said, "She already has a boyfriend who is also her bodyguard. He's taller, more handsome and more powerful than me. I don't think he's an ordinary man." Yi Chaoshang had the intention to let Yi Jiasheng chase Ji Yuning. She was so good at gambling. If she married into the Yi family would be more successful. It wasn't that they just want to make use of her, because they also had a good impression of Tang Aining. If she was willing to marry into the Yi family, they would treat her well without a doubt. Yi Jiasheng was also impressed by Ji Yuning, so he was willing to chase her. Unfortunately, she already had a boyfriend. Besides, her boyfriend was more attractive than him. Yi Chaoshang was a little disappointed, but soon accepted it. Half an hour later, Ji Yuning and the others arrived back in HK. She told Gao Yi, Chao Ya, and Leng Xiaoting to go back to the hotel before her, because she needed to deal with something alone. Although Leng Xiaoting was worried about her safety, Ji Yuning insisted on it, so he had to leave before her. After that, Ji Yuning went to rent a small yacht and sailed alone. As a professional killer in her previous incarnation, she had to learn how to move by all modes of transportation. Within 20 minutes, Ji Yuning reached somewhere near the small island. She put on a wetsuit without an oxygen mask and other diving equipment because she didn't need them. Once Ji Yuning dived into the sea, she put the yacht into her telepathic eye space. Her telepathic eye space had now expanded to 40 square meters or so, which was enough to accommodate a 4-meter-long and 2-meter-wide yacht. Just like that, the yacht suddenly disappeared from the sea, while Ji Yuning was already deep in the sea. Those men who had been left behind on the island by Ji Yuning were still there. Although they got free after getting rid of the ropes, nobody came to rescue them. They kept waiting by the beach, hoping to see a ship or something. They got excited when a yacht approached, but it soon disappeared. They didn't witness the scene where the yacht disappeared out of the blue, so they thought that it must have moved to another side of this island, but they still failed to find it. Ji Yuning swam to the passage in the sea without delay. The waves moved violently by the reefs. If Ji Yuning didn't have her magical power to protect her, she would have been pushed back. It still wasn't easy for Ji Yuning to get into the passage, because there were countless marine plants at the entrance. Ji Yuning removed those marine plants and disturbed a school of fish by accident. It was painful when those fish swam out together and hit her body. When the school of fish was finally gone, Ji Yuning swam inside. This boatway was blocked by the reef at the exit. After entering the undersea passage for about 3 meters, she passed the area that was sealed and came to the boatway. It was time to leave the water. However, the passage ahead was still long, cold and dark. Luckily, Ji Yuning had her magical power to protect her body so she wasn't affected. When she was about to reach the exit, she felt something twist around her foot. She was scared and looked down at once. It turned out to be a sea snake, which disgusted Ji Yuning. She released her magical power to freeze it without hesitation, in case it bit her. Afterwards, she took out a dagger and moved it off. Right at this moment, Ji Yuning found many bones of the dead entangled by creatures under the sea. They were probably the people who made this boatway, or people who came here to search for treasure. It was impossible for ordinary people to survive here. Chapter 9:16 Let the evil Jiao. Ji Yuning had her magical power to protect her, so she was able to stay safe and healthy. In case anything else attacked her lower body again, Ji Yuning decided not to float on the surface of the water any longer, and swam ahead. About 20 meters ahead, the passage became wider, and she finally arrived at the bottom of the hole. Once Ji Yuning left the water, a group of bats flew around and made a lot of noise. Ji Yuning took out her night luminescent pearl at once to chase them away with its bright light. It would be difficult to get the treasure. There were countless bats trapped inside, because they couldn't fly outside. Ji Yuning finally clearly saw the ship in front of her. She hadn't noticed that there was a flag with two bones crossing each other and a skull in the middle on it until now. In an instant, Ji Yuning realized that this ship was a pirate ship. In other words, this island was once the place where pirates lived. Since this was a pirate ship, there must be many valuable things on it. Because the ship has been parked here for too long, and the wood had decayed in a large area. Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether it would collapse if she directly stepped on it. If it collapsed, those valuable objects would fall into the water, and some might be destroyed. Besides, the boat was a little tall, and she was floating in the water, so she couldn't reach it at all. Fortunately, this cavern was large, and the water next to it could accommodate her yacht. Ji Yuning now realized that she should have taken out her yacht once she got into this passage. Without further ado, she got on the yacht and began to observe the pirate ship. She needed to know whether she could step on it and how many things she could take away. It turned out that there were more valuable things on this pirate ship than the sunken ship that Ji Yuning had been to before. Most importantly, they were still in good condition. Gold, silver, jewels, pottery, porcelain, books, paintings, clothing, ancient coins, and everything was all in a mess. These things added up to a dozen boxes, and most of them were gold, silver and jewelry, because they were the currency for general trading back then. An idea dawned on Ji Yuning. She could open a private museum with all of the real antiques she had found till now. It wasn't a bad idea in Ji Yuning's eyes, and she could also sell tickets to visitors. She used to think that she could sell the most valuable bronze bells at auction, but now she felt that it would be more attractive if she placed them in a private museum. However, it wasn't easy to open a private museum, because grave digging was illegal. Although Leng Xiaoting could help her with it, she was still worried that it would cause him trouble. She planned to ask him when she got back later. After observation, Ji Yuning found that the bottom of the ship had decayed because it had been immersed in water for so many years, but a large portion of the wooden boards which weren't soaked in water were still fine. Ji Yuning thought that it wouldn't collapse if she was very careful when she stepped on it. After that, Ji Yuning directly crossed over the gap between her yacht and the pirate ship. The gap wasn't wide, it was only about 30 centimeters. So it was easy for Ji Yuning to cross it. Ji Yuning moved lightly and slowly. She took all the boxes into her telepathic eye space before she left. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning remembered the male ghost and the evil Zhao in her telepathic eye space. She thought that she could have a talk with them right here. This place was isolated from the outside. Even if they got mad, they wouldn't cause trouble for innocent people. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning put her yacht away, and swam to the passage at the other side. It led to the ground, not the ocean. After climbing ashore, Ji Yuning walked in for about 10 meters before she let the evil Zhao out. If it escaped, it would cause big trouble. When the evil Zhao found that it wasn't at the bottom of the sea, it was shocked. It was also surprised to see Ji Yuning in different clothing. Ji Yuning removed her makeup as Tang Aining before she dived into the sea, so she looked like she usually did right now. From the moment the evil Zhao entered the telepathic eye space to the moment it came out, its memory was static, but the changes in the scene in Ji Yuning's clothes reminded the evil Zhao that something had happened. "Tell me what has happened. Why am I here? Why is your clothing different?" it asked Ji Yuning. "I put you away and brought you here," Ji Yuning replied. "What? You put me away?" The evil Zhao was shocked. "Right, I caught your long beard when you were about to eat my night luminescent pearl," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, the evil Zhao realized that Ji Yuning had trapped him. "How dare you trap me?" The evil Zhao was furious. "You wanted to eat my night luminescent pearl first. I'm not dumb enough to wait there for you to eat it," Ji Yuning said. The evil Zhao lost patience. "Give me the night luminescent pearl, or I'll swallow you." "Well," Ji Yuning sneered, "to be honest with you, I can put you away again once you touch me." Chapter 917 Conquer the Evil Zhao and Eliminate the Male Ghosts, You. The evil Zhao was furious, but also scared. What do you want? I can provide you with my magical power for your inner discipline, but you must listen to my orders before it's done, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that Ji Yuning was willing to provide her magical power for it, the evil Zhao was cheered up, but it got angry when Ji Yuning said that it had to listen to her orders. What? You want me to listen to your orders at any time? No pain, no gain. There is no free lunch in this world, Ji Yuning said. The evil Zhao was struck dumb for a second. It didn't know how to pay for what it wanted, it had always grabbed whatever it wanted by hook or by crook. Seeing the evil Zhao's reaction, Ji Yuning wore a resigned look. Anyway, it's the condition I lay out. I provide you with my magical power, and you serve my needs at any time without complaints, or I'll put you away. Although the evil Zhao was annoyed at Ji Yuning's threat, it thought that it wasn't a bad idea. It was very hard to find magical power, and the evil Zhao was unwilling to be put into Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space again. After hesitating for a short while, the evil Zhao agreed. Deal. No betrayal. Keep that in your mind. Ji Yuning warned it. I know, and I'll keep my word, the evil Zhao said with pride. Great, now I'll put you into my telepathic eye space for a while. It's full of magical power, and you'll naturally absorb magical power. I'll make other arrangements for you when I'm back at my place, Ji Yuning said. Even though the evil Zhao was able to absorb magical power in the telepathic eye space, it couldn't use it for its inner discipline. It had to do it in the outside world. Zhao lived in the sea, so it needed water. Without water, it could only survive for 3 days at the most. Ji Yuning planned to keep it in the telepathic eye space during the day, and let it stay in the swimming pool at night. Will you let me out after you put me inside? The evil Zhao was alert. I need you to deal with things for me, so of course I'll let you out, Ji Yuning said and was amused. Fine. The evil Zhao agreed. Afterwards, Ji Yuning walked forward and held its claw. In a second, the evil Zhao disappeared. It was the male ghost's turn now. The second the male ghost was out, it was also surprised by the changes of the scene in Ji Yuning's clothes. What happened? Why am I here? When did you change your clothing? I put you away and brought you here, Ji Yuning replied. She gave the male ghost the same answer. What? You put me away? The male ghost was shocked too, and moved a few steps backwards in fear. It remembered that it lost consciousness last time when Ji Yuning caught it. Who are you? The male ghost asked. It didn't trust Ji Yuning at all. It's not important, and now I'm giving you 2 choices. 1. Disappear completely. 2. Submit to me, Ji Yuning said. The male ghost was struck dumb. It couldn't believe that this young girl was so powerful and threatening. In fact, it stayed in this world only to protect Commander Hu's belongings, so it didn't care about anything else. Oh, right, where are Commander Hu's belongings? All of a sudden, the male ghost stared straight at Ji Yuning and questioned her, Did you take Commander Hu's belongings away? Yeah, I did. I know that it's not right, but I won't put them back. It's been over 100 years. Why do you have to guard them? Someone would take them away anyway. You can take revenge if you hate me, but it's impossible for you to win. I'll put you away and keep you in the space forever, or I'll burn you with fire till you're eliminated, Ji Yuning said with confidence. The male ghost understood that Ji Yuning wasn't kidding. Since Commander Hu's belongings were already taken away by Ji Yuning, there was no reason for it to stay in this world any longer. Therefore, it chose to be eliminated. I feel so guilty that I lost Commander Hu's belongings. I would rather be eliminated than stay here alone, the male ghost said. It didn't bother to struggle either, because it knew that it was meaningless. Ji Yuning was surprised by its loyalty to Commander Hu. Because the male ghost had a strong feeling of guilt, it couldn't disappear by itself. Ji Yuning could only burn it with flames. Are you sure? Being burnt is very painful, Ji Yuning asked with a serious face. I know, and I'm not afraid of it, the male ghost said with determination. Great. Since it was the male ghost's choice, Ji Yuning agreed. The next second, a flamethrower and a can of gasoline appeared in her hands. Seeing that, the male ghost was astonished. It was like a magic show. The male ghost didn't move at all, but let Ji Yuning pour gasoline on its body before she burned it. It yelled and screamed in the flames, which was quite scary. Ji Yuning thought that it was very noisy, but had no other feelings. Those who stayed on this island, on the contrary, were frightened. They heard loud howls of anguish, and the ground was even shaking. It felt like an earthquake, and they were worried that the island would sink suddenly. This island wasn't big, so it was very likely that it would sink someday. Chapter 918 From Hell, What's Going On? No idea, it's so scary. It sounds like a voice from hell. Don't scare me. There is no hell in this world. I don't know whether there is a hell or not, but the ground is shaking. Is it an earthquake? Earthquake. Will this small island sink? I don't want to die young. Me either. Are you dying? Around 20 minutes later, the male ghost stopped struggling and was burnt completely. After that, Ji Yuning left. She let the yacht out, then went to the blockage in the passage. When she got there, she put the yacht away, and dived into the sea. After leaving the passage, she surfaced again far from the shore. Ji Yuning observed the surroundings for a while. When she was sure that there was nobody in her sight, she took the yacht out again, and sailed away. Those men who were left on the small island didn't notice the yacht in the beginning, but they began to shout to it once they noticed it after it moved farther away. However, no matter how loudly they shouted, Ji Yuning couldn't hear them because of the sea wind. And even if she heard them, she would ignore them. When she was about to arrive, she disguised herself as Tang Aining again, then went back to the wharf. After returning the yacht, Ji Yuning took a taxi and went back to the Gonghao Hotel. Due to the support of so many important figures, Infinite Horror passed the censorship in a short time. The person who was responsible for censoring the film was also scared when he was watching it. At the same time, he believed that it would be a great success. Once it passed the censorship, it was set to be shown in theaters the next Saturday. It took the shortest time to be shown in theaters. After that, Fenghua Entertainment began to widely publicize it. News about Infinite Horror was still popular on the internet, so many people were attracted to it. The majority of them were interested in the film itself, while the rest was either curious about Ji Yuning or Fenghua Entertainment. Anyway, Infinite Horror was the most popular film right now, and the leading actors in it gained a lot of attention as well. Chu Peihen's and her friends' faces were shown in the films, so many students in City F recognized them. Although they just played unimportant roles in the film, they soon became popular in all of the high schools in City F. Many schoolmates asked them whether Ji Yuning had a relationship with Fenghua Entertainment. They gave them an affirmative answer with Ji Yuning's permission. Before long, someone revealed it on the internet, and said that Fenghua Entertainment was owned by Ji Yuning. Once the post was out, the news spread abroad within a short time. Ji Yuning, once again, became a hot topic on social media. OMG, Goddess Ji Yu is the boss of Fenghua Entertainment. Jesus, she's so unbelievable. She owns Jade Beauty Jewelry, Charm and Fenghua Entertainment. She must be super rich. I have a feeling that Fenghua Entertainment is going to be popular. It is popular right now. And it'll be more popular in the future. To be honest, I want to be an actor now because of Goddess Ji Yu. I hope that she can sign me. It's not easy to do that. Fighting. If you want to be signed by Goddess Ji Yu, you must be a lot more outstanding than your peers. In my opinion, I think Goddess Ji Yu values talent and skills above appearances. I think so. The news that Ji Yuning was the boss of Fenghua Entertainment became one of the hottest topics on Weibo after a short while. Ji Yuning was really a frequent visitor of the list of the hottest topics. Her name now occupied almost half of the list. Many celebrities got jealous of her again. In the company of Fenghua Entertainment, the capital, staff members of Fenghua Entertainment paid attention to the news about their company the entire time. They didn't know that their real boss was an 18-year-old girl until now. Nevertheless, they didn't think that a young girl wasn't qualified to be their boss, because Ji Yuning was the most popular businesswoman these days. In addition, most of them had heard of Ji Yuning's previous achievements and they were all her fans. Therefore, they felt very proud after knowing that Ji Yuning was their boss, and worked even harder. Till now, Su Tongnuo and Xia Yichu were the only two artists signed by Fenghua, and they got along quite well. They had read news about each other before their first meeting in real life, so they felt for each other. They had an appointment to dine together tonight, but Xia Yichu suddenly had to deal with something else. Xia Yichu's younger brother, Xia Yidong, wrote a song named Dedication a while ago. She recorded a sample and posted it online, then a director of a new TV series found and liked it. Chapter 919 A Strange Figure. Because this song was very suitable for their TV series, they wanted to buy it as the insert music in the show. Insert music didn't sound very important, but it actually appeared throughout the show more often than the opening song and the ending song did. Many people preferred to watch TV shows on the internet nowadays, and they would normally fast forward to the show without watching its beginning. Sometimes, the opening song or the ending song would also be used as the insert music, so it depended on the quality of the song whether it could be popular. Xia Yichu was signed by Fenghua Entertainment, and Xia Yidong cared about his older sister's career, so the director had to ask for Fenghua Entertainment's agreement. As for the singer, it had to be Xia Yichu. Afterwards, the director discussed it with Fenghua Entertainment. There was no reason for Fenghua Entertainment to turn the offer down, so they were meeting today to talk about the details. Although Fenghua Entertainment would protect its artists from harmful unspoken rules, it was necessary for them to show up at some gatherings. Xia Yichu was a singer who hadn't had her debut yet, so she had to seize every opportunity to gain attention. If she didn't show up, it might leave a bad impression on those who had the intention to cooperate with her. Once her reputation was damaged, her career would be ruined. In fact, it was enough if Xia Yichu and her agent went there, but Lu Xiao said that he was going with them too, which surprised them. "Manager Lu, why are you going with us?" Xia Yichu couldn't believe her ears. "Can't I?" Lu Xiao frowned. "Of course, but," Xia Yichu said at once. It wasn't a big deal, and there was no need for Lu Xiao, who was the general manager of the company, to go there in person. What she didn't know was that Lu Xiao went there because of her. Lu Xiao fell in love with Xia Yichu before he even realized it. Even though there were no unspoken rules in Fenghua Entertainment, their clients might do something inappropriate, so he was worried about Xia Yichu's safety. Xia Yichu's agent noticed something, but she wasn't sure about it. Xia Yichu's agent was a woman who was assigned by Lu Xiao too. He was unwilling to arrange a man to work with Xia Yichu. It was around 5:30 p.m. when Ji Yuning got back to the Gonghao Hotel, so she booked a private room without delay. After that, she planned to call Leng Xiaoting, Gao Yi and Chao Ya. When she had just turned, she saw He Xin. He Xin walked into the hotel with two of her friends, and she noticed Ji Yuning as well. He Xin was surprised to see Ji Yuning, because she thought that Ji Yuning would directly fly back to City B after going to City M. "Hi, I thought that you would directly fly back to City B after going to City M. Do you need to deal with something else in HK?" He Xin walked to Ji Yuning at once. "Yeah, but it's already done, and I'm leaving for City B tomorrow morning," Ji Yuning said with a smile. "Have you eaten? Why don't we dine together?" He Xin asked. "Not yet, but I already booked a private room and will be dining with my friends," Ji Yuning said. "Fine." He Xin didn't insist. "How about tonight? If you're free, you can have some fun with us at my family's clubhouse." "Thanks, but we need a good rest tonight because we have to go to the airport early in the morning tomorrow." Ji Yuning declined again. "Well, do visit HK again if you're free in the future," He Xin said in the end. Ji Yuning then called Leng Xiaoting, Gao Yi and Chao Ya to tell them to dine together. After ordering the dishes, Ji Yuning told Chao Ya to book plane tickets for them. It was only a little past 7 p.m. when they finished dinner, and Ji Yuning along with Leng Xiaoting went for a ride outside. Ji Yuning wanted to enjoy the beach, so Leng Xiaoting borrowed a car from the hotel and they left for the seaside. There were too many people on the beach near the center of the city, so they went to a place farther away from the crowd. The farther they walked along the coast, the quieter it was. Leng Xiaoting stopped the car by the roadside, then walked on the beach holding Ji Yuning's hand. "Xiaoting, can I ask you something?" Ji Yuning said. Hearing Ji Yuning's serious tone, Leng Xiaoting got nervous. "Sure." Well, I have many real antiques with me now, and I don't think it's very profitable to run an antique store, so I plan to open a private museum. I can sell tickets and real antiques at the same time, but you know I got most of those real antiques by grave digging. It's illegal and a big problem, so do you have any ways to solve it? It's easy, Leng Xiaoting said without hesitation. We don't need to tell the authorities the truth, and we can also donate some pieces to the National Museum to show our kindness. I think the government will permit it. Hearing that, Ji Yuning nodded. Please help me with it. No problem, Leng Xiaoting said. He was more than willing to help Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked a long distance, and it became darker because there weren't any street lights. When they were about to walk back, something strange happened. A black figure flashed by the nearby woods like lightning, which an ordinary person couldn't do. Not only was it strange, but it was also creepy. Ji Yuning suddenly had a premonition, and told Leng Xiaoting to go over with her. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting ran much faster than ordinary people, but they were still slower than the black figure. Within several seconds, the distance between them and the black figure became longer. Chapter 920 The Evil Practice. Because Leng Xiaoting was by her side, Ji Yuning couldn't use her magical power to speed up. She used her jade eyes when they were chasing the black figure, and was surprised to see that the black figure was covered in yin. What is going on here? It didn't seem like the man was affected and harmed by yin, because those who were affected by yin would lose energy, but the man was obviously different. Yin enhanced his strength, but he was just a human being. It was the first time that Ji Yuning had encountered such a strange thing, so she couldn't figure out the reason. There was another person on the man's shoulder, and the person's face also shocked Ji Yuning. The person's entire face was withered with a pair of protruding eyes, which looked terrible. The dead person was a young girl. The black figure noticed that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were chasing him, so he threw the dead girl down and sped up, escaping. Seeing that, Ji Yuning understood that they couldn't chase him, so she gave up, and went to check the dead girl's condition. It was impossible that it was a normal death. Leng Xiaoting was also slightly scared when he saw the dead girl's face. He had never seen such a scary face before. Ji Yuning also noticed yin on the dead girl's body, but this girl died because of it. After observing for a while, Ji Yuning found bite marks and broken blood vessels around the dead girl's neck. She thought of sucking blood at once. Sucking blood. Is he a vampire? After witnessing zombies, ghosts, and the evil Zhao, Ji Yuning wasn't surprised to run into a vampire. However, she lacked proof right now. In order to get more information about it, Ji Yuning took out her phone to search for it. She would probably find some useful information on the internet. Leng Xiaoting was confused seeing what Ji Yuning was doing now, but he didn't interrupt her. She read many short articles about vampires, ghosts, and the evil practice. People who joined the evil practice would practice inner discipline by sucking female virgins' blood. Once the victim was sucked of all her blood, her skin would wither. This dead girl was about 17 years old, and it was very likely that she was a virgin. Therefore, Ji Yuning thought that the black figure could be a member of the evil practice. It was hard for Ji Yuning to digest this shocking truth. What have you found? Leng Xiaoting asked. Let's talk about it later. It's very weird and creepy. We better not be involved, Ji Yuning said. Leng Xiaoting also sensed that this crime wasn't normal, but he didn't know why. After walking far away, Ji Yuning said to Leng Xiaoting in a serious tone, Xiaoting, have you ever believed in ghosts and monsters before you witnessed the zombies? No, Leng Xiaoting replied. Leng Xiaoting was very smart, and realized that this crime must have something to do with evil things since Ji Yuning said that to him. Ghosts and monsters normally only appear in stories and films, but they have shown up in our real life. I have a feeling that something important is going to happen in this world, Ji Yuning said. Ever since she was reborn, she had encountered zombies, ghosts, the evil Zhao, and now a member of the evil practice. There couldn't be only one member in the evil practice, and they must have their own range of activities. Ji Yuning thought that her rebirth might have caused the butterfly effect. Leng Xiaoting caught Ji Yuning's hand tightly with worry. He clearly knew that Ji Yuning was unusually intuitive. He was worried that Ji Yuning might get involved in trouble. I just looked it up on the internet, and I think it's highly possible for it to be a member of the evil practice. Members of the evil practice suck female virgins' blood to practice their inner discipline, and the dead girl is very young, about 17 years old, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was shocked. Do you believe in the evil practice? Leng Xiaoting asked. I'm confused, Ji Yuning said. She hesitated to tell Leng Xiaoting that she had met ghosts and the evil Zhao as well. Don't worry, I'll protect you, Leng Xiaoting said to comfort Ji Yuning. The next morning, Ji Yuning and the others walked out of the hotel at 7 a.m. heading to the airport, but 4 policemen stopped them. They didn't know what they had done wrong. Good morning, we're from the local police station, the leading young policeman said and showed them his certificate. We found a dead girl's body in the woods near the beach last night, and we've checked the surveillance cameras. Only you two have been there, so please follow us to the police station for the investigation. This policeman was very polite. Policeman Zhao, don't waste time on it. They must be the murderers since only the 2 of them showed up there last night. We should directly arrest them before they escape. A policewoman walked over at this moment. Chapter 921 Declare guilty without investigation. It was a policewoman who was around 27 years old and she looked unkind. A touch of jealousy flashed by the policewoman's eyes when she noticed Ji Yuning's unusual beauty and the handsome man by her side. Hearing that it was a homicide, passers-by surrounded them at once, and glared at Ji Yuning. They believed that Ji Yuning was the killer because of what the policewoman had just said. Policeman Zhao was displeased. Policewoman Zhang, we haven't done a thorough investigation yet. Don't jump to conclusions. It seemed like Policeman Zhao was an upright man. Policeman Zhao, it couldn't be more obvious that they killed Miss Jin. If you don't close this case as soon as we can, it'll cause us more trouble, Policewoman Zhang said airily. She didn't care whether Ji Yuning was innocent. All she wanted to do was to settle this case as soon as possible. She had no sense of justice. From the surveillance cameras, no one would doubt her assumption. As for the motivation, it was easy for someone who wanted to harm you to make up one. Ji Yuning and the others were mad when Policewoman Zhang said that. Leng Xiaoting wanted to defend themselves, but Ji Yuning stopped him and stood out. Well, Ji Yuning sneered, do you mean that there is no need to investigate it, and do you want to directly announce that we're guilty? Miss, please don't get us wrong. Before Policewoman Zhang could say something, Policeman Zhao interrupted them. He was unwilling to let Policewoman Zhang damage the police's reputation. Ji Yuning, however, refused to retreat. Don't get you wrong. Policeman Zhao, we're not idiots, and are able to understand Policewoman Zhang very well. She simply wants to settle this case as soon as possible because of the dead girl's identity. Why don't you spend some time searching for the real killer? Aren't you a public servant, Policewoman Zhang? You. Policewoman Zhang panicked and felt embarrassed. Many onlookers were also mad after hearing Ji Yuning's argument. How could they do that? They must do the investigation first. They're public servants and they should serve the public. I don't think that I'd have the courage to call the police in the future when I need their help. Facing their criticisms, Policewoman Zhang was furious. Policeman Zhao didn't want any citizens to have a bad impression of the police, but the situation was out of control now. In fact, he also hoped that Policewoman Zhang could learn a lesson from it. He never liked her, because she always made decisions without discussing with other colleagues. She believed that she could do everything she wanted just because she was the sergeant's niece. Policewoman Zhang argued, do you have any proof to prove that you're not guilty? Is there any witnesses? Hearing that, Ji Yuning wore a sarcastic smile. Isn't it your duty to collect evidence? Since you've checked the surveillance cameras and said that only we were there, how could I find anyone else to be a witness? You didn't see us kill at all. How could you know that we're guilty of it? You've done no investigation at all, so you can't declare us guilty. Ji Yuning looked a little aggressive. The police indeed hadn't done any investigation yet. The person who found the dead girl had a relationship with the police station, so nobody thought that he was guilty. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, who finally appeared at the crime scene, became killers in Policewoman Zhang's eyes. Only policewoman Zhang claimed them to be guilty, while the others just wanted Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to assist them with the investigation. Ji Yuning added, "We had been there, so it's understandable that you're suspicious of us. We're willing to assist you in the investigation, but don't announce that we're guilty before the final result is out. We're common citizens, but that doesn't mean that we don't have the right to sue you for damaging our reputation." Policewoman Zhang didn't know how to retort. "Policewoman Zhang, I'm responsible for this case. If you want to take it over, please report it to the sergeant and shut me out of it." Policeman Zhao interrupted them again at this moment. Policewoman Zhang didn't have many skills, but liked to be noticed. What she was doing now was useless. Policewoman Zhang was annoyed, but didn't dare to say another word. Although she was very arrogant because her uncle was the sergeant, she was afraid of her uncle as well. Chapter 922. Miss Tang. "Miss, and this gentleman, please don't mind what policewoman Zhang just said. We still hope that you can assist us in the investigation," Policeman Zhao said to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting politely. "Since you're suspicious of us, we can assist you with the investigation, but I must tell you that we have nothing to do with this case. We're leaving for City B at 8:50 a.m. this morning. If we miss the flight because of the investigation, please pay us the compensation," Ji Yuning said. She purposely said that to scare them because she hated being used. Hearing that, Policeman Zhao and the others hesitated. It wasn't up to them to pay the compensation. "Miss, we're also unwilling to cause any loss because of the investigation, but you're involved in this case, so you have the duty to assist us," Policeman Zhao said in a tough tone. Leng Xiaoting stopped remaining silent at this moment. He took out his military officer certificate, and showed it to Policeman Zhao. "If you're still suspicious of us, you must ask for permission from the military of our country before investigating me." Policeman Zhao and the others rounded their eyes in shock after seeing Leng Xiaoting's military officer certificate. What? A major general? He's so young. Since Leng Xiaoting was a major general, they had no right to investigate him. How is it possible? You're too young to be a major general. Policewoman Zhang couldn't believe her eyes. What? A major general? Onlookers were also shocked. In ordinary people's eyes, a major general was normally a man around 40 years old. Leng Xiaoting, however, was in his 20s. If he was a major general, he must have made many great achievements before. In that case, it was hard for others to believe that he would kill a girl. Soldiers were all upright, loyal people in their eyes. Leng Xiaoting took out his phone and made a call without delay. Policeman Zhao didn't dare to stop him, because he knew what Leng Xiaoting was going to do. He was also sure that Leng Xiaoting was really a major general. Leng Xiaoting briefly told the people on the phone what he had been through outside the Gonghao Hotel before he hung up. Within 2 minutes, Policeman Zhao's phone rang, and the caller was the sergeant. The sergeant ordered them to let Leng Xiaoting go at once. Policeman Zhao apologized to Leng Xiaoting with great respect. "I'm so sorry, Major General Leng. Please feel free to leave." Hearing that, others all believed that this young man in front of them was really a major general in the army. Policewoman Zhang didn't dare to say a word now, but she still refused to believe that Leng Xiaoting was already a major general at such an early age. Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to waste time there, and soon left with Ji Yuning. The murderer might be involved in the evil practice, so Ji Yuning didn't provide the police with any clues. She knew that the police weren't a match for the evil practice. Luckily, Ji Yuning and the others still had enough time to go to the airport. Around 2 hours later, they arrived at City B. Ji Yuning had parked her car in the parking lot of the airport, so that they could drive it home when they got back. When they were in the plane earlier, several stewardesses tried to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting only paid attention to Ji Yuning, so they gave up in the end. It was time for lunch when they got back to City B, so they went to the Wangdang Hotel afterwards. Outside of the Wangdang Hotel, many entertainment reporters were gathered together and 2 people were surrounded in the middle. One of the 2 people was a woman in her early 30s, while the other was wearing a baseball cap and large sunglasses to cover her face. She must be a celebrity. "Miss Tang, it's said that the leading actress in Palace should be someone else, but you've replaced her all of a sudden. Is it because of your special relationship with Lord Sen?" Miss Tang, do you know that Lord Sen is already married? Miss Tang. Hearing those entertainment reporters calling the woman Miss Tang, Ji Yuning thought that they were calling her, but it turned out to be someone else. Miss Tang was the actress who was wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses. Ji Yuning held doubt towards their questions, because entertainment reporters loved making big scandals and fake news. Anyway, the entertainment industry was the Vanity Fair, and it was true that many actresses would exchange sex for a role they wanted. It was hard to tell which actress was innocent. Please stop asking those questions. There is no special or unusual relationship between Xiaoxiao and Lord Sen. It's ridiculous that Xiaoxiao would destroy a man's family, Tang Xiaoxiao's agent said that repeatedly, although she was furious now. There are photos of Miss Tang and Lord Sen dining alone in a restaurant on the internet, someone said. They were not dining alone, I was there too. We were talking about business. I left for the ladies' room, so I'm absent from those photos. Tang Xiaoxiao's agent explained, but nobody believed her. Chapter 923 Throw sulfuric acid. In fact, if they wanted to find out the truth, they could check the surveillance cameras of the restaurant. However, it was obvious that none of those reporters cared about the truth. All they wanted was a piece of exciting news to gain attention. If not, why was the leading actress of Palace replaced all of a sudden? A reporter asked. It said that Lord Sen demanded to cast Tang Xiaoxiao, another reporter said. We had no idea that the leading actress in Palace was already settled. Xiaoxiao just went to join the audition, and she got the role through it. Tang Xiaoxiao's agent explained. Although she was losing patience, she had to be careful. Right when those reporters were about to ask more questions, an accident happened. Go to hell, you mistress. All of a sudden, an angry female voice sounded, and a bottle of liquid was thrown at Tang Xiaoxiao. Ji Yuning was surprised the second she saw the liquid, because it was sulfuric acid. Although she hated mistresses as well, she didn't think that Tang Xiaoxiao should be punished before the truth came out. True and fake news mixed together in the entertainment industry. Therefore, Ji Yuning dashed forward at once, but Tang Xiaoxiao was surrounded by reporters, so she was a step too late. Before everyone could figure out what had happened, Tang Xiaoxiao shouted in pain. There was white smoke rising from Tang Xiaoxiao's body and her clothing was already corroded by the acid. Some parts of her damaged skin were exposed. People were all shocked and moved backwards in fear, but they pointed their cameras at Tang Xiaoxiao at the same time. They were a bunch of entertainment reporters who relied on celebrities' pain. Their behavior annoyed Ji Yuning. Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao's agent supported her at once. However, the second her hand accidentally touched the sulfuric acid on Tang Xiaoxiao's body, she was burned and loosened her hand. Once she loosened her hand, Tang Xiaoxiao lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ji Yuning got to her at this time. Ji Yuning squeezed a power crystal into Tang Xiaoxiao's mouth when she ran over. Tang Xiaoxiao's agent subconsciously wanted to stop Ji Yuning from doing that, but she thought that Ji Yuning might not harm Tang Xiaoxiao in a public place, so she stood aside. After that, Ji Yuning took out a bottle of water mixed with power crystal. Help her apply it to her injuries, she said to the agent. The agent didn't have time to think about it, and applied the water to the injuries on Tang Xiaoxiao's body without delay. The burned area was relatively large on Tang Xiaoxiao's body, but she couldn't take off her clothing right now, so her agent wasn't able to apply the medicine to all of her injuries. Luckily, Ji Yuning had already helped her take a power crystal and put some magical power into her body to relieve the pain. The residual sulfuric acid couldn't cause any harm to her now. Chao Ya, catch that woman. Ji Yuning said to Chao Ya, and Chao Ya caught the woman who had poured sulfuric acid on Tang Xiaoxiao without hesitation. Ji Yuning then carried Tang Xiaoxiao in her arms, walking into the hotel. She had to apply the medicine to her injuries in a room. Those reporters were all amazed by Ji Yuning's physical strength. When they moved forward a little trying to ask Ji Yuning questions, Leng Xiaoting and Gao Yi stood in their way. Both Leng Xiaoting and Gao Yi were tall and strong, so nobody dared to move a step forward again. Tang Xiaoxiao's agent chased Ji Yuning at once. Miss, Xiaoxiao must go to the hospital right now. Have a look at your palm, Ji Yuning said to her. Don't worry, I can cure her injuries. The agent looked at her palm the next second, and she was surprised to find that her palm was back to normal. She couldn't believe her eyes. Although she chose to trust Ji Yuning at this key moment, she still had many questions in her mind. Lady Ning, let me do it. Gao Yi walked in front of Ji Yuning, and reached out his arms to carry Tang Xiaoxiao. As Ji Yuning's bodyguard, he should do that. Thanks. Ji Yuning didn't reject. Leng Xiaoting didn't do it because he was unwilling to touch a strange woman when it wasn't absolutely necessary. In the beginning, the receptionist was reluctant to let Ji Yuning check in with Tang Xiaoxiao because she was afraid that the hotel would have to take responsibility for the accident, but Leng Xiaoting showed her Ji Yuning's black card, so she welcomed them in at once. Tang Xiaoxiao had booked a room in the hotel, so the agent guided them straight to her room. Tang Xiaoxiao was a famous actress, so she stayed in a presidential suite. After entering the suite, Leng Xiaoting and Gao Yi waited in the living room, while the others stepped into the bedroom. They helped Tang Xiaoxiao remove her clothing once they were in the bedroom. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't calm down until now. Even though Tang Xiaoxiao had already taken the power crystal and gotten some of Ji Yuning's magical power, she was seriously injured after all, so it took time for her to recover. The palm of Tang Xiaoxiao's agent was already fine now, even though there was still a scare. When Tang Xiaoxiao saw Ji Yuning's face after she calmed down, she was surprised. Miss Ji Yu. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, because she didn't expect that Tang Xiaoxiao would know her. However, she soon figured out that Tang Xiaoxiao must have read news about her on the internet before. Yeah, I am. Ji Yuning kindly smiled at her. Tang Xiaoxiao's agent was also slightly surprised when Tang Xiaoxiao recognized Ji Yuning. Chapter 924. It is a scheme. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for saving my life. Tang Xiaoxiao thanked Ji Yuning with sincerity. As a famous A-list actress, Tang Xiaoxiao's name often appeared on the list of the hottest topics on Weibo. She paid a lot of attention to the news about her, and so also got to know a lot about Ji Yuning. She admired Ji Yuning for her unbelievable achievements at such an early age. The majority in the entertainment industry was aware of what Ji Yuning had done, including Tang Xiaoxiao's agent, but she was too busy to remember Ji Yuning's face. That was why she failed to recognize Ji Yuning at the very beginning. Miss Ji Yu, you must have heard what they just said to me, right? Tang Xiaoxiao asked. Yeah. Ji Yuning nodded, but said nothing further. It wasn't uncommon to hear gossip in the entertainment industry, and Tang Xiaoxiao was already used to it. She needed attention and the company needed her to make money by gaining attention, so she accepted this unspoken rule. However, this time was different. The gossip about her and Lord Sen wasn't arranged by the company she worked for, and Lord Sen was a married man, which almost ruined Tang Xiaoxiao's reputation. She knew that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl, so she hoped that Ji Yuning could help her. Miss Ji Yu. Tang Xiaoxiao struggled to sit up, but her agent, who was still applying medicine to her injuries, was scared. Lie down. It's not done yet, her agent said anxiously. Just talk to me while lying on the bed. Ji Yuning also stopped Tang Xiaoxiao from getting up. She knew that Tang Xiaoxiao was going to tell her something about the gossip. She was right. Miss Ji Yu, it's a scheme, and I am not the other woman in Lord Sen's family. We dined together in order to talk about business, but it turned out to be a scheme. Miss Ji Yu, you're well known for your outstanding ability. Could you please help me out this time? I'm willing to do anything for you as long as it's in my ability, Tang Xiaoxiao said with strong emotions. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised to find out that the gossip was a scheme, because schemes in the entertainment industry were no less than those in politics. It was hard for a good actor without powerful support to become famous nowadays. If an actor didn't have powerful support, he or she could only rely on his or her talent and skills. In Ji Yuning's eyes, Tang Xiaoxiao was an excellent actress who was good at acting, singing and dancing. Although Tang Xiaoxiao hadn't won any supreme accolades yet, it was very normal because she just became popular a short time ago. Besides, many accolades were given to those who had powerful support now. Ji Yuning didn't know much about Tang Xiaoxiao, she just remembered her name and face when she was reading information about actors on the internet. Although there was a lot of gossip about Tang Xiaoxiao, she had done nothing immoral. Therefore, Ji Yuning was willing to sign her if she was an upright person. Tang Xiaoxiao was already a popular actress. As long as she could handle this scandal well, it was very likely that she would become more famous. However, her career would be ruined if she failed to overcome this crisis. Since she turned to Ji Yuning for help, Ji Yuning would certainly solve the problem. "Do you know who set you up?" Ji Yuning asked. "I know. Her name is Fan Xishuan," Tang Xiaoxiao said. Feeling sad. Tang Xiaoxiao and Fan Xishuan were classmates and roommates back in university. They used to be very close and even rented rooms together after graduation. However, Tang Xiaoxiao was luckier than Fan Xishuan, and got many roles after auditioning, while Fan Xishuan could only be an extra. In fact, Tang Xiaoxiao was simply a better actress than Fan Xishuan. As time went by, Fan Xishuan got jealous of Tang Xiaoxiao. They cut off their relationship one day because Tang Xiaoxiao offered to lend money to Fan Xishuan on her own initiative when Fan Xishuan lacked money, but Fan Xishuan thought that Tang Xiaoxiao was trying to humiliate her with money. No matter how Tang Xiaoxiao explained it, Fan Xishuan wouldn't listen, and she soon moved out. Afterwards, they seldom contacted each other. Tang Xiaoxiao also saw through Fan Xishuan, and gradually forgot her. They met each other again a year ago. They were both cast in the same TV show. Tang Xiaoxiao was the leading actress, while Fan Xishuan played the supporting role. Probably because Fan Xishuan was jealous of Tang Xiaoxiao, she acted the evil female role very well. In that case, Fan Xishuan got a lot of attention as well as criticism. After that, Fan Xishuan got more chances to show her face in TV shows. Now, Fan Xishuan was a B-list actress. The new TV show, Palace, was invested by the Sen family, and Tang Xiaoxiao received an invitation to audition. She passed it and also signed the contract. Lord Sen dined with her later to talk about the show, but the scandal erupted. Once the scandal went viral, the company Tang Xiaoxiao worked for didn't help her solve the problem, but instead wanted to end the contract with her. It was obvious that the company she worked for was also under great pressure. Fan Xishuan called Tang Xiaoxiao yesterday and told her that it was her scheme. Chapter 925 The Business Value of Tang Xiaoxiao. Fan Xishuan aimed to ruin Tang Xiaoxiao. Lord Sen was Fan Xishuan's sugar daddy, so he helped her trap Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao also had many connections, but Lord Sen wasn't someone that they dared to mess with. The Sen family was a super rich family in City B after all, and not many people were willing to act against them. Tang Xiaoxiao felt helpless before she met Ji Yuning, but now she had hope that Ji Yuning might help her out. Ji Yuning had a lot more powerful connections than she did. If Ji Yuning was willing to help her, it would be very easy. Tang Xiaoxiao's agent didn't understand why Tang Xiaoxiao turned to a young girl for help in the beginning, but Tang Xiaoxiao said that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl at all, so she believed that Ji Yuning must have been born in an influential family. However, after observing Ji Yuning for a while, she began to feel that Ji Yuning was very familiar, then recognized Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was the popular goddess Ji Yu on the internet. Tang Xiaoxiao's agent got excited to see Ji Yuning in real life. "Miss Ji Yu, please give us a helping hand this time. As long as you can help Xiaoxiao out, given her position in the entertainment industry now, she won't disappoint you if you sign her." Tang Xiaoxiao's agent begged Ji Yuning. Tang Xiaoxiao was an A-list actress after all, so it was a profitable deal in Ji Yuning's eyes, so she agreed to help her. "Do you have a voice recording of your call with Fan Xishuan?" Ji Yuning asked. "No, I was too mad back then and forgot to do that," Tang Xiaoxiao said. "What's the full name of Lord Sen?" Ji Yuning asked again. "Sen Yanhang," Tang Xiaoxiao replied. "Great," Ji Yuning said, then called K. "What's up, boss?" K asked and sounded delighted. Ji Yuning knew that it must be because of the Mu family. The Mu family's business was in a mess now and Mu Shushan was busy all day dealing with all kinds of problems. His wife even blamed him for failing to bail Mu Wenqi out, and they argued frequently. Kay was very pleased to see the Mu family having trouble. Help me investigate Sen Yanhang, Lord Sen of the Sen family in City B, and Fan Xishuan, a B-list actress. I need all the evidence of their affair, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, both Tang Xiaoxiao and her agent were cheered up. No problem, Kay said. Oh, boss, I need to report 2 things to you. First, the mobile game that I've been working on is already done, and we're ready to release it once it passes the alpha test. Could you please register a game company when you come to the capital the next time? Second, I noticed a professional killer named Brave Eagle on the wanted list a while ago. I contacted him and talked to him about you. He didn't believe it at the beginning, but soon agreed to meet us after I removed his name from the list. We're going to meet tonight. Great, go meet him together with Ba Tianyang to make sure that you'll be safe, Ji Yuning said. Although Kay wasn't weak, he was hardly comparable to a professional killer. Ba Tianyang was already a member of their team, and they trusted him. I will, Kay said. He had the same idea actually. Even though Brave Eagle agreed to meet him, Kay was still wary, therefore he had threatened Brave Eagle and said that if he didn't show up, he would put his name back on the list. However, it was also possible that Brave Eagle would kill him when they met, given that he had already removed his name from the list. Brave Eagle was a professional killer after all, so it was super easy for him to kill a man. After hanging up the call with Kay, Ji Yuning said to Tang Xiaoxiao, "Don't worry, I'll handle it. You can stay in this hotel and have a rest. Don't respond to the scandal. Leave it to me." Thanks, Tang Xiaoxiao and her agent said. Ever since they found out Ji Yuning's identity, Ji Yuning had their complete trust. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for your help. Tang Xiaoxiao felt really grateful and had tears in her eyes. She was relieved now. That's only because you're valuable in my eyes, Ji Yuning said. If you're going to work for my company, I hope that you can do your job as well as usual. I will, Tang Xiaoxiao said at once. By the way, you better end the contract with the company you're working for as soon as possible. You don't need to pay liquidated damages if they already have the idea to fire you, Ji Yuning said. Sure, I'll give them a call later, Tang Xiaoxiao's agent said. Afterwards, Ji Yuning took out her name card and gave it to Tang Xiaoxiao's agent. This is my name card. Feel free to call me if anything happens. Thanks. Tang Xiaoxiao's agent then exchanged her name card with Ji Yuning. Tang Xiaoxiao's agent was called Lin Lu. Before Ji Yuning left, she took out a roll of bandages. Wrap her injuries up, and stay away from water. Tang Xiaoxiao was seriously burned, so it would take some time for her to recover. Sure, Lin Lu said. Do I need to go to the hospital? Tang Xiaoxiao asked. She didn't feel much pain now, but the burns were still on her body. Chapter 926. She has a mental problem. There is no need for you to go to the hospital. My medicine is enough for you to recover, Ji Yuning said. Thanks, Tang Xiaoxiao said, trusting Ji Yuning. After that, Ji Yuning left, and Lin Lu started to wrap Tang Xiaoxiao's injuries. She was shocked when she saw the burns again. After just a few minutes, the burns had faded a lot. Wow, Tang Xiaoxiao was also greatly surprised and couldn't believe her eyes. Oh, my palm was also burned when I caught you just then, but it also quickly recovered after applying Miss Gu's medicine to the injury, Lin Lu said, and spread out her palm. Jesus, the scar faded a lot more. It's so unbelievable. I have a feeling that this medicine can completely remove this scar. Lin Lu was lightly injured, so she was able to recover within a short time. Well, if so, the burns on my body could also be removed. Tang Xiaoxiao got excited. Luckily, her face was safe, or she would be in despair. Since Miss Ji Yu said we don't need to go to the hospital, I believe that the medicine can help you fully recover, Lin Lu said. After that, Lin Lu called the company that Tang Xiaoxiao was working for to end their contract. The company Tang Xiaoxiao was working for wasn't located in City B, but they soon sent someone to deal with it, because they couldn't wait a second longer to fire Tang Xiaoxiao after the accident. Ji Yuning walked into the private room where she and her friends were going to dine together. Xiaoya and the woman who had poured sulfuric acid on Tang Xiaoxiao were already inside. Lady Ning, she has a mental problem, Xiaoya said the second Ji Yuning entered the room. Xiaoya had questioned the woman before Ji Yuning came, and she found that the woman wasn't mentally right. She has a mental problem. Ji Yuning cocked her eyebrow. According to the law, a crazy woman couldn't take much responsibility for her actions. Since she was going to sign Tang Xiaoxiao, she felt that had to take revenge for the damages caused by the sulfuric acid. I found out because she told me that her husband dumped her because he had a mistress, so she can't stand to hear the word, mistress. Before Xiaoya could finish, the woman indeed went crazy again. Bitch. You're the bitch who stole my husband from me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was mad, and glared at the woman. Although the woman had a mental problem, she still felt stressed under Leng Xiaoting's look, and shut her mouth at once. Leng Xiaoting wouldn't allow anyone to swear at Ji Yuning. Even though he knew that this woman had a mental problem, she shouldn't swear at Ji Yuning who was innocent. Well, I can make her go back to normal, Ji Yuning sneered, then squeezed a power crystal into the woman's mouth. A single pill wouldn't help, so Ji Yuning caught her shoulders to put her magical power into her body. This woman was very pitiful, but it didn't mean that she could get away with what she had done. Once the magical power entered the woman's body, it cured her mental illness, which wasn't serious, and she went back to normal after a few minutes. No one would know that she used to have a mental problem from now on. What are you doing? The woman looked at Ji Yuning in fear after she got her reason back. She still remembered what she had done, so she panicked when she saw that Ji Yuning had caught her. Tell me, who told you to pour sulfuric acid on Tang Xiaoxiao? Ji Yuning stared straight at her. Lord Sen or Fan Xishuan had to be involved in this accident. If the woman knew something, Ji Yuning would record it as evidence. I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about. The woman kept shaking her head. She was telling the truth, because she was tricked into pouring sulfuric acid on Tang Xiaoxiao by a man. The man lied to her and said that he found the mistress who had stolen her husband, so she was annoyed and carried a bottle of sulfuric acid to hurt Tang Xiaoxiao. However, she really didn't know who he was. How did he find you? Ji Yuning asked. I was in the psychiatric hospital around 11 a.m. today, and a man suddenly found me and told me that he found the mistress who has stolen my husband from me. I was annoyed, then he tricked me into pouring sulfuric acid on the girl, the woman said. Oh, the license plate of his car is XXXXX. Take her to the police station, Ji Yuning said to Xiaoya. Sure, Xiaoya said, and caught the woman. Please, please let me go. I didn't know what I was doing back then. The woman cried and begged Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, however, showed no sympathy for her and let Xiaoya take her out. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called K again, and told him to hack into the surveillance cameras of the psychiatric hospital, and investigate a car with a license plate XXXXX. By the time the dishes were placed on the table, Xiaoya was also back. The police station wasn't far, so it didn't take much time for Xiaoya to do her job. Although Ji Yuning had no sympathy for the woman wouldn't be severely punished because Tang Xiaoxiao was already fine now with the help of her medicine. At the same time, gossip about Tang Xiaoxiao went viral again. The scandal about the affair between Tang Xiaoxiao and Lord Sen already gained a lot of attention, so many people believed that it was true. Nevertheless, there were just photos of them dining together, but no evidence to show that they had stayed in the same hotel. As for the rumor that Tang Xiaoxiao had stolen Fan Xishuan's role, the official Weibo account of the TV show remained silent. Fan Xishuan's fans were all arguing and criticizing Tang Xiaoxiao, while Tang Xiaoxiao's fans and many internet users didn't believe it. Chapter 927 Fan Xishuan. In addition, Fan Xishuan was inferior to Tang Xiaoxiao in many ways, so many people thought that Tang Xiaoxiao was more capable than Fan Xishuan in playing the role. There was a certain amount of people who held doubts about it as well. As for the official Weibo account of the show, it didn't release any announcements in order to gain more attention. As long as more and more people paid attention to the news, the show was more likely to be popular. Given Tang Xiaoxiao's fame now, the news became one of the hottest topics on social media within a short time. The latest news about it was the director's explanation. The director said that Lord Sen recommended Tang Xiaoxiao after he chose Fan Xishuan, so he had to change his decision. Although the director didn't say whether Tang Xiaoxiao was the other woman in Lord Sen's family, his explanation proved that Lord Sen had a special relationship with Tang Xiaoxiao to some extent. Sen Yanheng was also being criticized by many internet users now, but everyone was aware that rich men always had a mistress or two. Men could easily be forgiven even if they cheated on their partners, while women were in the opposite situation. Sen Yanheng's wife knew him very well, and they appeared united outwardly but divided at heart. They didn't even live together, so his wife wasn't affected by this scandal. What? Tang Xiaoxiao is a bitch. How could she do that to Xishuan? I have a deep sympathy for Xishuan now. Be strong, Xishuan. We support you. Now I know why Tang Xiaoxiao became popular so quickly. She looks like a pure young girl, but turns out to be a slut. I'm not her fan anymore. Afterwards, Tang Xiaoxiao lost many followers on Weibo. Ridiculous, Xiaoxiao is more famous and beautiful than Fan Xishuan. It's obvious that she's a better choice for the leading role in Palace. I think the director has a sexual relationship with Fan Xishuan, so he is defending her. I agree. Lord Sen just recommended Tang Xiaoxiao, which doesn't prove that there is a special relationship between them. He's a businessman after all, and Tang Xiaoxiao can make more money for him. Xiaoxiao is an A-list actress now. There is no need for her to compete against Fan Xishuan in that way. I'm not a fan of either of them, but I also think that Tang Xiaoxiao is more beautiful and suitable for the role than Fan Xishuan. Fan Xishuan kept focusing on the news about the scandal on the internet, and she got angry when she read the above comments. She hated it when others said that she was inferior to Tang Xiaoxiao. She did everything she could in order to surpass Tang Xiaoxiao. However, there were still so many people who believed that Tang Xiaoxiao was better than her. Tang Xiaoxiao had a good reputation after all, and it was hard for them to ruin her career with just a dirty trick. Fan Xishuan had Lord Sen's support, so she could replace Tang Xiaoxiao someday, but not right now. Fan Xishuan used a Weibo account which nobody knew was hers, and left a comment, "Stop defending Tang Xiaoxiao." If there is no special relationship between Lord Sen and Tang Xiaoxiao, why is Lord Sen remaining silent? Right, there must be something they want to hide. Fan Xishuan's fans supported her without doubt, while Tang Xiaoxiao's fans defended Tang Xiaoxiao at the same time. The majority of Tang Xiaoxiao's fans were still willing to defend her, and only a small amount of her fans were disappointed in her. Many internet users were also onlookers who gathered together on the internet when there was gossip. An idea just dawned on me. Is it possible that Fan Xishuan is the one who has an affair with Lord Sen? It could be her scheme against Tang Xiaoxiao. I heard that they were classmates at university and they used to be very close, but Fan Xishuan got jealous of Tang Xiaoxiao when Tang Xiaoxiao received many offers and ended their relationship. Reading that comment, Fan Xishuan panicked. She thought that it might be Tang Xiaoxiao's secret Weibo account. Fan Xishuan had a secret Weibo account to attack Tang Xiaoxiao on the internet, so Tang Xiaoxiao might do the same thing. However, Fan Xishuan wasn't afraid of it at all, because she had Lord Sen's support now. She believed that Tang Xiaoxiao would soon be abandoned by the company she worked for because of Lord Sen's influence. Tang Xiaoxiao's connections were hardly comparable to Lord Sen's, so Fan Xishuan dared to call Tang Xiaoxiao and directly tell her that it was her idea. Fan Xishuan had something else to deal with, so she put her phone down. Wow, it's a bold idea, but I think it's possible. Many people agreed on the idea that Fan Xishuan was the one that had the affair with Lord Sen, and that it was a scheme against Tang Xiaoxiao. Nevertheless, without solid proof, nobody knew which was the truth. Stop trying to whitewash the scandal. It's useless. Hey, did anyone see the news where sulfuric acid was poured on Tang Xiaoxiao by a woman outside the Wangdang Hotel and Goddess Gu rescued her? People got excited seeing that comment. Really? Send me the link please. Me too, thanks. Internet users swarmed to read the news. Chapter 928 Gu Ning's influence 928 Gu Ning's influence. There was a video attached to the news, in which Tang Xiaoxiao screamed in pain after having sulfuric acid poured on her by a woman. Seeing the scene, everyone was scared. The next second, Gu Ning showed up and rescued Tang Xiaoxiao. When Ji Yuning carried Tang Xiaoxiao in her arms, many girls were attracted to her brave actions. Wow, Goddess Ji Yu is so cool. She easily carried Tang Xiaoxiao in her arms. Jesus, it's so scary. I wonder whether the sulfuric acid was poured on her face. Well, I have sympathy for Tang Xiaoxiao now. I think Goddess Ji Yu is a great girl with a strong sense of fairness. It's impossible that she would rescue a mistress. The fact that Tang Xiaoxiao is the other woman in Lord Sen's family could be fake news. I doubt that. I don't think Ji Yuning is as admirable as you think. Once this negative comment on Ji Yuning was sent out, Ji Yuning's fans attacked the internet user at once. How dare you say that about Goddess Ji Yu? Tell me who you are, and I'm going to find out more details about you. I'll send you a knife. Witnessing Ji Yuning's influence, the internet user didn't dare to send out any comments about her again. To be fair, I admit that Ji Yuning is an outstanding girl with a strong sense of fairness, but it doesn't mean that Tang Xiaoxiao is also a good girl just because Ji Yuning rescued her. The two things aren't connected at all. I agree. It was an emergency after all. I have a feeling that Tang Xiaoxiao will work for Goddess Ji Yu after Goddess Ji Yu helps her out, just like what happened with Su Tongnuo and Xia Yichu. Oh, right, but I think that Tang Xiaoxiao would have to be innocent in this mess first. Well, I wish that I could meet Goddess Ji Yu and that she could help me out of my poor life. Ha ha, in your dreams. Because of Ji Yuning's influence, fewer internet users attacked Tang Xiaoxiao now, but there was still a lot of people who continued to criticize her. In the beginning, Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Lu were mad at those aggressive comments on the internet, but they trusted Ji Yuning and believed that she could handle it well. Kei found out a lot of detailed information about Sen Yanheng and Fan Xishuan. He then checked their call records to see whether they kept in touch with each other. Sen Yanheng and Fan Xishuan didn't maintain confidentiality on their affair, so they contacted each other with their real phone numbers. Therefore it wasn't difficult for Kei to find evidence. After that, he checked the surveillance cameras around the places they stayed and met. The place where they often met was one of Sen Yanheng's villas in a suburb. As the surveillance cameras outside the villa showed, Fan Xishuan's car often came at night, and Sen Yanheng was in the villa every time she showed up. Coincidentally, a surveillance camera outside pointed at the master bedroom on the second floor. That being the case, Kei easily got their sex tape. Although the surveillance camera was a little far away and their faces weren't clear in the video, they were already caught by the surveillance cameras at the door of the villa. It was hard for them to deny it once the sex tape and their faces were exposed. People who weren't idiots would know who the real other woman in Sen Yanheng's family was. Ji Yuning's aim was to clear Tang Xiaoxiao's name, and let Fan Xishuan along with Sen Yanheng pay for what they had done. She had no intention to hurt the Tang family's benefits, so the evidence was enough. Kei also found out that the man who tricked the crazy woman into pouring sulfuric acid on Tang Xiaoxiao was Fan Xishuan's friend, and he had done many dirty tricks for Fan Xishuan before. Fan Xishuan had schemed against many other actresses for roles. However, what Fan Xishuan had done before had nothing to do with what was happening right now, so Ji Yuning didn't pay much attention to it. Ji Yuning and the others left for the Tang family's house. Only Tang Haifeng, Zhang Lihua and Ji Yuman were in the house, while the others all went out to work. Once Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting showed up, they noticed and greeted Leng Xiaoting before Ji Yuning again. Honestly, they didn't mean to ignore Ji Yuning, but Leng Xiaoting was the guest after all. Ningning, I saw a beauty salon named Cami Beauty Salon at Fengsheng Shopping Mall yesterday when I was shopping with your aunt. They're also using Kuzi. Is it connected to you? Ji Yu-man asked. Ji Yuning was surprised that Ji Yu-man had already found out, because she planned to give it to Ji Yu-man as a wedding gift in the near future. Nevertheless, Cami Beauty Salon was too popular to be kept a secret now, and Kuzi was even more famous. Well, it is owned by me, but I plan to give it to you as a wedding gift. I'm surprised that you already found it, Ji Yuning said. Chapter 929 The truth soon comes. They knew that Ji Yuning had founded Kuzi and that Ji Yuman owned a beauty salon named Cami Beauty Salon, so they were curious when they saw another Cami Beauty Salon at Fengsheng Shopping Mall. With Ji Yuning's affirmative answer, they weren't too surprised. However, they were all touched after hearing Ji Yuning's plan, and Ji Yuman almost cried. They knew that Ji Yuning hoped that Ji Yuman could have her own career and the ability to depend on herself. Although the Tang family wouldn't say anything even if Ji Yuman had no career and had a bunch of free time as a super rich noble lady, they were also worried that Ji Yuman would soon get bored. Ningning, Kuzi has become so popular within such a short time after you established it. It's very amazing. Zhang Lihua was proud of Ji Yuning. She also recommended the brand to her friends, and her friends were all fans of it now. Zhang Lihua didn't tell them that Ji Yuning was the founder of Kuzi, because Ji Yuning had no intention to make it public now. Well, I do hope that Kuzi can become more and more popular and profitable, Ji Yuning said with a smile. They gathered together to chat and enjoy the tea in a relaxed atmosphere in the living room. Around 4 p.m., Ji Yuning received Lin Lu's call. Lin Lu told her that Tang Xiaoxiao had already ended the contract with the company that she worked for. A while later, Kay reported the result of his investigation to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning told Kay her plan, and Kay did it for her. On the internet, news about Tang Xiaoxiao was still one of the hottest topics, and Fan Xishuan's fans were criticizing her as usual. Many internet users chose to wait for the official explanation. About 5 p.m., a famous entertainment influencer posted a long article with many photos to clear Tang Xiaoxiao's name. It mainly explained the grudge between Tang Xiaoxiao and Fan Xishuan along with the fact that Fan Xishuan was Sen Yanheng's real mistress. Those photos were all screenshots of surveillance videos with clear dates on each of them. 3 were pictures of Fan Xishuan and Sen Yanheng walking into the house together. The dates were about a year, half a year, and several days ago. The 4th, 5th, and 6th pictures were taken when Fan Xishuan had sex with Sen Yanheng. Even though their faces were vague, the woman and the man looked the same as Fan Xishuan and Sen Yanheng. The 7th and 8th pictures showed Fan Xishuan talking to the man who deceived the crazy woman into pouring sulfuric acid on Tang Xiaoxiao. The 9th picture showed the man together with the crazy woman. The truth couldn't be more obvious now. Once the post was out, it caused a great sensation on Weibo. OMG, it was a scheme against Tang Xiaoxiao. Fan Xishuan is Sen Yanheng's mistress. I'm shocked. She is a bitch. How dare she set Xiaoxiao up like that? She has now ruined her own reputation and career. I think that we should apologize to Tang Xiaoxiao. Many people who had criticized Tang Xiaoxiao a while ago now turned to apologize to her. No wonder Fan Xishuan has gained so much fame during this year. She has Sen Yanheng's support. She isn't that beautiful, or good at acting after all. They're so disgusting. I'm not her fan anymore. Wait a moment, are those photos real? I don't believe that Xishuan would do that. Fan Xishuan's fans still defended their idol. Seriously, are you blind? Those photos are taken from surveillance videos. Fan Xishuan's fans are so stupid, and even refuse to face the truth. Fan Xishuan's fans were being criticized now. This sudden reversal happened so fast. I agree. The scandal just went viral this morning, and the truth came out this afternoon. Why have none of the 3 people in the mess shown up? Tang Xiaoxiao is injured, and we don't know her current condition, while Fan Xishuan and Sen Yanheng probably feel too ashamed to show up. I'm worried about Tang Xiaoxiao now. I'm also sympathetic to her. I do hope that Tang Xiaoxiao can have a powerful support. She's been working very hard. Many comments expressed sympathy for Tang Xiaoxiao. Chapter 930 Fan Xishuan is doomed. Why do I somehow feel familiar with the way the truth came out? Tell us more details. I'm curious too. The same thing has happened to Su Tongnuo and Sha Yichu before. Both of them had been trapped before Goddess Ji helped them out by exposing solid proof. Do you mean that Goddess Ji is also involved this time? I have that thought, but I'm not sure. Well, I do remember that Goddess Ji rescued Tang Xiaoxiao this morning. I'm certain that it's Goddess Ji who helped Tang Xiaoxiao out this time. Wow, if it's real, then Goddess Ji is so awesome. How did she manage to find the evidence within such a short time? Is she going to sign Tang Xiaoxiao? I think that it's a good idea. With Goddess Gu's support, no one would dare to set Tang Xiaoxiao up again. Goddess Ji is so unbelievable and scary at the same time. Nobody can bear the result if she's annoyed. Bad people should be punished. Yes, they deserve it. Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Lu paid attention to the news on the internet all the time, but they listened to Ji Yuning and didn't respond to those comments at all, no matter how harsh they were. Nevertheless, they were also surprised to see the reversal. To their astonishment, Ji Yuning was able to collect solid proof within a few hours. Xiaoxiao, we're so lucky this time. Lin Lu said. Ji Yuning is my lifesaver. I still can't believe what has happened during the past few hours, Tang Xiaoxiao said with excitement. No matter what, we're going to be more successful with her support. Lin Lu said. The company that Tang Xiaoxiao used to work for was shocked as well after seeing the latest news about her. Ji Yuning became Tang Xiaoxiao's new boss now. In fact, the company was reluctant to end the contract with Tang Xiaoxiao, but they had to do so due to pressure from Lord Sen. Tang Xiaoxiao had helped them make so much money after all, and it wasn't an easy decision to abandon her. It seemed like Fenghua Entertainment was going to sign Tang Xiaoxiao, and Fenghua was now a well-known entertainment company in the industry. With Fenghua's help, Tang Xiaoxiao could get more chances. After the scandal, Tang Xiaoxiao had an even brighter future. Fan Xishuan was at work when those photos were exposed, so she wasn't aware of the news reversal. Although her assistant saw it, her assistant didn't dare to interrupt her, so could only tell her after she finished her work. As Fan Xishuan's assistant, she knew some of Fan Xishuan's personal affairs, so it wasn't a surprise to her that Fan Xishuan was Sen Yanheng's mistress. However, she had signed a confidentiality agreement with Fan Xishuan, so she couldn't say a word about it no matter how much she knew. If she dared to expose it, she would be severely punished. When Fan Xishuan finally found out about the news reversal, she was shocked and trembled in fear. How is it possible? She couldn't believe it, because it would ruin both her career and her life. Xishuan, are you all right? Her assistant supported her at once. Fan Xishuan, however, took out her phone without delay to call Sen Yanheng, but his phone was turned off. At this moment, Fan Xishuan had no idea what she should do now. Xishuan, why don't we go back to your apartment now? I think those entertainment reporters will come here soon, her assistant said. You're right. We should go back now. Fan Xishuan walked out along with her assistant. On their way out, other staff members all looked at them with obvious disdain. It turns out that Fan Xishuan is Lord Sen's mistress. No wonder she has gained so much fame this year, she has Lord Sen's support. She isn't very beautiful, or good at acting after all. What else can she do in order to be famous? Right, she just sold her body for fame. It's so disgusting. She even set Tang Xiaoxiao up. Tang Xiaoxiao is my idol. She's so shameless. Fan Xishuan heard their discussion, but didn't dare to argue against them. Unfortunately, many entertainment reporters were already waiting for her outside the building. Once she showed up, she was surrounded by cameras. Miss Fan, is it true that you're Lord Sen's mistress? Although they already had the answer, they still had to ask that question as a part of their job. Chapter 931 Fan Xishuan as Ka. Miss Fan, do you think that it's acceptable to be the other woman in a married man's family? It was a meaningless question. If she didn't think that it was acceptable, she wouldn't have done it. It was obvious that she accepted the fact that she was a mistress. The reporter asked that question not to hear her answer, but to humiliate her. Miss Tang, it's said that you and Tang Xiaoxiao were schoolmates at university. You two used to be very close, but then you got jealous of her. Is that the reason why you're so determined to trap her? Tang Xiaoxiao's reputation and career could have both been ruined because of the scandal. Can you tell us your motivation? Miss Fan. The entertainment reporters bombarded Fan Xishuan with questions, which almost drove her crazy, but she had to compose herself. Please let us pass, and the company will post an official explanation about it. Fan Xishuan's assistant protected her at the front. An official explanation. Does it mean that the exposed pictures are true? A reporter seized the chance and asked at once. Fan Xishuan's assistant was struck dumb. She was just an assistant after all, and didn't know how to handle this crisis well. Miss Fan, have you ever thought of the possibility that you could be arrested once the truth was revealed? If you're put in jail, your future in life will be ruined. Hearing that, Fan Xishuan lost control of her emotions, and shouted, "Stop it. Shut up now." She refused to be put in jail. She couldn't be more regretful now, but she didn't regret that she had schemed against Tang Xiaoxiao. Instead, she wished that she had arranged for the crazy woman to pour sulfuric acid on Tang Xiaoxiao at a different time so that Tang Xiaoxiao wouldn't have met Ji Yuning. If so, Tang Xiaoxiao was the one whose future would be ruined. Thinking of that, Fan Xishuan's face became evil, and was full of hatred towards Tang Xiaoxiao. Her expression was captured by the countless cameras held in those entertainment reporters' hands, and her assistant anxiously reminded her to stay calm. "Xishuan, calm down." Fan Xishuan was drowning in fear now, and it was impossible for her to stay calm. She didn't want to be put in jail, so she couldn't admit it. "It's all fake news and evidence. It's a trap set by Tang Xiaoxiao against me. She did everything, not me." "What? It's a trap set by Tang Xiaoxiao against her." They obviously didn't believe it, because the solid proof of Fan Xishuan's affair with Sen Yanheng was everywhere on the internet now. "Xishuan." Fan Xishuan's assistant was also surprised by her reaction. It was better for Fan Xishuan to remain silent now. "Miss Fan, can you tell us why Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to trap you?" a reporter asked. "Because everybody knew that she stole my role," Fan Xishuan said in a loud voice. "Well, it turns out that you're Lord Sen's mistress. Why would Lord Sen give your role to Tang Xiaoxiao?" No matter how those reporters asked Fan Xishuan for details, Fan Xishuan kept denying it. She believed that she would be safe by doing that. However, it was useless. Right at this moment, the police came, and those reporters stopped asking her questions. The police must have come for Fan Xishuan. Both Fan Xishuan and her assistant were scared and panicked. Fan Xishuan subconsciously turned around trying to escape, but two policewomen stood in her way. "Miss Fan, you have been accused of causing grievous bodily harm with intent. Please go to the police station with us for the investigation." "No, I didn't. I'm not going." Fan Xishuan struggled, but the two policewomen forced her to leave with them. The moment those amorous pictures were exposed, Sen Yanheng was angry, annoyed and shocked. To his astonishment, someone could find out about his affair with Fan Xishuan through those surveillance cameras. In that case, the person might have found out his other dirty secrets too. Besides, he was mad that the camera was pointed right at his bedroom, and sent some people to punish the property management without delay. Tang Xiaoxiao was very lucky that she had met Ji Yuning at the right time. Sen Yanheng was aware of Ji Yuning's relationship with the Tang family. He also admired her great achievements at such an early age. In fact, he wasn't skilled at running business, so his older brother was managing their family business, while he was just doing whatever he wanted with his dividend. He invested in TV shows just for fun. Since Ji Yuning was involved, Sen Yanheng thought that it wasn't necessary to act against her because of a mistress. In Sen Yanheng's eyes, Fan Xishuan was completely replaceable. He didn't lack women anyway. He only kept her as his mistress because she was good in bed. Sen Yanheng agreed with her to scheme against Tang Xiaoxiao only to show off his influence, but he failed. It was impossible for him to deny his sexual relationship with Fan Xishuan, but he could still exclude himself from the scheme against Tang Xiaoxiao. Before long, Sen Yanheng responded to the scandal. He used his Weibo account and posted a statement. "I'm terribly sorry for what I've done. I feel guilty that I hurt my family, but I wasn't aware of Fan Xishuan's scheme against Tang Xiaoxiao at all. I did recommend Tang Xiaoxiao to play the leading role in Palace, because she's very suitable for it. I just recommended her, but didn't say that the role had to be hers. She won the chance all on her own." Chapter 932 Fan Xishuan's parents 932 Fan Xishuan's parents, the director of Palace thought that Fan Xishuan was also a good choice for the leading role, but he still chose Tang Xiaoxiao after the audition, so Fan Xishuan became the supporting role in the show. It's not a secret that actors compete against each other for roles in auditions. I'm a businessman, and value profits above anything else. In my eyes, Tang Xiaoxiao is obviously a better choice than Fan Xishuan. What Fan Xishuan has done to hurt Tang Xiaoxiao is her personal actions. It has nothing to do with the company she works for or me. Although Sen Yanhang didn't have many followers on Weibo, many internet users focused on his account after the scandal was exposed. Therefore, once his statement was out, countless people reposted it and left comments below. However, most of them didn't believe his explanation, because it was too late for it to be true. Since Sen Yanhang wanted to whitewash it, he hired a large amount of internet water army to help him. Anyway, Sen Yanhang had the support of his powerful family, so Ji Yuning had no intention to act against him. Even though his explanation wasn't persuasive at all, he wouldn't be punished. News came out at a rapid pace in the entertainment industry, and the scandal could easily be replaced by other news. In addition, Sen Yanhang hadn't directly done anything harmful to Tang Xiaoxiao, and Fan Xishuan was in charge of the scheme herself. Sen Yanhang wasn't very smart, but he wasn't dumb either. He knew how to protect himself when he planned to do a bad deed. Fan Xishuan also didn't tell Sen Yanhang many details about her scheme, because she was unwilling to let him know how vicious she was. It was a big surprise in Fan Xishuan's eyes when her scheme was exposed. She had used a crazy woman to do a bad thing for her so that both she and the crazy woman could get away with it according to the law. Fan Xishuan used to believe that it was a perfect plan. However, it was still exposed. It probably could have worked if Tang Xiaoxiao hadn't met Ji Yuning, but things unfolded the opposite way. Sen Yanhang was astonished by what Fan Xishuan had done behind his back. He knew that Fan Xishuan wasn't a kind woman, but he didn't expect her to be so evil. In that case, it was impossible for Sen Yanhang to defend her. He couldn't wait to end their relationship now. Because of Sen Yanhang's statement, the director of Palace also posted an article to clear Tang Xiaoxiao's name. It was a little different from what he had posted before, but it was acceptable. Some internet users still had doubts, but the majority soon forgot it since Tang Xiaoxiao's name was already cleared. In the beginning, Fan Xishuan refused to admit what she had done when she was brought to the police station, but she confessed to her crime in the end. A policeman kept complimenting Tang Xiaoxiao in front of Fan Xishuan, and Fan Xishuan soon got angry and blurted out everything. The man who had assisted Fan Xishuan in her scheme ran away right after it was exposed. The company Fan Xishuan worked for didn't bother to find a lawyer to help her, but just gave the police station a call to ask for the result. Given the solid proof, Fan Xishuan was very likely to be sentenced to years in jail. Fan Xishuan's behavior also affected the reputation of the company she worked for, so she was abandoned within a short time. For now, it depended on Tang Xiaoxiao's injuries to sentence Fan Xishuan. If Tang Xiaoxiao was seriously injured, Fan Xishuan would be severely punished. If not, she would be lightly punished. The police contacted Lin Lu saying that they needed to examine Tang Xiaoxiao's wounds. Lin Lu couldn't make the decision, so she told the police that she would call them back in a few minutes. After that, Lin Lu called Ji Yuning for her opinion. It was necessary to examine the injuries, so Ji Yuning agreed. Although the burns on Tang Xiaoxiao's body were much better after Ji Yuning's treatment, Fan Xishuan would still be sentenced to at least 2 years in prison. Fan Xishuan would be punished according to the law, so Ji Yuning didn't interfere in it. In case the police didn't take Tang Xiaoxiao seriously, Ji Yuning told Quan Mingkai to support Tang Xiaoxiao. The police station also informed Fan Xishuan's parents, but her parents didn't care about her condition at all. Instead, they were worried about their own future and their son's marriage. It turned out that Fan Xishuan was the only one who was making money in her family, and her parents had a son preference. Her parents even complained to the police on the phone. The policeman who called Fan Xishuan's parents didn't know what to say and felt sympathetic towards Fan Xishuan. "Will you come or not?" The policeman lost patience. "Of course we will," Fan Xishuan's mother said. They went to visit Fan Xishuan for their own good. Chapter 933 Kept as a lover. Although Fan Xishuan had given a lot of money to them, they knew that she still had a lot of savings. Since she was going to be put in jail, they thought that they had the right to use her savings. Moreover, Fan Xishuan also owned a house in City B, and her younger brother was going to be married, so her parents planned to let her transfer the house to her younger brother's name. Fan Xishuan's parents were really shameless. In the past, Fan Xishuan's family lived an ordinary life in a small town, but everything changed once she got famous. Her family used her money to buy big houses and luxurious cars. All they knew was to waste her money, and none of them had a job. Fan Xishuan almost gave half of her income to her family every year, in case her family argued against her and ruined her reputation. Several policemen and policewomen along with a doctor went to the Wangdeng Hotel to examine Tang Xiaoxiao's injuries. The general manager of the hotel was also present. When the policewomen and the doctor were examining Tang Xiaoxiao's injuries, the policeman and the manager waited in the hall. The doctor asked Tang Xiaoxiao why she didn't go to the hospital after she was injured. Tang Xiaoxiao replied that Ji Yuning had helped her a lot and that she was much better now. The policewomen and the doctor were surprised when they saw Tang Xiaoxiao's injuries. Those burns had healed a lot. The doctor used to think that Tang Xiaoxiao would need a skin transplant after watching the video on the internet, but now, even though Tang Xiaoxiao's injuries still looked a little scary, they were healing fast. The policewomen and the doctor got curious. They asked Tang Xiaoxiao how Ji Yuning had treated her wounds. Tang Xiaoxiao told them that Ji Yuning had applied a medicine to her wounds, but she didn't know what it was. Since Tang Xiaoxiao didn't know, the policewomen and the doctor didn't ask further. They knew that Ji Yuning wasn't simple at all. Although the final result wasn't out yet, Tang Xiaoxiao's name was cleared, so the crew of Palace invited her to join them. Lin Lu, however, turned them down. The crew of Palace had sided with Fan Xishuan before, so it was impossible for Tang Xiaoxiao to cooperate with them again. Therefore, Lin Lu demanded to end their agreement. The crew of Palace also knew that they had made a wrong decision, so they accepted it. Although it was Tang Xiaoxiao's party who proposed to end the agreement, it was the fault of the crew of Palace after all, so Tang Xiaoxiao didn't need to pay the liquidated damages. The whole event happened and ended so fast in onlookers' eyes. The scandal was exposed the previous afternoon, and the news reversal came out this noon, while the problem was solved this evening. It was the first public crisis in history which had been overcome within such a short amount of time. Actually, people weren't very surprised by the result, because Ji Yuning was also involved in it. In many people's eyes, there was nothing that Ji Yuning couldn't do. It was already 8 p.m. when the mess was cleared. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting dined at the Tang family's house before they left together later. Gao Yi and Chao Ya went to deal with their own things, while Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to have a walk. They only had one car, so Ji Yuning told Gao Yi to drive them to the Fengsheng shopping mall. Leng Xiaoting would arrange for someone to send his car there. Ji Yuning planned to buy some clothes for Leng Xiaoting. She had bought Leng Xiaoting clothes last winter, but now they were in a different season. And Ji Yuning enjoyed shopping for clothes for her boyfriend. Leng Xiaoting was a patient boyfriend, so he was also willing to shop with Ji Yuning. There weren't many men who were willing to shop with their girlfriends. Leng Xiaoting felt happy when Ji Yuning proposed to buy new clothing for him. He didn't lack clothes, but he wouldn't reject Ji Yuning's kindness. When the beautiful Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting showed up, they attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Wow, I wish I had such a handsome boyfriend. I bet he's also very rich. Well, I guess you must be a rich and beautiful girl first if you want to have such an outstanding boyfriend. Don't you think the girl looks familiar? Have you met her somewhere before? The girl couldn't remember Ji Yuning's name, so she didn't think further. However, after Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were already far away, she suddenly realized that Ji Yuning was the famous goddess Ji Yu. She got excited at once. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning was already gone. If she could have taken some pictures with Ji Yuning, her friends would be super envious of her. I think some people will believe that you're a lover kept by me again if they see me buying expensive clothes for you, Ji Yuning joked. Ha ha, I'm willing to be your lover, Leng Xiaoting said with a smile. Ji Yuning was amused. After that, they walked into a famous shop for male clothing. Chapter 934 You're so mean 934 You, Re so mean the second a saleswoman saw Leng Xiaoting, she was stunned by his outstanding appearance. Hi, welcome to our shop. Please look around as you like, and you are welcome to try on any clothes that you like. Thanks, Ji Yuning said, then walked around followed by Leng Xiaoting. All the females in the shop were attracted to Leng Xiaoting, but their male partners were displeased. Stop looking at the young man. Can't you see me by your side? Do you want to sleep with him? A man snapped at his girlfriend all of a sudden. The man was very rude and his criticisms were harsh. His girlfriend felt aggrieved. I just gave him a glance. Do you have to be so mean? Am I mean? You've done it before, the man blurted out angrily. Hearing that, people in the shop didn't have any sympathy for the woman anymore. If it was true, then the woman must have cheated on her boyfriend. It was normal for a girl to have several exes before she got married, but it was unacceptable if she betrayed her partner. However, the woman didn't feel embarrassed, but got angry as well. You don't have the right to criticize me. You know that you slept with my best friend. If you hadn't done that, I wouldn't have cheated on you. You. The man was struck dumb, and people in the shop began to look at him with disdain. He must be a terrible man, to have slept with his girlfriend's best friend. In that case, the woman's behavior was understandable. Anyway, the man and the woman were the same kind of people, and they didn't deserve others' sympathy. The couple also felt humiliated after arguing with each other in public, and they soon left. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't affected by the drama at all, and kept on shopping. Leng Xiaoting didn't pay much attention to his style, and he loved to wear any clothes that Ji Yuning bought for him. When Ji Yuning was looking around, he smiled happily, which attracted all the females' attention around him again. Be serious. They're all looking at you, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting put on a serious expression at once, but he was still too charming to be ignored. Ji Yuning wore a resigned look, and said nothing. She directly bought a coat after she entered the next shop. A coat wasn't enough after all, so she kept on shopping. Within a few minutes, she picked 3 pieces of upper clothing along with 3 pairs of pants. I think that's enough, Leng Xiaoting said. Although he enjoyed the feeling of Ji Yuning shopping for him, it wasn't necessary to buy too much clothing. All right. Ji Yuning stopped, and went to pay the bill at the counter. The cashier looked to Leng Xiaoting and said, "It's 156,800 yuan in all. Do you have a VIP card of Fengsheng Shopping Mall? If you have, you can have 5% off." The reason why the cashier asked Leng Xiaoting was because she believed that men always paid the bill. Therefore, she was surprised and showed obvious disdain on her face when Ji Yuning took out her card. She mistook him for a pretty boy who was kept as a lover by a rich girl. She hated those who sold their bodies for money. Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning obviously noticed the cashier's change. Leng Xiaoting stayed calm, but Ji Yuning was displeased. However, because the cashier didn't say anything, Ji Yuning couldn't argue against her. After thinking for a while, Ji Yuning purposely said to Leng Xiaoting, "Honey, when I go to the capital in a few days, where should I stay? Should I stay in your Sihewan or your house? I think the Sihewan is a great choice, because I love the view there. It's so close to Beihai Park after all, but your house is close to the capital university too." Hearing that, the cashier was shocked. What? A Sihewan in the capital? A house near the capital university? How rich does he need to be? A house near the capital university had to be located downtown and cost nearly 100 million yuan. As for the Sihewan, it could be worth more than several 100 million yuan according to its size. The cashier thought that Leng Xiaoting was just a pretty boy, but she was completely wrong. He must be super rich. In an instant, the cashier flushed with embarrassment. Leng Xiaoting was confused at the beginning when Ji Yuning said that, but he soon realized what she was doing. Even though he didn't think that it was a big deal, he was touched when Ji Yuning defended him. "Well, you can stay wherever you want. What is mine is yours." The cashier got jealous hearing that. The man had to be deeply in love with this girl for him to be willing to give her everything he had. She wished that she could have such a super rich boyfriend who also loved her deeply. Chapter 935 Zhao Linya. After settling the account, Ji Yuning left with Leng Xiaoting. A saleswoman in the shop noticed the cashier's embarrassed look, then walked over and joked, "What happened?" "Oh, I feel so embarrassed," the cashier said. "When they came to pay their bill just then, I thought that the man was kept as a lover by the girl because the girl took out her card, but I was totally wrong. The man turns out to be super rich. He owns a Sihewan and a house in the capital. Hearing that, the saleswoman was also surprised. Well, I guess you shouldn't judge a person by his appearance again the next time. It's very normal for a couple to buy things for each other, the saleswoman said. They worked in an exclusive shop of an internationally famous brand after all, and their customers were either rich or powerful. I won't do that again, the cashier said. It wasn't her fault actually, because it often happened in real life that a young man would sell his body to a rich woman for money. Once Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked out of the shop, Leng Xiaoting said, "In fact, I don't care about that." He didn't want Ji Yuning to be annoyed by it. "You probably don't mind it, but I do," Ji Yuning said. She was unwilling to see others misunderstanding her boyfriend. Since Ji Yuning said that, Leng Xiaoting didn't say anything further about it. When they were about to leave the shopping mall, they ran into Pan Zerui with a young and beautiful girl by his side. Pan Zerui's eyes lit up the moment he saw Ji Yuning, but he didn't dare to move closer because of Leng Xiaoting's presence. "Hi, boss, Mr. Leng, nice to see you again." The girl was stunned by Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearance. However, she was only impressed by his charming looks, and didn't show any admiration or jealousy. Nevertheless, when she heard Pan Zerui call the girl his boss, she was astonished. She then observed Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't pay attention to her, but greeted Pan Zerui. "Hi, been a while. How have you been doing recently?" "I'm good," Pan Zerui said. "Oh, boss, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Zhao Linya. Linya, this is my boss, and also my older brother's lifesaver, Ji Yuning," Pan Zerui said to his girlfriend. "Nice to meet you." Ji Yuning greeted Zhao Linya politely. She sensed that Pan Zerui took this woman seriously. She was surprised by that, because Pan Zerui was a well-known playboy before, but now he had become a lot more mature. Ji Yuning understood that Pan Zerui's change had something to do with her. Pan Zerui had told her that he had to learn from her as her friend. Once he was determined to change, he would fight for his future. Zhao Linya was greatly surprised after Pan Zerui's introduction. She was aware of what had happened to Pan Zerui's older brother. Nobody told her many details about the accident, so she thought that it must have been an experienced doctor who had saved his older brother's life. Zhao Linya was confused. How did this young girl standing in front of her manage to do that? However, she didn't ask that question no matter how curious she was. "Nice to meet you too, Miss Ji Yu." Zhao Linya smiled at Ji Yuning. After chatting for a while, they separated. Pan Zerui invited Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to gather together, but Ji Yuning declined, and he didn't insist. Zhao Linya asked Pan Zerui when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had walked far away, "Why do you call her your boss?" Zhao Linya thought that it couldn't just be because Ji Yuning had saved his older brother's life. Zhao Linya and Pan Zerui were schoolmates at university, but they seldom gathered together back then, because she knew his personality very well. Pan Zerui had been a typical playboy before, and it was impossible for him to call a female his boss. She didn't agree to be Pan Zerui's girlfriend until he had an obvious change. He was now totally different from what he had been like. In fact, Zhao Linya had admired Pan Zerui before, but kept a distance from him, knowing that he was a playboy. When they met each other again a while ago, Zhao Linya fell in love with Pan Zerui, and Pan Zerui confessed his affection towards her. Zhao Linya knew that Pan Zerui had changed, so she was willing to help him get better in the future. Both of them had many exes, so neither of them cared about the other's history. They had been together for a week now, and Pan Zerui treated her very well. They were looking forward to their future. Pan Zerui indeed cared about Zhao Linya, so he was also willing to tell her everything about him. Zhao Linya was impressed after hearing what Ji Yuning had done before. Pan Zerui told her many pieces of news about Ji Yuning too, because those already went viral. Zhao Linya was struck dumb afterwards. Chapter 936. Aren't you going to take a shower? 936. Aaron, you going to take a shower? She had heard a lot about Goddess Ji Yu, but she didn't know that Goddess Ji Yu was Ji Yuning. To her astonishment, the most popular girl on the internet right now was Pan Zerui's friend. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the parking lot together. Leng Xiaoting's car was already parked there. Once they got in the car, Leng Xiaoting said, "Ningning, why don't we go to a hotel?" Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. Why? There was burning desire in Leng Xiaoting's eyes. They'll hear us if we make too much noise. Hearing that, Ji Yuning flushed. She realized what Leng Xiaoting wanted to do with her. Leng Xiaoting was right. It would be utterly embarrassing if Gao Yi and Chao Ya heard them making love at home. Therefore, Ji Yuning called Chao Ya and told her that she wouldn't be going back home tonight. Gao Yi and Chao Ya were a couple after all, and they needed private time too. They were also unwilling to have sex in Ji Yuning's house, so they went to stay at a hotel as well. Ji Yuning planned to let Gao Yi and Chao Ya live next door to her house when they went to the capital. They would start a family. In the future anyway. Chen Kanji was in charge of the construction of her house in the capital, which might be done within a month. After airing it for several months, she could directly move in. Ji Yuning was going to have a fixed abode in the capital, so she told Chen Kanji to buy a house for her. The house was in a high-end living area, which wasn't far from the office building of the Shengning Group. Because of the high housing price, many of the houses in that area were still unsold. There were 2 houses which were near to each other, so Ji Yuning told Chen Kanji to acquire them without hesitation. Chen Kanji and Kei also lived in that area. There was a lingerie store next to the hotel, so Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to stop the car. She needed to buy underwear and a sleeping gown. Afterwards, they booked into the hotel. Leng Xiaoting didn't press Ji Yuning against the entryway this time, because he was carrying a lot of things in his hands. However, the moment he put those things down, he hugged Ji Yuning and kissed her. As the kiss went wild, they wanted more. Right as Leng Xiaoting was about to undress Ji Yuning, his phone rang. It was super annoying when someone interrupted them during sex, but he had to answer it because the call was from his grandfather. Ji Yuning left him alone and went to take a shower first. "Hi, Grandpa, what's up?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "Did you go to HK?" Master Leng asked, although he already had the answer. "Do you think that I can't recognize you just because you were wearing a pair of sunglasses?" Master Leng sounded proud of himself. Leng Xiaoting, however, was surprised. "How did you know that I went to HK?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "I just read a piece of news about a girl named Tang Aining who has won the gambling competition against Fan Zihao in HK, and you followed her," Master Leng said. "What? Was it your task for you became her bodyguard?" Master Leng didn't know that Tang Aining was Ji Yuning, so he thought that it was Leng Xiaoting's task to protect her. Leng Xiaoting had no intention to tell Master Leng the truth, so he gave his grandfather an affirmative answer. Master Leng thought that it was a little ridiculous, because Leng Xiaoting was a major general after all, but he didn't say anything about it. "When can you bring my future granddaughter-in-law to visit me?" Master Leng suddenly thought of Ji Yuning. He really wanted to see her in person one day. In a little while, Leng Xiaoting said. Since his grandfather liked Ji Yuning very much, Leng Xiaoting was happy to introduce her to his grandfather. He didn't care about the rest of his family's opinions. "How long is a while?" Master Leng asked again. He couldn't wait to meet Ji Yuning. 3 months later, I guess. "She's going to write the National College entrance examination then," Leng Xiaoting said. It was April now, and the National College entrance examination was just 2 months away. Students would start to register to universities a month afterwards, so Leng Xiaoting could bring Ji Yuning to visit his grandfather in the capital then. "It's so long." Master Leng was upset. After hanging up the call with Master Leng, Leng Xiaoting took off his own clothes, and only wore boxer briefs in the room. He was going to take a shower too. When Ji Yuning walked out later, she flushed at seeing the nearly naked Leng Xiaoting, especially when her sight fell on his crotch. Leng Xiaoting, at the same time, felt aroused staring at Ji Yuning's sexy body in a black lace nightdress with her tits standing up. Aren't you going to take a shower?" Ji Yuning opened her mouth, and wanted to walk away, but Leng Xiaoting stopped her and kissed her again. Chapter 937 blurted out. Leng Xiaoting was a strong young man and loved Ji Yuning deeply, so he always ached to press her into his body, and they began to make love in the following hours. "Yeah," Ji Yuning replied. Ningning, Leng Xiaoting called her name again, but said nothing more. Nothing, I just want to call your name, Leng Xiaoting said. Fine. Ji Yuning was amused. Ningning, I like you so much. Ningning, I love you. Ningning, it's so good that I have you by my side. Leng Xiaoting kept expressing his love to Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning felt touched. Ningning, my grandfather just asked me when he can meet you in real life, Leng Xiaoting said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was surprised. Did you tell him that you have a girlfriend? She was sure that Leng Xiaoting already told Master Leng. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second, then realized that he just blurted it out. Since he already blurted it out, it was impossible for him to hide it anymore. Yeah, I did tell him that I have a girlfriend after someone saw us together. Ji Yuning didn't want Master Leng to know that she was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend at such an early stage, but it wasn't a big deal if he found out. Therefore, Ji Yuning didn't blame Leng Xiaoting, but she still felt nervous upon thinking that she was going to meet Master Leng again one day in the future. When they met each other again, she would be showing up as Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. When did he know? Ji Yuning asked. Leng Xiaoting said, he's been aware of it for a long time now, but he doesn't know that my girlfriend is you. I also told him not to do background checks on you, so he just heard something about you from others. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was relieved. Does he know that those gifts you gave him are all from me? Ji Yuning asked again. At this moment, Ji Yuning didn't know what to say, so she repeated what Leng Xiaoting just said. We can go visit him when I go to the university in the capital. Great, I told him the same thing. My grandfather likes you very much, and he always mentions you as his future granddaughter-in-law, Leng Xiaoting said with a broad smile. Ji Yuning felt happy that Master Leng liked her, but she couldn't help arguing against Leng Xiaoting seeing him being so proud. Well, it's too early to say that I'm going to be his granddaughter-in-law. Leng Xiaoting understood that Ji Yuning said that on purpose, so he wasn't as worried as before. They had been together for a long time now, so they felt that they connected with each other. Both of them believed that they could end up in a happy marriage. Leng Xiaoting also made up his mind to marry Ji Yuning. Is that so? I guess I need to work harder to win your approval. Leng Xiaoting wore an evil smile and pressed on Ji Yuning's body again. Without delay, he kissed her and they began to have sex once again. The next morning, Ji Yuning received Kay's call, and Kay told her that he had already met Brave Eagle. Brave Eagle was reluctant to work for a girl after he found out that his boss would be a female, because he was a mature, strong man after all. However, Brave Eagle became a fan of Ji Yuning after reading the news about her. He didn't believe that Ji Yuning was an ordinary girl. In that case, Brave Eagle agreed to work for Ji Yuning, and hoped to meet her in person one day. Ji Yuning was curious about him too. Kay asked Ji Yuning how to arrange Brave Eagle's work afterwards. Ji Yuning told Kay to let Brave Eagle join Ba Tianyang's team for now. He could also stay in the apartment building that she just bought. People who lived in the apartment building were all key members of Ji Yuning's team, so she hoped that Brave Eagle wouldn't disappoint her. Around 11 a.m., Fan Xishuan's parents and younger brother arrived at the police station in City B. Fan Xishuan, however, questioned the police as to why they allowed her parents to visit her, because she refused to see them. She knew that they came for nothing good. The policeman who had contacted Fan Xishuan's parents understood that her parents weren't good people, but he was just doing his job. They all had to work according to the rules. Since it was the rules, Fan Xishuan stopped arguing about it. Fan Xishuan's parents kept criticizing her once she showed up. They blamed her for choosing to be a married man's mistress. And what was worse, was that she was exposed and put in jail now. In fact, her parents only cared about her money. Chapter 938 A Shameless Family. In their eyes, Fan Xishuan was only a tool for making money. No matter what she chose to do, they would be satisfied as long as she gave them enough money. They were also aware of the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, so they didn't believe that Fan Xishuan could exclude herself from it. However, they felt embarrassed when the dirty secret was exposed, because their relatives would make fun of them. Fan Xishuan's parents despised their poor relatives ever since they got rich. Fan Xishuan, however, silently wore a cold expression during the visit. Xishuan, I've asked the police and you're going to be sentenced to a few years in jail. In that case, it isn't necessary for you to have so much money with you. Why don't you give your money and house to your younger brother? You know that he'll be married soon, Fan Xishuan's mother said, and took it for granted that she would. Fan Xishuan clearly knew their purpose, but it still hurt when she heard it with her own ears. It wasn't a secret that her parents had a son preference. Ever since she became famous, her parents had kept asking her for money. If she refused to support them, they would swear at her and even threaten to ruin her. As a public figure, the last thing she wanted was a scandal, so she had yielded again and again. Fan Xishuan ached to end her relationship with them, but she didn't have the courage. Even though she lacked courage, she still used all kinds of reasons to keep 2/3 of her income, and only gave her parents the other third. It was enough for them to live a luxurious life, so they said nothing about it. However, things were different now. Fan Xishuan was going to be put in jail, so they became greedy and wanted to grab everything she owned. I agree. You don't need it anyway. You can just give it to me, Fan Xishuan's younger brother said. I think it's a good idea, Fan Xishuan's father said. Fan Xishuan sneered at her family. She was disappointed in them and even had the idea to break off their relationship, but was still hurt and affected by them. This time, she refused to give in again. Well, Fan Xishuan sneered. I am going to be put in jail, but I'll come out in 3 years at the most. I need my money and house. Hearing that, Fan Xishuan's parents and younger brother were annoyed. How could you say that? Seping is your younger brother, and what is yours is also his. Right, you can still make money on your own after you come out of jail, Fan Xishuan's mother. You can't be so cold-blooded. Fan Xishuan's younger brother, Fan Seping, said. Enough. Fan Xishuan couldn't stand it any longer. I've given you enough money during the past years. None of you have a job, and I have to make money to support all of you. Fan Seping is your son, not mine, and it isn't my duty to raise him. You. Fan Xishuan's parents and younger brother were struck dumb. You have never treated me as your daughter, but I provided you with a luxurious life. You can't force me to give you everything I have right now. Fan Xishuan raised her voice. She felt helpless and wanted to cry. Her family was really shameless. It was impossible for her to work in the entertainment industry ever again, so it would be hard for her to make money in the future after she came out of jail. She could find an ordinary job, but her income would be much less then. What did you say? You were born into our family, so you should give everything you own to us. We raised you, and you should be grateful. If we had known that you would be so cold-blooded, we would have killed you when you were born. Fan Xishuan's father shouted in anger. You're insane. I gave you enough money so I don't owe you anything. Don't you know that your son is a stupid good-for-nothing? I wish I hadn't been born into your family. Fan Xishuan also yelled. Since they had a serious son preference, why hadn't they killed her once they found out the baby's gender? Bullshit. The second Fan Xishuan finished her sentences, her father slapped her across the face with great force. Fan Xishuan almost fell and her cheek was swollen at once. Chapter 939 Criminal Detention. Although it was very painful, Fan Xishuan refused to show her real feelings in front of her family, so she pretended to be fine. How dare you slap me in the police station? Aren't you afraid of being arrested? Hearing that, Fan Xishuan's father panicked and felt regretful. He only dared to vent his anger at Fan Xishuan, but was scared of the police. After looking around and making sure that there were no policemen by their side, Fan Xishuan's father was relieved. Don't scare Dad. Fan Seping argued. You're too dumb to know the result of breaking the law. It's illegal to beat others, especially in the police station, Fan Xishuan said. You. Fan Seping was mad, but still retorted, so what? The policemen can't see us. Really? Don't you know that there is a thing called surveillance cameras? Fan Xishuan pointed at a corner of the ceiling. There is a camera right above your head. Hearing that, Fan Seping was scared and closed his mouth. I don't want to waste time arguing with you. Just give your money and the key of your house to us, Fan Xishuan said in a domineering tone. Forget it. I won't give you a cent, Fan Xishuan said with determination. You. Fan Xishuan's father raised his hand again in anger. He wanted to slap her once more, but thought of the surveillance camera and had to put it down. Right at this moment, a policeman walked over, which frightened Fan Xishuan's parents and Fan Siping. They thought that the policeman came because he saw that they had slapped Fan Xishuan. In an instant, the three of them lowered their heads. Time is over, and you should leave now, the policeman said. Because of the surveillance camera in the room, the policemen outside were able to hear and see the situation inside. Although they knew that Fan Xishuan was hateful, they still had sympathy for her after witnessing what her parents had done to her. Therefore, a policeman came over the second Fan Xishuan's father slapped her. Can we stay for a short while longer? We still need to. Fan Xishuan's father begged, trying to please the policeman with a smile on his face. No, it's the rules. The policeman interrupted him. Fan Xishuan's parents and Fan Siping were disappointed about not getting the money and house, but they had to leave under the policeman's gaze. What should we do now? Fan Xishuan's mother said when they walked out of the police station. I didn't expect that the little bitch would dare to refuse to give her money and house to us. Fan Xishuan's father was mad, but didn't know what to do either. In his eyes, he was Fan Xishuan's father. He gave her life and raised her, so she should listen to him. Even if he ordered her to die, she should die without any complaints. Fan Siping, on the other hand, was the apple of their eyes, and they had spoiled him rotten. All he knew was to play around, and lived a messy life. Even though he was a good-for-nothing, his parents never criticized him. That being the case, he never grew up and had no sense of responsibility. He was only going to be married because his girlfriend was pregnant. His family didn't dare to annoy his girlfriend's family because they had a little power, so they had to be responsible for it. Dad, Mom, you must solve this problem. Fan Xishuan has a lot of money, and her house is worth over 10 million yuan, Fan Siping said. He also thought that Fan Xishuan's money and house should be his. Don't worry, I'll figure out a way, Fan Xishuan's father said to comfort his son. Leng Xiaoting left after staying in City B for 2 days. He would come back for Ji Yuman's wedding, which was only 4 days away. After Leng Xiaoting was gone, Ji Yuning went to visit Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao already recovered a lot, and it was easy for her to cover the burns with makeup right now. Ji Yuning told her to meet Lu Xiao in the capital, and said that she had informed Lu Xiao beforehand. Afterwards, Ji Yuning went to meet Yu Zi to learn the latest situation in Charm. Although she was the big boss, she should still be aware of the development of her businesses. Charm was very profitable and popular as usual. Many people had booked custom-made gowns from Charm, so Yu Zi was very busy these days. She didn't even have much time for a date. Yang Ziqin was unhappy to see Yu Zi being so busy, but he couldn't stop her, because it was her job and she enjoyed it. Since Ji Yuning came today, Yu Zi left work early, and invited Ji Yuning to dine together. Coincidentally, Ji Yuning and Yu Zi ran into Zhao Xiaoshuan when they walked into a Western restaurant. Zhao Xiaoshuan had already moved on from the unpleasant relationship with Lin Tianyu, and she was now on a blind date arranged by her family. When Zhao Xiaoshuan met Yu Zi's eyes, she didn't show any hatred at all, but just felt a little uneasy. With tacit understanding, neither of them greeted each other. However, Zhao Xiaoshuan was still scared of Ji Yuning because she knew how powerful this girl was. The man who was on the blind date with Zhao Xiaoshuan, however, leered at Ji Yuning right in front of Zhao Xiaoshuan. She's so beautiful. I wish she was my girlfriend. Her body is so sexy. I wonder what it looks without clothing. Seeing the man's expression, Ji Yuning knew that he was a man with a filthy mind. She was displeased, but said nothing because the man didn't say or do anything. Zhao Xiaoshuan also noticed the man's reaction, but she wasn't mad at all. She disliked this man, so she didn't care what he was thinking about. Chapter 940 Zhang Tenghao. This man wasn't good-looking, but thought highly of himself. Because his family was rich, he believed that he was better than others. He even told Zhao Xiaoshuan that he was going to take over his family business, and that she had to be a full-time housewife. Zhao Xiaoshuan was displeased when she heard that. She wasn't unwilling to do that, but the man said that women should quit their jobs to take care of their husbands and children at home. It was a man's duty to run the business, so he would take over the Zhao family's business as well in the future. Given Zhao Xiaoshuan's personality and the previous unpleasant experience, it was impossible that she would agree to that. However, before she could vent her anger, Ji Yuning and Yu Zi showed up. The man noticed Ji Yuning, but didn't strike up a conversation with her right away. Instead, he said to Zhao Xiaoshuan after Ji Yuning was seated. "Miss Zhao, I just saw an acquaintance. Please excuse me." He was polite, but his behavior was still disgusting. Sure, Zhao Xiaoshuan understood his purpose, but didn't stop him. She was curious about what would happen to the man. Afterwards, the man stood up and walked to Ji Yuning. Seeing that, Yu Zi asked, "Boss, do you know that man? I think he's coming for you. Is it Zhao Xiaoshuan's idea?" Yu Zi said. Although Zhao Xiaoshuan didn't show any hatred towards her now, it was hard to tell what Zhao Xiaoshuan was thinking. They used to be enemies after all. "I don't think so," Ji Yuning said. The man stood in front of Ji Yuning and put on a gentle smile. "Miss, I think we've met somewhere before." It was obviously a lie. Ji Yuning felt like laughing, but replied with a calm face, "Oh, really? I don't remember you. It's fine. We can get to know each other again. My name is Zhang Tenghao, the heir of Liu Travel, and this is my name card." The man didn't seem embarrassed at all. Liu Travel was a company of a certain size with around 100 million yuan in assets in City B, but Ji Yuning had never heard of it before. With around 100 million yuan in assets, Zhang Tenghao was a rich heir, but it was nothing in Ji Yuning's opinion. Zhang Tenghao thought that Ji Yuning was just an ordinary girl, and that she would be attracted to his wealth. The women that Zhang Tenghao had met till now were all vain, so he believed that all women were the same. He was also willing to exchange money for sex with those women. He only loved beautiful women, and didn't care about their family background. "Sorry, I'm not interested," Ji Yuning said. Zhang Tenghao was struck dumb for a second, and felt surprised. It had never happened before, because he always picked up women who were willing to sell their bodies for money. "Miss, we all become friends from strangers. Why do you have to be so cold-blooded?" Zhang Tenghao said. "I'm cold-blooded." Ji Yuning smiled. "I think I have the right to choose what kind of people I want to make friends with." "You." Zhang Tenghao was dissatisfied now. "Miss, don't be so rude and aggressive, or you'll cause yourself trouble." "Are you threatening me?" Ji Yuning was serious now, which scared Zhang Tenghao. Zhang Tenghao didn't want to lose face, so he threatened Ji Yuning again. "So what? It's your honor that I picked you. How dare you embarrass me in public? If you don't listen to me, I'll disappear now." Ji Yuning interrupted him. "What did you say?" Zhang Tenghao rounded his eyes in shock. "I'll chase you away if you keep annoying me." Ji Yuning lost her patience. "What can you do? This shop is owned by my friend. I just need to make a call, and you will be chased away," Zhang Tenghao said with arrogance. "Do it now," Ji Yuning said in a cold tone. "You." Zhang Tenghao was mad. In fact, he just wanted to scare her, but now he had to do it. "Great, don't you dare leave," he said and took out his phone at once. "Lord Guan, where are you?" he asked on the phone. "I'm in XX restaurant now. What's up?" Ji Yuning heard a familiar voice, and the Lord Guan was actually Guan Bin. This restaurant was owned by the Guan family, and Ji Yuning came here for the sake of Guan Bin. They provided delicious food as well. "I'm in your restaurant right now, and a stupid girl just annoyed me. Chase her away right now," Zhang Tenghao said. Hearing that, Guan Bin agreed. Chapter 941. Leave the restaurant now. After hanging up the call with Guan Bin, Zhang Tenghao looked at Ji Yuning with arrogance. "Let's see." "Okay, let's see," Ji Yuning sneered. "You'll soon be chased from this restaurant," Zhang Tenghao snorted with disdain. Guan Bin was also in the restaurant, so he showed up within a minute. When he saw Ji Yuning, he was surprised and excited. "Hi, Miss Ji Yu, it's so nice to see you. Why didn't you tell me that you're going to dine here? This meal is on me." Seeing Guan Bin being so enthusiastic towards Ji Yuning, Zhang Tenghao was struck dumb. "I knew that you won't let me pay the bill, so I didn't tell." Ji Yuning smiled, and she was very kind to Guan Bin. It's not a big deal. It's my honor to buy you a meal, Guan Bin said with sincerity. Since I already know that you're here, it's my treat this time, Guan Bin added. Thanks. Ji Yuning agreed. Lord Guan, what's? Zhang Tenghao was still in shock. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't dumb, and he realized that this girl and Guan Bin weren't common friends. In that case, it was highly possible that this girl was someone he couldn't mess with. In addition, Guan Bin was very respectful towards the girl. Therefore, this girl could be more powerful or influential than Guan Bin. On the other hand, his family wasn't richer than the Guan family. Zhang Tenghao realized that he had made a mistake. Hearing Zhang Tenghao's voice, Guan Bin turned to look at him. Without asking, Guan Bin knew that the stupid girl that Zhang Tenghao spoke about must be Ji Yuning. He didn't believe that Ji Yuning would annoy him for no reason, because he knew Zhang Tenghao very well. It couldn't be more obvious that Zhang Tenghao had failed to flirt with Ji Yuning and felt embarrassed, so he turned to Guan Bin for help. In an instant, Guan Bin wore a cold expression. He and Zhang Tenghao were just fair-weather friends. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, was his idol. She was Pan Zirui's boss, and he was Pan Zirui's close brother, so he should obviously defend Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, may I know what has happened? Guan Bin asked Ji Yuning and ignored Zhang Tenghao. He failed to pick me up, so he threatened me and told me that this restaurant is owned by his friend, and that he could easily chase me away with a simple sentence, Ji Yuning said. She was telling Guan Bin to chase him away instead. Well, it's a misunderstanding. Zhang Tenghao changed his attitude at once. Before he could finish his sentences, Guan Bin interrupted him and said, Zhang Tenghao, you can leave on your own if you don't want to be embarrassed again. Even though Zhang Tenghao figured out that Guan Bin sided with Ji Yuning, he was still mad when Guan Bin was so straightforward. Nevertheless, he didn't dare to annoy Guan Bin. He had to leave now, and even forgot to pay the bill of the table where he dined with Zhao Xiaoxuan. Zhao Xiaoxuan didn't mind at all, because she enjoyed the drama. Miss Ji Yu, I'm so sorry. Guan Bin apologized to Ji Yuning. It's fine. Ji Yuning didn't blame him for it. The drama didn't attract much attention, so they were able to dine as usual. Have you eaten? Why don't we dine together? Ji Yuning said. Thanks. Guan Bin was excited to dine with Ji Yuning. Afterwards, they enjoyed the meal together. Zhao Xiaoxuan went back home later, and told her parents what had happened in the restaurant. After hearing that, Zhao Xiaoxuan's parents were both annoyed. They did hope that Zhao Xiaoxuan could marry into a rich family, but they had no intention to let another person manage their family business. They weren't idiots after all. Given the bad example of Lin Tianyu, Zhao Xiaoxuan's parents were determined to not let her future husband be involved in their family business. Zhao Xiaoxuan was clear-headed now, so she also knew that she should protect herself. She had already lost confidence in love, and just wanted to find a suitable man to get married and raise a family. Ji Yuning and Yuzi left after the meal. Ji Yuning proposed to drive Yuzi home, but Yuzi declined. Her friend would pick her up later. Seeing Yuzi's happy face, Ji Yuning understood that her friend must be her boyfriend. Accordingly, Ji Yuning left alone. Once Ji Yuning was gone, Guan Bin called Pan Zirui and told him about what had happened today. Pan Zirui complained that he hadn't called him earlier so that they could have dined together with Ji Yuning. Chapter 942. So Tu Yi is injured, Guan Bin argued. Come on, you have a girlfriend now, and always go out on dates with her without thinking of me. Pan Zirui, I'm surprised by your complete change. Pan Zirui was a well-known playboy in his friend circle, and he had countless exes. He had even told his friends that he was going to play around forever. If he got married one day, it would have to be because of his parents' arrangement. Therefore, when Pan Zirui told them that he had a girlfriend again, they thought that it wouldn't last long as usual. Even though Pan Zirui told them that he was very serious this time and that he might marry soon, they still believed that he just wanted to fulfill the task his parents assigned him. No matter how serious Pan Zirui looked, they still had doubts. They didn't believe it until they saw the way Pan Zirui treated Zhao Linya with their own eyes. They were now sure that Pan Zerui took Zhao Linya seriously this time. I was young and stupid back then, Pan Zerui said. Well, Guan Bin, I think that you should take your future seriously too. You're not a kid anymore. Come on, stop educating me, Guan Bin said. You know how hard it is to find a girl you really love. In fact, both Pan Zerui and Guan Bin had changed ever since they met Ji Yuning. Guan Bin just hadn't played around as often as Pan Zerui, so his change wasn't as obvious. When Ji Yuning just got in her car and was about to start it, she received He Hongji's call. He Hongji told her that his hearing had already recovered and was even better than before. It was a great surprise for He Hongji. A while later, Satuyi called Ji Yuning too. Ji Yuning picked it up at once. Hi, Satu, Ji Yuning said. What's up? I heard that you have a magical pill and that it can cure any injuries and diseases. Can you sell some to me? Satuyi said in a weak voice. Ji Yuning didn't think that Satuyi was ill, but it was highly possible that he was injured given his identity. Are you injured? Ji Yuning asked. Yeah, Satuyi said. I encountered trouble in HK, and was injured during a fight against a weird man. Hearing that, Ji Yuning suddenly thought of the men from the evil practice. Where are you right now? Ji Yuning asked again. I'm still in the hospital in HK. Although my injuries aren't serious, it will take at least half a month for me to recover, but I have something else to deal with in a few days, Satuyi said anxiously. Well, I can help you, but how can I get the medicine to you? Ji Yuning asked. She had no intention to charge Satuyi for it. Satuyi was different from Chi Tianlin, because he was her friend, so she didn't care about money. In addition, Satuyi had given her a lot before, so she was willing to give him dozens of power crystals if he needed. Are you still in City B? Satuyi asked. Great, Xuanfang will come to get the medicine tomorrow, Satuyi said. He didn't want others to know that he was injured. No problem, Ji Yuning said. Oh, I've also met a very weird man in HK when I was there. I wonder whether we've met the same person. He's a middle-aged man with slightly gray hair. He stayed aloof and I felt cold once I approached him. He escaped unusually fast, like lightning, which I have never seen before, Satuyi said, and still felt anxious thinking of the man. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was sure the man must be a member of the evil practice, but she didn't know whether he was the same man she had encountered last time. She hadn't clearly seen the man of the evil practice last time. After hanging up the call with Satuyi, Ji Yuning remained silent for a while, then drove to a clubhouse to meet Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin called Ji Yuning that afternoon, but Ji Yuning was dining with Yu Zi at that time, so Cao Wenxin invited her to gather together in the clubhouse and said that she needed her help. In the private room, Cao Wenxin, Gao Chengyun, and Ran, Tong Jiayao, Zhang Zezheng and Zhu Yuanzhen were all present, which was a rare scene. Ji Yuning wasn't familiar with them, but they weren't strangers either. Once she showed up, they all welcomed her with enthusiasm. After cheering for a while, Tong Jiayao walked to Ji Yuning and said, Miss Ji Yu, my mother is a loyal fan of yours, and she always asks me to take some photos with you so that she can show off in front of her friends. Tong Jiayao didn't mind telling Ji Yuning her mother's purpose. Actually, she felt a little embarrassed, because she had just met Ji Yuning a few times. Chapter 943 The woman who is jealous of Ji Yuning. Tong Jiayao and her friends gathered together today, so she mentioned it to Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin didn't think that it was a big deal, so she called Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wasn't free that afternoon, but had agreed to come tonight. Cao Wenxin didn't tell Ji Yuning what the help was because Tang Jiajiao needed to ask Ji Yuning in person to show her respect. Ji Yuning agreed with alacrity, because it was easy to take a few photos. Afterwards, Tong Jiayao repeatedly thanked Ji Yuning and sent those photos to her mother at once. Tong Jiayao's mother was excited when she received those photos and shared them with her friends in a WeChat group. Her friends were all aware of Ji Yuning's great achievements, and many of them took Ji Yuning as the idol of their children. At the same time, someone got jealous too. One woman's son used to be the idol of other parents' children in the WeChat group. Her son graduated from the capital university, and started a business with his schoolmates when he was just a sophomore. After only a year, his company became very successful with over 10 million yuan in assets. In fact, her son was outstanding among his peers, and she was always proud of him. However, Ji Yuning took her son's position and the others all began to compliment Ji Yuning instead of her son. She had also doubted Ji Yuning's previous achievements, but the others all showed strong evidence to prove that they were true. She couldn't win the argument against so many people by herself, so she got angry in the end. Nevertheless, she was still jealous of Ji Yuning. An idea dawned on her, so she posted an article to defame Ji Yuning on Weibo. She also mentioned many entertainment influencers to spread the article abroad. She slandered Ji Yuning and claimed that Ji Yuning relied on men to build her business empire. She had even witnessed Ji Yuning going to a hotel with an old man. Although not a lot of people believe that, it still went viral because of Ji Yuning's fame. Some internet users believed it because they were also jealous of Ji Yuning, and criticized her all the time. Luckily, the majority chose to trust and defend Ji Yuning. Countless of Ji Yuning's fans left aggressive comments below the woman's Weibo account. They asked her to show solid proof, instead of a short article without any photos. Only idiots and haters would believe lines of words without any evidence. The woman who posted the article was shocked amid the fierce attack from Ji Yuning's fans. She didn't use Weibo often, so she had no idea how serious the result could be, and felt like crying after reading those malicious comments. The woman's husband noticed her bad mood, and asked her what had happened. She thought that her husband would comfort her, but her husband did the opposite after hearing what she had done. Ji Yuning wasn't someone they could mess with after all. The woman also realized that she had made a mistake, but she still felt aggrieved and called her son. As a successful young businessman, her son was very smart and sensible, so he also knew that his mother's behavior was wrong, but he didn't criticize his mother. Instead, he stayed patient and taught his mother a lesson. Even though the woman was still dissatisfied, she gave up the idea of defaming Ji Yuning. Tong Jiayao didn't know what the photos of Ji Yuning and her had caused, or she would be super surprised. Cao Wenxin hadn't driven there, so she went home with Ji Yuning. Ningning, do you complain when you miss Xiaoting very much but can't contact him? Cao Wenxin asked all of a sudden. She wasn't blaming Xinbei for how busy his work was, but just felt that it would be very hard if she had to stay alone for a long time without seeing her boyfriend. Ji Yuning understood Cao Wenxin. I don't. I knew what I was getting into well before I chose him to be my boyfriend. Since we're already boyfriend and girlfriend now, we should support each other. I'm also busy, but he never complains. We cherish every moment that we have together. Ji Yuning felt a little guilty saying that, because she always had something to deal with when Leng Xiaoting came to meet her. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting should be the one who had many complaints in their relationship. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin felt much better. They went to their own houses after arriving at Wufu Hills. Gao Yi and Chao Ya weren't home, and Ji Yuning was alone in her house. After parking her car, Ji Yuning didn't go upstairs at once, but went to the swimming pool next to the parking lot. She hadn't let the evil Zhao out during the past few because of Leng Xiaoting, but now it was time to do so. Chapter 944 The Zhao is O. The swimming pool hadn't been used at all, so the water was still the same as it was without cleaning, but Zhao had no requirement for the water quality, so it was fine. The Zhao had stayed in Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space for many days. Although it couldn't absorb the magical power into its body, it was covered in it and the magical power could permeate into its body. It wasn't easy for the Zhao to practice its inner discipline, and it had to go through tribulations to achieve its goal. Practicing one's inner discipline was against the rules of nature, so the one that wanted to do that had to survive the heavenly tribulation. The Zhao's aim was to become a dragon. Although it was just a step away, it was the most difficult step. It had to survive several heavenly tribulations to move that step forward. Ji Yuning didn't leave after she let the Zhao out, but talked with it about something. Zhao, have you heard of the evil practice? Ji Yuning asked. Of course yes, I've fought against members of it several hundred years ago, but I haven't seen them again since the time changed, the Zhao said. Who won the fight? Ji Yuning asked again. Well, I wasn't very powerful back then, but I'm confident that I can win fight against them right now, the Zhao snorted with disdain. Even though it dodged Ji Yuning's question, Ji Yuning understood that the members of the evil practice were better than it. I didn't believe in ghosts and monsters until I met them in person, Ji Yuning said. Don't they exist all the time? The Zhao had lived at the bottom of the ocean the entire time, so it believed that ghosts and monsters were always there. Well, you're right, but there are fewer of them nowadays, Ji Yuning said. She began to believe in them after witnessing them. Ji Yuning told the Zhao to hide itself well, and that it couldn't come out without her permission. After that, she went back to her room. The next day, Ji Yuning put the Zhao back in her telepathic eye space at daybreak, in case Cao Wenxin, Gao Yi or Chao Ya found it. The Zhao became more powerful after a whole night of practice, which made it feel excited. With the help of Ji Yuning's magical power, it could soon realize its dream. Ji Yuning went for a run later in the morning. She hadn't exercised in a long time. Although she wasn't weaker than Leng Xiaoting now, she still couldn't win against him in a fight. Her aim wasn't to beat Leng Xiaoting, but she had to remind herself to keep exercising. Besides, members of the evil practice showed up, so she had to stay alert to the danger. She had a strong feeling that she would encounter them again sooner or later. There were many people who were exercising in the morning in the living area, but most of them were aged men. Therefore, they were surprised when Ji Yuning, who was a young girl, joined them. At the same time, they also complimented Ji Yuning's energetic youth. However, Ji Yuning attracted a middle-aged man's attention while she was running. He kept following Ji Yuning for around 10 minutes before he called Ji Yuning to stop. Hi, please wait a second. He was very polite, so Ji Yuning stopped to look at him. May I help? Sorry to interrupt you, but is your name Ji Yuning? He asked. Hearing that, Ji Yuning realized that the man called her to stop because he recognized her. She was a celebrity now, so she wasn't surprised. The middle-aged man smiled. Well, I just thought that you looked familiar. I really admire you for what you've achieved at such an early age. He wasn't flattering Ji Yuning, but told the truth. Thanks, Ji Yuning said politely. It seems that you're staying in City B now. Have you transferred to a school here? The middle-aged man asked. Not really, but I'm busy dealing with something in City B, so I don't go back to City F for classes, Ji Yuning replied. The man didn't seem to be an ordinary person, so she was unwilling to give him a perfunctory answer. People who lived in Wufu Hills were either rich or powerful after all. Oh, I understand. The middle-aged man nodded. Ji Yuning was the top student in her school, so she had the ability to make arrangements for herself. Around 8 a.m., Chu Xuanfang called Ji Yuning, and asked her when he could come over. Chu Xuanfang had arrived at City B last night, but it was very late, so he didn't call Ji Yuning until this morning. Chapter 945 Chu Yuxin. Ji Yuning also sensed that Chu Xuanfang must have arrived earlier, and that they were both worried about Satuyi's injuries, so she told him to come over right away. She would wait for him at the gate of Wufu Hills. Several minutes later, Ji Yuning reached the gate, and Chu Xuanfang soon appeared in her sight. Ji Yuning gave him a porcelain bottle with 10 power crystals inside, then told him how to take the pills. Chu Xuanfang repeatedly thanked Ji Yuning, and gave her a box as a small gift from Satuyi. Ji Yuning understood that it couldn't just be a small gift. Satuyi was reluctant to take her pills without paying, so he sent her a gift. Since it was a gift out of Satuyi's kindness, Ji Yuning took it. After Chu Xuanfang was gone, she opened the box, and there was a cat's eye gem the size of a quail egg inside. Cat's eye gems contained optical fibers that allowed the stones to change hues as they captured light, and were one of the 5 most precious stones in the world. Ji Yuning understood that Satuyi was very generous, but she was still surprised when she saw the cat's eye gem. She also knew that a gem was no different from a stone in a man's eyes. If Satuyi cared about the worth of this cat's eye gem, he wouldn't send it to her. Ji Yuning put the cat's eye gem into her telepathic eye space before she went back to her house. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuqinyang's family were coming to City B to attend Ji Yuman's wedding today. It wasn't a secret that Tang Yunfan had proposed to Ji Man, so they weren't shocked by the news that the wedding would soon be held. Around 9 a.m., Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning and they chatted for a while. Ji Yuning didn't keep it a secret that Satuyi had called her, because it had something to do with the evil practice. Xiaoting, if you encounter members of the evil practice, you must let me know, Ji Yuning said worriedly. She was worried that Leng Xiaoting might be hurt by them. Even though Leng Xiaoting was outstanding, he was a normal human after all. Ji Yuning at least had magical power and the help of the Zhao, so she was confident that she was more likely to win the fight against members of the evil practice than Leng Xiaoting was. If it was possible, she was willing to send the Zhao to protect Leng Xiaoting, but it was just her wish. Leng Xiaoting didn't have a place to store the Zhao, nor the magical power the Zhao needed for its inner discipline. I will, Leng Xiaoting said. In fact, he had the idea to deal with the evil practice himself, because he was also unwilling to see Ji Yuning be hurt by them. However, Ji Yuning had reminded him many times to take good care of himself, so he needed to listen to her. When Ji Yuning was about to leave her home at 10 a.m., Quan Mingkai called her. He told her that the set of blue gem jewelry was already done. Ji Yuning had previously asked Quan Mingkai to hire an internationally famous jewelry designer to make a set of blue gem jewelry for Ji Man. Although there were several jewelry designers in her company, she still decided to prepare a luxurious set of jewelry designed by the most skilled international designer for Ji Man's wedding. Ji Yuning was going out now, so she would pick it up at the Tengguang Group's building. Quan Mingkai told Ji Yuning to call him when she arrived so that he could arrange someone to welcome her. Ji Yuning drove her shiny Lamborghini to the Tengguang Group's office building, then got out and entered its front hall. The moment she walked inside, she took out her phone to call Quan Mingkai, but a person knocked into her from behind and her phone fell on the floor. The person was a stylish woman in her late 20s, and she was wearing designer brands. However, she didn't apologize to Ji Yuning, but glared at Ji Yuning as if she was blaming Ji Yuning for standing in her way. Besides, she got jealous when she noticed Ji Yuning's outstanding beauty. If she apologized, Ji Yuning wouldn't mind, but she was very rude, which annoyed Ji Yuning. Please apologize to me, Ji Yuning said to her. Apologize to you? Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me to do that? The woman sounded arrogant, and clearly didn't think that it was her fault at all. Since she said that, she must be from a rich or influential family, but Ji Yuning didn't care. I don't care who you are, you must apologize to me after knocking into me and making my phone fall on the ground, Ji Yuning said. I'm Miss Chu of the Chu family, and you can't bear the result if you annoy me, the woman said. She thought that she was superior to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, however, just cocked her eyebrow. The Chu family. Isn't Chu Yuxin the only Miss Chu of the Chu family? The only super-rich Chu family in City B was Chu Yuxin's family, and she was the only daughter in her family. Ji Yuning was aware that Chu Yuxin had an uncle, so this woman could be her younger cousin. Although Chu Yuxin's uncle was also a part of the Chu family, people only acknowledged Chu Yuxin's family as the well-known Chu family. Chu Lily was furious, because she hated hearing others mention Chu Yuxin as Miss Chu of the Chu family. Whenever she heard that, Chu Lily always blamed her father for it. If her father hadn't made that mistake, her grandfather wouldn't have split their family wealth and made her an outsider of the Chu family. Chapter 946. Let's see. 946. Let's see. Without the support of the core of the Chu family, she just became the daughter of a director of the Chu family's company. Well, I'm Chu Yuxin's younger cousin, so I'm Miss Chu as well, Chu Lily argued, although she hated to be related to Chu Yuxin. So what? You still need to apologize to me, Ji Yuning said. Chu Lily was shocked. She couldn't believe that Ji Yuning wasn't scared of her. Onlookers around them were also surprised. Chu Lily visited here often, so she was a familiar face. Even though she was chased out of the core of the Chu family, she was still a member of it. People were all curious about Ji Yuning's family background now. Since Ji Yuning dared to argue against Chu Lily, she had to be from a family that is a lot more powerful than Chu Lily's. Because of their loud argument, a security guard came out at once. Ladies, please don't argue here, the security guard said in a polite tone. It's not my fault, this Miss Chu just knocked into me and made my phone fall on the ground. She even refused to apologize to me, Ji Yuning said, then glanced at her phone lying on the ground, but had no intention to pick it up. Ji Yuning wouldn't submit to humiliation. Miss Chu, is that true? The security guard asked Chu Lily. So what? Chu Lily was still arrogant. Miss Chu, if it's the truth, you should apologize to this lady. You were born in the Chu family, and you should be a well-educated lady, right? The security guard said. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me? Chu Lily got mad at once. The security guard wasn't annoyed at all after being humiliated by Chu Lily, but still stayed calm. Miss Chu, I'm just a common security guard, but I'm in charge of the peace here. If you disturb the peace, I have the right and it's also my duty to solve the problem. So, please apologize to this lady right now, or I'll report your actions to my leader. Chu Lily was struck dumb, but she still refused to apologize. I'm the fiancé of your HR manager, and I can tell him to fire you. The HR department, especially its manager, did have the authority to fire a common staff member. However, this security guard had done nothing wrong, and Chu Lily wasn't working in the company. If the HR manager dared to fire the security guard, it would be an abuse of power. I don't think it's possible according to the rules in our company. If it really happens, I'm willing to leave here myself, the security guard argued. Well put. You're an upright man. If you're really fired, I'll hire you with a much higher salary, Ji Yuning said. She sensed that the security guard must be a retired soldier instead of an ordinary man. In fact, Ji Yuning knew that it wasn't possible that he would be fired, but it was also true that she was willing to hire him. The salary of a security guard wasn't high even though they were in City B, which was a large advanced city, so Ji Yuning could afford a much higher salary for him. He could still be a security guard and work for Ji Yuning. Anyway, it was a piece of good news for the security guard. The security guard was surprised, but he had a feeling that Ji Yuning wasn't joking. You. Chu Lily snorted with laughter. Yes, me. Let's see. Ji Yuning sneered at Chu Lily, then picked her phone up to call Quan Mingkai. Chu Lily understood that Ji Yuning was asking for help, but she wasn't afraid at all. At the same time, she called her fiancé too. Quan Mingkai was in Tang Yunfan's office when Ji Yuning called him. It's Ji Yuning, Quan Mingkai said. Answer it. Tang Yunfan was aware that Ji Yuning was coming, so he wasn't surprised. Hi, Lady Ning, have you arrived? Quan Mingkai asked. Yeah, I'm in the hall now, but something unpleasant happened. Would you please come here in person? Ji Yuning asked. Ji Yuning needed Quan Mingkai's help. Sure, I'll be there in a minute, Quan Mingkai said at once. Boss, Lady Ning is in the hall now, but she told me that something unpleasant just happened, and that I need to go there in person. Quan Mingkai reported it to Tang Yunfan. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan was displeased. I'll go with you. He wouldn't allow anyone else to take advantage of his daughter, especially when Ji Yuning came here for the first time. Therefore, Quan Mingkai followed Tang Yunfan downstairs. Chapter 947 Tang Yunfan's support 947 Tang Yunfan's support Chu Lily also called her fiancé, who was the HR manager of the Tangguang group, for help. Ji Yuning shook her head, and thought to herself that this woman was really stupid. She wondered whether the HR manager would side with Chu Lily or not. If he chose to do that, his career would end today. However, Ji Yuning didn't think that the HR manager of the Tangguang group could be so dumb. Hey, don't you think that this girl closely resembles Chairman Tang? A staff member had observed Ji Yuning for a long while. Oh, no wonder I found her familiar. Several people started to talk about Ji Yuning in a quiet voice. They didn't meet Tang Yunfan often, and there was always a distance between them and Tang Yunfan, so they weren't sure about Tang Yunfan's appearance. In addition, Ji Yuning greatly resembled the young Tang Yunfan, so strangers might not find out about their family connection. After observing Ji Yuning for a long time, they realized that this girl looked familiar to their chairman. The staff member who pointed that out was a receptionist who had seen Tang Yunfin a few times more than the others did, so she had a deeper impression of him. Ji Yuning heard their discussion, but Chu Lili didn't. Although Chu Lili had met Tang Yunfin before, she didn't have a deep impression of him, so she didn't see the similarity between Ji Yuning and Tang Yunfin. Moreover, it wasn't a secret in the high society of City B that Tang Yunfin had never married before. It was impossible for him to have a daughter of that age. A short while later, the HR manager came over in a hurry. He reached the hall earlier than Tang Yunfin did. Guanming, they are siding together against me. Chu Lili complained about Ji Yuning and the security guard. She was confident that her fiancé would defend her. Qin Guanming, the HR manager, gave a glance at the security guard, then turned to face Ji Yuning. He was a little surprised when his sight fell on Ji Yuning's face, because her features were very similar to Tang Yunfin's. What happened? He asked the security guard. Qin Guanming didn't punish the security guard and Ji Yuning immediately after Chu Lili's complaint. Manager Qin, Miss Chu knocked into this lady and made her phone fall on the ground, but refused to apologize. This lady demanded an apology, but Miss Chu threatened her. The security guard replied with respect. Qin Guanming was senior to him, so he should be respectful. Hearing that, Qin Guanming frowned, and looked at Chu Lili. Is that true? Actually, Qin Guanming knew that it had to be the truth, because it wasn't the first time that Chu Lili had done that. I just lightly bumped her. It isn't a big deal. I didn't do it on purpose. Chu Lili felt aggrieved. Since you did bump into this lady, you should apologize to her whether she's injured or not. Don't you understand? Qin Guanming was annoyed. Just as Ji Yuning had thought, the HR manager of the Tangguang Group, which was one of the top corporations in City B, couldn't be an idiot. Qin Guanming was a mature man with reason, and Chu Lili wasn't his choice of girlfriend. His father and Chu Lili's father were close friends, so he was forced to date her. He was unwilling to do so, but got entangled with her. She took herself as his fiancée without his agreement, and often came here to visit him. He came here as fast as possible after receiving Chu Lili's call. Not to defend her, but to stop her from causing more trouble. Chu Lili was a troublemaker in his eyes. Don't be so rude to me. She yelled at me, so I was unwilling to apologize to her. It's her fault, not mine. Chu Lili argued. She didn't realize how stupid her behavior was. Well, interesting. You're too dumb to realize it's your fault. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in this hall, and it's very easy to find out what you've done, Ji Yuning said. You. Chu Lili panicked. Guanming, I'm your fiancé. Say something. If you don't help me, I'll tell your father. It's useless. You must bear the consequences of your actions, Qin Guanming said with a calm face. You. Chu Lili felt like crying now. Right at this moment, Quan Mingkai and Tang Yunfin showed up, and everyone stepped aside to let them pass. Chu Lili was scared as well. She thought that she was superior to normal staff members of the Tangguang Group because she was Qin Guanming's fiancé, but she didn't dare to annoy the senior management of Tangguang. When Tang Yunfin appeared, Chu Lili had a bad feeling that she had made a terrible mistake. Chapter 948 Jealous Tang Yunfin. Those staff members in the hall all noticed the obvious similarity between the young girl in their sight and Tang Yunfin. Nice to see you, Chairman Tang. Qin Guanming greeted Tang Yunfin with great respect. Nice to see you, Chairman Tang. The security guard did the same thing. Hi, Chairman T. Tang. Chu Lili's voice trembled in fear, and she didn't dare to meet his eyes. What's going on here? Tang Yunfin asked. As a powerful and successful businessman, Tang Yunfin had a natural air of power, so everyone around him except for Ji Yuning felt stressed. Hearing that, Qin Guanming said at once, Chairman Tang, Miss Chu knocked this lady and made her phone fall to the ground, but refused to apologize. This lady demanded an apology, but Miss Chu threatened her. He was telling the truth. In addition, he had an idea to tell his father about what Chu Lili had done so that he could get rid of her. He believed that his father would agree on that for the sake of his career. Even though his father insisted that he had to date her, he would resist it till the end, for his own happiness. Tang Yunfin turned to look at Chu Lili and asked, Miss Chu, do you think that this is your family's company, and you can do whatever you want? I. Chu Lili didn't dare to utter a word when facing Tang Yunfan. Before she could finish a sentence, Tang Yunfan turned to look at Ji Yuning. Ningning, why didn't you call me instead of your Uncle Quan? You're my daughter, and I'll protect you no matter what happens. He sounded a little aggrieved, because Ji Yuning didn't turn to him for help first. Ji Yuning was his daughter after all, and he thought that it was his duty to protect her. In addition, Ji Yuning was in his company right now. Tang Yunfan only looked so gentle and tender in front of Ji Yuman and Ji Yuning. Their family connection would be public sooner or later, so Tang Yunfan didn't ask for Ji Yuning's permission when he said that. However, once he said that, everyone was struck dumb. What? She's Chairman Tang's daughter. Chairman Tang is this girl's father. Staff members of Tang Yunfan's company were all shocked, and couldn't believe their ears. However, they still had doubts, because Ji Yuning could be Tang Yunfan's adopted daughter. They all knew that Tang Yunfan had never married before. If this girl was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, she must be a love child. A love child would bring criticism and nobody approved of it. Nowadays, a love child was often born when one of his or her parents were married but still had a sexual relationship with another person. It was immoral to cheat on one's partner. And adultery was unacceptable in this society, because it always ruined families. Even though a love child was innocent, his or her future was doomed to unhappiness. On the contrary, if two unmarried people had a child together, it was understandable although it was still unacceptable. Therefore, even if Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's love child, Tang Yunfan wasn't married yet, so it would be fine. Moreover, none of them dared to despise them. Since Tang Yunfan had never married before, Ji Yuning's mother wasn't the other woman. Thinking of that, people were all curious about the relationship between Tang Yunfan and Ji Yuning's mother. Could they be a loving couple, or was Ji Yuning's mother a calculating woman? If they were a couple, why didn't Tang Yunfan marry her? Did the Tang family or Tang Yunfan refuse to accept her? Since Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's daughter, the woman he was going to marry must be her mother. Why was he willing to admit it right now? Anyway, if Tang Yunfan was marrying Ji Yuning's mother, they would be a legal couple. The people in the hall all had the above thoughts, but they didn't dare to discuss them. If Tang Yunfan was annoyed, they could all be fired. Ji Yuning smiled seeing Tang Yunfan being aggrieved. Well, I just came to pick something up. I know that you're busy, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan frowned. I'm your father, and you should feel free to turn to me for help. Chapter 949 Keep the Promise. Ji Yuning was amused. All right, I will. Great. Tang Yunfan was satisfied. However, when he turned to look at Chu Lili, he was mad again. Miss Chu, shouldn't you apologize to my daughter if you knocked into her? If you still refuse to do so, I think that I should talk about it with your father someday. Chu Lili panicked. Miss Tang, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me this time. She apologized to Ji Yuning at once. Chu Lili wasn't afraid of her father, but was afraid of Tang Yunfan. Since this girl was Tang Yunfan's daughter, she had to do whatever Ji Yuning demanded. Even though she was reluctant to do so, she didn't dare to show her real feelings on her face. Fine. Ji Yuning didn't bother to punish her. Thank you so much, Miss Tang. Chu Lili said. Ji Yuning didn't mind her calling her Miss Tang or Miss Ji Yu. She could be Miss Tang and Miss Ji Yu at the same time after all. Miss Chu, I'm afraid that you're not welcome here anymore. Please don't enter here again, Tang Yunfan said. Although he sounded polite, he looked very serious. Hearing that, Chu Lili was disappointed. If she couldn't come here again, she wouldn't have chances to meet Qin Guanming. Qin Guanming seldom went back to his family's house now, and it was difficult for her to visit him at his home. She bit her lip and looked at Qin Guanming. She hoped that he could say something for her, but Qin Guanming avoided her eyes. Chu Lili was in despair now, and had to leave alone. After that, Ji Yuning followed Tang Yunfan upstairs. Since they were gone, other staff members started to discuss what had just happened. Do you think Miss Tang is Chairman Tang's biological daughter or adopted daughter? I think she's Chairman Tang's biological daughter given their similar features. If so, why have we heard nothing about her in the past? Maybe Chairman Tang didn't know about it until now. Really? Is it possible that this girl's mother secretly gave birth to her in order to marry into the Tang family? I think it's possible. I don't think so. The girl is around 18, and I heard that something terrible happened to the Tang family 19 years ago. Chairman Tang has been missing for a year and lost his memory. I think the girl could be his child with the woman he was in love with back then. What had happened to Tang Yunfen wasn't a secret in his business. Within seconds, people started to feel sympathetic towards Ji Yuning and her mother. It must have been a very tough time for them. Ji Yuning mentioned the security guard to Tang Yunfen in the elevator. She suggested that they raise his salary given his upright and brave behavior. If Tang Yunfen disagreed, she would like to hire him. Tang Yunfen then asked Ji Yuning for her opinion. The security guard was a rare upright man with excellent fighting skills. Tang Yunfen thought that he would be able to protect Ji Yuning well if he worked for her. Ji Yuning chose to keep him in the Tangguang group, because Tangguang was a well-known and successful corporation, and the security guard might have a brighter future if he stayed here. Although Ji Yuning was confident that her company would become one of the top companies in the future too, the security guard probably didn't think so. Since Ji Yuning said that, Tang Yunfen agreed to promote the security guard and raise his salary. After picking up what she needed, Ji Yuning left. Tang Yunfen wanted to dine with her a while later, but Ji Yuning said that she would go back to the Tang family's house for lunch, and that she had to pick her relatives up at the airport at 2 p.m. Ji Yuning went downstairs in Tang Yunfen's exclusive elevator, which aroused everyone's curiosity again. At the same time, Tang Jiayong walked in from outside. Once he appeared, people paid special attention to his attitude towards Ji Yuning. Tang Yunfen was the chairman of the Tangguang group. If he didn't have children, Tang Jiayong or Tang Jiakai would take over, but his biological daughter showed up now. What would they do? Tang Jiayong and Tang Jiakai lost the chance to take over such a profitable business. Would they be jealous of Ji Yuning? In fact, Tang Jiayong had no intention to take over the Tangguang group at all, because the Tang family valued family relationships above anything else. Both Tang Jiakai and Tang Jiayong were happy to see Ji Yuning. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, their grandfather could have been killed. They were more than willing to see Ji Yuning join their family. Chapter 950 Have a Gossip. Ji Yuning was an outstanding girl with unbelievable skills after all, and nobody would refuse to maintain a close relationship with her. Since Ji Yuning became a member of their family could be more powerful. Therefore, Tang Jiayong beamed at Ji Yuning and walked towards her at once. "Ningning, are you leaving now?" he asked. Tang Jiayong worked in Tangguang when he stayed in City B these days. "Hi." Ji Yuning also smiled. "Yeah, I came here to pick something up, and now I'm going home for lunch." "Did you drive here?" Tang Jiayong asked. "Great, take care," Tang Jiayong said, then walked Ji Yuning out. Seeing Tang Jiayong's kind attitude to Ji Yuning, others were all curious about why he looked so close to the girl. Some even believed that Tang Jiayong was just pretending to be kind to Ji Yuning. "Why'd I somehow feel like the girl looks so familiar?" a woman said when Ji Yuning had left. "She's Chairman Tang's daughter." The woman was absent just then, so she missed the shocking news. "What? Really? Isn't Chairman Tang unmarried?" Her colleagues then told her everything, and she got to know what had happened. "Well, actually I think she looks familiar, but not because she closely resembles Chairman Tang. I guess, but I'm not sure." The woman couldn't remember where she had seen Ji Yuning's face before. However, she was sure that she hadn't met Ji Yuning in real life. "Have you seen her face on the internet?" one of her colleagues asked. "Oh, right, I did see her face on TV." the woman said with surprise. "TV? No way, how?" "The release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm. She's the boss, Ji Yuning." The woman got excited when she finally remembered Ji Yuning. Many people became Ji Yuning's fans once they found out what she had achieved before. Ji Yuning was now as famous as those celebrities. What? She's the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm. Many of them had heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Charm, because the release conference had caused a big sensation. Unfortunately, they didn't recognize Ji Yuning just then, and missed the chance to take pictures with her. In addition, this talented girl was their chairman's daughter too. In fact, it was understandable that they failed to recognize Ji Yuning at the first glance, because there weren't many clear photos of her on the internet. Besides, they met so many people every day while working in a famous company, and it was hard to remember so many faces. They were all aware of Ji Yuning's outstanding ability and powerful connections, but they were still surprised to find out that Ji Yuning was a member of the Tang family. It seems the Tang family cared about Ji Yuning very much. Nobody would dislike such an able daughter. After hearing about Ji Yuning's achievements, people began to believe that she wasn't the kind of person who would compete against her siblings for wealth. She didn't lack money at all. Like father, like daughter. Tang Yunfan was able to make the Tang family's business the #1 on the list of successful companies in City B within just a few years. While Ji Yuning owned so many profitable brands and companies at such an early age as well, the Tang family was going to become more and more powerful in the future. Ji Yuning put the set of jewelry into her telepathic eye space before she drove back to the Tang family's house. Before long, the security guard received the good news that he was promoted to be the vice leader of the security guard team. There were many people in the security team given the large size of Tangguang, so being one of its vice leaders was a position of power. When the security guard heard the news, he was astonished, so were others. They were surprised to hear that a common security guard became the vice leader of the team within a day. They knew that it must have been Ji Yuning's order. Chapter 951 He will come. Ji Yuning had kept her promise to the security guard, and he got double his previous salary from now on. The security guard was very lucky to meet Ji Yuning today, and easily got a promotion. Some people felt regretful now. They wished that they had stood out to help Ji Yuning just then. However, it was just a wish. None of them dared to act against Chu Lily. In that case, the security guard deserved better treatment. He was very excited, and also felt grateful to Ji Yuning. He accepted the offer, and made up his mind to do his job well as usual in the future. That was the only thing he could do to return Ji Yuning's kindness. Two other vice leaders in the security guard team felt a little jealous after hearing the news, because they had worked hard for years to earn their current position. However, even though they were a little jealous, they didn't dare to do anything about it. Only idiots would act against their chairman. Ji Yuning went back to the Tang family's house, and dined with her family. She wasn't in a hurry to give Ji Yuman the set of jewelry, because she planned to present it on Ji Yuman's wedding day. Although Ji Yuman stayed in the Tang family's house these days, she didn't sleep in the same room as Tang Yunfan, and Tang Yunfan respected her decision. They would only chat with each other in the study before they went to bed in their own rooms. However, Ji Yuman would go back to Wufu Hills today, and members of the Tang family would go to pick her up the day after tomorrow. Before the wedding, the bride should stay in her own home. Ji Yuning owned a house in Wufu Hills, and what was hers was also Ji Yuman's. Ji Yuqing's and Ji Yuqinyang's family would walk Ji Yuman to the wedding car on that day, which was a perfect plan. Ji Yuman was very nervous because her wedding was around the corner now. She was even a little scared, and wanted to run away from it, but she wouldn't do that. Tang Yunfan loved her deeply, and she also ached to spend the rest of her life with him. In addition, she also hoped to give Ji Yuning an intact family. A biological father was always better than a stepfather after all. Ningning, will Xiaoting come? Tang Haifeng asked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning's parents were Leng Xiaoting's future parents-in-law after all. Even though they were just girlfriend and boyfriend now, the Tang family already took Leng Xiaoting as family. Nevertheless, they also knew that Leng Xiaoting's job was very special, and that it wasn't up to him to leave the military base. He'll come if he's free, Ji Yuning said. When it was 1 p.m., Ji Yuning drove Ji Yuman to the airport to pick up their relatives. Ji Yuning's car couldn't accommodate all of them, so the Tang family sent an MPV to follow her. Ji Yuqing's family would arrive at 2:10 p.m., and Ji Yuqinyang's family would arrive at 2:30 p.m. Ji Yuning planned it so that she could pick them up together. When Ji Yuning and the others reached the airport, it was still 20 minutes away from their arrival time. At 2:12 p.m., Ji Yuqing called Ji Yuman and told her that they had arrived. A while later, Ji Yuqing's family of 3 showed up. They didn't bring many things with them, so there was no need for them to collect luggage. Once they walked out, they saw Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman, then strode towards them with excitement. Man, Ningning. Ji Yuqing greeted them. Hi, Man, Ningning. Zhang Shu said with a broad smile. Nice to see you, Aunt Man, Ningning. Zhang Xinyue was very polite, but was more outgoing than before. Welcome. Welcome to City B. Ji Yuman and Ji Yuning greeted them too. Let's have a seat somewhere. Qinyang's family will arrive in 20 minutes, Ji Yuman said. They walked to the seats together. After they were all seated, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman began to chat with each other. Ji Yuning also asked Zhang Shu about his business. Zhang Shu couldn't be more satisfied with his business right now. It's going very well. Thank you so much for your help, Ningning. Most of my clients came to me because of you, but because I provide them with quality goods and services, they're willing to continue cooperating with me. Glad to know that. Ji Yuning felt happy for her uncle. She had helped her uncle make many deals, but it still depended on the quality of goods and services her uncle could provide. Ningning, I helped your eldest uncle without your permission. Are you annoyed at me? Zhang Shu asked, feeling a little uneasy. Although Ji Yuqing had already told Ji Yuman, and Ji Yuman must have told Ji Yuning too, he still needed to talk about it with Ji Yuning face to face. Ji Yuman didn't blame them, but he still felt slightly guilty. Ji Yuqingxiang's family had treated Ji Yuman and Ji Yuning so badly before. If he helped Ji Yuqingxiang, it seemed like he was siding with him against Ji Yuning. However, he and Ji Yuqingxiang were relatives after all, and he didn't have the heart to see Ji Yuqingxiang's family being doomed to fail. Not at all. I won't help him, but I won't stop you from doing it, because he has hurt me and my mother, not your family, Ji Yuning said. She was a very considerate girl. Chapter 952. How rich is your family? Great, I'm relieved. Zhang Shu let out a long breath. He obviously valued Ji Yuning above Ji Yuqingxiang. He had only helped Ji Yuqingxiang because Ji Yuqingxiang was desperate. I told you that Ningning won't blame you for that. You don't need to be worried anymore, Ji Yuqing said. Zhang Shu smiled, and said nothing. Before long, Ji Yuqingyang's family also arrived. However, they ran into a familiar face once they got off the plane, which wasn't a pleasant thing. Oh, Wen Yulan, been a while. Did your family come here for a trip? Wasn't it that you could barely afford the fee of the group trip last time? Didn't you tell us that your family just bought a house so you lack money now? Where did you get the money to travel in City B? Don't you know that it's very expensive to stay and dine here? The familiar face was Wen Yulan's colleague, a 37-year-old woman. She looked and sounded arrogant, and didn't bother to hide her obvious disdain towards Wen Yulan's family. Ji Yuqingyang's family was indeed on a tight budget now because they just bought a house, but they weren't dirt poor. The woman was aware of it, but she still wanted to laugh at Wen Yulan. It didn't matter who was poorer than her in the public institution they worked for, she would make fun of them. In fact, this woman had the same job as Wen Yulan, but she married a rich husband. She often showed off her luxuries in their workplace. Except for a few people who were willing to please her, the others all hated her behavior. She wouldn't make friends with those who were poorer than her either. All in all, she enjoyed it when people were jealous of her. Although Wen Yulan disliked this woman very much, she couldn't argue with her in public. Therefore, Wen Yulan curbed her anger and smiled. We don't have much money, but someone paid all of the expenses for us. There was no need for her to deny the fact that her family lacked money. Really? Who is it? Hearing that, the woman was disappointed. She was surprised to know that Wen Yulan had a rich relative who could afford all the expenses for them in City B. She was curious to find out how rich Wen Yulan's relative was. She refused to believe that Wen Yulan's relative could be richer than her. My sister-in-law, Wen Yulan said. The woman moved her eyes, then put on a fake smile. What does she do? Is she very rich? She runs a beauty salon. Wen Yulan gave her a perfunctory answer. A beauty salon. The woman pulled her lips. The owner of a beauty salon couldn't be very rich. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm curious, how rich is your family? Ji Yu Yinyan asked the woman all of a sudden. The woman wore a proud smile at once. My family has over dozens of millions of yuan in assets. Oh, that's not much. My aunt and her daughter have hundreds of millions of yuan in assets. My aunt runs a beauty salon, but her daughter is the boss of a jewelry store. My mother received a gift from them, which is a set of jade jewelry, and it's worth dozens of millions of yuan. Ji Yu Yinyan said. She aimed to annoy the woman. The woman was so disgusting, and they hated being humiliated again and again. What? The woman was shocked. Wen Yulan has a set of jade jewelry which is worth dozens of millions of yuan. She got jealous in an instant. The most expensive set of jewelry that she had only cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, and it was a gift for her wedding anniversary. She had begged her husband for a long time to get it. Although her family did have dozens of millions of yuan in assets, most of her family wealth was immovable property. Besides, her husband wasn't very generous, and was unwilling to give her much money to buy luxuries. Actually, if her husband were generous to her, she would quit her job and become a rich lady who had tons of time to spend money. Many people asked her that question. Why couldn't she quit her job and enjoy her luxurious life if her rich husband really loved her deeply? Nevertheless, she obviously wouldn't tell them the truth, so she lied and said that she thought that women should have their own career and be independent. Her colleagues and friends believed that, because many noble ladies did prefer to work as usual, no matter how rich their husbands were. However, she was shocked to know that Wen Yulan, who she usually made fun of, was able to receive a much more expensive gift than her. You must be bragging. The woman refused to accept the truth. Chapter 953. Is it true? My younger sister isn't bragging at all. Have you heard of jade beauty jewelry? It's my older cousin's brand, Ji Yu Qingxi said. What? Jade beauty jewelry is owned by your relative? The woman couldn't believe her ears. She lived in City G as well, and the first store of jade beauty jewelry was opened in City G. Moreover, she heard that jade beauty jewelry had over hundreds of millions of yuan in assets, and almost half of the important figures in City G had attended its opening ceremony. The boss of jade beauty jewelry was a girl who was only 18 years old. Ji Yu Qingxi and Ji Yu Yinyan were quite proud. They weren't showing off, but couldn't stand the woman's arrogance anymore. Neither Ji Yu Qinyang nor Wen Yulan stopped Ji Yu Qingxi and Ji Yu Yinyan, because they hated the woman as well. However, they were adults and parents, so it wasn't appropriate for them to say that, but it was different if their children did it. Although it was Ji Yu Ning who was super rich, not them, others would still respect them if they had a super rich relative. Really? The woman refused to believe it. We're not lying. You can check for yourself. Ji Yu Qingxi rolled his eyes at the woman. The woman was simply unwilling to accept that Wen Yulan had a super rich relative now. Alright, we're not as rich as Ningning. It's enough, and you should stop now. Ji Yu Qinyang interrupted them. Hearing that, both Ji Yu Qingxi and Ji Yu Yinyan closed their mouths. They had become Ji Yu Ning's fans now, and took her as their idol. However, their relationship had been terrible in the past after all, so they felt a little uneasy when they spent time with Ji Yu Ning. The woman didn't know what to say, but had to face the fact that Wen Yulan's relative was the owner of jade beauty jewelry. Although Wen Yulan's family wasn't rich, she didn't dare to annoy them anymore for the sake of their super rich relative. In that case, the woman also stopped making fun of Wen Yulan. Wen Yulan's family then walked ahead. Once they walked out, Ji Yu Ning and the others were already waiting for them. Hi, we're here. Ji Yu Qing waved her hand at them. They greeted each other when they met, and left with Ji Yu Ning. Wen Yulan's colleague followed her, so she saw Ji Yu Ning too. She recognized Ji Yu Ning at a glance, and unwillingly believed that Ji Yu Ning was Wen Yulan's relative. Ji Yu Ning's family name was Ji Yu, so was Wen Yulan's husband, so Ji Yu Ning must have a family connection with Wen Yulan's husband. Ji Yu Ning's car was stopped outside of the exit, not the parking lot. Normally, it was forbidden to stop a car there, but it was the Tang family's car and nobody dared to say anything about it. Sometimes, it would be more convenient if you had connections. Ji Yuning told Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan to get in her car, while Ji Yuqinyang, Zhongshu and the three kids sat in the MPV. However, when Ji Yuqinyang, Zhongshu and Ji Yuqingxi saw Ji Yuning's car, they were all stunned because it was a white, limited edition Lamborghini. Men all loved cars, so although they weren't familiar with luxurious cars, they could still recognize many brands. Most importantly, the car had a great shape. Wen Yulan and the other females weren't fans of cars, so they only thought that Ji Yuning's car looked good. Many people paid a lot of attention to Ji Yuning's car ever since it was stopped there. Some women even stood by it on purpose to see whether its owner was a handsome and rich young man. If they could be noticed by its owner, they could also live a luxurious life. Women who had that idea obviously weren't quality women. To their astonishment, the owner of the car was a beautiful, rich young girl. Ningning, this car looks so cool. How much is it? Ji Yuqingxi's eyes lit up. He ached to touch it, but didn't have the courage. Around 20 million yuan I think, Ji Yuning said. What? 20 million yuan? Other than Ji Yu Man who was already aware of it, the others were all shocked. Its price was beyond their imagination. They knew that Ji Yuning was very rich, but thought that it wasn't necessary to buy such an expensive car. It must be the limited edition, right? Ji Yuqingxi asked again. You know a lot about cars. Ji Yuning smiled. Yeah, you're right. Of course I do. Ji Yuqingxi looked proud. I can buy a lot of things with 20 million yuan. Ji Yu Yinyan said. She wouldn't spend that much money on a car. Ningning, can I ride in your car? Ji Yuqingxi said. Well, it won't be comfortable if too many people are inside. You can get in the car behind mine. I'll take you for a ride after we have a rest at home, Ji Yuning replied. Since they were friendly to Ji Yuning now, Ji Yuning was willing to treat them well. They were kids in her eyes, so she could forgive them. She was a 28-year-old woman in her mind after all. Chapter 954 A Private Pleasure Boa, fine. Since Ji Yuning said that, Ji Yuqingxi agreed, then walked to the car behind the Lamborghini. In the car, Ji Yu Man, Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan began to chat with each other. Neither Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan were aware of Tang Yunfan's family background yet. Ji Yu Man just told them that Tang Yunfan was a businessman, but didn't tell them many details. When they arrived at Wufu Hills, they were shocked again by Ji Yuning's beautiful house. They all knew that the housing price in City B was unusually high, so this large downtown house must be worth dozens of millions of yuan too. Although it wasn't much in Ji Yuning's eyes, they were still greatly surprised. Ji Yuning guided them into it, and arranged rooms for them. Zhongshu stayed alone, while Ji Yuqinyang and Ji Yuqingxi shared a room on the second floor. Ji Yuqing and Zhang Xinyue stayed together in the same room, so did Wen Yulan and Ji Yu Yinyan. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning slept in their own rooms. The rooms of the house were fully occupied by them now, so Ji Yuning told Gao Yi and Chao Ya to stay outside for a few days. They could have a break. Ji Yuning told her relatives to have a rest for a while first, and that they would go share a meal together before they went to have a tour. When it was 5:30 p.m., Ji Yuning left the house with the others. Ji Yuqingxi, Ji Yu Yinyan and Zhang Xinyue sat in Ji Yuning's car this time, while the others sat in the MPV. Gao Yi and Chao Ya were back now, so Gao Yi drove the MPV. Wow, a luxurious car is really comfortable. Ji Yuqingxi sat in the front passenger's seat. If the three of you study hard, I'll buy you cars after your graduation from university, Ji Yuning said. She was very generous towards her family. Really. Ji Yuqingxi was the most excited among the kids. Boys all loved cars. Although Zhang Xinyue and Ji Yu Yinyan weren't as excited as him, they were also thrilled. Ji Yuning took them to the Wangdeng Hotel for dinner. Tang Haifeng had asked Ji Yuning whether they wanted to dine with the Tang family, but Ji Yuning declined his invitation. Even though they were Ji Yu Man's family, they weren't the older generation, and it wasn't necessary for them to meet the Tang family right now. No matter how close Ji Yu Man was to her brothers and sisters, they should still keep a polite distance from each other. After dinner, Ji Yuning took them out for a tour. The first place they went to was the famous river in City B. Tang Yunfan had arranged a pleasure boat for them before they reached the river. When they got off at the wharf, they met Wen Yulan's colleague again. The woman came along with 2 friends for a tour on the river as well. However, there were too many tourists at this time, so they had to wait for an available pleasure boat. It was very normal to wait for boats, but they felt displeased when a security guard stopped them from getting aboard the small pleasure boat docked by the shore. They asked the security guard for the reason, and the security guard told them that it wasn't a pleasure boat for tourists. Therefore, they were annoyed when Ji Yuning and the others went aboard it. Wen Yulan's colleague didn't say anything, but her friends lost their temper. When her friend wanted to argue with Ji Yuning, Wen Yulan's colleague stopped her. "Why are you pulling me back? Why can they get aboard? I need to argue with them," the woman's friend said with dissatisfaction. "I know them. They aren't ordinary people," the woman said. Her friend, however, looked arrogant. "Since you know them, why don't you tell them to share the boat with us? I just had an argument with them. I'm lucky enough that they didn't punish me. I don't dare to ask them for help," the woman said. Hearing that, her friend closed her mouth. They remained silent, but some tourists were annoyed. "Hey, didn't you say that we all have to wait for available boats? Why could they get aboard before us?" A young man questioned the security guard, followed by 2 women and a man. "They must be 2 couples. It isn't a pleasure boat for tourists, it's a private one," the security guard said. It turned out to be a private pleasure boat. Hearing that, the young man closed his mouth too. "It's a private pleasure boat. They must be very rich," someone said. "Right, they can't be ordinary people if they own a private pleasure boat here." "Who are they?" the woman's friend asked her with curiosity. She was a gossip lover. "The young girl is the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Ji Yuning," the woman said. Thinking of Wen Yulan's family connection with Ji Yuning, she was still jealous. "What? The girl is Ji Yuning, the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry?" The woman's 2 friends were both surprised. They had heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry, because it was very famous now. "Well, why did you have an argument with her just then?" the woman's friend asked again. "I just made fun of her relative. It's not a big deal," the woman said, but she didn't dare do that again. Hearing that, her friends felt a little relieved. They had been wondering whether they should keep a distance from her if she had annoyed Ji Yuning. Luckily, it wasn't a big deal. Ji Yuning and her family got onto the pleasure boat. Although the boat wasn't very large, it was big enough to accommodate them. It was a private pleasure boat, so it had the same layout as a home, with a living room, bathroom, kitchen and a bedroom inside. Chapter 955 Let the Jiao into the river. Plates of desserts and fruit were placed on the coffee table in the living room. It was arranged by Tang Yunfan as well. "Wow, there is a lot of delicious food." Children paid a lot of attention to food and snacks, so the 3 of them led by Ji Yuyin surrounded the table at once. "It belongs to others. Don't touch it." Wen Yulan didn't know whether they could eat the food, so she stopped the kids. "It's fine. It was placed here for you all. Enjoy it as you like, and we have more on the boat," Ji Yuning said with a smile. Hearing that, Ji Yuyin and the other 2 kids started to eat the snacks without hesitation. "It's so delicious," they shouted happily as they ate. "Don't eat too many snacks. You just finished dinner," Ji Yuqinyang said. "All right." Ji Yuyin gave her father a perfunctory answer. "Fine," Ji Yuqingxi said. Zhang Xinyue ate much slower than Ji Yuyin and Ji Yuqingxi. She didn't stuff her mouth with colorful snacks, but ate it 1 bite at a time. "Let them enjoy it. They are still kids," Ji Yuman said. Since Ji Yuman said that, Ji Yuqinyang and Wen Yulan stopped criticizing them. The sides of the pleasure boat were glass, so they could directly appreciate the view while sitting in the living room. The 3 kids, however, went to have fun on the deck after enjoying the snacks. Ji Yuning went to the bathroom and set the jiao free. Once the jiao was out, it got excited seeing the broad river outside the window. It couldn't wait a second longer to jump into it. "I plan to put you into the river so that you can have several days of freedom in it, but how can I call you back?" Ji Yuning said. "It's easy. You can release some magical power into the river, and I'll come back to you when I feel it," the jiao said. It was most sensitive to magical power. "Great," Ji Yuning said. Don't cause any trouble. I understand, the Zhao said. In fact, it wouldn't cause trouble if nobody annoyed it. Afterwards, Ji Yuning put the Zhao back into her telepathic eye space and walked out. When nobody was around her, she went to the edge of the boat. She squatted, and quickly put the Zhao into the river. Luckily, it was very dark at night, and there was a long distance between boats, so no one noticed her movement. When the Zhao was free, Ji Yuning went back to the living room. The pleasure boat moved along the river, and the view by the river at night was breathtaking. Ningning, don't you need to go back to City F for your classes? It's already April now, and the National College entrance examination is only 2 months away, Wen Yulan asked worriedly. Right. Ji Yu Qinyang was also concerned. They knew that Ji Yuning was the top student in her grade, but it could still affect her scores if she didn't attend her classes. If a student stopped studying for a long time, his or her scores could decline. They didn't know that Ji Yuning actually had the help of her jade eyes. Don't worry about me. I can study on my own, and I'm confident that I can pass the exam with high scores, Ji Yuning said. She was willing to comfort those who really cared about her. They trusted Ji Yuning, and dropped that topic. They certainly hoped that Ji Yuning could get into a good university. An hour later, they went back to the wharf. Although it was still early, there was nothing else they wanted to enjoy, so they went directly home. When they arrived outside of Ji Yuning's house, they met Cao Wenxin, who just came back. Cao Wenxin walked out of the garage, and walked towards Ji Yuning the moment she saw the Tang family's car. Seeing them, Cao Wenxin was a little surprised, but she soon realized that those people must be Ji Yuning's relatives that came to attend Ji Yuman's wedding. Hi, Ningning, Aunt Man. Cao Wenxin greeted them. Ji Yuman flushed a little when Cao Wenxin addressed her as her aunt. Hi, Wenxin, she greeted Cao Wenxin. Ningning, why don't you introduce your relatives? Cao Wenxin said to Ji Yuning. Both the Cao family and the Tang family emphasized the importance of manners. Since Ji Yuning's relatives were here, Cao Wenxin should greet them politely. Well, this is my Aunt Qing and Uncle Zhang. This is my Uncle Ji Yu, and this is my Aunt Wen. These are their kids, Zhang Xinyue, Ji Yu Qingxi and Ji Yu Yinyan. Ji Yuning introduced them to Cao Wenxin. It's so nice to meet you all. My name's Cao Wenxin, and I'm Ningning's older cousin, Cao Wenxin said and introduced herself. The others were all surprised to hear that Cao Wenxin was Ji Yuning's older cousin, because they thought that she was Ji Yuning's neighbor or friend. Nice to meet you too, Miss Cao, the others all greeted Cao Wenxin politely. After that, they walked into Ji Yuning's house together. It wasn't 10 p.m. yet, so Cao Wenxin joined them for fun. Ningning, where did you go? Cao Wenxin asked Ji Yuning. We went to eat first, then had a tour on the river, Ji Yuning said. Why didn't you call me? Cao Wenxin complained. I must join you tomorrow wherever you go. Ji Yuning wore a resigned smile. We won't go anywhere tomorrow. My mom is going to be fitted for the wedding gowns and jewelry. We also need to decorate the house. They had to do that before the wedding. Although Ji Yuman could have been fitted for the wedding gowns in advance, she wanted to wait until her family was here. Tang Yunfan had prepared 6 wedding gowns and 6 sets of dresses for the toast. It was the result of their negotiation, otherwise Tang Yunfan would have prepared even more for her. He, as the bridegroom, was even more excited than the bride. Chapter 956 Try on wedding gowns. Oh, I must go with you. Cao Wenxin was more interested in watching Ji Yuman trying on wedding gowns, which was more fun than decorating the house. Gao Yi and Chao Ya left for a nearby hotel after they sent them back to Wufu Hills. While Ji Yu Qinyang and the others were used to going to bed early, so they went to sleep after resting for a while. Cao Wenxin didn't want to sleep alone in her home tonight, so she went to fetch her sleeping gown before she slept with Ji Yuning. Ningning, will your schoolmates come? Cao Wenxin asked. Yeah, there are 8 of them. 5 are boys and 3 are girls, Ji Yuning said. Chu Peihan and the others were Ji Yuning's best friends, so she had invited them to come. Although Ji Yuning was unwilling to interrupt their studying, because the National College entrance examination was around the corner now, she thought that they might be disappointed if she didn't invite them. When they heard that Ji Yuning's mother was going to be married, they all agreed to come without hesitation. In order to save their time, Ji Yuning booked plane tickets for them on Friday night. They would stay in City B on Saturday and fly back to City F on Sunday. It would be fine if they only took a break of a weekend. They wouldn't miss their classes either. Ji Yuning booked round-trip tickets for all of them, and they joked that they were going to cost her a lot more money since she was so rich. Unfortunately, we can't stay in City B for a few days longer, otherwise we would be enjoying ourselves there. I think that we can, but I'm afraid our boss has a different idea. She's kicking us back to City F on Sunday. Alright, our boss just doesn't want to interrupt our studies. They clearly knew that, so they didn't blame Ji Yuning for it, and were just joking. They hadn't seen Ji Yuning in a long time, so they actually ached to gather together with her. Ji Yuning promised them to do that the next time. You have many friends. Are you only going to invite a few of them? Cao Wenxin asked again. Yes, they're my best friends, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning had no intention to invite her common friends or acquaintances. It was her mother's wedding after all, so it wasn't necessary for all of her friends to be present. Ji Yuning understood that her other friends might blame her if they found out that they weren't invited, but she still believed that it wasn't suitable for them to show up at her mother's wedding. If she was going to be married one day, she would invite them then. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin agreed. The next day, Tang Yunrong and Zhang Lihua visited Ji Yuning's house with the wedding gowns to help Ji Yuman try them on. Ji Yuman was very nervous when she saw those gorgeous wedding gowns, because they reminded her that she would soon be married. At the same time, she was also excited and thrilled. Every woman wanted to marry her beloved man in a beautiful wedding gown. Even though she wasn't young anymore, it was the first time that she was getting married, so she was full of anticipation now. Ji Yuman introduced Tang Yunrong and Zhang Lihua to her family and they greeted each other kindly. Ji Yuqing and the others were aware of Tang Yunrong and Zhang Lihua's high social status, but both Tang Yunrong and Zhang Lihua were very friendly to them. So after a short while of chatting, they got along very well. Although Ji Yuqing and the others still didn't know the Tang family's influence, they sensed that the Tang family must be very rich too. Ji Yuman also relaxed when she saw her family getting along well with her sisters-in-law. Ji Yuman had told her family that her sisters-in-law were very kind and easygoing, but her family didn't believe it until they witnessed it with their own eyes today. Have you eaten? Tang Yunrong asked. Great, then let's go try on the wedding gowns and dresses, Zhang Lihua said, then went upstairs with all the females. Zhang Shu and Ji Yuqinyang were left in the living room. When they went to try on the wedding gowns, the people who came with Tang Yunrong and Zhang Lihua began to clean and decorate Ji Yuning's house. Because of Ji Yuman's age and her requests, the wedding gowns weren't very sexy, but were still fashionable. She needed to try them on, one after another to find the most suitable one. When Ji Yuman was trying on the wedding gowns, both Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin started to dream about their own weddings. They would be married one day in the future too. Cao Wenxin and Xinbei were deeply in love now, but they had only been together for a short time, so their wedding day was probably still far away. They preferred to take it slowly. And although Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had been together for a long time, and they wanted to marry each other, Ji Yuning didn't meet the age of consent yet. She was also busy dealing with her businesses right now. The others helped Ji Yuman choose the most suitable wedding gown and the dress for the toast. However, in case any accidents happened, they kept other gowns and dresses as backups. It took nearly an hour for Ji Yuman to try on those dresses, so they went to have tea in the dining room afterwards. Chapter 957 Ji Yuman's friends arrive 957 Ji Yuman's friends arrive Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong left a while later, because they were also in charge of the preparation in the Tang family's house. The decoration in Ji Yuning's house was already done. Man, your sisters-in-law are very kind. They really care about you, Ji Yuqing said once Tang Yunrong and Zhang Lihua were gone. It wasn't easy for sister-in-laws to get along well with one another. Ji Yuman felt for Ji Yuqing, because they had had the same problem. Wen Yulan, who was their sister-in-law as well, had treated them very badly before. As for Lin Liwan, if she hadn't gone crazy, they would still have a tense relationship with her as usual. Their biological mother was paralyzed now, so she couldn't cause them trouble anymore. I feel so lucky that they're so kind to me. Ji Yu Man beamed with happiness. She used to worry about that very much given her previous experience. Especially after knowing about the Tang family's influence and wealth, Ji Yu Man always felt that she was inferior to them. Take Zhang Lihua as an example, because she also married into the Tang family. Ji Yu Man used to think that Zhang Lihua would despise her because she believed that Zhang Lihua must have been born in a super rich family too, since she was able to marry into the Tang family. On the contrary, Ji Yu Man was simply an ordinary woman from an undeveloped small city. Ji Yu Man knew very little about Zhang Lihua before after all. However, her opinion completely changed after getting to know Zhang Lihua. Hearing that, Wen Yulan felt embarrassed, because she was the one who had despised and made fun of Ji Yu Man before. Even though she had been so mean, Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing were still willing to forgive her and even help her. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing also realized that they shouldn't have talked about that after seeing Wen Yulan's expression, so Ji Yu Qing said at once, "Well, we get along very well now too." The three of them smiled together and dropped that topic. At 4:20 p.m., Mrs. Hao and two other noble ladies were about to arrive. They were Ji Yu Man's friends. The flight they took was going to land at 5:10 p.m., so Ji Yuning and Ji Yu Man had to set off for the airport to pick them up now. Ji Yuning told Gao Yi and Chao Ya to drive her relatives to the Wangdeng Hotel at 5:30 and to book a large private room for them. Ji Yuning's sports car couldn't accommodate many people, so she left her car at her home. Instead she drove Cao Wenxin's Land Rover to the airport. There was enough space in the Land Rover, and Ji Yu Man's friends weren't fat at all. When they arrived at the airport, the flight coming from City F was due to land in 10 minutes. Ji Yuning and the others had waited for 20 minutes before Mrs. Hao and the other two noble ladies walked out. "Hi, Ji Yu Man." They were very excited to see Ji Yu Man. Although they hadn't been friends with Ji Yu Man for a long time, they understood each other very well, and soon became good friends. Ever since Ji Yu Man came to City B, they hadn't gathered together again, so they missed Ji Yu Man very much. Therefore, they were more than thrilled to see her now. "Hi, welcome." Ji Yu Man greeted them with great enthusiasm. She was closest to them in City F. "Nice to see you again, Mrs. Hao, Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Wu." Ji Yuning greeted them politely. "Ningning, you've become prettier. You're prettier every time I meet you." They complimented Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning thanked them with a smile. After that, Ji Yuning drove them away from the airport. "Ningning, does your father treat you well?" Mrs. Hao asked Ji Yuning with concern once she was in the car. They were all aware that the man that Ji Yu Man was going to marry was Ji Yuning's biological father, but they wondered whether he would treat Ji Yuning and Ji Yu Man well. He had been absent from their life for so long after all. Therefore, Mrs. Hao couldn't help but ask Ji Yuning that question. "Yeah, my father treats me very well," Ji Yuning said with a smile. She was telling the truth. They hadn't spent much time with one another, but Tang Yunfan really cared about her, so Ji Yuning was willing to accept him as her father. Glad to know that. Hearing that, Mrs. Hao was relieved. Mrs. Hao and the other two noble ladies were Ji Yu Man's good friends, but they wouldn't ask for details because it wasn't their affair. They only knew that Ji Yuning's biological father was a rich businessman, but wasn't aware of his family background. It was almost 6 p.m. when they arrived at the Wangdeng Hotel. Gao Yi, Chao Ya and the others were already in a private room. Ji Yuning stopped the car in the parking lot, then guided them to the private room. Mrs. Hao and Ji Yu Qing were also friends, and she had met Zhang Shu a few times before, so they weren't strangers. Ji Yu Qing then introduced Ji Yu Qinyang's family to them. After chatting for a while, they got familiar with each other. Wen Yulan felt a little uneasy at the beginning, but gradually got used to it. Chapter 958 Meet the Evil Practice Again. Ji Yu Man, even though you'll live in City B from now on, do remember to visit us in City F when you're free, Mrs. Hao said. "I will," Ji Yu Man said. Since you are moving to City B now, you should be the host if we come here. Mrs. Liu said. Ha ha, of course. Come here to have fun whenever you want, and I'll pay the bill, Gu Man said. In fact, neither of them lacked money, and they were good friends too, so they were willing to spend money on each other. The women began to chat with each other, and Jiangshu along with Gu Qinyang were left aside, so they started to talk about their work. From their conversation, Jiangshu got to know that the public institution that Gu Qinyang worked for was in trouble. Gu Qinyang's leader had accepted a bribe from a businessman, but the project proposal didn't go well, so the businessman asked the leader to return his money. However, the leader couldn't return it, so a person in their team would be left holding the bag. Although the final decision wasn't made yet, Gu Qinyang was still in danger. Jiangshu said that he should turn to Ji Yuning for help. Gu Qinyang also had that idea, but felt embarrassed to do it. He was much older than Ji Yuning after all. Jiangshu, however, held a different opinion. They were a family, and Ji Yuning had powerful connections. It wouldn't be difficult for her to help Ji Qinyang out. Ji Qinyang agreed, and decided to discuss it with Ji Yuning later. He was unwilling to take the blame. If he lost his job, he couldn't support his family. Chu Peihan called Ji Yuning a while later, and said that they were already in the airport of City B now. Chu Peihan and the others arrived at City B at 9:30 p.m. Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei also came to City B. They reached the airport half an hour earlier than Chu Peihan. Xinbei and Cao Wenxin were boyfriend and girlfriend, so it was necessary for him to attend the wedding of Cao Wenxin's uncle. After dinner, Ji Yuning booked a presidential suite for Mrs. Hao and the other two noble ladies, so that they could stay together in the hotel. As for the rest of the people, they went back to Wufu Hills. Ji Yuning dropped Ji Yu Man and the others at Wufu Hills, then left for the airport. This time, Ji Yuning drove her sports car, and Cao Wenxin drove her own car, while Chaoya drove an MPV. They were going to pick up a lot of people, so they needed 3 cars. Therefore, Gao Yi stayed and guarded the house alone. Dozens of minutes later, they arrived at the airport and waited at the exit. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning sensed a strong yin approaching. She became alert at once and her sight fell on a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had gray hair and looked like he was in a bad mood. His whole body was covered in yin, so Ji Yuning believed that he must be a member of the evil practice. What is he doing here? Since she ran into the evil practice in City B, she had to figure it out. Excuse me, I need to deal with something. You can drive them home if I'm still absent when they show up, Ji Yuning said. Sure. Chaoya nodded, but Cao Wenxin was worried. Ningning, what happened? It must be something urgent if Ji Yuning had to leave right now. Well, I just saw a person who hurt my friend, and I need to follow him, Ji Yuning said and strode away without delay. Even though Cao Wenxin was worried, she didn't ask further after seeing Ji Yuning walking away in a hurry. Ji Yuning followed the middle-aged man towards a black private car. There was another man standing before it. He threw the car key to the middle-aged man, then the middle-aged man drove the black car away. The other man, however, got in another car and left too. Ji Yuning's car was stopped not far away from them, so she started her car to chase them at once. Because the middle-aged man was a member of the evil practice, he also had acute senses. Ji Yuning didn't dare to come too close, but followed a little further behind. The middle-aged man and the second man went in different directions a while later. Around 9:07 p.m., Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei walked out, and saw Cao Wenxin and Chaoya at a glance. However, Ji Yuning was absent. Leng Xiaoting frowned and looked around feeling disappointed, because Ji Yuning had promised to pick him up in person. Xiaoting, please don't be upset. Ningning just had an emergency to deal with and left in a hurry. She asked us to drive you home, Cao Wenxin said to Leng Xiaoting before he asked. Why did she leave in a hurry? Leng Xiaoting got anxious hearing that. She told me that she saw a person who hurt her friend. Cao Wenxin explained. Leng Xiaoting didn't know who the person was, but he understood that it must be something very important since Ji Yuning had to dump him to deal with it. Why don't you call her? Cao Wenxin proposed. Nope, it'll interrupt her, Leng Xiaoting said. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting and Xin Bei left with Cao Wenxin, while Chao Ya stayed to wait for Chu Peihan and the others. Ji Yuning was still following the middle-aged man's car to an abandoned villa in a suburb at mid-mountain. The road outside the villa area was surrounded by mountains. Although there were street lights and vehicles passing by occasionally, it still looked gloomy and creepy. Chapter 959 Fight against the man of the evil practice. It was said that the land developer of this villa area had annoyed an important official, and lost a lot of investments. Because of a total lack of money, the land developer directly hung himself here. The man of the evil practice stopped the car in front of a villa, then walked into it. Ji Yuning didn't stop her car behind the villas until the man walked far away. She checked her surroundings, and found no surveillance cameras. After putting her car into the telepathic eye space, she put on a black cloak and a mask. Ji Yuning didn't have much time to disguise herself as Tang Aining, so she could only cover herself in this way. She had prepared the cloak a long time ago, because she thought that it might come in handy one day. Reality proved that she was right. The man was a member of the evil practice after all, so he was very dangerous, and Ji Yuning couldn't expose her real identity. She wasn't sure whether she was his match right now, so she had to be cautious. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning followed the man. She kept a distance away from him and also held her breath, so he failed to notice her. However, because of the distance between them, Ji Yuning's sight was always blocked by something. She had to use her jade eyes to help her locate the man. It was completely dark now, but Ji Yuning was still able to see the man clearly with the help of her jade eyes. The man also had good eyesight, and walked ahead without stopping at all. At the same time, Chu Peihan and the others gathered at the airport. They wanted to call Ji Yuning, but saw the message Ji Yuning sent them earlier the second they opened their phones. Ji Yuning told them that she was busy dealing with something, and that her bodyguard would pick them up. She sent them Chao Ya's number too. If Leng Xiaoting found out that Ji Yuning had sent her friends messages but directly ignored him, he would be jealous. Should we call our boss? Hao Ran asked. I don't think so. She should be occupied now, Chu Peihan said. Hearing that, the others all agreed, so they called Chao Ya instead. They had met Chao Ya before, so they easily recognized her in the hall. Hi, Chao Ya, why did our boss leave all of a sudden? Chu Peihan asked Chao Ya once she saw her. I have no idea, but we can get some food now before I drive you to the hotel. You must be hungry, right? Chao Ya said. I'm afraid that we can only have some night snacks. It's very late now, Su Anya said. They planned to share night snacks with Ji Yuning, so they didn't eat on the plane. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning wouldn't join them. Even though Ji Yuning was absent, they still needed to have something, because they were really starving. Great, let's go. They all agreed, and Chao Ya drove them to the night snack street. The man walked farther ahead, but he sensed that someone was staring at him. He turned around all of a sudden, which scared Ji Yuning and she drew her sight back at once. Although the man of the evil practice was good at fighting, he didn't have a pair of jade eyes, and Ji Yuning wasn't in his sight, so he still couldn't see her. The man was confused when he found nobody around him. He shook his head, then kept on walking ahead. After waiting for a while, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to follow the man again. The man entered a room in the villa. It was a living room and an unconscious young girl around 14 years old was tied to a chair with her mouth gagged. Seeing that, Ji Yuning realized what the man was going to do in an instant. He would absorb this young girl's virgin blood. Virgin blood was good for him to practice his inner discipline. You smell so good, the man said to the girl with a creepy smile. Actually, members of the evil practice were not only searching for virgin girls. Those virgin girls had to be born in a lunar year, month and day as well, because they needed yin to strengthen their power. It was very hard to find a girl who satisfied their needs. If it were very easy, there would be many murdered young girls everywhere. Because of their needs, members of the evil practice often lived by graveyards to absorb yin. Sometimes, they would also work in the morgue. Ji Yuning dashed over as fast as she could when the man stepped towards the young girl. The man also sensed Ji Yuning's smell and was mad to find that there was another person in the house. He was right that someone was staring at him all along, but he was surprised that the person was able to hide from him so well. Ji Yuning moved fast, so the man didn't have time to avoid her and soon met her face to face. Without further ado, they began to fight against each other the second they saw one another. Ji Yuning didn't use her magical power at the beginning, because she was unwilling to let the man see her real ability right now. Luckily, Ji Yuning was still a match for the man even though she didn't have the help of her magical power, which shocked the man. "Who are you?" he asked in a cold tone. The man thought that the newcomer had to be a member of the good practice, but he failed to sense any hint of practicing from Ji Yuning, which meant that she was only a common human being. Chapter 960. The man runs away. It was very shocking that a common human being could be so skilled at martial arts. "Who are you, and why did you abduct this girl?" Ji Yuning asked the man and pretended that she didn't know that he was a member of the evil practice. Hearing that, the man lied, "I didn't. She's my daughter, and she was abducted by someone. I came here to rescue her." "Oh, really?" Ji Yuning sneered. She didn't believe his words at all. "What do you want to do?" the man asked with impatience. "I know that you simply want to absorb her virgin blood to promote your inner discipline," Ji Yuning said. The man stiffened a little in shock. He thought that no humans in this world could believe in or even understand the evil practice. However, Ji Yuning's appearance changed his mind. "Who the hell are you?" The man got furious. "It's not important, but I won't let you get away with it." Ji Yuning was also mad, then used her magical power to attack the man. The man soon sensed the magical power around Ji Yuning's body. Compared with Yin, the magical power was much more useful and alluring in his eyes. From the past till now, magical power was always the best source for those people who wanted to improve their inner discipline. Unfortunately, magical power was getting rare these days, so many of them joined the evil practice. Yin was much easier to find than the magical power, and they could also absorb virgin blood to help them. As long as they could find 49 virgin girls, they could improve their inner discipline. Till now, the man had already absorbed virgin blood from 7 young girls, so his inner discipline was on the middle level. Once he sensed the magical power on Ji Yuning's body, his eyes lit up and he kept swallowing. "You smell much better than the young girl. You must be super delicious." "Well, I'm afraid that you can't come near me at all," Ji Yuning said with obvious disdain. Hearing that, the man was displeased, but he had to admit that he was barely comparable to her. No matter how unwilling the man was, he had to give up for his long-term goal. If he continued to fight against Ji Yuning, he was doomed to fail. Therefore, he had to escape and wait for a better chance to catch Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning could control the situation, it wasn't easy for her to catch the man either. When the man pretended to attack the young girl, Ji Yuning ran to rescue her but accidentally let the man escape. Ji Yuning could chase him, but she had to check on the innocent young girl first. She was worried that something bad might happen to the girl if she left. Ji Yuning didn't wake the girl up right away, but untied her and removed the cloth from her mouth first. After that, she called the police. "Hi, this is Ji Yuning, the founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry. I just found an abducted girl in number 32 Villa at XX Road. She's about 14, but the human trafficker escaped," Ji Yuning said. The founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Hearing Ji Yuning's self-introduction, the policeman who answered her call got excited. He was her fan too. Actually, Ji Yuning already became the idol of the majority of the police because of her previous achievements. Seriously. 2 other policemen who were on duty in the police station looked at the policeman who was talking to Ji Yuning on the phone with one accord. "Did you just say that you found an abducted girl in number 32 Villa at XX Road, who is about 14 years old?" The policeman asked Ji Yuning with a serious face. The other 2 policemen were also serious in an instant. "Right," Ji Yuning said. "Please come here as fast as possible. I'll tell you the details when you're here." "Great, we'll be right there," the policeman said, then reported it to his leader. Half an hour earlier, they also received a call and a man told them that his daughter who was 14 was missing, so they believed that the girl Ji Yuning found could be the lost girl. The girl's father was an important senior official in the government, so without delay the police had sent out a lot of people to search for her. The head of the police station also came. Nevertheless, they failed to find the girl for more than half an hour until Ji Yuning called them. Knowing that someone found the girl, the vice director went there in person along with his people. Before the police arrived, Ji Yuning checked around the house and didn't find the man of the evil practice. She put out her car at once and went back to the villa. There were surveillance cameras along the way from the airport, so the police could easily see her car from the surveillance cameras. If she didn't put her car out, it would be hard for her to explain. Ji Yuning would tell the police how she had chased the man till here, but she wouldn't tell them that the man was a member of the evil practice. Ji Yuning also put her cloak and mask into the telepathic eye space, and went back to her normal appearance. Chapter 961 I'm still waiting for you 961 I'm still waiting for you. If the police saw Ji Yuning in the cloak, they would be confused because normal people wouldn't dress like that. When she was finally finished, Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting picked up her call within a second, which meant that he was waiting for her call. In fact, Leng Xiaoting ached to call Ji Yuning, but he was unwilling to interrupt her if she was busy. Ningning, is it done? Leng Xiaoting asked. Yeah, almost, but I still need to stay here for a while longer. I'll tell you everything when I get back, Ji Yuning said. Where are you right now? I'm in the same room of the Xianxia Hotel, Leng Xiaoting replied. Great, I'll come to you later. Oh, have you eaten? Ji Yuning asked. Not yet, Leng Xiaoting said, and sounded slightly aggrieved. Ji Yuning felt a little guilty, because she had promised Leng Xiaoting and her friends that they would dine together, but she dumped them at the airport. Well, go eat something if you're hungry now. I should be back at the hotel in an hour at least. She was in a suburb now, and it would take at least 20 minutes for the police to arrive here. City B was a big city, so she had to spend most of her time on the road. Nope, I'll wait for you so that we can have night snacks together. Leng Xiaoting said and sounded like a happy little boy. He was willing to wait for her. Fine, Ji Yuning said. She chatted with Leng Xiaoting for a short while longer, then hung up. Afterwards, she called Xiaoya. Xiaoya and the others were still enjoying night snacks at this moment. Ji Yuning told Xiaoya that she would be back at the hotel an hour later, and that she would meet Chu Peihan and the others there. Is it our boss? Is she free now? Chu Peihan and the others all turned to look at Xiaoya while she spoke with Ji Yuning on the phone. Once she hung up the call, Hao Ran asked her that question. Yeah, she'll be at the hotel after an hour, and you can meet her there, Xiaoya said. Since Ji Yuning was still busy dealing with something, they agreed to listen to her. Ji Yuning called Ji Yuman next, and told her that she would come back late. Ji Yuman was a very considerate mother, and she never forced Ji Yuning to do anything, but because of Ji Yuman's wedding, the Tang family would come to pick her up at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, so Ji Yuning couldn't stay outside tonight. After making those calls, Ji Yuning waited for 5 minutes before she heard the police sirens in the distance. She walked out at once, and took out a flashlight from the telepathic eye space. Several police cars stopped in front of the villa, and a team of policemen got out of them. Miss Ji Yu, nice to meet you. I'm the vice director of the Public Security Bureau, Mingzhe said to Ji Yuning politely. Given Ji Yuning's previous achievements, there was no reason for him not to be respectful. Nice to meet you too, Director K, Ji Yuning said with respect and confidence. Mingzhe admired Ji Yuning's attitude. He believed that this young girl was meant to be outstanding among her peers. The policemen who stood behind Mingzhe all looked at Ji Yuning with admiration. They finally got the chance to see this unbelievable girl with their own eyes. Miss Ji Yu, where is the abducted girl? A couple who followed Mingzhe asked Ji Yuning anxiously. They were too anxious to greet Ji Yuning now, because their missing daughter occupied their mind. Although they hadn't seen the abducted girl yet, they were almost sure that it must be their daughter. She's in the living room. Let's go inside, Ji Yuning said, then walked into the villa, followed by the others. When the couple saw the girl sitting on the chair, they ran towards her calling, Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan, However, no matter how they called the girl's name, the girl wouldn't wake up. Ji Yuning explained at once, "Don't worry, she's fine, but was drugged, so she's still unconscious now. She should wake up in a few hours." Ji Yuning was afraid that the girl might be scared if she woke her up right now, so she didn't help her with her power. If she could see her parents when she opened her eyes again, she might stay calm. Hearing that, the girl's parents were relieved. Her father carried her in his arms at once, then thanked Ji Yuning. "Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for saving our daughter's life." "My pleasure. It's just a coincidence. You should send her to the hospital now though," Ji Yuning said. Even though the girl was fine now, they wouldn't stop worrying until the doctors said that to them. Ji Yuning had encountered the crime by accident, but it was still true that she had saved the girl's life, so the girl's parents repeatedly thanked Ji Yuning before they left. The girl's father said to K Mingzhe on his way out, "Director K, please conduct a thorough investigation on this case." "Division Chief Zhang, it's my duty to do so, and I promise to find the truth," K Mingzhe said. After the couple left, K Mingzhe asked Ji Yuning, "Miss Ji Yu, would you please tell us what happened?" They trusted Ji Yuning, and believed that she was a lifesaver, not a criminal. Chapter 962 The Knockout, Yao Feier. "Well, the thing is that I went to pick my friends up at the airport when it was almost 9 p.m., but I saw a middle-aged man who hurt one of my friends previously. I followed him planning to teach him a lesson for my injured friend. However, I found the girl here by accident. She was tied to the chair with her mouth gagged. I didn't know that she's Division Chief Zhang's daughter, but I did know that he wanted to do something bad, so I stopped him. Unfortunately, he still escaped. You should probably check the surveillance cameras along the way from the airport to here," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, K Mingzhe wore a serious face. If the middle-aged man was a human trafficker, he might give up after this failure. However, if he was Division Chief Zhang's enemy, he might do something harmful again. K Mingzhe had a feeling that it wasn't an easy case. "Thank you so much, Miss Ji Yu," K Mingzhe said. "You're welcome. I'm afraid that I've gotta go now," Ji Yuning said and took out her name card. "This is my name card. If you need my help, please feel free to let me know." "Thanks." K Mingzhe took Ji Yuning's name card, and walked out with her. The police were leaving too. "Miss Ji Yu, why don't you let us take you to the main road?" "It's a long distance away," K Mingzhe said. This villa area was very large, so it took a long time for a person to leave here on foot. "Thanks." Ji Yuning agreed, and got in K Mingzhe's car. K Mingzhe and the other policemen in it were excited that they could share the car with Ji Yuning. "Miss Ji Yu, have you been practicing martial arts ever since you were a kid?" Once Ji Yuning was seated, a policeman asked. "Yeah," Ji Yuning said. "I had a master who was excellent at kung fu, but she passed away." "Oh, sorry to hear that." The policeman felt sorry for Ji Yuning. "Miss Ji Yu, I heard that you're also good at stone gambling. Did you learn that from your master too?" Another policeman asked. A short while later, they reached the main road, and Ji Yuning got out of the police car. Afterwards, she drove her own car, heading towards xianxia Hotel. She sped up, and arrived at the hotel in around 20 minutes. It was also very late now, so there wasn't much traffic on the road. Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting when she was about to arrive there, so Leng Xiaoting was waiting for her outside of the hotel now. Although it was almost 11 p.m., many people were still walking in and out of the hotel. Most of them were young men and women who loved having night snacks. Because of Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearance and sexy body, he attracted many females' attention. Nevertheless, Leng Xiaoting had a natural air of power and coldness, so none of them dared to approach him. At this moment, a drunk woman ignored Leng Xiaoting's air of coldness under the effect of alcohol, and leered at him. "Look at him." Two women just got out of a car, and their eyes lit up the second they noticed Leng Xiaoting. "Hey, Mr. Handsome, are you here waiting for me?" the drunk woman said, and walked straight towards Leng Xiaoting, making eyes at him along the way. It would be a shame if she couldn't have sex with such an attractive man. The woman thought highly of herself, so she believed that no man could resist her sexual allure. The other woman wasn't drunk, so she clearly sensed that Leng Xiaoting hated others coming close to him. Fair. She stopped the drunk woman at once, in case the drunk woman caused trouble. Leng Xiaoting didn't seem to be an ordinary man. Let me go. The drunk woman got rid of her hands. Without hesitation, the drunk woman walked to Leng Xiaoting. However, Leng Xiaoting suddenly walked away, because he saw Ji Yuning's car coming. Hey! The drunk woman felt humiliated. Fair, stop it. When the drunk woman's friend saw Leng Xiaoting walking to a limited edition Lamborghini, she was shocked and stopped the drunk woman again. They were hardly comparable to a person who could afford a limited edition Lamborghini. The drunk woman's friend understood that Leng Xiaoting wasn't someone that they could mess with. Even though the car wasn't his, he must be super rich too. The limited edition Lamborghini stood for one's social status, and a normal rich person without powerful connections wouldn't be able to buy one. Don't stand in my way. No man can resist my allure. I don't believe. The drunk woman was in a bad mood today, so she was even more displeased when Leng Xiaoting ignored her. The drunk woman's friend used all of her strength to pull the drunk woman inside the hotel. It was true that many men couldn't resist her allure, but it wasn't because of her charm. Although Yao Feier was indeed beautiful, men slept with her mostly because she was easy. In addition, a woman like Yao Feier, who was used to living a dissolute life, was very skilled in bed, so no man was unwilling to have sex with her. However, even though she seemed to be very popular among men, not every man would choose her because she always stayed in nightclubs, and the frequent male visitors there were all playboys. Chapter 963 Make Yourself a Female. Ji Yuning also noticed what Yao Feier had done, but she didn't mind since Yao Feier was drunk. Leng Xiaoting sat in the driver's seat, and let Ji Yuning move to the front passenger's seat. He would drive if he was with Ji Yuning. Where do you want to have food? Leng Xiaoting asked her. Let's go to the Wangdang Hotel. I need to meet Hao Ran and the others first, then we can go to have some delicious food, Ji Yuning said. Sure. Leng Xiaoting started the car and headed to the Wangdang Hotel. Both Xianxia Hotel and the Wangdang Hotel were international 5-star hotels, so they had the best locations downtown. Moreover, there was only a short distance of several hundred meters between them. Within 2 minutes, they arrived at the Wangdang Hotel. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting to wait for her in the car, and that she would be back soon. She was afraid that her friends might feel uneasy if Leng Xiaoting showed up with her. Hao Ran and the boys were scared of Leng Xiaoting. If Leng Xiaoting was present, they probably wouldn't dare to say a word. Hao Ran and the others already gathered in a room waiting for Ji Yuning. In fact, they had nothing special to tell Ji Yuning, but they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hi, boss, been a while. I need a big hug. Chu Peihan jumped out once Ji Yuning appeared in her sight. Me too. Su Anya also ran towards Ji Yuning with her arms wide open. Ji Yuning was amused, but enjoyed it. Yu Mixi felt a little shy, so she stood still until Ji Yuning walked to her. I'm envious of you girls. You can hug each other as you like, Xin Zixin said. Why don't you make yourself a female? Chu Peihan joked. Come on, do it. The others said with one accord. How dare you? Xin Zixin pretended to be mad. Ha ha, ha ha. They laughed out loud. If you can make yourself a girl, you can hug other girls as you like. I don't think there is anything wrong with that, Chu Peihan added. Hearing that, Xin Zixin rolled his eyes at her. Oh, where is Hao Ran? Ji Yuning asked. He left to meet his mother, Mu Kei said. Mrs. Hao was aware that Hao Ran was going to City B2, and she had told him to fly there along with her, but Hao Ran insisted on leaving for City B with his friends. I'm back. Right at this moment, they heard Hao Ran's voice coming from outside. The next second, he dashed into the room. Hey, boss, isn't it too fast for your mother to find her mister? Right after staying in City B for such a short time? Hao Ran asked Ji Yuning with surprise. Actually, they had a burning curiosity when Ji Yuning told them the news on the phone. Well, it's understandable if one meets his or her love, but does your stepfather treat you well? Does he have any children? Before Ji Yuning could say anything, Chu Peihan asked her. They thought that the man Ji Yu man was going to marry must have married before given his age. And it was rare to see a kind stepmother or stepfather, so they were worried about Ji Yuning. One could never be too careful. "Oh, how's your stepfather's financial condition? Did he marry your mother for her money?" Qin Zixin asked. He wasn't being mean, but it could happen in real life, and it had happened many times before. Ji Yuning understood that they cared about her, although their question sounded a little unkind, so she wasn't displeased at all. "Don't worry about me. My father treats me very well, and he comes from a super rich family. Most importantly, he isn't my stepfather, but my biological father. He was caught in a car accident 19 years ago, and just got his memory back," Ji Yuning said with a smile. "What? He's your biological father?" Hearing that, everyone was shocked. "How rich is he?" "Well, much richer than me. I'm barely comparable to him, and he always shares good things with me and my mother," Ji Yuning said. "All right, it's very late now, and I've gotta go. Have a good sleep tonight. Xiaoya will come to pick you up tomorrow around 7 a.m. Ji Yuning checked the time. The wedding feast would be held in this hotel, but Ji Yuning should bring them with her tomorrow. "See you tomorrow." Although they still had many questions they wanted to ask Ji Yuning, they knew that she must be busy preparing for Ji Yuman's wedding. After that, Ji Yuning left. She had only stayed in the room with them for a dozen minutes. When she got back in the car, Leng Xiaoting drove her to the night snack street. "Please send me back to Wufu Hills after having night snacks, and then you can go back to the hotel. Come to my place at 7 a.m. tomorrow," Ji Yuning said. There was no more room for Leng Xiaoting in her house in Wufu Hills, so Ji Yuning couldn't let him stay in her house. "No problem." Leng Xiaoting nodded. Chapter 964. Let's go to the hotel. After thinking for a while, Leng Xiaoting said, why don't we give up the idea of going to have night snacks?" Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, and asked with confusion, "Why? Aren't you hungry?" "I'm not." Leng Xiaoting compressed his lips. Actually, he was hungry, but not for food. If they went to share night snacks tonight, they wouldn't have much time to be alone together. Most importantly, he couldn't stay too long in City B, and had to go back to the military base for the monthly training the day after tomorrow. Unless he had a task to fulfill, he had to join the monthly training every month. It was the rules, and he had to obey it. In addition, he was the one who set those rules. "Come on, you have to eat something," Ji Yuning said. She cared about his health. "It's not good for me to keep in shape if I eat at night. If I can't stay in shape, I can't move fast when I'm fulfilling my task," Leng Xiaoting said with a serious face, but Ji Yuning understood that he was lying. They had shared night snacks many times before, but this was the first time that he had said that. "What do you want to do if you don't want to eat?" Ji Yuning asked. "Why don't we go to the hotel and spend some private time together before I drive you back to Wufu Hills?" Leng Xiaoting said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning realized what was on Leng Xiaoting's mind. Since he said so, Ji Yuning agreed, but she still said, "Then you must eat a good breakfast tomorrow after you get up." "Sure." Leng Xiaoting smiled with satisfaction, then drove back to the Xianxia hotel. Kamingzhe and his people checked the surveillance videos once they got back to the police station, and everything went as Ji Yuning had told them. Ji Yuning and two other people went to pick her friends up at the airport. After waiting for around a dozen minutes, Ji Yuning's sight fell on a middle-aged man and she followed him. She drove behind him till the villa area. A short while later, they received Ji Yuning's call for help. However, the middle-aged man disappeared all of a sudden after leaving in a car. They found out how the middle-aged man looked and the license plate of the car he drove, so they decided to conduct the investigation from these clues. The man who gave the middle-aged man the car key was also their target. Nevertheless, they found that the middle-aged man had booked the car from a car rental agency online. In that case, the car provider wasn't guilty. However, it was necessary to leave one's ID number and phone number to book a car, so Kamingzhe got the basic information on the middle-aged man from the car rental agency. Even though they got the middle-aged man's phone number, nobody answered their calls. Afterwards, Kamingzhe typed in the middle-aged man's ID number to search for his records of taking planes, trains, or staying in hotels and so forth. As long as the middle-aged man used his ID card, the police could easily find out what he had done. The man of the evil practice didn't leave City B after escaping from the villa area, because he was unwilling to give up on Ji Yuning. She was covered in magical power, which was quite useful in his eyes. Members of the evil practice seldom stayed in the world for a long time, so the man had no idea that the police were searching for him. He went to a hotel and wanted to book a room, but he was already on the wanted list released by the police. The receptionist of the hotel soon found out that he was an escaping criminal after checking his ID number. She was scared, but composed herself. She made up a lie and told the man that the system was acting up and that she needed to turn to their manager for help. The man didn't think further and agreed. A minute later, the hotel manager came over with 5 security guards, trying to catch the man. The man didn't understand why they wanted to catch him, but he knew that he couldn't stay there any longer. Given the man's fighting skills, he beat them down like lightning, but didn't seriously injure them. Others in the hall were all frightened, and ran away screaming in fear. The man seemed to realize why they wanted to catch him after seeing their reaction. In case Ji Yuning found him, he left the hotel without hesitation, dumping the ID card there. He had more than one ID card after all. Besides, this ID card wasn't his. Those who wanted to practice their inner discipline didn't live in the same world as normal humans, so there was no need for them to have a real ID card. If they needed to deal with something in the normal humans' world, they would make a fake ID card. Sometimes, they turned to important officials for help, or directly used ID cards of dead people. Members of the evil practice were always cruel, so they preferred to kill someone and steal his or her ID card. The man got his 2 ID cards in that way too. Even though he still had another ID card, he didn't dare to stay in any hotels now. He went to buy a quilt and some food, then went to stay in an abandoned warehouse. He had slept at graveyards before, so an abandoned warehouse was nothing in his eyes. The man understood that it wasn't easy to absorb Ji Yuning's magical power, but he had no intention to tell that news to other members of the evil practice. Members of the evil practice were all selfish and self-centered, and they hated sharing anything good they could get with others. No matter how hard it was, members of the evil practice always worked alone. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the Xianxia hotel a while later. Once they got in the room, Leng Xiaoting kissed and rubbed Ji Yuning. He couldn't wait a second longer to be closer to her. Action spoke louder than words after all. Chapter 965. Too nervous to fall asleep, both of them were aroused as the kiss went wild, and began to undress each other. Leng Xiaoting understood that Ji Yuning had to go back to Wufu Hills a while later, and that she would be very busy tomorrow, so he was struggling against his desire. However, it was extremely painful for him to do that. Ji Yuning understood the feeling very well, because she wanted to have sex with him too. Without hesitation, she completely undressed Leng Xiaoting, so it was impossible for them to not make love now. After having sex for half an hour, Leng Xiaoting felt satisfied, and Ji Yuning was also out of strength. She went to take a shower, and saw that it was almost 12:30 a.m., so Leng Xiaoting drove her back to Wufu Hills. He was reluctant to separate from her, but Ji Yuning had to go home. Ningning, I didn't know what gift I should send to your mother on her wedding day, so I bought a diamond necklace. Do you think it's a good choice? Leng Xiaoting said. He had never sent others a wedding gift before, so he didn't know much about it. He had sent Ji Yuning many gifts before because he knew what she liked. So this diamond necklace was the most suitable wedding gift in his eyes. Of course. It doesn't matter what it is, your good wishes matter the most, Ji Yuning said. She understood that it had to be very expensive, but it was out of Leng Xiaoting's kindness, so she wouldn't talk about its price. Great. Leng Xiaoting felt relieved. When they were back in Wufu Hills, Leng Xiaoting didn't leave until Ji Yuning disappeared from his sight. It was almost 1 a.m. and the others were all asleep now, but Ji Yuman walked out of the kitchen with a glass of water in hand. Mom, it's very late now. Why are you still up? Ji Yuning asked. She thought that Ji Yuman must be very nervous. It was quite understandable. Well, I just felt thirsty. Go to bed now. It's very late, Ji Yuman said, but didn't tell Ji Yuning the truth. Ji Yuning smiled and walked towards Ji Yu Man. Mom, I know that you must be super nervous now because your wedding is tomorrow, but you should have a good sleep. You need to start putting on makeup at 6 a.m. tomorrow. What if you feel tired tomorrow because you don't have enough sleep tonight? You're the bride and you're supposed to be the most beautiful woman tomorrow. Actually, with the help of Ji Yuning's magical power, Ji Yu Man would be full of energy tomorrow even if she didn't sleep at all tonight. However, it would mean that it would be a long night for Ji Yu Man. Well, Ji Yu Man was amused. You're right, but I'm still too nervous to fall asleep. Don't worry, let me give you a head massage, and you'll soon fall asleep, Ji Yuning said. Great. Ji Yu Man followed Ji Yuning upstairs. Ji Yuning massaged Ji Yu Man's head, and secretly put her magical power into Ji Yu Man's body. Before long, Ji Yu Man felt sleepy and fell asleep. Seeing that Ji Yu Man was sleeping, Ji Yuning went back to her room. At 6 a.m. the next morning, Ji Yuning woke up, so did the others. The makeup artist arrived at 6:10 a.m., then began to help Ji Yu Man put on makeup. Leng Xiaoting also came at 7 a.m. with a white paper gift bag in his hand. In it was the wedding gift he prepared for Ji Yu Man. None of Ji Yuning's relatives had met Leng Xiaoting before, except for Ji Yuqing, so they were all stunned by his outstanding appearance, but they had no idea who he was. They thought that he might be a member of the Tang family. Hi, Xiaoting, welcome. Ji Yuqing greeted Leng Xiaoting the moment she saw him. Nice to see you again, Aunt Qing, Leng Xiaoting said politely. Come here and have a seat. Let me pour a cup of tea for you, Ji Yuqing said with a broad smile. Thanks, Leng Xiaoting said. You don't need to thank me. We're a family after all, Ji Yuqing said, then walked into the kitchen. Hearing that, the others in the living room were surprised. At this time, Ji Yuning noticed Leng Xiaoting and walked towards him. She pulled him over and introduced him to her relatives. Please let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Leng Xiaoting. What? Boyfriend? Ji Yuning already has a boyfriend. Before they could say something, Ji Yuning introduced them to Leng Xiaoting. This is my Uncle Qinyang, Uncle Shu, and Aunt Yulan. It's so nice to meet you all. Leng Xiaoting greeted them politely. Oh, nice to meet you too. They stood up with one accord and greeted Leng Xiaoting together. They were curious why Ji Yuning already had a boyfriend at such an early age, but it wasn't a good time for them to ask that question now. In addition, since Ji Yuning invited him to come here, and Ji Yuqing was also familiar with him, Ji Yu Man must be aware of it too. If they all approved of their relationship, there was no reason for them to disagree. Although Ji Yuning was still very young, she behaved like a mature, independent woman, so she must know what she was doing. Chapter 966 The Star of Africa, and the King of Diamonds. Therefore, there was no need for them to be worried. At 7:20 a.m., Ji Yu Man was ready, but she had to stay in the bedroom waiting for the Tang family to pick her up. Ji Yuning brought Leng Xiaoting to see Ji Yu Man, and Leng Xiaoting gave her the gift he had prepared for her. Happy wedding day, this is a gift for you. Saying that, Leng Xiaoting handed the paper bag to Ji Yu Man. Thank you so much. Ji Yu Man was happy to receive the gift. She knew that it had to be very expensive, but it was out of Leng Xiaoting's kindness, so she accepted it. In addition, Leng Xiaoting was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, so she wouldn't turn him down. Mom, open it. What is inside? Ji Yuning asked with curiosity. She didn't use her jade eyes to check, because it would be disrespectful. All right. Ji Yu Man had no intention to open the gift right in front of Leng Xiaoting, but she agreed to do so since Ji Yuning wanted to see what was inside. There was a necklace with a boat-shaped diamond pendant, weighing about 10 carats in the jewelry box. Wow, it's so beautiful. Ji Yuning was impressed. Although she couldn't recognize the type of diamond, it looked much prettier and more shiny than normal diamonds. Indeed, it's very shiny. Ji Yu Man fell in love with it at first glance. What type of diamond is this? It looks totally different from normal diamonds, Ji Yuning asked. It's the Star of Africa, and the King of Diamonds, Leng Xiaoting said. The Star of Africa, and the King of Diamonds. Ji Yuning had heard of it before, and it cost 5 million yuan a carat because of its rarity. The diamond on this necklace weighed 10 carats, which meant that it cost at least 50 million yuan, and that was only the price of the raw diamond. This luxurious diamond necklace must be the work of a famous skilled jewelry designer. In that case, it should cost around 70 million yuan. It must be very expensive, right? Although Ji Yuman hadn't heard of it before, she knew that its price had to be very high given its title. Leng Xiaoting had no intention to tell Ji Yuman the price, but Ji Yuning did because she hoped that it would leave a good impression on Ji Yuman. Mom, the Star of Africa costs 5 million yuan a carat, and the diamond on this necklace in your hand weighs around 10 carats, so it cost at least 50 million yuan. Including the designer's fee, it should cost about 70 million yuan. What? This necklace cost 70 million yuan. It's too expensive. Ji Yuman was shocked. It's fine. If you like its price doesn't matter at all, Leng Xiaoting said with sincerity. He meant it, because he just wanted Ji Yuman to be happy. Well, of course I like it. Ji Yuman could barely put the necklace down, because she was literally stunned by it. However, she still thought that it was too expensive and she was afraid that she might damage or lose it. At the same time, she also understood that it might hurt Leng Xiaoting if she returned his gift because of its price. Thank you so much, Xiaoting. Ji Yuman said. I'm glad you like it, Leng Xiaoting said. Around 7:30 a.m., Hao Ran and the others arrived. Hearing their voices, Ji Yuning went downstairs and asked Ji Yuqing and Wen Yulan to chat with Ji Yuman in the room, in case Ji Yuman felt bored. At this time the line of wedding cars also set off from the Tang family's house to pick Ji Yuman up. When 12 luxurious cars appeared in line on the road, people were all attracted to it. It wasn't the most luxurious line of wedding cars, because many people chose to rent expensive cars on their wedding day to show off, and it didn't cost much to rent a line of cars. Nevertheless, it was still uncommon for ordinary people to see so many luxurious cars. Tang Yunfan wanted to hold a grand wedding for Ji Yuman, but Ji Yuman preferred to keep it simple. Even though it was the first time that Ji Yuman was getting married, and she also dreamed of having a grand wedding, she wasn't a young girl anymore. She would feel shy if the wedding was too noticeable. Moreover, they truly loved each other, so there was no need for them to waste so much money on a ceremony. Even though the Tang family could afford a grand wedding as long as she wanted one, Ji Yuman thought that it wasn't necessary. In Tang Yunfan's eyes, their wedding was very simple, but it was super luxurious in common people's opinion. Tang Yunfan didn't sleep much that night either, but he was still full of energy when he got up the next morning. At 7:50 a.m. the line of wedding cars arrived. Tang Yunfan, Tang Yunhang, Cao Ruowa, Cao Wenjun, Tang Jiayang, Tang Jiakai, and other male members of the Tang family all showed up. The female members of the Tang family, including Cao Wenxin, however, stayed in the house and waited for Ji Yuman's arrival. Xinbei was Cao Wenxin's boyfriend, but he was still a guest today, so he wouldn't show up until the reception dinner in the hotel. As the leading role in the Tang family, Tang Haifeng obviously shouldn't show up right now. He was waiting for the newlyweds to serve him tea in the Tang family's house, which was a part of the ceremony. Seeing that the line of luxurious cars was sent out by the Tang family, everyone was shocked again. The Tang family was super rich, so each of those cars cost at least 10 million yuan. It wasn't a secret that the Tang family was a super rich family in City B, so onlookers soon accepted the shocking news. Why do I feel like the bridegroom looks very familiar? And Yi said all of a sudden when he saw Tang Yunfan. Hao Ran and the others turned to look at Tang Yunfan for a while before Chu Peihan said, "The bridegroom closely resembles our boss, so that's why you feel like he looks familiar." Hearing that, everyone nodded, but Yi had a different idea. Chapter 967 The chairman of Tangguang. Neither the bride nor the bridegroom were young anymore, so they didn't have many activities on the wedding day. The male members of the Tang family gave everyone in Ji Yuning's house a red envelope before they picked Ji Yuman up. At 8 a.m., the bride left her home for the Tang family's house as planned. While Ji Yuning and the others followed, Chu Peihan, Su Anya, and Yu Mixi sat in Ji Yuning's car, while Leng Xiaoting drove. Although there wasn't much space in a sports car, it could still accommodate several slim girls. Hao Ran and the other boys shared the MPV that was driven by Chao Ya, while Ji Yuqing and the others sat in another MPV that Gao Yi was driving. Ji Yuqingxi and Ji Yu Yinyan were a little unhappy because they couldn't drive in Ji Yuning's sports car, but they didn't show it on their faces. Wen Yulan noticed their reaction, and criticized them for a short while. Today was their aunt's wedding day, and they should be happy. Zhang Xinyue, on the other hand, was a very considerate girl, and listened to her family's arrangement. When they arrived at the Tang family's house, they were all shocked by the spacious and beautiful house. "Wow, boss, how rich is your father?" Hao Ran asked. They were in City B now, and the housing price in this city was absurdly high. Although they weren't downtown, this area had to be the super rich people's living area given its layout. Given the size of the Tang family's house, normal rich people could hardly afford it. It cost at least 1 billion yuan, and even the fee for its annual cleanup could be over 1 million yuan. It seemed like Ji Yuning's father should have wealth of over 10 billion yuan. "Tell us more about your father," the others also asked curiously. Since they already came to attend the wedding, there was no need to keep it a secret from them anymore. "This house is owned by the richest family in City B, the Tang family, and my father is its heir. People call him Lord Tang, and he's also the chairman of Tangguang." The richest family in City B. The chairman of Tangguang. They couldn't be more shocked now. They had all heard of the famous Tang family and Tangguang in City B, but they were surprised to find out that the chairman of Tangguang was Ji Yuning's biological father. Although Ji Yuning had told them that her biological father's surname was Tang, and that the Tang family was very rich, they didn't connect it with the number 1 richest Tang family in City B, because it was totally unbelievable. "Now I know why I felt that the bridegroom looks so familiar. I've seen his face on the cover of a famous finance magazine before," and Yi said. He was astonished to meet such an important figure in person, and the man turned out to be his boss's biological father. "Well, in that case, that gentleman over there must be the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of City B, right?" Hao Ran turned to look at Tang Yunhang. He didn't recognize Tang Yunhang, but had heard his name before. The first son of the richest family in City B was also the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of City B. Everyone was amazed. Ji Yuqing and the others were also stunned. They couldn't believe that Ji Yu Man married into such a powerful family in City B. Nobody in City B dared to annoy the Tang family. After hearing that, Ji Yuqing and the others got super nervous. They didn't even know how to behave and talk in the following hours. At the same time, they were also worried about Ji Yu Man's position in the Tang family. It was common knowledge that even a normal rich family cared about a marriage between families of equal social status, let alone those super rich families. In normal cases, it was impossible for Ji Yu Man to marry into the Tang family. Those who were worried about Ji Yu Man's position in the Tang family didn't know about all of Ji Yuning's companies and wealth, so they thought that Ji Yu Man wasn't qualified to be a member of the Tang family. Although Ji Yuning's property was barely comparable to the Tang family's, it was enough for Ji Yu Man to be accepted by the Tang family. Actually, even if Ji Yuning and Ji Yu Man were still dirt poor as always, Tang Yunfan would take the responsibility as a father and a husband. Tang Yunfan had a say in his own marriage, so he could decide which woman he wanted to marry. Because he was in charge of the majority of the Tang family's property now, the Tang family's business corporation had rapidly grown under his lead. Nowadays the Tang family was the well-known number 1 super-rich family in City B. "Ningning, it's too unbelievable." Ji Yuqing's voice was trembling. "I'm so nervous now. What should I say or do later?" Wen Yulan said. Ji Yuning was amused by their reaction. "Relax, just behave normally," Ji Yuning said to comfort them. She was already used to getting along with the Tang family, so she thought that it was easy. "It's not as easy as you said. We can't relax at all," Ji Yuqing argued. Wen Yulan added, "Right, the Tang family is the richest family in City B, and it must be very influential around the country too." Chapter 968 Pan Zerui is also invited. Wen Yulan was just an ordinary citizen, and the last thing she wanted to do was to annoy rich or powerful people. If it happened, she couldn't bear the result. Ji Qingxi and the other kids closed their mouths at once, and didn't dare to make a sound. Zhang Shu and Ji Qinyang also felt uneasy. Chu Peihan and the others were nervous too, especially Yu Mixi and Zhang Tianping. People who stayed in the Tang family's house for dinner were all close relatives or friends of theirs. Normal relatives and friends would gather together in a 5-star hotel. Given the Tang family's social status, there were many attendees for today's wedding, but not many of them were close friends. Take Ji Yuning as an example. She had countless acquaintances and friends, like Bai Shuiyan in City Ji, Xu Qinyan and Ji Yuanna in the capital and so forth. However, only Chu Peihan and her other schoolmates were her best friends. She wouldn't invite common friends or acquaintances until her own wedding. Ji Yuning had also called Pan Zerui, but she didn't tell him that it was her mother's wedding at the beginning. She just asked him whether he would be free on that day. Pan Zerui wasn't in City B, so Ji Yuning was unwilling to tell him more details, in case it would interrupt his work. Pan Zerui asked her for the reason, and Ji Yuning explained that she simply wanted to invite him to share a meal together. Right at this moment, Ji Yuning received Pan Zerui's call. "Hey, boss, I'm coming to City B this afternoon, and I'll attend a wedding with my family at 4 p.m., Pan Zerui said once Ji Yuning picked his call up. "Oh, boss, I just remembered that you're a relative of the Tang family, right? Today is Lord Tang's wedding day. You must be invited, right?" Pan Zerui didn't remember that Ji Yuning was the Tang family's relative until now. "Yes," Ji Yuning said. "Well, actually I called you that day to invite you to attend today's wedding, because the bride is my mother and the bridegroom is my father." Ji Yuning had no intention to keep it a secret anymore. "What?" Pan Zerui was shocked. "Do you mean that Lord Tang is your stepfather?" Pan Zerui couldn't believe his ears. He isn't my stepfather, but biological father. An accident happened 19 years ago, so we were separated till now." "Well, it's a long story. Since you're invited, come here now," Ji Yuning said. "Oh, sure. Pan Zerui understood that he shouldn't ask more questions about that. "Can I come with my friends?" "Why not? I plan to invite them too, but I'm not very familiar with them," Ji Yuning said. "Great, I'll come with them," Pan Zerui said, then hung up. While they were talking on the phone, Tang Yunfan already carried Ji Yuman in his arms after getting out of the car. Afterwards, he walked along the red carpet towards the front gate. Ji Yuning and the others followed at once. Tang Yunfan put Ji Yuman down at the door of the main building, then stepped over a small brazier into the hall. In the hall of the Tang family's house, Tang Haifeng was sitting on a beautiful wooden chair. He beamed with happiness seeing the loving couple walk inside. They knelt down before Tang Haifeng and served him a cup of tea. Tang Haifeng then gave each of them a red envelope, and Ji Yuman called him her father, which was the last step of the ceremony. Once the ceremony was done, it was time to rest before the dinner party. All the guests were chatting and drinking tea in the yard. "Boss, I still can't believe it. How come your biological father is Lord Tang? Given your father's position in City B, you can do whatever you want and nobody would dare to act against you," Hao Ran said. Ji Yuning cocked her eyebrow. "Do you think that I'm the kind of person who bullies others as they like just because of their family background?" Hao Ran was struck dumb for a second, then laughed with embarrassment. No, of course you're not. It was only 11 a.m. now, and the dinner party wouldn't begin until 4 p.m., so Ji Yuning proposed to have lunch outside and have some fun together. Everyone got excited hearing that. In fact, they felt a little bored staying in the Tang family's house. They were a bunch of active young people after all. Ji Yuning then went to ask Tang Yunfan for permission, and Tang Yunfan agreed. When Cao Wenxin heard that they were going to have fun together outside, she joined them without delay, but she drove her own car because there wasn't enough space for her in the other cars. Most importantly, she needed to pick Xin Bei up later. "I've had enough dishes in those fancy restaurants. Why don't we go to a mountain villa to relax for a while?" "Let's go." They left the Tang family's house together. Pan Zerui called Guan Bin without hesitation the second he found out that Tang Yunfan was Ji Yuning's biological father. Guan Bin was also shocked when he learned the news. Seriously, are you sure? Guan Bin couldn't believe his ears either. I'm sure, and you heard it right. The chairman of Tangguang is my boss's biological father. Today is her father and mother's wedding day, and we're invited too. Pan Zerui explained. Chapter 969. Can I go with you? It took a long while for Guan Bin to digest the news, but he hesitated to accept the invitation. Did Miss Gu invite me too, or just you? Is it appropriate if I go with you? The Guan family wasn't invited, and Ji Yuning didn't call him in person either, so he felt a little embarrassed. Although the Guan family owned several 100 million yuan in wealth, which was qualified to be called a rich family, it was barely comparable to the Tang family. The Guan family and the Tang family seldom met each other, except at some business meetings. There was a huge gap between them after all. My boss didn't call you in person just because she thinks that she isn't very familiar with you. I've asked her whether I can attend the wedding with my friends, and she agreed, Pan Zerui said. Really? Guan Bin was excited. It was his honor to attend the wedding held by the Tang family. Therefore, Guan Bin agreed with alacrity. Pan Zerui also called his other friends. His other friends were shocked as well, when they found out that Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. However, even though Ji Yuning was a member of the Tang family, they still believed that she had built her business empire on her own. They admired as well as trusted Ji Yuning. However, they had just met Ji Yuning a few times, so they were simply acquaintances. If it hadn't been for Pan Zerui and Ji Yuning's invitation, they wouldn't have thought to show up at the wedding. In their eyes it was a great honor to attend the wedding held by the Tang family. They had even felt greatly honored when they had dined with Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin before. They thought that they were very lucky to have met Ji Yuning in their life. Zhou Guangrui's home was located in a high-end villa area in the suburb near City B. It was Saturday today, so Zhou Guangrui didn't leave for work. When he received Pan Zerui's call, he had just gotten up and was exercising in the yard. Zhou Guangrui and Pan Zerui's conversation on the phone was heard by his older brother, Zhou Guangming, who was also in the yard. Zhou Guangming figured out that Zhou Guangrui was going to attend the wedding held by the Tang family because of his friend's invitation. Knowing that, Zhou Guangming was displeased. He had done everything he could to get an invitation to the wedding ever since he heard that the Tang family was going to hold it today. Many important figures would gather together at the wedding, so he planned to meet and become familiar with them, which would be helpful for the Zhou family's business and himself. However, he failed. It wasn't easy to get an invitation letter for it after all. Zhou Guangming had also turned to his friends who were invited for help, but they all turned him down. Nevertheless, he didn't dare to show up at the wedding without an invitation, because it would be humiliating if it was exposed. Now to his astonishment, Zhou Guangrui was invited, and he couldn't accept it. When Zhou Guangrui turned around, he saw Zhou Guangming's unhappy face, and the excited smile disappeared from his face in an instant. It seemed that they didn't get along with each other. In fact, the two brothers were like enemies. Zhou Guangming and Zhou Guangrui were half-brothers, with the same father, but Zhou Guangming regarded Zhou Guangrui as a thorn in his side ever since they were just kids. He ached to chase Zhou Guangrui away from their home, because he believed that it was Zhou Guangrui's mother who had forced his mother to leave. Therefore, Zhou Guangrui had been bullied a lot by Zhou Guangming during their childhood. However, the fact was that Zhou Guangming's mother had left his father for another man because his father was poor back then. Zhou Guangrui was a little troublemaker when he was a kid, while Zhou Guangming was always quiet and obedient. That being the case, their father had never believed Zhou Guangrui when he told on Zhou Guangming. Zhou Guangrui's mother believed him, but she couldn't criticize Zhou Guangming as a stepmother. If she did that, people might say that she was an unkind stepmother, so she could only comfort Zhou Guangrui in private. When they grew up, Zhou Guangming gradually understood the truth, so he stopped bullying Zhou Guangrui, but their relationship didn't get better because of the heir position of the Zhou family. At the beginning, Zhou Guangrui had no interest in taking over their family business, but Zhou Guangming wouldn't believe him. Accordingly, Zhou Guangrui decided to compete against him, and both of them worked hard in the company to gain their father's approval. Because both of them were outstanding, their father had no intention to pick an heir from them right now. Their father wouldn't pick the heir according to their ages, instead he would look at their ability. Are you going to attend the wedding held by the Tang family? Zhou Guangming asked, although he already knew the answer. He hoped that Zhou Guangrui might help him. Even though they didn't get along well, they still maintained their family connection with one another. No matter how much he hated Zhou Guangrui, he would still make use of him when it was necessary. Yeah, Zhou Guangrui said. Can I go with you? Zhou Guangming asked in a polite tone. Hearing that, Zhou Guangrui cocked his eyebrow. He obviously understood Zhou Guangming's aim and despised it, but didn't show it on his face. Why? I need to deal with something, Zhou Guangming said. Actually, both of them were clearly aware that they both wanted to get to know more important figures through all kinds of social events. Chapter 970 Glad to know da. Sorry, I'm afraid that you can't, Zhou Guangrui said. He was unwilling to help his competitor. At the very beginning, he wouldn't have refused to be reconciled with Zhou Guangming because those unpleasant experiences had all happened in their childhood. However, Zhou Guangming didn't stop picking on him even though he had made it clear that he had no interest in taking over their family business. In that case, he had to fight back. He was now determined to win in the air battle. Although he was competing against Zhou Guangming, he wouldn't scheme against him behind his back because they were brothers after all, but he wouldn't grin and bear it either if Zhou Guangming schemed against him. It wasn't a surprising answer, but Zhou Guangming was still displeased. Right at this moment, their father walked downstairs. Seeing that both Zhou Guangrui and Zhou Guangming were in the yard, he walked outside too. Once Zhou Guangrui noticed his father, he walked ahead with excitement. Dad, I was just invited to attend the wedding held by the Tang family. What kind of gift do you think I should prepare for it? What? You're invited to the wedding held by the Tang family? His father couldn't believe it. Really? Of course. Didn't I tell you that Ji Yuning is my acquaintance? Although we aren't familiar, Ji Yuning is Pan Zirui's boss, so I had a chance to meet her, Zhou Guangrui said, but his father interrupted him. I don't think that has anything to do with the Tang family. Of course it does. Ji Yuning is Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, and Tang Yunfan is going to marry her biological mother today. Zhou Guangrui said. Hearing that, his father was surprised again, but laughed out loud with satisfaction the next second. Great, my good boy. His father was thrilled that Zhou Guangrui was able to form a relationship with such an influential figure and family. They probably wouldn't benefit much from it, but it wouldn't do them any harm. What gift should I prepare? Zhou Guangrui asked again. Oh, right. Let me think about it, his father said. Zhou Guangming got jealous and was full of hatred towards Zhou Guangrui after seeing their father being so proud of Zhou Guangrui. He clearly knew that their father loved Zhou Guangrui more than him ever since they were little boys. Since Zhou Guangrui was invited to attend the wedding held by the Tang family now, their father would pay more attention to him too. When he was only 3 years old, his mother abandoned them, and he was sent back to live with his grandparents. He would only come to City B on vacation to stay with his father. His father didn't have much time to take care of him, and married Zhou Guangrui's mother later. His father didn't bring him back home until his business became profitable and they could finally afford a nanny. At that time Zhou Guangrui was 3 years old and he was 7. Even though his father treated him well, there was always a distance between them. However, his father was much closer to Zhou Guangrui. Zhou Guangrui's mother was also a kind woman, and did her best to be fair, but Zhou Guangming wasn't her biological son after all. Dad, it's a good opportunity to help our family form relationships with those important figures. I think it would be better if I could go there with Guangrui, Zhou Guangming said, trying to persuade their father to side with him. Their father thought that it was reasonable, but didn't make the decision on his own. Instead, he turned to ask Zhou Guangrui, Guangrui, what do you think? Zhou Guangrui pretended to feel cornered. Dad, I would love to, but I got invited because of Zirui's relationship with Miss Ji Yu, not because I'm Miss Gu's friend. What if Miss Ji Yu is unhappy that I brought my older brother along? I don't think it's a good idea to displease Miss Ji Yu. Hearing that, their father agreed. You're right. Guangming, I think you better stay at home. All right. Zhou Guangming nodded, but was annoyed. To his surprise, Zhou Guangrui still refused to help him right in front of their father. He blamed Zhou Guangrui for it. However, he didn't dare to show his dissatisfaction on his face, in case their father disliked him. Ji Yuning and her friends had fun together in the mountain villa after lunch to kill time. Didn't you say that you're going to tell me the details about what happened last night after you suddenly left? Leng Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning remembered that she had promised Leng Xiaoting to tell him everything about what had happened last night. Oh, the thing is that I ran into a member of the evil practice at the airport when I went to pick you up yesterday. I thought that nothing good could come from him being there, so I followed him till an abandoned villa area in a suburb. I found a 14-year-old girl tied to a chair and it was obvious that the man wanted to absorb her blood for his inner discipline, so I fought against him, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting got nervous at once. Are you all right? Ji Yuning smiled. I'm fine. Glad to know that. Since Ji Yuning said that she was fine, Leng Xiaoting believed her. Chapter 971 Cao Wenxin's boyfriend 971 Cao Wenxin's boyfriend, although the man is really good at fighting, I was still able to control the situation. He escaped at the end, and I stayed to guard the girl before I called the police. Then I left it to the police, Ji Yuning continued. Did they make it difficult for you? Leng Xiaoting asked. He really cared about her safety. No, I told them who I am, and they went to check the surveillance videos. I also gave their leader my name card so that they can contact me if they need my help, Ji Yuning said. The police could easily find the truth after checking the surveillance videos, so they knew that Ji Yuning was innocent. Ji Yuning understood that the man of the evil practice wouldn't forget her, and that it was highly likely that he was still in City B now. However, it was hard for the man to recognize her unless she released some magical power. She was wearing a black cloak and mask back then and had a different voice. Even if she stood right in front of the man right now, he still couldn't recognize her. Ji Yuning didn't think that the man had the ability to find her real identity. She wasn't afraid of him at all, but was slightly worried that her family might get involved. As for the young girl, Ji Yuning had saved her life once, but she wasn't sure that she could help her out all the time. Ji Yuning could only hope that the girl's family would protect her well. Xiaoting, I have a feeling that we're going to fight against the man of the evil practice one day in the future, so you must be careful. Ji Yuning reminded Leng Xiaoting to protect himself well. She sensed that he would encounter the man of the evil practice sooner or later. Although Leng Xiaoting was able to beat the man down, they weren't clear about how many members of the evil practice there were. If they ran into more members of the evil practice, it would be difficult for them to win the fight. Most importantly, she had a premonition that Leng Xiaoting would be hurt by them. Her premonitions were always right, so they had to be very careful. Leng Xiaoting understood that it was dangerous. He was also aware that Ji Yuning's premonitions were always right, so he couldn't be more careful. In fact, before he met Ji Yuning, he didn't care much about death, as long as he died in a good way. However, he changed his mind ever since Ji Yuning became his girlfriend because he was unwilling to leave her. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting squeezed Ji Yuning's hand. When it was about 3 p.m., they went back to the Tang family's house. Cao Wenxin had picked Xin Bei up and they were there too. Xin Bei showed up as Cao Wenxin's boyfriend this time. He had met Tang Yunrong, Cao Ruohua, and Zhang Lihua before, but this was the first time that he had met other members of the Tang family. Luckily, he had already met his future parents-in-law, namely Tang Yunrong and Cao Ruohua, so he didn't feel very nervous now. In addition, he also hoped to meet Cao Wenxin's other family members. Tang Yunfan and others were chatting with their guests in the hall while they were drinking tea and having desserts. In the yard, Tang Yunrong was talking with a woman that was the same age as her, and there was a young girl in her early 20s by the woman's side. She was beautiful and smiled like a well-educated lady. Ji Yuning guided her friends to have a rest in the house, while Cao Wenxin and Xin Bei went to meet Tang Yunrong. When Tang Yunrong saw Xin Bei, her eyes lit up because she highly approved of her future son-in-law. Shinbei's family wasn't rich, nor powerful, but he was very outstanding and had become a major at such a young age. He had a bright future. The Cao family was a military family, so they had a preference for military officers. Most importantly, they had a good impression of Shinbei. "Hi, Shinbei." Tang Yunrong beamed and greeted Shinbei. The two females standing by Tang Yunrong's side were both stunned by Shinbei when he walked towards them, especially the young girl. Her heart skipped a beat when Shinbei appeared in her sight. She realized that she fell in love with him at first glance. He came together with Cao Wenxin. Is he her boyfriend? The young girl felt upset. Although she already had a boyfriend, her boyfriend was barely comparable to Shinbei. Moreover, she wasn't married yet, so she thought that she still had the right to choose the man that she loved the most. "Nice to see you again, Mrs. Cao," Shinbei said politely. "Hi, Mom, Aunt and Cousin Jiu." Cao Wenxin greeted them with a broad smile. "Hi, Wenxin. Nice to see you, Wenxin." They also greeted Cao Wenxin politely. After that, their sight fell on Shinbei. Cao Wenxin's aunt asked Tang Yunrong, "Who is this handsome young man?" "He's Wenxin's boyfriend, Shinbei," Tang Yunrong said with pride. "Nice to meet you," Shinbei said. "Nice to meet you too." Cao Wenxin's aunt smiled. "May I know what your job is, Mr. Shin?" "I'm a soldier," Shinbei replied. Chapter 972. Tang Jiu. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin's aunt changed her expression. Although she didn't show her real feelings on her face, a touch of disdain flashed in her eyes. Even the young girl, Tang Jiu, lost interest in Shinbei at once. They thought that Cao Wenxin's boyfriend would be either rich or powerful given the Cao family's social status, but Shinbei turned out to be a poor soldier. In their eyes, a common soldier must be poor. Because Shinbei looked very young, they didn't believe that he could have a high rank in the military. Cao Wenxin was born in a super-rich family, but her boyfriend was just a poor soldier. Although Tang Ziyu's family wasn't as rich as the Cao family, Tang Ziyu's boyfriend was a rich second-generation heir. People would only respect those who married into a rich family. Tang Jiu also cared more about a man's wealth than his appearance, although Shinbei was very handsome and charming. Tang Yunrong and the others noticed their reaction. Shinbei was fine with it, but Tang Yunrong and Cao Wenxin were displeased. Even though they were relatives, they still often compared themselves with others. Tang Yunrong smiled and asked, "Do you think that Shinbei is just a common soldier?" No matter how displeased Tang Yunrong was, she still behaved like a noble lady. "Oh, what kind of soldier is Shinbei?" Tang Ziyu's mother asked with curiosity. Tang Jiu was also curious. She thought that at the most Shinbei could have the title of second lieutenant at such a young age. Although a second lieutenant was also a military officer in the armed forces, it was nothing compared with Cao Wenxin's family background. Tang Yunrong said, "He's a lieutenant colonel, and is just a rank lower than Wenxin's father. Wenxin's father is much older than him, so Shinbei is very outstanding to be in that position at such an early age." When Wenxin's father became a lieutenant colonel, he was 35 years old, but Shinbei is only 26 now. I think it's very likely that Shinbei will surpass Wenxin's father in the near future. In order to side with Shinbei, Tang Yunrong even belittled her husband. If Cao Ruowa found out about that, he would be upset. However, Tang Yunrong was telling the truth. Shinbei indeed had a bright future. In addition, Shinbei served in the Red Flame, and he could be in a high position if he wanted to work in a military region. Although his salary wasn't high, he had power. Power worked better than money. Cao Wenxin felt like laughing when her mother defended Shinbei, especially when she saw Tang Ziyu's mother's reaction. Shinbei, on the other hand, flushed a little. At the same time, he also felt touched that Tang Yunrong was willing to defend him. "What? Lieutenant Colonel?" Tang Jiu and her mother were both shocked. They couldn't believe that Shinbei was a lieutenant colonel at such a young age. If it was true, Shinbei must have made great achievements. "Yes, he is," Tang Yunrong said with certainty. Tang Jiu was interested in Shinbei again. If Shinbei was a lieutenant colonel, he must be in a position of power. If she could marry him, she would be in a much higher position than those girls who just married into a rich family. It was just Tang Ziyu's idea or daydream. Cao Wenxin and Xinbei probably didn't notice what Tang Jiu was thinking, but Tang Yunrong did. She felt very uncomfortable and said, "Wenxin, your father is in the hall. Why don't you go greet your father with Xinbei?" "Sure," Cao Wenxin said, then walked to the hall with Xinbei. After that, Tang Yunrong separated with Tang Jiu and her mother. When Tang Jiu was alone with her mother, they began to talk about Xinbei. "I thought that he's just a poor soldier, but it turns out that he's a junior military officer. Mom, what if I become Xinbei's girlfriend?" Tang Jiu said all of a sudden. Her mother was struck dumb for a second, before her eyes lit up. It would be great, but Xinbei is Cao Wenxin's boyfriend. Tang Ziu's mother didn't think that it was amoral at all, but instead supported her. "As long as they're unmarried, I can seize this chance. I don't think it's a bad idea to play some dirty tricks," Tang Jiu said. "How about your boyfriend?" her mother asked. "Let him be. If I can't get Xinbei, I'll keep him as my boyfriend," Tang Jiu said. She made her current boyfriend her plan B. Before Xinbei showed up, Tang Jiu accepted her boyfriend although she didn't love him, but she changed her mind ever since Xinbei appeared in her sight. Even though her current boyfriend was rich, he wasn't handsome, nor tall. On the other hand, Xinbei was handsome, sexy, and had power. She only accepted her current boyfriend for money. Chapter 973 Tang Jiu's scheme. In fact, it wasn't the first time that Tang Jiu had a plan B. Although her family wasn't very rich, they had a family connection with the Tang family, which was the richest family in City B, so her family was influential to some extent in their city. Tang Ziu's family lived in a third-tier city near City B. She got to know many rich handsome young men. Whenever she saw them, she always tried to get closer to them, but those men either wanted to play with her or directly ignored her. She aimed to be married, instead of playing around. Only marriage could bring her what she wanted. "Mom, I need to have a walk around to see what I can do," Tang Jiu said. "Sure," her mother said, and Tang Jiu walked to the backyard alone. In the backyard, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were enjoying tea together, while Gao Yi and Chao Ya were teaching Hao Ran and the others kung fu. Many people were attracted to it, and kept complimenting Gao Yi's and Chao Ya's skills. Hearing the noise and cheers, Tang Jiu walked over too. Her sight fell on an unusually handsome young man the moment she entered the backyard. The man was precisely Leng Xiaoting. The second Tang Jiu saw Leng Xiaoting, she totally forgot Xinbei. Jesus, he's even more handsome than Xinbei. Tang Jiu could barely move her eyes away from Leng Xiaoting. She believed that every woman would be super jealous of her if he could be her boyfriend. Even if he was just an ordinary man, she was willing to marry him. However, he couldn't be an ordinary man since he was invited to attend the wedding held by the Tang family. Both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting noticed Tang Ziu's look, but there were too many people, especially females, who were paying attention to them, so they didn't care about it. It was unavoidable because they were both too attractive to be ignored. As time went by, Ji Yuning sensed that Tang Ziu's look was different, because Tang Jiu wouldn't move her eyes away from Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning turned to look at Tang Jiu, and noticed that Tang Jiu paid special attention to Leng Xiaoting. What is she thinking? Does she want to steal Xiaoting away from me? Thinking of that, Ji Yuning was displeased. Even if Tang Jiu was a relative of the Tang family, she wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. Leng Xiaoting was her man. "Ningning, what's wrong?" Leng Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning with concern at this moment. "Nothing." Ji Yuning smiled at him. When it was almost 4 p.m., they had to leave for the hotel, so Ji Yuning told Hao Ran and the others to stop practicing kung fu. The people who stood around them also dispersed, but Tang Jiu walked straight towards them. Tang Jiu didn't notice Ji Yuning's unusual beauty until she walked near, and got jealous in an instant, but she also recognized Ji Yuning. She knew that Ji Yuning was the popular goddess Ji Yu on the internet these days, but wasn't aware that Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Ji Yuning's family connection with Tang Yunfan hadn't been made public yet, and even though she closely resembled Tang Yunfan, strangers wouldn't pay much attention to it. There were many people who resembled each other in this world after all. Moreover, Tang Jiu seldom met Tang Yunfan. It was normal that she didn't connect Ji Yuning with Tang Yunfan during the first meeting. In order to get close to Leng Xiaoting, Tang Jiu deliberately asked Ji Yuning, "Hi, are you Miss Ji Yu?" Tang Jiu behaved elegantly, but she kept glancing at Leng Xiaoting when she talked to Ji Yuning. She was expecting Leng Xiaoting to look at her. To her disappointment, Leng Xiaoting didn't glance at her at all. It was their first meeting, and Leng Xiaoting didn't know her, so it was quite normal that he didn't pay attention to her. Tang Jiu comforted herself, because she was unwilling to admit that she wasn't charming. Tang Jiu was a beautiful girl, but Ji Yuning was much prettier than her. She didn't know that Leng Xiaoting was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, because there were many people in the yard. If she had known that, she probably wouldn't have tried to seduce Leng Xiaoting. She had read a lot of news about Ji Yuning, so she knew that Ji Yuning wasn't someone she could mess with. Not only did Ji Yuning have powerful connections, but she also owned many profitable companies. In fact, Ji Yuning alone was richer than Tang Ziyu's whole family. "Yeah, I'm Ji Yuning. May I know your name?" Although Ji Yuning clearly knew that Tang Jiu walked over for nothing good, she couldn't point it out right now. Therefore, Ji Yuning seemed to be polite. "My name's Tang Jiu, a relative of the Tang family," Tang Jiu said with a smile. She knew that Ji Yuning was influential, so she didn't dare to be arrogant. In addition, she also wanted to leave a good impression on Leng Xiaoting. When she introduced herself, she still kept glancing at Leng Xiaoting to see his reaction, but he still ignored her. Tang Jiu felt more disappointed, but kept comforting herself that guests here were mostly relatives of the Tang family, so Leng Xiaoting might not be impressed by her identity. Chapter 974. They changed my mind, Miss Ji Yu. I've read a lot of news about you on the internet, and I admire you very much. Tang Jiu said, and pretended to be Ji Yuning's fan. Thanks, Ji Yuning said. Oh, it's time for us to leave for the hotel now. I'm afraid that we've gotta go. Tang Jiu was unwilling to leave Leng Xiaoting, but she couldn't stop him from walking away. She had to maintain a good image in front of Leng Xiaoting. Anyway, they were going to meet each other again later. Hey, boss, is that woman interested in Xiaoting? She kept glancing at him, Hao Ran said to Ji Yuning. He had also noticed Tang Ziyu's unusual behavior. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting frowned. He didn't pay much attention to Tang Jiu, but now disliked her after knowing that she was interested in him. He was worried that Ji Yuning might be unhappy about it, so he didn't want other girls to like him. It was rare to see such a loyal man like Leng Xiaoting nowadays. Yeah, you're right. Ji Yuning nodded. Xiaoting is way out of her league. Chu Peihan snorted with disdain and felt disgusted. If she dares do anything to damage your relationship, we'll teach her a lesson. Right, we'll make her regret her stupid idea. Ji Yuning's friends all argued with annoyance, which amused her. All right, even though she wants to damage our relationship, she must have the ability first, Ji Yuning said, then glanced at Leng Xiaoting. You can never stop a man from leaving you if he has that idea. It meant that if Leng Xiaoting wanted to leave her, Tang Jiu could easily steal him away from Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wouldn't love a man who couldn't be loyal to her. Actually, she was just joking because she knew that Leng Xiaoting only loved her. Leng Xiaoting, however, complained at once, feeling aggrieved. Ningning, how can you say that? You know how much I love you. I don't want to say that either, but how could I know what's in your mind? Ji Yuning said purposely. Do you want to see my heart? Leng Xiaoting asked. He knew that Ji Yuning was joking, so he didn't mind flirting with her for a while. Show me your heart. Ji Yuning challenged him. I'll show you when we're alone, Leng Xiaoting said in Ji Yuning's ear in an amorous tone. Hearing that, Ji Yuning flushed. She gave Hao Ran and the others a quick glance, in case they heard that, which would be super embarrassing. Hao Ran and the others didn't know what Leng Xiaoting had said in Ji Yuning's ear, but Gao Yi and Chao Ya felt like laughing. They were boyfriend and girlfriend too, so they understood what Leng Xiaoting had just said. Hao Ran and the others were curious, but didn't dare to ask them. Tang Jiu went back to her mother's side later. She was in a good mood because of Leng Xiaoting's appearance, but also felt upset because she failed to talk to him. Seeing Tang Ziyu's upset face, her mother was worried and asked her, "My dear daughter, did you fail to think of a good idea? Take it easy, we have enough time." Tang Ziyu's mother thought that she was upset because of Xin Bei. She also hoped that Tang Jiu could become Xin Bei's girlfriend, but it wasn't easy to do that within a short time. No, Tang Jiu shook her head, then got excited all of a sudden. "Mom, I just saw a man who is much better looking than Xin Bei. My heart was pounding when I saw him. I've changed my mind now, and lost interest in Xin Bei." What? Her mother was shocked. She didn't expect that Tang Jiu would change her mind so soon. Since the man was much better looking than Xin Bei, it was understandable that Tang Jiu changed her mind. Her mother didn't think that it was wrong, because everyone wanted a better choice. At the same time, her mother was also curious about how handsome the man who stunned Tang Jiu was. "Do you know his name?" her mother asked urgently. "No idea." Tang Jiu was upset. "I'll figure out a way to ask him later." She wanted to ask that question earlier, but Ji Yuning said that they had to leave, so she had to give up. "Great, but mind your image too. Don't leave a bad impression on him," her mother said. "I understand," Tang Jiu said. Her mother thought for a while, then opened her mouth again. "Why don't you tell me how the man is dressed today? I can help you get some information about him." Chapter 975. He isn't simple at all, sure. Tang Jiu agreed with her mother on that. "He's in black, about 1.8 meters tall and stays with a group of teenagers. I think he's the most handsome man today. Oh, I saw him with Ji Yuning just then." Saying that, Tang Jiu took out her phone. Her mother hadn't heard of Ji Yuning and asked, "Who is Ji Yuning?" "Wait a second," Tang Jiu said, and searched for Ji Yuning's photo on the internet. "See, this is Ji Yuning, and she has a close relationship with the Tang family." Tang Ziyu's mother thought that Ji Yuning looked familiar when she saw Ji Yuning's photo and then remembered Tang Yunfan. Tang Ziyu's mother had met Tang Yunfan often when they were young, so she had an impression of the young Tang Yunfan. However, she was also aware that Tang Yunfan had never married before, so she didn't connect Ji Yuning with Tang Yunfan. She thought that maybe they just looked a little familiar. "Are they a couple?" Tang Ziyu's mother asked all of a sudden, because Ji Yuning was so beautiful. Cao Wenxin wasn't much prettier than Tang Jiu, but there was a huge gap between Ji Yuning and Tang Jiu according to their appearances. "I don't think so. Ji Yuning is only 18, and she's still studying in high school," Tang Jiu said. In fact, Tang Jiu hadn't read all the news about Ji Yuning, or she would know that Ji Yuning already had a boyfriend. A piece of news on the internet had exposed Ji Yuning's romantic relationship with Leng Xiaoting. Tang Jiu obviously didn't want to think that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were a couple. She was reluctant to annoy Ji Yuning now. However, even though she was unwilling to mess with Ji Yuning, she believed that Leng Xiaoting would leave Ji Yuning for her as long as she figured out a good way to seduce him. She thought too highly of herself. When Tang Ziyu's mother found out that Ji Yuning was only an 18-year-old high school student, she also thought that it was impossible that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were a couple. "Great, I'll see what can I find out about the man," Tang Ziyu's mother said, then walked away. Tang Jiu hoped that her mother could find out some useful information about Leng Xiaoting. It would be better if Leng Xiaoting was still single. Although the Tang family's house was very large, there were a lot of people today, so the living room was already occupied. Ji Yuning told Hao Ran and the others to wait outside for a short while she and Leng Xiaoting walked in first. People of the same ages were chatting and drinking tea together in groups in the living room. At a corner of the living room, Tang Haifeng and his old friends were chatting casually, including Master Lei and Zhao Yiru. They were Tang Haifeng's best friends, so they came here earlier in the morning. As for the other three masters, Ji Yuning didn't know who they were, but one of them had heard of Ji Yuning's name. He was Cao Wenxin's grandfather, Master Cao. Seeing Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walking over, Tang Haifeng waved his hand at them. "Ningning, Xiaoting, come here." Others around Tang Haifeng looked over. When their sight fell on Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, they were all stunned by their outstanding appearances. "Hi, Grandpa," Ji Yuning said with a smile. This young girl looks so similar to Tang Yunfen when he was young. Who is she? A master observed Ji Yuning for a few seconds. He was Tang Haifeng's old friend, so he remembered what Tang Yunfen looked like when Tang Yunfen was young. I have the same feeling, another master said. They all heard Ji Yuning calling Tang Haifeng her grandpa, but didn't think that she had a relationship with Tang Yunfen because they were all aware that Tang Yunfen had never married before. After all, the girl looked very young, so it was normal for her to call Tang Haifeng grandpa. It was a way for young people to show their respect towards an old man. Ha ha, she is Yunfen's daughter, biological daughter, so they closely resemble each other, Tang Haifeng said with great pride. What? Tang Haifeng's old friends were shocked. She's Yunfen's biological daughter. Tang, are you lying to our faces? How come we have never heard of it before? It was too shocking to be true in their eyes. It's not a lie, Tang Haifeng said and sighed. It all happened 19 years ago when Yunfen was lost back then. It was Ningning's mother who had saved his life, and they fell in love with each other afterwards. Unfortunately, Yunfen was caught in another accident and left them. We didn't know what had happened to Ningning and her mother until a few weeks ago. Speaking of that, Tang Haifeng felt lucky and excited. Nobody would dislike a granddaughter that was as outstanding as Ji Yuning. In addition, she was also Tang Yunfen's biological daughter. Tang Haifeng didn't bother to keep it a secret from his old friends. Moreover, Master Lei and Zhao Yiru were already aware of it. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng's other old friends were surprised. This young girl inherits a great gene. She's so beautiful, a master said. I agree, another master said. Master Lei, on the other hand, noticed Leng Xiaoting and said, this young man stands straight, and seems to be a good honest upright man. If I guess it correctly, you must be a soldier, but not a common one, right? Master Lei had served in the army before, so he knew a lot about the air of a soldier. Ha ha, this young man isn't simple at all, so I don't know whether it's suitable to tell you who he is, Tang Haifeng said. Chapter 976 Joined Forces. Oh. Tang Haifeng's old friends were all curious, but they knew that they shouldn't ask more about it. Master Lei, however, asked Leng Xiaoting, well, can you tell us your rank in the military? Master Lei didn't ask Leng Xiaoting for his family background, but his rank in the armed forces, because Master Lei wasn't interested in one's family background. He was more curious about Leng Xiaoting's rank in the military because he had also served in the army before. I serve in the army, and am a part of the special forces. My rank is Major General, Leng Xiaoting said. What? Major General? Hearing that, those old men were all shocked. Leng Xiaoting looked too young to be a Major General after all. An idea dawned on Master Lei. He had only heard of one man who could become a Major General at such an early age. What's your name? Master Lei asked again to make sure that he was right. Leng Xiaoting said. Master Lei was right. Leng Xiaoting must be the grandson of Master Leng, who had been part of the leading cadre, and he was the youngest Major General in the history with countless great achievements. How's your grandfather now? Is he in a good condition? Master Lei was a little excited and asked with concern. Master Lei and Master Leng were also old friends. They had even fought together against enemies before, and they sometimes called each other to chat for a while. The other masters weren't involved in the military, so they knew little about it, although they had heard of the name Leng Weihua. It was obvious that Master Lei was familiar with Leng Weihua since he asked Leng Xiaoting that question. My grandfather is still in good condition. Thank you so much for your care, Leng Xiaoting said with respect. He wasn't surprised that Master Lei knew his grandfather because Master Lei got to know who he was once Master Lei heard his military rank and name. In addition, Leng Xiaoting also sensed that Master Lei must have served in the army too. Great, glad to know that. Master Lei beamed with happiness. It was a tough old time of wars, and not many of those old soldiers could survive and stay healthy till now. Even he was suffering from many diseases, but he was still able to stay alive. Let me introduce you, this is Master Cao, Wen Xin's grandfather, you two can call him Grandpa Cao, Tang Haifeng said to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting remembered some basic information about the Cao family. Generations of the Cao family were involved in the military. Master Cao had been ranked lieutenant general in the army, the head of the military region in City B. Although he had already retired for many years, his military rank stayed with him along with the honor and high social status. After that, Tang Haifeng introduced his other friends to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. "Oh, what's their relationship?" one master asked all of a sudden. "Xiaoting is Ningning's boyfriend," Tang Haifeng said with satisfaction. It couldn't be more obvious that he really liked his future grandson-in-law. Not only was Leng Xiaoting born in a super powerful family, but he was also outstanding. Most importantly, he loved and cared about Ji Yuning. As long as Leng Xiaoting treated Ji Yuning with sincerity, the Tang family would approve of him. They wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Ji Yuning. Knowing that, Tang Haifeng's old friends were shocked again. If Leng Xiaoting was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, the Tang family and the Leng family would join forces once the two married. In that case, both the Tang families and the Leng family's position would be more stable. They wondered whether the two young people would marry each other in the end. Tang Ziyu's mother entered the living room and glanced around till her sight fell on Leng Xiaoting. She had to admit that Leng Xiaoting was indeed much more attractive than Xin Bei. No wonder Tang Ziyu changed her mind so soon. Tang Ziyu's mother hesitated for a while. Because Tang Haifeng was talking with several other masters, it wasn't appropriate for her to interrupt them. "I think Ningning and Xiaoting could be a great match." At this time, Tang Ziyu's mother heard a female's voice by her side. She subconsciously gave the woman a glance, then saw two women along with 3 kids around 13 years old standing not far away from her. They were all looking at Ji Yuning. Tang Ziyu's mother was struck dumb for a second. Is Ningning the girl named Ji Yuning? Is the young man's name Xiaoting? Are they a couple? Thinking of that, Tang Ziyu's mother walked towards the two women, and asked them politely, "Nice to meet you, ladies, are you talking about the young girl and man over there? May I know their names? They're really attractive standing together." In fact, the two women were Ji Yu Qing and Wen Yulan, while the 3 kids were Ji Yu Qingxi, Ji Yu Yinyan, and Zhang Xinue. Ji Yu Qing beamed and said, "The girl is my niece, and the young man could be her husband in the future." Hearing that, Tang Ziyu's mother was shocked. Leng Xiaoting wasn't single. "All right, let's leave for the hotel now," Tang Yunhang said to everyone, and they stood up at once. "Xiaoting, let's go to see my mother now," Ji Yuning said, then walked upstairs with Leng Xiaoting. At the same time, Ji Yu Qing and Wen Yulan also walked to the stairs. They were about to see Ji Yu Man too. Tang Ziyu's mother wanted to ask something else, but she didn't have a chance anymore, so she directly turned to find her daughter. Chapter 977 LL Try I, Mom, how is it? What have you got? Tang Ziyu was right at the door, so she asked her mother urgently once her mother walked out. Tang Ziyu's mother pulled her aside when there was nobody around them. "I heard that the young man's name is Xiaoting, but I don't know whether it's his full name or given name." Although her mother wasn't clear about it, Tang Ziyu still felt happy. Seeing her being so happy, Tang Ziyu's mother didn't have the heart to tell her the shocking truth. "Well, Ziyu, the young man is indeed Ji Yuning's boyfriend, and it seems like they could marry in the future." "What?" Tang Ziyu was shocked. She had thought of that earlier, but refused to believe it. However, Tang Ziyu was unwilling to give it up. Even though Leng Xiaoting was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, she would still have a try. She still hoped that she could be successful. "No matter what happens, I'll try it," Tang Ziyu said with determination. "Good girl, Mom supports you." Tang Ziyu's mother didn't know much about Ji Yuning, so she was willing to support her daughter. If she had heard of what Ji Yuning had done, she wouldn't have allowed her daughter to mess with Ji Yuning. Relatives and friends of the Tang family all left in cars, but Tang Ziyu still waited at the same place hoping to see Leng Xiaoting again. Before Leng Xiaoting walked out, Tang Ziyu's father showed up and said to them, "Let's go now." Since Tang Ziyu's father said that, Tang Ziyu had to leave, but she didn't dare to tell her father that she was going to steal another girl's boyfriend. Tang Ziyu didn't think that there was anything wrong with it, but her father wouldn't accept it. Without delay, Tang Ziyu's family left together. The members of the Tang family didn't leave their house until the others were mostly gone. The dinner party would officially begin at 5:20 p.m. It was almost 4 p.m. now, but the Tang family's house was located near the suburb, so it took nearly half an hour for them to get to the hotel by car. The dinner party would begin soon after their arrival. Ji Yuning and the others drove to the hotel themselves. Pan Zerui and his friends arrived at Wangdang Hotel earlier than Ji Yuning. Although they didn't have an invitation letter, Ji Yuning had told Quan Mingkai to arrange some seats for them. When they walked into the hall, there weren't many people inside, so they sat down together and casually chatted with each other. This banquet hall was very large, and it was the largest hall of the Wangdang Hotel with booths and cubicles for people to have a rest. Today's wedding dinner would be a buffet. It was a formal event, so everyone came in suits or gowns. Pan Zerui and his friends were also in formal suits. In fact, except for Zhou Guangrui and Hu Hao, the other young men seldom wore suits unless they were forced to do so. They thought that it was very uncomfortable to walk around in suits, so they hated to wear it. Nevertheless, they had to put on formal suits at today's wedding dinner. After putting on the suits, they looked totally different from their normal appearances. When they were quiet, they seemed to be financial elite, but they failed to hide who they really were once they moved. Anyway, they still looked much better than before. Only Pan Zerui and Hu Hao's family were invited by the Tang family, while the other three were directly invited by Ji Yuning. Hu Hao's family was involved in politics, and was in the same faction as Tang Yunhang. "This is the most luxurious wedding I've ever attended," Guan Bin said. "Of course it is. The Tang family is the richest family in City B." Pan Zerui rolled his eyes at Guan Bin. "I think that they don't want to attract too much attention, or the wedding could be more splendid," Zhou Guangrui said. It left a better impression on the attendees. There were many people who hated those who owned wealth. If you were rich and showed off your wealth, they would criticize or even attack you, but they would compliment you if you kept a low profile. That was human nature. As time went by, people were coming into the hall one after another. "Oh, isn't this Gao Yongkong? Is the Gao family invited too?" At this moment, a male voice interrupted their discussion. The booths were separated by classical carved screens, but the doors were made of tassels, so people were able to see one another from the inside and outside. Hearing the male voice, Pan Zerui and his friends were annoyed at once, because they already knew who the man was. The man was Du Yujian, Gao Yongkong's older cousin. The Du family was also a common super-rich family in City B with similar assets as the Pan family. Although Du Yujian was Gao Yongkong's older cousin, neither of them admitted it, because the Du family and the Gao family had a long-standing grudge against each other. It was an old story. When Gao Yongkong's mother was young, the Du family planned to use her to increase the Du family's social status by marrying her into a family richer than them. However, Gao Yongkong's mother was deeply in love with Gao Yongkong's father back then, so she refused to do so. The Du family despised Gao Yongkong's father because Gao Yongkong's father was just an ordinary man back then. In order to be together with Gao Yongkong's father, Gao Yongkong's mother eloped with his father. They didn't move back to City B until many years later. After working hard, Gao Yongkong's father finally owned over 100 million yuan in wealth now, and he still loved Gao Yongkong's mother as always. Actually, given Gao Yongkong's father's ability, he could be more successful, but the Du family caused him a lot of trouble to stop him from developing. Chapter 978 Brothers of Tang Jiayong Gao Yongkong and Pan Zerui became good friends a few years ago, and the Du family stopped interfering in the Gao family's business because of the Pan family's influence. Within the past few years, the Gao family's business grew more profitable, and they already owned over 400 million yuan in wealth now. Therefore, the Gao family was very rich, but it was still barely comparable to the Du family. The Du family's business had developed for generations, while Gao Yongkong's father built the Gao family's business all on his own. Because of that, Du Yujian always made fun of Gao Yongkong when he saw him. Three young men the same age as them were standing outside, and the leading man was precisely Du Yujian. "So what?" Gao Yongkong asked him. "You must have come here following Lord Pan, right? Lord Pan, aren't you afraid that the Tang family will be displeased that you come with so many unwanted guests?" Du Yujian looked at Pan Zerui. He was laughing at more people than just Gao Yongkong. He had acted against Gao Yongkong for so many years, so he clearly knew everything about Gao Yongkong, including Gao Yongkong's connections. In that case, he knew that only Pan Zerui and Hu Hao's family were invited, while others weren't. They didn't come here following me. Don't blame me for that, Pan Zerui said. Me either, Hu Hao said at once. Both of them seemed to be unwilling to be involved in their argument. Do you think that I'll believe your words? Du Yujian was struck dumb for a second, then soon snorted with laughter. Believe it or not, Pan Zerui shrugged. Du Yujian understood that Pan Zerui wasn't afraid of him, so he had to turn to pick on Gao Yongkong. Gao Yongkong, if you're not invited here, you should leave as soon as possible. If you're exposed, it might humiliate your family, Du Yujian said. He thought that Gao Yongkong was unwanted here. Thanks, but no, Gao Yongkong said. Du Yujian was mad at Gao Yongkong's attitude. In fact, he had never succeeded in making fun of Gao Yongkong, because Gao Yongkong was smarter than him. Moreover, Gao Yongkong never cared about him, so he couldn't affect Gao Yongkong's mood. Let's see what will happen, Du Yujian said. He stopped arguing against Gao Yongkong, but had an idea to expose him. Du Yujian indeed was a little stupid. Since Gao Yongkong could enter this hall, he must have the Tang family's permission. Without the Tang family's permission or invitation letter, nobody was allowed to be here. Will Du Yujian do something stupid? Zhou Guangrui said. They had a feeling that Du Yujian was going to do something after hearing what he just said. In their eyes, Du Yujian always did something stupid. Let him do whatever he wants to do. He'll only humiliate himself as usual, Gao Yongkong said airily. They were invited here by Ji Yuning, and nobody dared to chase them out. When it was 4:30 p.m., Ji Yuning and the others arrived at the hotel. At this moment, many people had already gathered in the hall, but they weren't the most important figures. Normally, the most important figures wouldn't show up until the last second. They came here earlier to draw more influential people over to their side. Ji Yu-man and the others went to a lounge once they reached the hotel, and they wouldn't show up again until the dinner party began. Ji Yuning and her friends, on the other hand, went back to their own rooms to put on formal clothes. Gao Yi and Chao Ya were both in suits as the bodyguards. Ji Yuning had told Yu Zi to prepare gowns from charm for them beforehand. The suit Leng Xiaoting wore today was a black suit in retro style. While Ji Yuning's gown was a little similar to the gown in blue and white porcelain patterns that she had worn last time, but the gown was white and sleeveless this time. There were also flying phoenixes in gold thread around the edge of her gown, and she looked much more elegant in it. When they stood together, they were a very attractive couple who matched each other very well. Ji Yuning chose gowns from charm in order to promote the brand. Therefore, her female friends all put on gowns from charm too. Afterwards, they went downstairs together. At this time, most of the guests were present, and they stood in small groups chatting with each other in the hall. Tang Jiayong and Tang Jiakai came to the hall earlier than Ji Yuning. Once the two handsome young men showed up, many girls were stunned and approached them trying to attract their attention. Although all the girls were from either rich or powerful families, their families were still barely comparable to the Tang family, so they all hoped that they could marry into the Tang family. Because of Tang Jiayong and his brother's outstanding appearances, those girls' parents also encouraged them to become their girlfriends. However, Tang Jiayong and Tang Jiakai didn't pay much attention to those girls. Tang Jiayong already had a girlfriend and he loved his girlfriend very much, while Tang Jiakai preferred to stay single right now. Seeing their reaction, those girls felt utterly disappointed. Chapter 979 Zhang Yutong and Zhang Jiamen. No matter how eager those girls were to attract their attention, they couldn't force them to pay attention to them. They still needed to leave a good impression on them after all. Hi, Jiayong. At this moment, a beautiful girl around 20 years old in a long pink princess dress jumped over towards Tang Jiayong, but she ignored Tang Jiakai. Tang Jiakai didn't mind it at all. Tang Jiayong, however, looked displeased. It seemed like he disliked this girl. Hi, Yutong, Tang Jiayong said to her politely. Zhang Yutong was the daughter of Zhang Lihua's older brother, and she was also Tang Jiayong and Tang Jiakai's younger cousin. However, neither Tang Jiayong nor Tang Jiakai liked her, especially Tang Jiayong. Zhang Yutong liked Tang Jiayong and she even wanted to become his girlfriend, but Tang Jiayong hated that. Besides, they were cousins, and it was impossible that they could be girlfriend and boyfriend. Their families wouldn't allow it to happen either. Jiayong, I haven't seen you in a long time. Zhang Yutong said and acted like a 3-year-old kid. Yutong, I'm sorry, I've gotta leave to deal with something. Enjoy yourself, Tang Jiayong said, and wanted to leave right away. Where are you going? I'll go with you. Zhang Yutong wouldn't let Tang Jiayong leave her. She hadn't seen him in a long time, and missed him so much. It's not convenient for you to follow us. You're a girl and we're men. Tang Jiayong was a mature stable young man, so he didn't have the heart to tell the truth, but Tang Jiakai was different and straightforward. Therefore, Tang Jiakai stopped Zhang Yutong. Zhang Yutong felt like crying looking at Tang Jiayong when Tang Jiakai criticized her. She hoped that Tang Jiayong would side with her. However, it wouldn't happen. Jiakai is right. You're a girl, and you can't follow men all the time. We need to chat with our guests right now, Tang Jiayong said. Zhang Yutong bit her lips, and looked aggrieved, but she didn't turn around, nor walk away. Tang Jiayong and Tang Jiakai ignored her, and left without hesitation. Once Tang Jiayong and Tang Jiakai were gone, another beautiful young girl in her early 20s walked over. Oh, what happened to my cute younger cousin? You look so pitiful. This young girl who mocked Zhang Yutong was also Tang Jiayong's cousin, but she was older than him. There were 3 children in the Zhang family. The eldest son was Zhang Jiamin's father, the second son was Zhang Yutong's father, while the only daughter was Zhang Lihua. Zhang Jiamin never liked Zhang Yutong because Zhang Yutong always pretended to be kind and weak, which was totally different from her real personality. When they were little kids, Zhang Yutong often blamed Zhang Jiamin for her mistakes. Zhang Jiamin had also fought back a few times, and the two started to act against each other. Usually, Zhang Yutong was the loser in their arguments, so she gradually learned to stay away from Zhang Jiamin, but she would still seize every chance to aggravate the situation once she got the goods on Zhang Jiamin. In that case, Zhang Jiamin hated Zhang Yutong more than anyone else, especially after she got to know that Zhang Yutong liked Tang Jiayong. She thought that it was disgusting that Zhang Yutong fell in love with their cousin. It's none of your business. Zhang Yutong stopped pretending, and became aggressive in an instant. Oh, I feel so sad. I just care about you as your older cousin. Why do you have to vent your anger at me? I've done nothing wrong, Zhang Jiamin said. Although she looked sad, she actually gloated over Zhang Yutong's failure. Bitch, stay away from me. Zhang Yutong was mad. Her voice wasn't loud, and there was music in the hall, so not many people heard that. Only some people around them turned to look at Zhang Yutong's unkind face and frowned. It was very rude that she swore at others in public. Noticing that others were looking at her, Zhang Yutong felt angry as well as aggrieved. She planned to pretend to be innocent and play the blame game to make Zhang Jiamin the bad person in order to gain people's sympathy. Nevertheless, they had acted against each other for so many years, and Zhang Jiamin knew Zhang Yutong's tricks very well. Before she could say anything, Zhang Jiamin opened her mouth at first. All right, if you don't like to hear that, let's drop this topic, but do remember not to follow boys all day long. Even if they're your cousins, they're boys, and it's inconvenient for you to stay by their side all the time. What if other people misunderstand your relationship? Hearing that, those who were staring at Zhang Yutong showed obvious disdain on their faces. They thought that Zhang Yutong was mad because her older cousin stopped her from following boys. Zhang Yutong was furious now. Fine, I need to meet my friends now. If you can't find a female friend here, go back to your parents' side, Zhang Jiamin said, then turned around and left Zhang Yutong behind. Glaring at Zhang Jiamin's back, Zhang Yutong ached to tear her to pieces. At this moment, Zhang Yutong's mother walked over, and called her, Yutong. When Zhang Yutong saw her mother, she had to compose herself. She wasn't afraid of her father, but was afraid of her mother, especially when her mother looked as displeased as she did now. Chapter 980 Stay away from Tang Jiayong. Zhang Yutong's mother was a little bossy, and even her father was slightly afraid of her mother. Mom. Zhang Yutong turned to face her mother with great respect. Zhang Yutong's mother pulled her aside when there was nobody around. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to have conflicts with Zhang Jiamen again? Zhang Yutong's mother understood that Zhang Yutong wasn't a match for Zhang Jiamen, so she told Zhang Yutong not to argue against Zhang Jiamen again, in case Zhang Yutong would be embarrassed. She laughed at me first. Zhang Yutong felt aggrieved. If you hadn't done anything inappropriate, she wouldn't have laughed at you. Zhang Yutong's mother snapped at her. It sounded like she was defending Zhang Jiamen, but she knew her daughter's characters very well. Zhang Yutong panicked. I've told you countless times to stay away from Tang Jiayang. Why couldn't you listen to me for once? You were cousins, and it's impossible for you to marry him. Why don't you seize this chance to attract another rich heir at this party? Zhang Yutong's mother said. Look at Zhang Jiamen, she's Lord Lu's girlfriend now, and I just got to know that Cao Wenxin's boyfriend is a lieutenant colonel. Although Cao Wenxin's boyfriend isn't very rich, he has power in his hands. He's only 26, and he already has a bright future. Although the Zhang family was also a super rich family, it wasn't among the top of the list of those super rich families. In the PSAT, the Zhang family wasn't much poorer than the Tang family. Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunhang's marriage was also a marriage between families of equal social status, but things were different now. The Tang family became the richest family in City B with hundreds of billions of yuan in assets. The Zhang family, on the other hand, didn't develop much even though they had a close relationship with the Tang family. Neither of Zhao Lihua's two older brothers were good at running a business, so the Zhang family wasn't very successful. Zhang Yutong's mother loved to compare her family with others. Even though they weren't closely connected to Cao Wenxin, she would still compare her daughter with Cao Wenxin. Besides, Zhang Yutong's mother was also snobbish, so Zhang Yutong could only marry into a family which was better than their family. What? A lieutenant colonel? She had heard of Zhang Jiamen's boyfriend, but was shocked by the military rank of Cao Wenxin's boyfriend. However, she wasn't jealous of it, because she thought that it had nothing to do with her. She loved Tang Jiayang, and Tang Jiayang only, which had nothing to do with his family background. Although Zhang Jiamen had a boyfriend with a good family background, she wasn't jealous of her either. Yes, and he's also very handsome, Zhang Yutong's mother said, and sounded super jealous. She wished that Cao Wen's boyfriend could be her daughter's. If her daughter could marry a senior military officer, her daughter would be in a higher social status than Zhang Jiamen. All of a sudden, people cheered, which attracted most people's attention in the hall, and they all turned to look at the door. A group of young people walked inside at this moment, and every one of them was very good looking, especially the couple that walked in the front. People started to talk about them at once. I've never seen such a handsome man before. Oh, I can't breathe now. The girl is also so beautiful. Actually, Hao Ran and the others were also very attractive, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting still overshadowed them. They didn't mind at all. Instead, they felt super proud of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. They admired Ji Yuning, and regarded her as their idol. While Leng Xiaoting was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, so they also admired him. Moreover, they were also fans of him. After all, Leng Xiaoting was the youngest major general in history. Look at their gowns. They're also very beautiful. I love the style of their gowns. Oh, they are gowns from Charm. I saw them when I went to pick a gown at the flagship store of Charm a few days ago. Don't you think the girl looks very familiar? Who? She's the boss of Charm, Ji Yuning. Really? She is Ji Yuning. It is her. She looks much prettier than in those pictures. Wow, they look perfect when they stand together. Wait, are they a couple? Yeah, I read a piece of news on the internet, and it says that the man is her boyfriend. They match each other so well. The people who talked about Ji Yuning were all young, because only young people surfed on the internet all day long. Tang Jiu and her mother also noticed Leng Xiaoting, and Tang Jiu couldn't wait a second to get close to him. Not only Tang Jiu, but other girls also had the same idea. When Tang Ziu's sight fell on Ji Yuning, she got jealous again, but didn't dare to show it on her face. Chapter 981 He isn't married. Even though Tang Jiu disguised her feelings, Ji Yuning was still able to notice her reaction. Ji Yuning was displeased when other girls showed strong interest in her man, but Tang Jiu hadn't done anything harmful yet, so she wouldn't do anything to hurt her right now. Although Tang Ziu's mother supported her to play dirty tricks, it was unlikely that she could win. Nevertheless, no matter how impossible it was, Tang Jiu still made up her mind to try. Zhang Yutong and her mother also noticed Leng Xiaoting. Zhang Yutong was attracted to him too, but she was only appreciating his outstanding appearance, because her love was Tang Jiayong. Her love towards Tang Jiayong wasn't morally acceptable, but it was pure. The man is so handsome. He must be a rich heir. Yutong, do something to get him, Zhang Yutong's mother said. Mom, he already has a girlfriend, Zhang Yutong said, but it was a lie. If she really liked a man, she wouldn't care whether he already had a girlfriend or not. Just like how she had admired Tang Jiayong for a long time, but didn't stop chasing him even though she found out that he already had a girlfriend. She did everything she could to get his attention whenever she saw Tang Jiayong, but he ignored her all the time. If she found out who Tang Jiayong's girlfriend was, she would do her best to force the girl to leave him. So what? He isn't married, so you still have the chance to steal his heart. Zhang Yutong's mother said and took it for granted. Zhang Yutong remained silent. She clearly knew that her mother would force her to do it as long as it was her mother's decision. Just like her love towards Tang Jiayong, her mother also warned her to stay away from him, but this was the only time she disobeyed her mother's order. It wasn't up to her to tell her to leave someone she really loved. Once Ji Yuning showed up, businessmen who knew her all came to greet her, and most of them had already met each other at the release conference of Jade Beauty Jewelry before. Pan Zerui and his friends also walked out when they heard that Ji Yuning had appeared, but she was surrounded by so many people now, so they stood far away. At this moment, Du Yujian approached them again. I just met Lord Tang, and I coincidentally told him that someone slipped into the party without an invitation letter. Lord Tang just gave an order to find him. It sounded like Du Yujian was talking to himself, but he aimed to let Gao Yongkong hear it. Pan Zerui and his friends rolled their eyes at Du Yujian, but didn't bother to argue against him. Even if the Tang family was going to chase them away, they could say that it was Ji Yuning who invited them. Since Ji Yuning was already here now, they were safe. Unfortunately, before Gao Yongkong's conflict with Du Yujian was settled, Zhou Guangrui ended up in trouble. Hey, isn't this Zhou Guangrui? Didn't your older brother say that your family wasn't invited? How did you get in here? 3 rich men walked to them, and the man who said that was Zhou Guangming's friend. Zhou Guangming had turned to him for help too. Du Yujian interrupted at once. Hi, Lord Sen, they aren't invited, but got in here with Lord Pan and Lord Hu. A guest is only allowed to bring one person to join this party, but the 2 of them brought 3. I already told Lord Tang, and he said that he would handle it. Oh, they followed others to get in here. That's not good, Lord Sen said with obvious disdain. Lord Sen's full name was Sen Xiangfei, the son of the eldest son of the Sen family, which was another super-rich family in City B. Sen Yanhang, who had set Tang Xiaoxiao up, was Sen Xiangfei's second uncle. Well, Zhou Guangrui said and laughed a little. Why are you so sure that we slipped in here? Didn't you notice that we weren't afraid at all when you told us that Lord Tang was going to chase unwanted guests away? Hearing that, Du Yujian was struck dumb for a second. Zhou Guangrui looked so confident that he couldn't help but doubt whether he was wrong. Tell us, who invited you here? Sen Xiangfei asked. I don't think it has anything to do with you, Lord Sen, Zhou Guangrui said. Bullshit, Du Yujian said. He couldn't believe that all of them were invited here. Zhou Guangrui and the others didn't give them a clear answer, so Du Yujian thought that they didn't dare to, but Sen Xiangfei wasn't as stupid as him. He believed Zhou Guangrui's words. Today's wedding was held by the Tang family after all, and nobody dared to slip inside. Since they were unwilling to tell them, he wouldn't ask further. Right at this moment, Tang Jiakai walked towards them, and Du Yujian couldn't wait to see a drama. He believed that Tang Jiakai came here to chase unwanted people away. Sen Xiangfei, on the other hand, was surprised. He thought that it could be Tang Jiakai who invited them here. Although it would be very surprising because there was a huge gap between Tang Jiakai and them, it could happen, and Sen Xiangfei got jealous at once. They all wanted to form a close relationship with people of power and wealth, which would benefit themselves and their families. "Hi, Lord Tang." When Tang Jokai walked near, they all greeted him with respect. "Hi, everyone," Tang Jokai said, then turned to face Pan Zerui and his friends. "Hey, Ningning is busy right now, so she asked me to welcome you all for a while. Come on, let's go to meet some friends together." Chapter 982. The wedding begins. Since they were invited here by Ji Yuning, Tang Jokai was very kind to them, and was willing to take them to meet his friends. However, Du Yujian and the others were shocked. What? Tang Jokai is going to take Pan Zerui and the others to meet his friends? "Thank you so much, Lord Tang," Pan Zerui and his friends said. Then they walked away with Tang Jokai, but they gave Du Yujian a glance of challenge before they left. Du Yujian still couldn't believe it. How is it possible? He couldn't accept the fact that Pan Zerui and his friends were able to make friends with Tang Jokai. At the same time, he was jealous of them. Tang Jokai's friends had to be people of high social status too. It would be best if they could get to know them. In addition, Pan Zerui seemed to be close to Tang Jokai. "Who is Ningning?" Sen Xiangfei asked with a frown. It was obvious that Pan Zerui and his friends were invited here by Ningning, and that Tang Jokai came to them in person because Ningning was occupied now. Ningning couldn't be simple if she was able to ask Tang Jokai to help her. "I think she should be Tang Jokai's friend," someone said. They didn't know that Ningning was Ji Yuning. Without delay, Sen Xiangfei called Zhou Guangming, then found out that Ningning was Ji Yuning, who was the famous, talented young girl. The girl was also Pan Zerui's boss. He had also heard a lot about Ji Yuning, especially the conflict between her and his second uncle. His second uncle had been in trouble precisely because of Ji Yuning. Although Sen Xiangfei admired Ji Yuning's outstanding ability, he still disliked her because she had embarrassed his family. Nevertheless, he wouldn't mess with her either. Zhou Guangming, however, was more displeased after finding out what had happened to Zhou Guangrui from Sen Xiangfei, but he could do nothing about it. While Tang Jokai brought Pan Zerui and the others to meet his friends, where they chatted together, and got along well. Cao Wenxin brought Xin Bei to talk with her friends. Although it seemed to be a pleasant conversation, Gao Chengyun and Zhang Zhejiang felt sad. Both of them had admired Cao Wenxin from afar before, so it was painful for them to see her being so happy with another man. Mrs. Hao and her friends gathered with Ji Yuqing and the others. And in case they felt uneasy, Tang Yunrong stayed with them. Yang Zichen, Yu Zi, Manager Ding and others were also chatting with one another in a group. Because Yu Zi was the designer of charm, many noble ladies came to talk with her about gowns. There were even some noble ladies who showed up at today's party in gowns from charm, and they were fans of it. A few VIP members of Cami Beauty Salon were also present today, and they all came to talk with Manager Ding. Therefore, Yang Zichen was gradually ignored and left aside. He even felt like he was the odd one out. Yu Zi was busier than him normally, and it wasn't easy for the two of them to gather together. "Hey, Zichen, what are you doing here in a group of women? Why don't you hang out with some men?" One of Yang Ziqian's friends walked over. He felt like laughing when he found Yang Zichen standing aside by himself. "You don't understand it because you don't have a girlfriend," Yang Zichen said, which hurt his single friend. The man covered his chest at once, and pretended to be badly hurt. "Don't be so cruel to me. Really, why don't you find yourself a girlfriend? You're too old to play around." Yang Zichen rolled his eyes at the man. "I want to have a girlfriend too, but where is she?" The man sighed with a resigned look on his face. "Well, I understand that you can't move on because of Zhao Mengmeng. Since you can't forget her, why don't you chase her? I know that you don't mind her divorce, but your family does. Although it's hard to have a happy marriage without your parents' good wishes, I think that you can still work on it. You can cross that bridge when you come to it," Yang Zichen said. Hearing that, the man seemed upset. He understood that he lacked courage and determination. He did love Zhao Mengmeng, but it was also difficult to gain his family's approval. His father wouldn't stop him, but his mother insisted that he should marry a rich girl. And his mother wasn't in good condition now, so he didn't dare to annoy her. It was only a few minutes away from 5:20 p.m., so the guests were all present in the hall. Given the Tang family's circle of friends, there were a large number of guests who were either super rich or powerful or very close to the Tang family. When it was 5:20 p.m., the wedding began, and a host went on stage to hold the ceremony. After the opening speech, it was the bridegroom's turn to address a short speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending my wedding today. I'm finally married, and I couldn't be more excited now. I understand that you all must be very confused as to why I suddenly got married. It isn't a secret that I was caught in a car accident 19 years ago. Fortunately, a kind girl named Ji Man saved my life. But I lost my memory back then. We fell in love with each other and spent a year living together. Chapter 983. The bride looks so young. We planned to get married after buying a house, but unfortunately I was caught in another car accident. When I woke up, I forgot her and the good memories of that year when we were together. I remembered my real identity and went back to the Tang family to get rid of those people who schemed against me behind my back. Many people were aware of that, so they weren't surprised. They didn't know that the bride today was precisely the girl who had saved Tang Yunfan's life 19 years ago until now. Unexpectedly, Tang Yunfan was so loyal to his partner. Everyone admired his loyalty. Tang Yunfan continued, "I never got married during the past 18 years, because I had already found my love even though I lost her by accident. I couldn't accept another woman because of her. Luckily, I ran into her a while ago. I knew that she was the girl who I fell in love with 19 years ago, and she also stayed single for me. I promise that I'll love her, protect her, and make it up to her during the rest of my life." The second he finished that, he got a round of loud applause. Many women even felt like crying. However, in case the tears damaged their makeup, they fought them back. What had happened to Tang Yunfan and Ji Man was too complicated. It was torture for the two of them when they were in deep love with each other. The thunderous applause went on and on. "Now, please welcome the bride," the host announced, then all the lights focused on the door which was in front of the stage. The music sounded, and Ji Man in a beautiful white wedding gown appeared in everyone's sight. Normally, the bride would enter the hall holding her father's arm, but Ji Man's father already passed away, so her older brother, Ji Qinyang, stood by her side. A little boy and a little girl followed Ji Man holding the long train of her wedding gown. Red rose petals slowly drifted down from the ceiling, which created a breathtaking scene and stunned every woman in the hall. All the unmarried women were dreaming about their future weddings. They hoped that their own weddings could be this romantic. As for those married women who didn't have a romantic wedding, they felt utterly regretful now. Especially those who were over 40, they couldn't afford a good wedding because of poverty back then, let alone a romantic one. Nevertheless, some believed that it wasn't important as long as the couple was in love. Ji Man was more excited than ever now, so she didn't pay much attention to the romantic atmosphere in the hall. She simply followed Ji Qinyang walking ahead. Ji Qinyang was also very nervous, but he kept reminding himself to stay calm. Watching Ji Man walking towards him in a wedding gown, Tang Yunfan couldn't be more thrilled at this moment. They were finally legally married. Although Tang Yunfan and Ji Man weren't young anymore, Tang Yunfan still had a burning desire for sex. Since they were married now, he could enjoy sex with her as much as he liked. He had waited for this moment for 19 years. His family and friends had even believed that he could be a gay during the past 18 years. It all changed since Ji Man appeared. In fact, Tang Yunfan couldn't wait to enjoy the sexual side of marriage with Ji Man. However, he had to wait till they were married, in case it left a bad impression on Ji Man. Most of the invited guests didn't see Ji Man's face until now. When they saw her face, they were all surprised. They couldn't believe that the bride had already fallen in love with Tang Yunfan 19 years ago. She looked so young. In other people's eyes, Ji Man only looked 30 at the most. It was just a suitable age to get married nowadays. Women nowadays preferred to get married at a later age, so a 30-year-old bride was still young. Jesus, the bride looks so young. I think she's only 30 or so. How does she take care of her skin? I'm so curious about it. There was no woman who didn't care about her appearance, because women, especially aged women, were all afraid that their husbands might abandon them for young girls. Men all loved beautiful, energetic young girls, and only a few men would stay loyal to their wives. Especially in rich families, it wasn't a secret that rich men mostly had a mistress or two. Some of their wives didn't discover it yet, while some had to pretend that they knew nothing about it. Even though the wives felt sad and hurt, they could do nothing about it. They didn't have a job, nor could they live on their own. It was impossible for them to get a divorce and live a simple life without luxuries. At the same time, there were also many beautiful young girls who were too lazy to work and sold their bodies for money. Chapter 984. What is it? In that case, those aged women, who married a rich husband, would refuse to have a divorce. They were already used to living a luxurious life, and had children as their hope. When their husbands had had enough, they might still have an intact family. Although they often went to beauty salons, they didn't see obvious effects. However, they had to spend a lot of money on their appearances regardless of the effects. I don't think that she has really taken good care of her skin. It's the effect of her makeup. Zhang Yutong's mother said with obvious jealousy. She couldn't tolerate the fact that someone the same age as her was richer and even prettier than her. Besides, she also had many bad comments on those beautiful young girls. She was jealous of Ji Yu-man because Ji Yu-man was able to marry into the Tang family. Ji Yu-man became her relative to some extent. Without good skin, the makeup wouldn't be so useful. I think she's a natural beauty, Zhang Jiamin's mother said. In the Zhang family, not only did Zhang Jiamin and Zhang Yutong argue against each other as long as they met, but their mothers also disliked one another. Zhang Jiamin's mother wasn't as beautiful as Zhang Yutong's mother, but Zhang Jiamin was prettier and more successful than Zhang Yutong. Therefore, Zhang Yutong's mother would mock Zhang Jiamin's mother's aged face, while Zhang Jiamin's mother would show off Zhang Jiamin's achievements. As a result, neither of them could win. Zhang Yutong's mother was mad. Oh, right, someone is too old to hide the wrinkles on her face, so the makeup is useless for her. Zhang Jiamin's mother was furious and also retorted, "You're only 5 years younger than me, and you'll be old too in the near future with countless wrinkles on your face." So what? There are no wrinkles on my face right now at least, Zhang Yutong's mother said, but she was actually very annoyed. Zhang Jiamin's mother closed her mouth, because they were at the wedding held by the Tang family now. She was unwilling to cause trouble here. Compared with Zhang Yutong's mother, Zhang Jiamin's mother behaved better. On the other side of the hall, a group of noble ladies were talking about skincare products. I don't know how the bride takes care of her skin, but I do know a skincare brand which is super effective. Really? What is it? Tell us now. No woman wanted to miss this good news. It's called Kuzi, and is produced by Kulain in the capital. Although it isn't very famous yet, it's quite popular. I read many comments about it on the internet, and most women think that it's very safe and effective. Kuzi. Where can I buy it? You can find counters of Kuzi in every large shopping mall, but I bought it from a beauty salon named Kami Beauty Salon. Kaime has a large membership, and you have to get a reservation 2 or 3 days in advance before you go there to enjoy their services. Look, the woman in a purple gown standing over there is the manager of Kami. Actually, there were many loyal fans of Kami Beauty Salon and Kuzi now. It was very easy for a good brand to gain fame as long as it had high quality. Customers were walking ads after all. Nobody wanted to be deceived by fake advertisements on the TV or the internet. Oh, how come the manager of Kami Beauty Salon was also invited? Several women were surprised to know that, because Kami Beauty Salon was hardly comparable to the Tang family's business. In fact, not every invited guest at this party was either super rich or powerful. Some were just senior staff members of Tangguang. Although Tangguang was a very successful company, its senior staff members were merely ordinary people in other guests' eyes. Therefore, those women were surprised to know that the manager of Kaime was also invited, but didn't think that it was impossible. Is Kami Beauty Salon also owned by Tangguang? Kami Beauty Salon wasn't dominant in the industry, but it provided high-end products and services anyway. It could be the leading company in the industry with Tangguang's help and support in the future. I don't think so. The manager of Kami Beauty Salon could have a relationship with the Tang family, or its boss has. No matter what, I'll give it a try tomorrow. If it's really so effective, I'll apply for a membership too. Chapter 985 Confess love to the bride. Several women agreed to try it together. I believe that you'll fall in love with it once you try it, because I have already introduced it to many of my friends. They all love it. Wuxia indeed became popular among rich women. On the stage, Ji Man already stood in front of Tang Yunfan, and the host handed the microphone to Ji Qinyong to let him address the guests. It was part of the ceremony, so Ji Qinyong was well prepared. He took the microphone and said to Tang Yunfan, "Yunfan, our father passed away many years ago, so I, as man's older brother, stand here on behalf of our father. During the past 19 years, Man and Ningning have been through a lot. As a great mother, Man never complains about it. I also feel guilty that I haven't helped them at all. On the contrary, they have helped me a lot. As a great mother." What Ji Qinyong just said caused a sensation among the crowd. The bride already has a daughter. Tang Yunfan had just said that the bride also stayed single for him, which meant that the girl must be their daughter. Chairman Tang has a daughter. He said that the bride also stayed single for him during the past 18 years, so I believe that the girl must be Chairman Tang's daughter. I don't think so. I don't believe that a woman could stay single for a man for 18 years. Me neither. The girl must be the daughter of the bride and another man. If so, Chairman Tang must love the bride very much for him to be willing to accept her daughter with another man. They discussed in a low voice, so others didn't hear their discussion. However, Ji Yuning was able to hear them, because she stood near to them. After hearing their discussion about Ji Yu Man, Ji Yuning was displeased. Leng Xiaoting also had good hearing, but he didn't have the help of jade eyes like Ji Yuning, so he wasn't able to clearly hear those women's discussion. He only noticed Ji Yuning's displeased face, and went to hold her hand at once. "What's wrong?" Ji Yuning simply shook her head, and said nothing. She hated to hear those women's discussion about Ji Yu Man, but she had to admit that it made sense because only a few women had the ability to live with loneliness and also stay loyal to her beloved man. Anyway, the truth would soon come out. "Yunfan, I know you'll treat Man and Ningning very well, so there is no need for me to say anything more about that, but you should be aware of Ningning's personality. If you dare to treat Man badly, Ningning will take Man away from you," Ji Qinyong said at the end. It was what Ji Yuning told him to say. Although Ji Yuning knew that Tang Yunfan wouldn't treat Ji Yu Man badly, she still needed to do that. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan got nervous. He glanced at Ji Yuning who was under the stage, and Ji Yuning made a face at him, which amused and annoyed him. His daughter was so naughty. He believed that Ji Yuning was able to keep her word, but he would never give her that chance. "I won't give Ningning the chance to take Man away from me. I promise that Ningning herself will not be willing to leave our family and her biological father," Tang Yunfan said with confidence. Ji Yuning laughed with happiness. Knowing that Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, everyone was surprised again. It was hard to believe that Ji Yu Man could stay single and raise their daughter alone for so many years. Moreover, Ji Yuning grew up to be so outstanding. In the past, it was unacceptable for an unmarried woman to raise a kid alone, so Ji Yu Man must be mentally strong. Many people agreed that Ji Yu Man was indeed a great mother. Glad to hear that, Ji Qinyong said, then gave the microphone back to the host before he left the stage. "Please present the ring," the host said. Without delay, Ji Yuning walked towards the stage with the ring on a tray in her hands. Once she showed up, she became the focus of people's attention, because she was too attractive to be ignored. Jesus, is Ji Yuning their daughter? People suddenly realized that Ningning could be Ji Yuning. Because Ji Yuning was wearing makeup now, she didn't look very similar to Tang Yunfan. No way. Some people couldn't believe it. Whether they believed it or not, it turned out to be true that Tang Yunfan, Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning were a family of three. Ji Yuning stopped in front of Tang Yunfan, and Ji Yu Man felt a little shy being stared at by her daughter. "Now, Mr. Tang, please confess your love to the bride with the ring," the host said. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan picked the ring and said to Ji Yu Man, "Man, I owe you too much, and I know it's impossible for me to fully make it up to you. Please give me a chance to take care of you and our daughter." I love you. Man, will you marry me? Afterwards, Tang Yunfan knelt down before Ji Man. He had proposed to Ji Man before, but was willing to do it again at their wedding ceremony. Chapter 986 Ji Ning's real identity. Ji Man burst into tears of joy and repeatedly nodded. Tang Yunfan also beamed and put the ring on her finger. They got another round of thunderous applause. After that, Ji Man also put a ring on Tang Yunfan's finger. Ji Ning didn't leave the stage, because she was also an important figure of today's ceremony. Tang Yunfan turned to hold the microphone again, and said to the guests in the hall, "Well, today isn't only the wedding day of me and my wife, but it's also the day when my daughter, Ningning, officially returns to our family." Saying that, Tang Yunfan looked at Ji Ning with his eyes full of love. However, people under the stage were all shocked. Although they had that thought, none of them actually believed it, and then it turned out to be true. Zhang Yutong's mother, Tang Jiu, and Tang Ziyu's mother were struck dumb after hearing the shocking news. If Ji Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, they had to give up the idea of stealing Leng Xiaoting away from Ji Ning. If Tang Yunfan found out that they had that idea, they would be severely punished. Tang Yunfan wasn't weak at all. Sen Chongfei glanced at Zhou Guangrui at this moment. He couldn't be more jealous of Zhou Guangrui right now. It seemed like Zhou Guangming was doomed to fail in the competition against Zhou Guangrui. "Mom, is it?" Tang Jiu rounded her eyes in shock. She was reluctant to give up such an outstanding young man. "Jiu, I think that you better give up the idea. We can't mess with Tang Yunfan," Tang Ziyu's mother said in fear. Zhang Yutong had no intention to steal Leng Xiaoting away from Ji Ning, so she didn't mind it, but her mother felt quite disappointed. However, they had to accept the truth. "Man, thank you so much for giving me such a beautiful and smart daughter. She's made so many great achievements at such an early age. Even I, as her father, feels inferior to her, but I'm also proud of her. She's established Jade Beauty Jewelry, Charm, Fenghua Entertainment and so forth all on her own. We didn't help her at all." Tang Yunfan was unwilling to let people think that Ji Ning relied on the Tang family to build her business empire. Ji Ning didn't care about that, but she felt touched that Tang Yunfan was so considerate. It was unavoidable that people might think that the Tang family had helped Ji Ning a lot after her family connection with the Tang family was revealed. Compared with Ji Ning, the Tang family was too influential to be ignored, and people heard more about the Tang family than Ji Ning. Because Ji Ning was too young, it was hard for others to believe that she could become so successful all on her own. In that case, it was necessary for Tang Yunfan to make it clear that Ji Ning was an independent girl. In fact, if Ji Ning hadn't become so outstanding among her peers, the Tang family wouldn't have paid attention to her. It sounded cruel, but it was reality. Tang Yunfan added, "To be honest with you, Ningning has more powerful connections than the Tang family does." Hearing that, people were astonished again, but soon figured out that Ji Ning had gained a lot of help from her connections that she made when she built her business empire. Xianxia, Jinline, and Tangguang were all large corporations with hundreds of billions of yuan in assets. In addition, the two corporations owned by the two biggest gangs in the country were also very profitable. People had heard that Ji Ning maintained a good relationship with the two corporations owned by the Kirin gang and the Qing gang. What they didn't know was that Ji Ning actually had a close relationship with the leaders of the two gangs. At this moment, Tang Haifeng walked over and said, "I need to share something with all of you today. I visited City Tang before the New Year festival, but had a heart attack just as I walked out of the airport. Fortunately, Ningning was also at the airport, and she saved my life. I noticed that she closely resembled Yunfan." In the following minutes, Tang Haifeng told everyone how he got to know Ji Ning and what had happened between them. All in all, Ji Ning had already become successful before she met the members of the Tang family. It proved that she had the ability to run her business on her own. Chapter 987 Rejecting the Tang family's property. Although Ningning just returned to our family and we've been absent from her life for nearly 19 years, she's still a very important figure in our family. She has the same right to inherit our family's property as the other grandchildren. Tang Haifeng said. The last sentence was the point. Many people believed that Ji Yuning wasn't important in the Tang family because she didn't grow up with the other family members, even though she was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Therefore, they were all shocked after hearing what Tang Haifeng just said. To their astonishment, Ji Yuning held a high position in the Tang family. Ji Yuman was also surprised. Although she married into the Tang family, and Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, she had no intention to let Ji Yuning inherit the Tang family's property. In fact, she was unwilling to see Ji Yuning inherit the Tang family's property, because it would make people think that they returned to the Tang family for money. At the same time, many people turned to look at Tang Yunhang's family, especially Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai. Tang Yunfan had no children before, so the brothers would inherit the Tang family's property in the future. Even though Tang Yunfan built Tangguang up all on his own and the other members of the Tang family already had many shares in it, the successor should still be a member of the Tang family. However, Ji Yuning appeared now, and Tang Haifeng announced that she also had the right of inheritance, which meant that she was going to get a share of the Tang family's property. Given Ji Yuning's previous achievements, she was more likely to be chosen as the heiress of Tangguang. The brothers, on the other hand, could lose their chance. While people thought that Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai would be jealous of Ji Yuning, neither of them showed any jealousy. On the contrary, they seemed to be satisfied with their grandfather's decision. Both of them were aware that Tang Yunfan was the one who brought Tangguang to success, and the Tang family relied on him to become so influential today. Moreover, Tang Yunfan and Tang Yunhang supported each other along the way as close brothers. There was no conflict between them at all. Nevertheless, onlookers had the opposite idea. They didn't think that Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai could really be as calm as they looked. The Tang family owned hundreds of billions of yuan in wealth. Even if Ji Yuning couldn't be the heiress of the Tang family, she might still get nearly 30 billion yuan from the Tang family's property. It was an unusually high number. Although City B was an advanced city with countless rich people, there was still a huge gap between common rich people and super rich people. Besides, there were a lot more ordinary people in City B. Even those guests who were present today couldn't be as rich. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised by Tang Haifeng's decision, and she was prepared for it. "Thank you, Grandpa, for your love and care, but I must make an official announcement right now, right here in front of everyone. I'm willing to give up the right of inheritance of the Tang family's property." Once Ji Yuning finished, everyone was stunned. None of them could believe their ears. No way. Is she going to give up the right to inherit the Tang family's property? I can't believe it. She can get at least 30 billion yuan. Doesn't she like money? I think that it's just a show for outsiders. People began to discuss Ji Yuning's words. The members of the Tang family, however, believed Ji Yuning, because they knew that Ji Yuning didn't lack money at all. In addition, they also wanted to show their sincerity by giving Ji Yuning the right of inheritance. It was up to Ji Yuning whether she was willing to accept it or not. Even though the members of the Tang family were aware that Ji Yuning wasn't greedy at all, they were still surprised when she rejected the Tang family's property. Ji Yuman, on the other hand, felt relieved, because she didn't want Ji Yuning to accept it either. Only Leng Xiaoting, Gao Yi and Chao Ya stayed calm. In fact, Ji Yuning's companies were a lot more profitable than others could believe. She also preferred to gain whatever she wanted by working hard for it. Leng Xiaoting knew what Ji Yuning was going to do today, because he had helped Ji Yuning turn to a professional lawyer, who was also the exclusive lawyer of xianxia, for help. He also supported Ji Yuning to reject the Tang family's property. Actually, Leng Xiaoting alone had the same amount of assets as the Tang family, and he was willing to give his property to Ji Yuning as long as she wanted. There was no need for Ji Yuning to take over the Tang family's business. Leng Xiaoting alone could satisfy her needs. Hao Ran and the others were also shocked at the beginning, but they soon figured out that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary girl. She was already super rich. In addition, she was still very young, and had a bright future ahead. I understand that many of you might not believe my words, so I hired a lawyer and set up a contract beforehand. We can sign it right now, Ji Yuning said. Chapter 988 Net worth of tens of billions of yuan. Ji Yuning indeed had no intention to have a share of the Tang family's property. She preferred to fight for what she wanted on her own. And as Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, she would receive a lot of valuable things. As long as they weren't too expensive, she would accept them. People under the stage were shocked once more by what Ji Yuning just said. They were surprised to hear that she had already prepared the contract and a lawyer. Nobody dared to criticize her again. In fact, most of them were simply jealous of Ji Yuning. It was impossible for them to reject so much wealth. It wasn't uncommon for biological brothers or sisters to compete against each other for the right to inherit. However, members of the Tang family were different. The Tang family valued familial love above money. Even if Ji Yuning was going to take over Tangguang, they wouldn't disagree with it at all as long as she had the ability to run it well. They believed that Ji Yuning was able to do that. The members of the Tang family were also astonished by Ji Yuning's decision. They had never told Ji Yuning that they were going to do this before, but Ji Yuning understood what they were going to do and was well prepared for it. Ji Yuning knew that she would join the Tang family sooner or later, so it was necessary for her to be fully prepared for her future. Ningning, you don't have to do that, Tang Haifeng said. He was aware that Ji Yuning was adamant. Since she already made her decision, nobody could change her mind. Tang Haifeng felt proud of his granddaughter, but also felt a little upset. Grandpa, you know me better than anyone else, and you must be aware that I have the ability to make a lot of money on my own. I also want to rely on myself to build my business empire, Ji Yuning said with determination. It was true that Tang Haifeng knew more about Ji Yuning's business than anyone else in the Tang family. There were more companies than just Jade Beauty Jewelry, Charm, and Fenghua Entertainment under Ji Yuning's name. Ji Yuning also owned Xianxia Antique Store and Culane. The most profitable company she owned was the colorful jade provider in City Tang, which only a few people were aware of. She had replaced the Wang family and became one of the 3 largest raw material developers in City Tang. Colorful Jade Provider alone had a net worth of tens of billions of yuan. Jade Beauty Jewelry was also very popular now, and its net worth should be around 2 billion yuan at least. There were many real antiques placed in Xianxia Antique Store too, and each of them was worth millions of yuan. In addition, Ji Yuning had stored many more real antiques in her telepathic eye space. Culane and Kuzi were becoming increasingly famous as well. Within a month, Culane made the greatest sales in the industry, and the numbers could be even higher in the future. Kuzi was even more popular among women, and it was very easy to make money from women, so Kuzi was super profitable. Before Ji Yuning took over Culane, it only had dozens of millions of yuan in assets, but it grew to be a big company of over 100 million yuan in assets now. Many businessmen tried to invest in Culane, but Ji Yuning turned their offers down. Ji Yuning would only cooperate with them. She also laid down a condition that the pharmaceutical factory had to be hers. Ning Chengkai would be in charge of that. They couldn't let more people find out about the magical power after all. Many businessmen were annoyed by the strict conditions, but they couldn't do anything about it. Charm and Fenghua Entertainment weren't dominant now, but they were still growing fast. In that case, Ji Yuning was confident that she could make as much money as she wanted on her own. She also had a pair of jade eyes. Nobody else could be as successful as her at such an early age. If Tang Haifeng found out more about Ji Yuning's business, he would be even more astonished than now. Others in the hall, however, were curious. They wondered how many companies Ji Yuning already owned. However, only the Tang family could know more details. Hao Ran and the others understood that Ji Yuning was involved in many industries, but Ji Yuning didn't tell them many details. It was obvious that Ji Yuning wasn't willing to make it public yet. What does she mean? No idea, but I'm so curious about it. I bet that she has more companies under her name. She's so unbelievable. Right. I can't believe that she's able to be so successful at such a young age. People began to talk about Ji Yuning's business empire. Well, as one of the grandchildren of our family, you were born to have the right to inherit our family's property, Tang Haifeng said. Chapter 989 The owner of Cami Beauty Salon, I know, but I'm willing to give it up, Ji Yuning said in a serious tone. Grandpa, I also need to ask you for a favor. I would rather keep my current name because I've used it for nearly 19 years, and I don't want to change it. She was already used to her surname, and disliked the family name Tang. There is no need to include me into the Tang family's family register, but include my mom. I'm doing that for a reason, but I'm afraid that I can't tell you all right now, Ji Yuning added. Hearing that, everyone was stunned, including members of the Tang family. It was understandable that Ji Yuning preferred to keep her current name because she had used it for nearly 19 years after all. However, it was confusing that she was unwilling to join the Tang family's family register. No matter how curious those guests were, they couldn't ask that question as outsiders. As for members of the Tang family, they chose to agree with Ji Yuning on that. Anyway, it wouldn't change the fact that she was Tang Haifeng's biological granddaughter. Fine, since it's your decision, we'll listen to you, Tang Haifeng sighed with disappointment. He still felt a little hurt that his biological granddaughter was unwilling to join their family register. Afterwards, Ji Yuning, as the daughter of the newlywed couple, had to give a speech to her parents. Dad, I'm going to attend the National College Entrance Examination, and the Capital University is my target. From now on, I won't have much time to stay with you, so please take good care of my mother. She's a great mother and she has been through a lot because of me. If you don't treat my mother well, I'll take her away from you, Ji Yuning said. I won't give you that chance. Tang Yunfen made a serious promise. He was deeply in love with Ji Yuman, and it was impossible that he would treat her badly. Male members of the Tang family were all loyal to their partners. Tang Yunhang and Zhang Lihua were a loving couple too. Great, I trust you, Ji Yuning said with a smile. After that, Ji Yuning said to Ji Yuman, Mom, you should also take good care of yourself and my dad. Grandpa, and everyone. In the Tang family, I wish you all the best. As long as Tang Yunfen and the other members of the Tang family took good care of Ji Yuman, Ji Yuning would be grateful to them and also care about them. Don't worry about me. I will, Ji Yuman said. In the following minutes, the newlywed couple needed to serve Tang Haifeng a cup of tea. Ji Yuman called Tang Haifeng father and Tang Haifeng gave each of them a red envelope for luck to finish the part of this ceremony. Afterwards, the members of the Tang family had to present their gifts to the bride. They had all prepared great gifts, and Ji Yuning was the last one who showed her gift to her mother. She took out a jewelry case and handed it to Ji Yuman. Mom, happy wedding day. This is a set of blue stone jewelry, and, saying that, Ji Yuning turned to look at the lawyer. The lawyer walked over, then gave Ji Yuning a folder along with a pen. Ji Yuning handed them to Ji Yuman and said, Mom, this is the contract of shares transfer. Once you sign this, you'll be the owner of Kami Beauty Salon. When people heard that Ji Yuning sent a set of blue stone jewelry to Ji Yuman, they weren't surprised at all, because Ji Yuning was very rich. However, everyone was astonished when they heard that Ji Yuning was going to give Kami Beauty Salon to Ji Yuman. In addition, they were also shocked that Kami Beauty Salon was owned by Ji Yuning. It seemed like Ji Yuning indeed had more companies under her name without people knowing about it at all. Ji Yuman was aware that Ji Yuning was going to give Kami Beauty Salon to her, so she happily signed her name on the contract. People under the stage began to discuss it again. No way. Kami Beauty Salon is also Ji Yuning's property. Jesus, she's a talented businesswoman. I'm short of words now. Well, since Mrs. Tang is the owner of Kami Beauty Salon now, we can apply for membership to form a good relationship with Mrs. Tang. That's a good idea. Many rich wives thought that this was a good chance for them to form a good relationship with Ji Yuman, because she just married into the Tang family. Given the Tang family's influence, Kami Beauty Salon would attract more super-rich consumers. Ji Yuning also had the intention to let those rich wives and noble ladies know that Ji Yuman was now the owner of Kami Beauty Salon. It was a win-win for everyone. After signing the contract, the party began, and everyone started to enjoy it. Ji Yuman was always kind and gentle even though she just became Mrs. Tang, which left a good impression on others. Many people thought that Ji Yu Man would be arrogant once she married into the Tang family, but she did the opposite. In fact, nobody liked arrogant people, and no one would be willing to please an arrogant person except for benefits. The members of the Tang family also kept a low profile, and they were polite to others all the time. It wasn't difficult to be acquaintances of them, but it was very hard to be their friends. "Mrs. Tang, may I know your age?" a noble lady asked Ji Yu Man curiously. Chapter 990. In the party, Ji Yu Man wasn't used to the title of Mrs. Tang yet, so she felt a little nervous when others addressed her in that way. "I'm 39 this year," Ji Yu Man said. Ji Yu Man understood why other women were curious about her age. Although the others already knew that Ji Yu Man must be around 40 now because Ji Yu Ning was 19 this year, they were still surprised to hear that Ji Yu Man was 39. "Really? You look much younger than your real age. How do you take care of your skin? I can't believe that you're 39. "Me neither." None of those rich wives and noble ladies could believe it. They thought that it probably had something to do with Kami Beauty Salon or Kuzi, but they still wanted to hear the answer from Ji Yu Man's mouth. Ji Yu Man felt happy that others were complimenting her. She smiled and said, "I only use Kuzi, and my skin has gotten better and better over time after using it." She wasn't advertising Kuzi, it was the truth. However, she didn't tell them that she was taking power crystals at the same time, because Ji Yuning told her to keep it a secret. Ji Yuning didn't want others to turn to her to buy magical power for their appearances, because magical power was more useful and meaningful to save one's life. Even though she had a lot of magical power now, she wasn't sure when she would run out of it, so she preferred to use it to do some meaningful things. Kuzi alone was enough to satisfy their need to get prettier. Although Kuzi wasn't as effective as the magical power, it was still excellent at anti-aging. Knowing that it was Kuzi, those rich wives and noble ladies couldn't wait a second to try it. They refused to age, even though it was unstoppable. Unfortunately, they were at an important party now, so they couldn't leave. The party would be over around 7 p.m., and they planned to buy a set of Kuzi tonight. Thinking of that, they got excited. "Hey, boss, how ran?" Panzerui and the others said while walking towards Ji Yuning. When Panzerui and Hao Ran heard each other call Ji Yuning their boss, they were struck dumb for a second. "Hi, let me introduce you, this is Panzerui, we met in City B. These are all his friends, Guan Bin, Zhou Guangrui, Hu Hao and Zhou Yongkong," Ji Yuning said to Hao Ran and the others. Afterwards, she turned to Panzerui. "They're all my good friends from my school. Hao Ran, Mu Ke, Chu Peihan, Qin Zixin, Yu Mixi, Su Anya, and Yi and Zhang Tianping." They greeted one another, then casually chatted together in a group. Du Yujian stood afar and felt jealous of them. He wished that he could be Ji Yuning's friend. After a while, Panzerui's parents and his older brother also walked to Ji Yuning. Panzerui's older brother was almost fully recovered, and he was able to move all on his own, which shocked the medical field of City B. If Ji Yuning hadn't told Panzerui to tell the doctors that it was impossible for them to find out the formula of the medicine, those doctors wouldn't have given up studying it. Many medical experts had tried to figure out why the medicine was so effective, but they all failed. "Miss Ji Yu, I'm so surprised to hear that you're Lord Tang's biological daughter," Panzerui's father said. "Well, it won't make any difference. I'll still be me," Ji Yuning said airily. She had no intention to gain benefits with the help of the Tang family's influence. Actually, she would rather keep it a secret, because it would be more convenient for her to run her business without too many people paying attention to her. However, if she did that, Tang Haifeng and Tang Yunfen would be disappointed, so she could only set a condition that the media couldn't be involved. Given her fame now, it would go viral within a short time once the media reported her real identity. A super-rich family like the Tang family would normally invite the media to show up at parties. Ji Yuning hoped that there could be fewer people who knew her real identity. Tang Haifeng agreed with Ji Yuning on that, because he understood that Ji Yuning didn't want to attract too much attention. "Ha ha, right," Panzerui's father said and laughed. He admired Ji Yuning's confident attitude. "I was thinking of greeting you just then, but you were very busy. I haven't gotten a chance to thank you in person yet." Ji Yuning had saved Pan Zerui's older brother's life after all. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for your help. Pan Zerui's older brother said. Since Pan Zerui is my friend, I'm glad to help you. It's not a big deal, and we can drop this topic, Ji Yuning said with a smile. All right, Miss Ji Yu, if you need us in the future, feel free to let us know, Pan Zerui's father said. Although Pan Zerui's father understood that it wasn't very likely that Ji Yuning would need his help in the future, he was showing with his attitude that he sided with Ji Yuning. Thanks, and cheers. Ji Yuning smiled, and they raised their glasses with one accord. When the others saw the Pan family chatting with Ji Yuning with a broad smile, they knew that the Pan family had a close relationship with her. People who were invited to join today's party all had a certain relationship with the Tang family, but mostly only for benefits. Therefore, many of them got jealous of the Pan family because the Pan family could have a close relationship with Ji Yuning. The Pan family didn't chat with Ji Yuning for long, and soon walked away. Chapter 991 Han Wenling. A while later, Tang Yunrong and some relatives of the Tang family, including Tang Jiu and her mother, walked over to chat with Ji Yuning. They were all females. Tang Jiu and her mother felt quite uneasy facing Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting now. Ji Yuning clearly noticed that Tang Jiu already gave up the idea of stealing Leng Xiaoting away from her, so she didn't show any dislike towards Tang Jiu. Since Tang Jiu already gave up, there was no need for Ji Yuning to make an enemy. They chatted with Ji Yuning for a short while, then walked away. Several young noble ladies came to talk with Ji Yuning too. Some of them were very kind, but some kept glancing at Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning felt displeased, but said nothing, because they did nothing, nor did they try to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting. They were attracted to Leng Xiaoting, but they were more afraid of Ji Yuning's family background now. Tang Haifeng and several seniors left the party halfway, because they needed to have a rest. After they had left for a short time, an unwanted guest came into the hall. She was a gorgeous woman in her early 30s, and she dressed herself up in quite a noticeable way. Therefore, people couldn't help but glance at her when she showed up, but they didn't know that she actually just came inside. There were hundreds of people in the hall after all. The woman walked towards Tang Yunfen, but Tang Yunfen frowned with dislike the second he saw her. Why is she here? Chairman Tang, why was I not invited to your wedding? It breaks my heart, the woman said to Tang Yunfen once she walked near. It sounded like they had a secret relationship with each other. Many people's sight fell on the woman's body, and she deliberately raised her voice when she talked to Tang Yunfen, so a lot of guests in the hall paid attention to her and Tang Yunfen now. The next second, they turned to look at Ji Yuman to see her reaction. Ji Yuman trusted and loved Tang Yunfen, so she wasn't suspicious of him and stayed calm. Tang Yunfen, however, was worried that Ji Yuman might be annoyed. He gave her a glance, then relaxed a little when he saw that she was calm. Ji Yuning also trusted Tang Yunfen, and she understood that this woman came here to cause trouble. She wouldn't interfere in it, because it was more suitable to let Tang Yunfen handle it. However, if the woman dared to annoy Ji Yuman, Ji Yuning would teach her a lesson. I don't think that you should be invited given the Han family's relationship with the Tang family, Tang Yunfen said. Hearing that, the woman wasn't mad at all. You're right, the Tang family has many conflicts with the Han family in business, but it shouldn't affect our personal relationship. Many people didn't know the woman's family background until now, and they were all surprised. The Han family was the richest family in City Q. Although it wasn't as rich as the Tang family, there was only a small gap between the two families' wealth and influence. Han Wenling was the well-known Miss Han, who was talented at running businesses in the Han family, and she was 34 now. Although Han Wenling was a woman, she was the sole heiress of the Han family. And precisely because of her importance, she was still unmarried. The Han family wouldn't force her to marry a man she didn't love, but she fell in love with a man she shouldn't be in love with. The man was Tang Yunfen. It wasn't a secret that Han Wenling admired Tang Yunfen and that she had chased him for a long time, but Tang Yunfen never paid much attention to her. Han Wenling and Tang Yunfen had competed against each other in business many times before, but Tang Yunfen was always the winner after overcoming difficulties. In the beginning, Han Wenling simply regarded Tang Yunfen as a strong competitor. but she slowly fell in love with him. Han Wenling also had many admirers, but she only cared about Tang Yunfan. To her astonishment, Tang Yunfan got married at short notice, which was unacceptable in her eyes. Nobody had told her that Tang Yunfan was going to be married so soon. She had been abroad a while ago, so she missed the news that Tang Yunfan had already proposed to Ji Yuman. Therefore, it was too late when she flew home once she heard the shocking news that Tang Yunfan's wedding was held today. The wedding hadn't begun yet when she arrived at City B, but she needed time to dress herself up because she was reluctant to be less noticeable than the bride. Even though Tang Yunfan didn't love her, she still had hope that he might change his mind. She was also curious about the woman he married. When she saw Ji Yuman, she had to admit that Ji Yuman looked very attractive and gentle. It was obvious that Tang Yunfan only loved gentle, kind women. Miss Han, please don't say something that might cause misunderstanding here. I don't have a personal relationship with you. If you came here to share our happiness, we're glad to have you, but I'm afraid that you can't stay here if you plan to cause us trouble, Tang Yunfan said in a cold tone. Chapter 992 The Heiress of the Han Family. Chairman Tang, don't be so nervous. Are you afraid that the bride might misunderstand our relationship? Han Wenling laughed a little. It sounded as if she thought that it was amusing. After that, her sight fell on Ji Yuman, which made Ji Yuman feel uneasy, but Han Wenling showed obvious disdain. The bride is indeed very beautiful, but behaves like a coward. Han Wenling was a strong successful businesswoman, so ordinary people were barely comparable to her. Ji Yuman was just an ordinary woman, so she felt stressed when facing Han Wenling. Ji Yuning only squinted at Han Wenling, but said nothing. Tang Yunfan, however, protected Ji Yuman behind his back without delay, which hurt Han Wenling's feelings. Miss Han, my wife is just an ordinary person. She isn't as competitive as you. Since you didn't come here to share the happiness with us, you should leave now, Tang Yunfan said. He was chasing her away. In fact, Tang Yunfan did his best to stay polite to Han Wenling. If it hadn't been his wedding day today, he would have been violent. He only looked gentle and kind towards his family. If anyone else dared to hurt someone he cared about, he could be aggressive and cold-blooded in an instant. Han Wenling felt quite hurt, but still pretended to be fine on the surface. Chairman Tang, relax. I'm not going to fight against you. I'm merely curious about what kind of woman you would marry, and I'm surprised to know that your wife is just an ordinary woman. She still despised Ji Yuman. Although Tang Yunfan loved gentle and kind women, Han Wenling despised that kind of woman, and was a strong woman whether it was on the exterior or in the interior. In Han Wenling's eyes, weak women could only rely on men to live their lives. She didn't think that men were reliable, and believed that women should be independent. Han Wenling had tried to be a gentle weak woman when she fell in love with a man back in her university. In order to protect the man's self-esteem, she kept her family background secret. However, the man thought that she was too poor to be his girlfriend, and turned to a rich girl. Once she revealed her real identity, the shameless man came back to her and begged her to forgive him. She obviously wouldn't accept him. The unpleasant experience left a scar in her heart, and she didn't fall in love again until she met Tang Yunfan. She didn't fall in love with Tang Yunfan at first glance, but over time. She thought that he was a very outstanding man, and believed that they could be a perfect match. She was already used to being strong, and hated to please a man by pretending to be weak. She only wanted to attract a man with her own charm and ability. However, they had competed against each other for nearly 5 years, but she still failed to get Tang Yunfan to pay more attention to her. I don't care whether she's successful or not as long as I love her, Tang Yunfan said with determination. Hearing that, Ji Yuman felt touched, but Han Wenling was hurt again. Very well. Han Wenling finally lost control of her emotions. Tang Yunfan, I'm curious, why don't you like me at all? I don't think your bride has any features that are better than me. You know that I'm the heiress of the Han family, and we could be a perfect match. Han Wenling couldn't accept the fact that Tang Yunfan didn't choose her even though she was so good and outstanding. What? The heiress of the Han family? People around them were all shocked. They had all heard of the Han family, but not many of them were aware that Han Wenling loved Tang Yunfan. Even if Han Wenling loved Tang Yunfan, it wasn't something that people couldn't understand because Tang Yunfan was handsome and super rich. However, Han Wenling made an abrupt appearance today, so it was quite shocking. Why should I choose you just because you're outstanding? Tang Yunfan said with impatience. Miss Han, I think you better leave now on your own, or I'll have to tell those bodyguards to send you out. If Han Wenling still refused to leave now, he would be violent. Han Wenling was heartbroken. Since Tang Yunfan became violent, there was no need for Han Wenling to stay here any longer. She was a proud woman, and she could still live her life well even though she couldn't get the man she wanted. Many of her admirers were also 1 in a million. She had plenty of good choices. Fine, I will leave right now. Tang Yunfan, I admit that I like you, but you aren't the only one I want. I never lack quality men around me. Han Wenling said, then turned around striding away. Although it seemed like she didn't care about it at all, she wouldn't have come here if she really didn't care about it. Han Wenling didn't lack quality men, but she didn't have a man she really loved. Han Wenling wasn't invited, but was still able to get in here without anyone stopping her. Tang Yunfan understood she must have gotten in here with the help of an invited guest in the hall, but he didn't bother to investigate it since she already left. Chapter 993A Warning, I'm sorry, everyone. Please continue to enjoy yourself, and I hope you're not affected by this brief interlude, Tang Yunfan said to the guests in the hall. It's fine. All the guests showed that they didn't mind it and kept on drinking and chatting with each other. When Han Wenling walked out, Ji Yuning followed her. Ningning, Tang Yunfan wanted to stop her, but Lang Xiaoting interrupted him. Mr. Tang, it's fine. Ningning knows what she's doing. Tang Yunfan also understood that Ji Yuning only did it to protect her mother, so he could only hope that it did not cause more trouble. Please wait a second, Miss Han. Han Wenling heard a girl calling her from behind when she just reached the door of the hotel. Han Wenling stopped at once and composed herself. She turned and saw a beautiful young girl walking towards her. Although the girl didn't look aggressive at all, Han Wenling had a feeling that she wasn't a friend. May I help? Han Wenling asked with pride. Yeah, can we have a talk? Ji Yuning said. Han Wenling left without causing more trouble, but Ji Yuning was still worried that she might do something to hurt Ji Yuman in the future. She wasn't familiar with Han Wenling, so she thought that it was necessary for her to warn Han Wenling to stay away from Ji Yuman. Who are you? Why should I talk to you? Han Wenling said, and she was a little rude because she was in a terrible mood now. Ji Yuning didn't mind it, but said, My name's Ji Yuning, and I'm Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Today is my parents' wedding day. What? You're Tang Yunfan's biological daughter? Han Wenling was shocked. She couldn't believe that Tang Yunfan already had a daughter. She thought that Tang Yunfan had never married before, so it was impossible for him to have a daughter. Is this girl a love child? Han Wenling thought to herself. Can I talk to you right now? Ji Yuning asked again when Han Wenling wore an absent look. Oh, sure, Han Wenling said. Well, please forgive me if I'm a little aggressive because we're merely strangers now. No matter how you feel about my father, don't do anything to hurt my mother, Ji Yuning said without hesitation. When she said that, she released her magical power on purpose to make Han Wenling feel stressed in case Han Wenling didn't think about her words seriously. Although Han Wenling was also an outstanding strong woman, she was still amazed by Ji Yuning's air of power. To her surprise, this young girl could be so powerful at such an early age. Han Wenling understood that Ji Yuning was protecting her mother, but she was displeased at Ji Yuning's warning because she didn't have the thought to hurt Ji Yuning's mother at all. What are you thinking? I'm not the kind of person who plays dirty tricks to get what they want. Glad to hear that. Ji Yuning didn't believe Han Wenling's words immediately, but from her attitude it seemed like she really didn't plan to hurt Ji Yuman. No matter what, Ji Yuning had already warned her to stay away from Ji Yuman. If she dared to hurt Ji Yuman in the future, Ji Yuning would teach her a lesson. It wasn't a nice conversation, but both of them appreciated each other's air of power. Oh, Miss Han, I noticed the scar on your wrist, Ji Yuning said all of a sudden. Hearing that, Han Wenling was struck dumb for a second, and subconsciously hid her hand. She was surprised that Ji Yuning found the scar on her wrist. She thought the bracelet could hide it well. She didn't cut herself, but it was caused by a fight when she was young. She was badly injured back then, so the wound left a scar. Although she didn't care much about it, she still hoped to remove it if it was possible. Ji Yuning continued, Miss Han, if you want to remove it, I strongly recommend Culane to you. It has a type of ointment which is very effective for all kinds of scars. If you don't believe me, you can search the brand on the internet to find out more about it. Ji Yuning did that not only out of kindness but because she hoped that it could reduce Han Wenling's hatred towards Ji Yu Man. Han Wenling's eyes lit up at once. She was willing to try if it was really that effective. Miss Han, I do hope you can find a man who loves you and who you also want to spend the rest of your life with, Ji Yuning said at the end, then walked back to the hall. Han Wenling moved her lips, but said nothing. She wasn't stupid, and she understood that Ji Yuning did it for Ji Yu Man, but she didn't hate Ji Yuning's behavior. In fact, if the ointment Ji Yuning recommended to her was really effective, she would also be grateful to Ji Yuning. She had tried many ointments before, but they didn't work well. Han Wenling held doubts about Ji Yuning's advice. When she turned to walk out of the hotel, an idea dawned on her. Wait a moment, what's her name again? Ji Yuning. Han Wenling suddenly felt like the name sounded very familiar and Ji Yuning also looked quite familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen Ji Yuning before. Oh, isn't the girl goddess Ji Yu? Chapter 994. The movie is in theaters now at this moment. An excited female voice sounded and reminded Han Wenling who Ji Yuning was. Ji Yuning was precisely goddess Ji Yu, the well-known, talented girl and popular idol on the internet. Han Wenling had heard a lot about Ji Yuning, and she also admired Ji Yuning's outstanding ability. Ever since Han Wenling was a little girl, she was always the most outstanding one among her peers. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning surpassed her. Most importantly, Ji Yuning was also Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Thinking of that, Han Wenling felt a little relieved, but it still took time for her to move on. Although she was curious about the fact that Tang Yunfan already had a biological daughter, she didn't want to waste her time on gossiping. Without hesitation, Han Wenling left the hotel. The girl is indeed goddess Ji Yu. She's so beautiful. I'm so regretful that I didn't take photos with her. When Ji Yuning was back in the hall, Leng Xiaoting walked towards her at once. How was it? She said that she isn't the kind of person who plays dirty tricks to get what they want, Ji Yuning said. Since she's the heiress of the Han family, I think she won't do anything that hurts the Han family's benefits. The Tang family isn't as influential as the Tang family after all, Leng Xiaoting said to comfort Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning had the same idea. Tang Yunfan understood that Ji Yuning could solve the problem well, so he didn't ask Ji Yuning about it when she got back. If Han Wenling really was going to do something to hurt Ji Yu Man, Tang Yunfan was also able to stop her. The moment Han Wenling got in her car, she took out her phone to search for information on Culane. She read countless positive comments on it, which surprised her. Han Wenling thought that she should probably try it. Without further ado, Han Wenling told her chauffeur to drive her to buy the ointment produced by Culane. However, they went to several pharmacies, but the ointment produced by Culane was all out of stock. It was too popular, so it was soon sold out. It took days for the pharmaceutical factory to produce more products, so she had to wait for a couple of days. Han Wenling was surprised again by its popularity, and even had the idea to cooperate with Culane. What she didn't know was that the owner of Culane was Ji Yuning, and she might be disappointed if she knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't cooperate with her. Han Wenling went to the largest pharmacy in the city afterwards, and finally bought the ointment. Once she applied it to the scar on her wrist, she felt quite comfortable. She hoped that it would work this time. In the end, Zhang Yutong got a chance to approach Tang Jiayang when he walked out of the men's room. Hi, Jiayang. Zhang Yutong went to the ladies' room as well when Tang Jiayang left for the men's room so that it would seem to be a coincidence when she saw him outside. Tang Jiayang knew it clearly, but couldn't say anything about it. Hi, Tang Jiayang said, then walked away at once. However, Zhang Yutong wouldn't let him leave alone, and followed him up without delay. Jiayang, when will you go back to country? Why? In a few days, Tang Jiayang said. It was true that Tang Jiayong would fly back to Country Y in a few days, because he still needed to finish his education, and he also missed his girlfriend after being apart from her for nearly 2 months. Why do you have to go back so soon? Zhang Yutong raised her voice. Jiayong, can I visit you there during your vacation? I haven't been to Country Y before. Tang Jiayong frowned. I'm sorry, I'm very busy during vacation and I'm about to graduate from my university, so I need to prepare for my internship. Tang Jiayong was rejecting her. Zhang Yutong understood that, and felt sad, but she didn't insist, in case Tang Jiayong had a bad impression of her. Yutong, why don't you go back to your parents' side, or go chat with Jamin? I'm sorry but I've gotta go, Tang Jiayong said and left Zhang Jamin behind. Although Zhang Yutong was a little annoyed and very disappointed, she could do nothing about it, and watched Tang Jiayong walking away. As the party came to an end, people were leaving. Hey, boss, are you free tonight? Why don't you hang out with us? Pan Zerui asked Ji Yuning. They hadn't gathered together for a long time after all. You can go enjoy yourself. I need to deal with something else, Ji Yuning said. Fine, see you next time. Pan Zerui said and left with his friends. Are you going back to the Tang family's house? Cao Wenxin asked her. Nope, we're going to watch a film. Will you go with us? Ji Yuning asked. She planned to watch a film with her friends. Infinite Horror was in theaters now, and Ji Yuning had to watch it in a theater herself. Many people already had watched the films, and left many positive comments on it. The box office of the movie premiere wasn't huge, but wasn't bad either. It was very likely that it could attract more people to watch it in theaters. People who had already watched Infinite Horror all approved of it, which aroused more people's interest in it. Chapter 995 Tang Jiakai's warning. Some people said that Infinite Horror was too scary and they almost peed. In addition, the story was very attractive too, which was rare to see among domestic movies. The editing of Infinite Horror was of high quality too, and it was highly possible for it to be a blockbuster. Even though the movie was super scary, many people still said that they were willing to watch it twice in theaters. As the movie became popular on the internet, more and more people bought tickets and looked forward to watching it. Some had even recorded several parts of the movie with their phones and posted them on Weibo, which attracted more people's attention. In that case, the movie tickets today were all booked. However, the Tang family owned a famous theater, so Ji Yuning turned to Tang Yunfan for help, and the theater arranged a VIP screening room for them at once. The VIP screening room was empty most of the time, because it was usually occupied by those rich second-generation heirs for dates or proposals. Movie. What movie? Cao Wenxin was curious. Why do you have to go to watch a movie with so many people? In Cao Wenxin's eyes, they should go to a bar to have fun together. Infinite Horror. It's already in theaters now. We can have some fun together after watching it, Ji Yuning said. The movie was about 90 minutes long, and they could drive to Fengsheng Shopping Mall. When the movie was over, it would be 9:30 p.m. at the latest, which was still early. They always enjoyed going out after 10 p.m. Oh, Cao Wenxin said, I'll join you. It's the first film produced by your company after all, and I must be supportive. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin's friends all said that they would go with them. What kind of film is it? Gao Chengyun asked. Horror film, Cao Wenxin said. Is it really scary? Zhang Zezheng stiffened in fear. Zhu Yuanzhen rolled her eyes at Zhang Zezheng. Come on, be a man. What if your future girlfriend wants to watch a horror film and ask you to protect her? And Ran said. The others all laughed, but Zhang Zezheng was displeased and complained, why can't men be afraid of horror films? I'm not the only man who's scared of horror films in this world, you're a coward. Zhu Yuanzhen laughed. In fact, they had no idea how scary Infinite Horror was. If they had known that, they wouldn't have made fun of Zhang Zezheng. When the guests were almost gone, Zhang Yutong approached Tang Jiayong again. Tang Jiayong's friends had also left in their cars, and only Tang Jiakai stood by his side now. Jiayong, why don't we go to watch a film together? I heard that there is a good horror film which is in theaters today, Zhang Yutong said and acted like a 3-year-old girl, but it didn't work in front of Tang Jiayong. The good horror film Zhang Yutong wanted to watch was actually Infinite Horror. Thanks, but we need to deal with something else, Tang Jiayong said. Actually, Tang Jiayong was losing his patience, but he had to curb his anger. Tang Jiakai, however, couldn't stand it anymore. Zhang Yutong, can't you keep away from my older brother? If you want to watch the film, go watch it yourself. My older brother isn't single and he already has a girlfriend. You should be aware of that. Zhang Yutong felt hurt and aggrieved. What? Stop pretending in front of us. We aren't idiots. If you dare to keep annoying my older brother, I promise that I'll get back at your family, Tang Jiakai said in a threatening tone. Zhang Yutong was mad, but didn't dare to argue against Tang Jiakai. Tang Jiakai had always known about Zhang Yutong's affection towards Tang Jiayong, but he had never warned her before. On the contrary, he had even enjoyed it when Tang Jiayong had to reject Zhang Yutong again and again. However, he had to stand out to chase Zhang Yutong away now. Without hesitation, Tang Jiakai pulled Tang Jiayong and walked away. Zhang Jiamen, who stood not too far away, walked to Zhang Yutong at this moment. She got another chance to laugh at Zhang Yutong today. Zhang Jiamen wasn't a troublemaker, but she loved to make fun of Zhang Yutong, who was an enemy in her eyes. Do you still want to watch a film with your older cousin? Shouldn't you do that with your boyfriend? Zhang Jiamen mocked. Leave me alone. Zhang Yutong vented her anger at Zhang Jiamen. Even though she knew that it was meaningless, she couldn't help but approach Tang Jiayong once she saw him. It wasn't easy for her to meet Tang Jiayong, so she would seize every minute when they did meet. Why? Zhang Jiamen sneered, then became serious. Didn't you hear? Jiakai warned you to keep away from Jiayong. Don't cause any trouble for the Zhang family and make me be punished for your stupid mistake. Zhang Jiamen was unwilling to mess with the brothers. Chapter 996 ILLB with you. Zhang Jiamen didn't care about Zhang Yutong at all, and she was unwilling to get involved in trouble because of Zhang Yutong. Zhang Yutong was furious, but didn't know how to argue back. Tang Jiayong and Tang Jiakai walked to Ji Yuning and her friends afterwards, and asked them what they planned to do next. They were still young and didn't want to go to sleep so early. Ji Yuning said that they planned to watch a film together first before they went to have fun later. Why do you all want to watch a film? Tang Jiayong had no interest in movies. Cao Wenxin knocked her arm against him and said, "It's the first film produced by Ningning's company." Oh, Tang Jiayong realized that Ji Yuning had indeed made a film a while ago, but he didn't know that it was already in theaters today. Since he found out now, he had to join them. I'll go with you, Tang Jiayong said. Me too. Tang Jiakai got interested. He had read many positive comments on Infinite Horror, so he was also curious about it. In addition, Ji Yuning was now a member of their family, and they should be supportive. Ji Yuning and the others went to change their clothes before they left for the theater. On the way to the theater, Haoran and the others read many comments about Infinite Horror on the internet. They felt happy that people liked it. Infinite Horror is really scary. I almost peed. Me too. I thought that I was going to have a heart attack. Don't watch it if you don't have a strong heart, really. Be prepared for it before you walk into the theater. I'm already scared now. I just watched it with my boyfriend, and he carried me home on his back afterwards because I was too scared to stand still. Ha ha, ha ha. Many internet users were amused by that comment. Thank you so much, Fenghua Entertainment and Goddess Ji, for producing such a great film. I went to watch it with a girl I've admired from afar for a long time. She was too scared and threw herself into my arms. We're boyfriend and girlfriend now. Lol. It was another amusing comment. Congratulations. I want to get a girlfriend in the same way, but I wonder whether the girl will throw herself into my arms too. Try it yourself, and you'll find out. Haoran and the others laughed loudly in their car when they read the above comments. Jesus, if it's really so scary, I don't think I have the courage to watch it, Mixi said. It's fine. We're all with you. If you feel scared, you can cover your ears and eyes, Muke said to comfort her. In fact, Muke wanted to say that he would be with her, but he felt too shy to say that. For now, Muke and Mixi were in an unclear relationship. Muke still took special care of Mixi, but hadn't told her about his real feelings towards her yet. However, even though he didn't say it aloud, Mixi could feel it. She was happy about it, but also chose to keep quiet because the National College entrance examination was just around the corner. They had a tacit agreement that they would talk about it after the examination. Hao-ran and the others also left them some space. When Ji Yuning read those comments, she was also satisfied with the film's quality and influence. It was the first film produced by her entertainment company, and it was a great success. Many internet users also had mentioned her on Weibo and left positive remarks on the film. Although Ji Yuning wasn't cast in the film, she was the investor, so many people also compliment her. As the film became popular, those major actors in it gained a lot of fame too. All of them were skilled actors, so the audience had a good impression of them. When good actors met suitable roles, it was very easy for them to attract people's attention. Some actors might be very good looking and rely on publicity stunts to get publicity, but it wouldn't last long. Besides, people wouldn't have a good impression of them, which was harmful for their career in the future. The major actors in Infinite Horror, on the other hand, were unwilling to do publicity stunts. They had even fought against unspoken rules in the industry. Chapter 997 Fake Box Office. The entertainment companies that Bai Lin and Han Lengxuan worked for had almost abandoned them, and they could only be supporting actors in shows. Without many chances to show their faces, the audience would soon forget them. However, once Infinite Horror became popular, Bai Lin and Han Lengxuan both won fame, and their agents didn't dare to ignore them again. Agents were all experienced in this industry. Although a film wasn't enough to make Bai Lin and Han Lengxuan A-list actors, they still had a bright future ahead. As long as they could keep on gaining people's attention, the entertainment companies they worked for would take them seriously. Su Tongnuo had greater popularity than Bai Lin and Han Lengxuan because she had become the spokesperson of charm and jade beauty jewelry before the film was in theaters. Her role in the film also attracted a lot of attention. Both Bai Lin and Han Lengxuan were envious of Su Tongnuo's good luck. She was signed by Ji Yuning, which was the start of her successful career. All the people who worked in the entertainment industry ached to gain fame, but they had their own boundaries and wouldn't sell their bodies or souls for it. Unfortunately, it was much more complicated than they could think to work in this industry. Without powerful connections, there were only a few people who could become famous by relying on themselves. Fenghua Entertainment was a great opportunity that they couldn't miss right now. They planned to end the agreement they had with the entertainment companies they were working for now before they joined Ji Yuning's company. They understood that Ji Yuning had high standards for actors, so they had talked about it with Ji Yuning beforehand. Although they asked Ji Yuning whether they could join her company in a way which sounded as if they were joking, Ji Yuning agreed with a serious expression. Ji Yuning approved of them. It was Lu Zhan who had recommended them to act in her first film, and she thought that they had done a great job. Since they were both good actors, there was no reason for Ji Yuning to turn them down. Bai Lin and Han Lengxuan were excited that Ji Yuning was willing to sign them, and they promised to work harder. The competition was super fierce in the entertainment industry after all. If they didn't work harder to keep people paying attention to them, they would soon be replaced. Bai Lin's agreement with the entertainment company that he was working for now would end after half a year, while Han Lengxuan needed to wait for a whole year. Before their agreements ended, they had to do their work as usual. Their agents would also be responsible for their schedules too. As leading roles in the films, they had all gathered together to watch it in a theater yesterday, and they were very satisfied with its effect. Many theaters were much more crowded than normal these days, and most of the people came to watch Infinite Horror. The box office of Infinite Horror was still growing. It seemed to be the most popular film during this period. Because of Infinite Horror, fewer people went to watch other films which were also in theaters now, and other film producers all got jealous of it. Especially when they read countless positive comments on Infinite Horror, they couldn't wait to demolish them. Since their films weren't profitable under the influence of Infinite Horror, they figured out a way to change the situation. Before long, articles about the fake box office of Infinite Horror went viral on the internet. Within minutes, it caused a great sensation. Some people believed that the box office of Infinite Horror wasn't real, while some chose to believe that it was real. It was hard to tell whether the box office of a film was real or not, because it was one of the unspoken rules in the industry that a new film needed a big box office at its premiere. A new film needed attention and the audience also needed a guide. If people noticed the big box office of a new film, they might be interested in it and buy a ticket for it. Sometimes, a new film could be very good but there weren't many people who bought tickets to watch it in theaters because it failed to attract people's attention. It wasn't uncommon that a new film was very terrible and deceived people into buying tickets with its fake box office, but it would also bring itself negative comments and criticisms afterwards. Therefore, it was understandable that some people were suspicious of the box office of Infinite Horror, because its box office was too good to be real. In addition, its box office was still increasing steadily. Those who had watched Infinite Horror all agreed that it was a great film, so they thought that its box office should be real. Moreover, there were barely any vacant seats in screening rooms where Infinite Horror was played. Many people who had watched Infinite Horror in theaters posted photos of their film tickets to prove that its box office was real. I don't think its box office is fake, because it is indeed a great film. I went to watch it with many of my friends, and we all liked it. The majority of the internet users refused to believe those articles which claimed that the box office of Infinite Horror was fake. It was obvious that some people were defaming Infinite Horror. Not everyone would believe those articles, but some still did. Chapter 998 Meet in a Theater. I think it's just slander. As far as I know, the film tickets of Infinite Horror are already sold out the past 2 days. Right, Infinite Horror is a great film, and I'm going to watch it again. Infinite Horror is a film worth waiting for. Many film critics also give Infinite Horror good reviews, and said that it could be the best horror film till now. I'm curious about the editor of Infinite Horror. Does anyone know his name? I'm a fan of Infinite Horror too. Me too. Many theaters are fully occupied because of Infinite Horror the past 2 days in City B, same thing in the capital. Although Infinite Horror was the only one which was played in theaters from this morning, there were many other films in theaters too during this time. It was difficult to change the schedule of films in theaters, so fans of Infinite Horror had to wait if the film tickets were already sold out these 2 days. Sometimes, if a new film wasn't popular at all, theaters might remove it from the schedule. I wish that there could be more show times. Facing so many internet users' defense of Infinite Horror, many people who were suspicious of its box office got curious. In that case, more and more people went to buy film tickets for it, which made those rumor mongers even more jealous of it. People who worked in the film industry were also interested in Infinite Horror. After watching it, they were impressed by it too, and had to admit that it was indeed of a high level. The editing and special effects of the film were quite attractive. People began to discuss which skilled team or person was in charge of the editing of the film. They had never heard of Mu Yi, and thought that it was unbelievable that he was able to finish the editing all on his own. No matter what, they didn't dare to defame Infinite Horror again, but it wouldn't stop them being jealous of it. Besides, the real box office of Infinite Horror was even higher than the fake box office of their films. They failed to sell many film tickets for their films, so it was difficult for them to make a fake box office. Ji Yuning and the others walked into a theater together, and they easily attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Many people soon recognized Ji Yuning. Wow, isn't she Goddess Ji Yu? Really? Where? Oh, she's so pretty. I think she's even prettier than in her photos. Hi, Goddess Ji Yu. People in the theater got excited at once, and took out their phones to record. It seemed as if a celebrity was here. It was basically the same, because Ji Yuning was as famous as a famous celebrity now, and she also had a large amount of loyal fans. Someone wanted to take photos with Ji Yuning, but there were many people around her, so she didn't dare to come close. Ji Yuning smiled at them when people called her name. Look, the man by Goddess Gu's side is so handsome. Jesus, he's the most handsome man I've ever seen. Is he Goddess Gu's boyfriend? I think so. Oh, Goddess Gu's friends are also good looking. Hey, aren't they the brothers of the Tang family? What Tang family? The #1 super rich Tang family in City B, what? They must be super rich heirs. Exactly. Ji Yuning and the others entered the VIP screening room later. Once they were gone, many people posted photos of them onto the internet. The VIP screening room wasn't as large as common screening rooms, but it was big enough for them. When the film began, Ji Yuning took a picture and sent out a post on Weibo. Ji Yuning, it's been a busy day today, and I didn't have time to watch it until now. Photo attached. The photo showed that she was watching Infinite Horror. Once the post was sent out, many people reposted, liked and left comments under it. Many people asked Ji Yuning which theater she was in right now, and Ji Yuning told them she was in Fengsheng Shopping Mall. However, those who were also in Fengsheng Shopping Mall said that Infinite Horror hadn't begun yet. Chapter 999 Have a premonition again. Some asked Ji Yuning which screening room she was right now, but Ji Yuning kept it a secret, which disappointed her fans. Her fans felt sad that they couldn't meet Ji Yuning in real life, but Ji Yuning didn't care about that. Those who had taken pictures of Ji Yuning in the theater, on the other hand, felt proud and satisfied. They all complimented Ji Yuning's beauty and her friend's outstanding appearances. Ji Yuning muted her phone, and focused on the film. The moment the film began, the screening room was covered in a scary atmosphere. "Jesus, I can't breathe," Zhang Zhejiang said all of a sudden, but his friends all rolled their eyes at him because the film just began. Although they had the same feeling, none of them said it aloud. Zhang Zhejiang felt a little aggrieved. He really wasn't a fan of horror films. Nevertheless, he understood that he shouldn't say that right now, so he closed his mouth. A few minutes later, most of them felt scared, but none of them dared to admit it. Although it was a horror film, it wasn't scary from the first second till the last second. However, it was quite frightening during the scary moments. Zhang Zhejiang did his best not to make a sound, but the others lost control of their emotions, especially the girls. Except for Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting and Xin Bei, the rest of them were scared by the film. Zhu Yuanjun and Anran were terrified by it, and their faces turned pale. Cao Wenxin and Chu Peihan were able to stay calm, but Suanya and Yu Mixi were trembling in fear. Suanya sat by Yu Mixi's left side, and they subconsciously caught each other's hand tight. Ji Yuning sat by Yu Mixi's right side, so she secretly put her magical power into Yu Mixi's body by holding her hand, and the magical power also went into Suanya's body. With the help of Ji Yuning's magical power, both Suanya and Yu Mixi gradually calmed down. Nevertheless, it still took them a long while to get back to normal. "Shit, it's so scary." Hao Ran raised his voice all of a sudden. "How come I didn't notice it when I was acting in the film?" "Idiot, it's scary with the music after editing," Chu Peihan said and rolled her eyes at Hao Ran. "Most films relied on music and special effects to be effective. I thought that it's just a normal horror film, but it's much scarier than I thought it could be," and Ran said in a trembling voice. "Who said that I'm a coward before we watched the film?" Zhang Zhejiang laughed at them. The others wanted to argue against him, but didn't know how. They really weren't mentally prepared for this film. Zhu Yuanjun also remained silent, because she was also scared by it. "I agree that people who have heart disease shouldn't watch this film," Gao Chengyun said. This film was the most horrifying film he had ever seen. "Ningning, the post-production team of your company is really good. I think that even the team of our family's company couldn't be as good as yours," Tang Jiayang said. The post-production team of the Tang family's entertainment company also enjoyed great fame worldwide, but Tang Jiayang didn't think that they could be as skilled as Ji Yuning's team. If Ji Yuning had hired the post-production of Tang family's entertainment company to help her, this film wouldn't have been this attractive. The Tang family didn't focus too much on the entertainment industry, so its entertainment company wasn't the best in the industry. The Tang family was involved in many industries, but it wasn't the leading force in every industry. It mainly focused on real estate, hotels and shopping malls. It wasn't done by a team, but a person, Ji Yuning said. "What? A person?" Hearing that, everyone was shocked. It was a complicated project to edit a film well. Normally, a team of a dozen people had to cooperate with each other to finish it. The post-production of Infinite Horror was nearly perfect, so it was very hard for them to believe that a single person could handle it well. "Yes," Ji Yuning said with certainty, "he must be a genius." Her friends said. No matter how curious they were, Ji Yuning wouldn't tell them more details about the person. "Where should we go next?" Cao Wenxin asked. "Where do you want to go next?" Ji Yuning asked Hao Ran and the others. "Why don't you make the decision?" Hao Ran said. "Well, we can go to a bar, clubhouse or rent a pleasure boat to have fun tonight," Tang Jiakai said. Hearing the words pleasure boat, a picture flashed in Ji Yuning's eyes all of a sudden. She saw a young girl walking into the washroom of a pleasure boat that did not have many people on it, but a middle-aged man followed her and covered her mouth suddenly. Chapter 1000. Meet the man of the evil practice. Again, without further thought, Ji Yuning knew what would happen next, because she recognized the middle-aged man. He was a member of the evil practice. She abruptly stood up, which surprised everyone else around her. Ningning, what's wrong? Leng Xiaoting asked her. Oh, I suddenly remember that there is something I should deal with right now. Xiaoting, why don't you come with me, and the others can enjoy themselves in the meantime, Ji Yuning said, but didn't tell them details. Oh, right. Since Ji Yuning needed to deal with something urgent, they wouldn't stop her. Afterwards, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left together in a hurry. On the way to the parking lot, Ji Yuning called Quan Mingkai and told him to prepare a private pleasure boat for her at wharf number 3. She was going to have a river tour. Quan Mingkai did what she told him to do without delay. Leng Xiaoting drove to wharf number 3 by the river as fast as possible. He didn't ask Ji Yuning why, because he knew that Ji Yuning would tell him the reason when it was necessary. Ji Yuning didn't want to waste time on explaining it, so she remained silent. If Leng Xiaoting asked her, she would probably have to lie to him again. Around a dozen minutes later, they arrived at wharf number 3. After stopping the car, they strode towards the entrance. It wasn't early now, so all the pleasure boats had to come back within half an hour, so only one left on the river a distance away. Quan Mingkai had arranged a man to serve Ji Yuning when she arrived, so she called him the moment she got out of the car. The man was already waiting for her at the entrance. The second he saw Ji Yuning coming, he walked towards her. Since it was Quan Mingkai's order, he was very polite to Ji Yuning. As an ace soldier in the special forces, it was super easy for Leng Xiaoting to sail a boat. At this moment, there were only 4 or 5 pleasure boats on the river, and Ji Yuning found her target within seconds, then told Leng Xiaoting to sail towards it. They were in a private pleasure boat, which was comparatively smaller and moved faster. Ji Yuning walked out of the cabin, and stood by the ship's side. She used her jade eyes and focused on the target boat. They were about 500 meters away from it, so Ji Yuning couldn't see it very clearly, but she noticed the Zhao swimming under it. It was obvious that the Zhao smelt the man of the evil practice, so it followed under the boat along the way. The Zhao was also evil, so it could absorb the yin from the man of the evil practice, which was also good for its inner discipline. However, the Zhao remembered Ji Yuning's words, and stayed quiet in case it caused any damages to innocent people. Since Ji Yuning was already here, she was unwilling to see the young girl hurt by the man of the evil practice. She released some of her magical power to attract the man's attention. She was calling the Zhao at the same time. Nevertheless, because of the long distance between them, they didn't sense her magical power right away. When the 2 pleasure boats were close, Ji Yuning was able to clearly see the inside of the target boat. She found the man of the evil practice fixing his eyes on the young girl, and saw that the young girl was about to leave for the washroom. Right at this time, both the man and the Zhao sensed Ji Yuning's magical power. The man was surprised, but seemed displeased. Although Ji Yuning was his target too, she wasn't weak at all. It was hard for him to get her. He wasn't afraid to meet Ji Yuning, but not now. It took him a long time to find a virgin girl who was born in the lunar year, and he was ready to absorb her blood. He hated to miss this great chance again. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning appeared once more. The man thought that Ji Yuning might stop him if he approached the young girl. Ji Yuning was better than him at fighting. If she really attacked him when he wasn't prepared, it was likely that he would be injured or caught. He was unwilling to be caught, so he decided to let the young girl go. Actually, he was quite angry that Ji Yuning showed up at this key moment. He found a place to hide himself afterwards, and looked out to the direction of the magical power, but he failed to see anyone on the oncoming pleasure boat. Ji Yuning squatted on the deck so that the man couldn't see her. She squatted down because the Zhao swam over following the magical power. It was a private pleasure boat, so the edge wasn't far from the surface of the water. Ji Yuning reached out her hand into the water. When the Zhao touched her fingers, it was put into the telepathic eye space. The man found Ji Yuning once she stood up again, and he was sure that Ji Yuning was the girl covered in magical power at a glance. Ji Yuning didn't avoid his eyes, but stared straight at him on purpose. She intended to let him know that she was watching him, in case he hurt the innocent girl. The man was struck dumb for a second, and then realized that Ji Yuning came here because of him. Since Ji Yuning already found him, he didn't bother to hide any longer and walked out to face Ji Yuning. What should he do now? The man had no idea. If he fought against Ji Yuning face to face, he wasn't confident that he could win, but it was impossible that she would let him get away with it either. Chapter 1001 Qinggong. When the private pleasure boat Ji Yuning was on moved near to the pleasure boat where the man was, she told Leng Xiaoting to sail parallel to it. Sir, why don't you get aboard my boat so that we can have a nice talk? Ji Yuning said to the man of the evil practice. Leng Xiaoting didn't realize that Ji Yuning aimed to meet the man until now, and he also recognized the man when he saw him. The man was obviously covered in yin. Ordinary people might not feel it, but Leng Xiaoting could. The man knew that Ji Yuning came here because of him, but he willingly accepted Ji Yuning's invitation since he was looking for her too. Why not? The man said, then directly jumped to the boat where Ji Yuning was. Many people were shocked by the scene. Jesus, he just jumped to the boat over there. Is it Qinggong? It was indeed Qinggong. People who practiced his or her inner discipline hoped to become gods or goddesses one day in the future. And without a doubt gods and goddesses could fly. Although the man hadn't finished practicing his inner discipline yet, he was good at Qinggong at his level right now. However, he couldn't fly up high, just the height of 2 to 3 stories. Ordinary people had never seen Qinggong with their own eyes before, so they couldn't believe that it was real. Leng Xiaoting understood that Ji Yuning was going to catch the man, so he sailed the boat away in case innocent people were hurt. Did you come here for me? The man asked Ji Yuning, although he already had the answer. Yes, Ji Yuning replied. How did you find me? He asked again with curiosity. I smelt you. Ji Yuning didn't bother to hide it. The man was displeased. Who are you? What's your aim? I'm simply an ordinary person, and I aim to destroy you because you're harmful, Ji Yuning said. She didn't take herself as the savior, but she couldn't stand aside since she already found a member of the evil practice. She would probably be the next victim. Even if she stayed away from them, they would still come to her for her magical power. It was also possible that she was reborn for a reason, but she wasn't aware of the reason right now. She had seen so many strange things which she didn't believe in at all during the previous incarnation, so she thought that they might be hints of what would happen to her in the future. She also sensed that she was going to have a fierce fight against the evil practice. Ji Yuning cared a lot about her premonitions, because they were always right. She wanted to be prepared so that she could protect herself. It's none of your business, the man said. His target wasn't Ji Yuning at the beginning, but Ji Yuning had interrupted him again and again. Well, it indeed wasn't my business before, but now it's different because you want my magical power, Ji Yuning said, then hid her magical power away, which surprised the man. He soon figured out why he couldn't find her before, because she was able to hide her magical power. Hearing that, the man squinted with his eyes full of greed. You're right, I do want the magical power around your body, so you better give it to me right now, the man said, and attacked Ji Yuning without delay. Even though the man wasn't confident that he could win in the fight against Ji Yuning, he was left with no choice. Leng Xiaoting was worried about Ji Yuning, but he knew that the man couldn't hurt her right now, so he didn't get involved in the fight and sailed the boat far away from other pleasure boats. Ji Yuning wouldn't hesitate to attack the man either, and she used her magical power to enhance her strength. Within a short time, she got control of the situation. The man gradually felt hard-pressed to gain advantage in the fight. Because of their violent fight, the private pleasure boat was shaking heavily. Luckily, they were far away from people now, and nobody could see them. The man was furious when Ji Yuning got the better of him. He couldn't believe that she was simply an ordinary girl. She was covered in magical power, and unusually good at fighting, but had no smell of those who were practicing their inner discipline. The man was confused, but it wasn't the right time for him to think further about it. He was good at swimming, so jumped into the river without delay when he realized that it was impossible for him to win. Ji Yuning, however, was unwilling to let him escape like that. She could breathe and talk in the water, so she jumped into the river after the man at once. Leng Xiaoting didn't know that Ji Yuning had the help of her magical power, and got anxious the second she jumped into the river. Without hesitation, he followed her. Ji Yuning didn't see Leng Xiaoting jumping into the water, but heard the sound. She knew that Leng Xiaoting was also good at swimming, but he was just a normal human being. She was worried about his safety but had to focus on the man at this key moment. It was very dark under the water at night, so Leng Xiaoting couldn't clearly see Ji Yuning and the man, nor move with agility to reach Ji Yuning's side. Chapter 1002 Levels of 1's Inner Discipline. The man of the evil practice wasn't a normal human being after all, so he was able to see Ji Yuning more clearly than Leng Xiaoting. In addition, he moved faster than Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning, with the help of her jade eyes, could clearly see where the man was, and she swam freely like a fish in the water. When Ji Yuning caught the man, she was already a long distance away from Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was a little anxious, but couldn't touch Ji Yuning at all. The man was shocked by Ji Yuning's agile movements. He had thought that it would be easier for him to defeat Ji Yuning in the water. So to his astonishment, things went the opposite way. He realized that he had taken Ji Yuning lightly, and that this girl was totally beyond his imagination. The three of them had stayed in the water for a long time. Ji Yuning was worried that Leng Xiaoting's life might be in danger, so she let the Zhao out and gave an order. Catch the man. Sure, the Zhao said, and attacked the man at once. Ji Yuning, at the same time, swam back to Leng Xiaoting. The man was stunned the moment he saw the Zhao. As a member of the evil practice, he was aware that ghosts and monsters really existed, but he was surprised to see the Zhao appear by the girl's side within a second. How is it possible? The man couldn't figure it out. Ji Yuning met Leng Xiaoting in the water a few seconds later. Leng Xiaoting wasn't relieved until he touched her again, but he was still worried about her and hugged her at once. Ji Yuning understood that Leng Xiaoting was worried about her, but she had to push him up right now. Leng Xiaoting was almost out of air now, and he was worried that Ji Yuning might also be out of breath, so he pulled Ji Yuning while swimming upwards. Once they were out of the water, Leng Xiaoting hugged Ji Yuning tightly before they were even on board. "Ningning, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'm fine," Ji Yuning said. "Really?" Leng Xiaoting asked her again with concern. "Relax, I'm really fine," Ji Yuning said with a smile. "Great, great." Leng Xiaoting was quite nervous. The Zhao was fighting against the man in the water, so they kept making violent waves, which pushed Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning meters away. If it went on like that, they might cause damage to other innocent people. The problem was that the Zhao was super destructive, and it was able to cause a tsunami if it used all of its force. Therefore, Ji Yuning had to get rid of Leng Xiaoting right now. "Xiaoting, please trust me and get back on the boat right now. I need to handle it well, or it might become uncontrollable." "No, Xiaoting, there is something I can't tell you right now, but I promise I'll be fine." Ji Yuning comforted Leng Xiaoting. Even though Leng Xiaoting was unwilling to leave her alone, he had to agree with it. He kissed her and said, "Be careful." "I will," Ji Yuning said, then got into the water again. She swam straight towards the man and the Zhao, while Leng Xiaoting listened to her and got back on the pleasure boat. In fact, there was no need for Ji Yuning to be so worried, because the man was only at the 4th level of his inner discipline. The 4th level belonged to the middle rank of one's inner discipline. The levels of one's inner discipline could be divided into 4 ranks, and each rank consisted of 3 levels. There were 12 levels in all. The 1st to the 3rd level was junior rank. The 4th to the 6th level was middle rank, the 7th to the 9th level was senior rank, and the 10th to the 12th level was the top rank. If one could reach the 12th level, he or she could become a god or goddess. Nevertheless, it was super hard to do that nowadays, because the magical power was very rare. Ji Yuning read the above information from the internet, and she wasn't sure whether it was right. Therefore, she had to get to know more details about it in real life. People who were practicing their inner discipline were totally different from normal human beings, and they could easily beat a normal human being in a fight. They didn't rely on physical strength after all. Since the man was just at the 4th level, he couldn't defeat Ji Yuning, let alone the Zhao. Even Ji Yuning wasn't confident that she could control the Zhao without her jade eyes. That being the case, the Zhao twisted its body around the man within minutes. Although the Zhao was greedy for the man's inner discipline, it didn't dare to swallow him before Ji Yuning gave the order. The man was indeed unusually good at swimming, because he wasn't affected after staying in the water for over 10 minutes. Chapter 1003 Catch the Man. Members of the evil practice kept absorbing any magical power or yin they could find. With the help of yin, the man was able to stay in the water for around half an hour. My lady, what do you want me to do next? The Zhao asked Ji Yuning once she moved near. I need to bring him back to ask him something, Ji Yuning said. Oh, the Zhao was a little disappointed, but soon forgot about it. Even though the man's inner discipline wasn't bad, Ji Yuning's magical power was much better. Since the man was useful for Ji Yuning, it wouldn't steal him. When the man saw Ji Yuning talking to the Zhao, he was shocked. He knew that Ji Yuning couldn't be a normal human being, but he was still shocked by her unbelievable skills. Not only could she move freely in the water, but she could also talk with animals. Ji Yuning thought for a while, then added, you can absorb half of his inner discipline in case he escapes. Ji Yuning understood that the Zhao needed the man's inner discipline to improve its own, and she was also unwilling to kill the man herself. She had killed a lot of people before, but it wasn't a pleasant thing to do. If the Zhao absorbed half of the man's inner discipline, it would be easier for Ji Yuning to control him. Thanks. The Zhao's eyes lit up and began to do it without delay. The man, however, was scared, but he couldn't struggle at all. Before long, the Zhao absorbed half of the man's inner discipline, and the man became weak in an instant. At this time, Ji Yuning took out a rope and tied the man up. She put the Zhao back into the telepathic eye space and pulled the man to the surface of the water. The man couldn't talk until they were out of the water. I know what you want to find out, but I won't tell you anything. I dare you to kill me. The man understood that Ji Yuning aimed to destroy the evil practice, so it was impossible that she would set him free even if he told her what she wanted to know. Ji Yuning didn't bother to argue with the man right now, because she needed to get onto the boat as soon as possible. Leng Xiaoting focused on the surface of the water the entire time. Once Ji Yuning showed up, he sailed the boat over, and stopped by her side. Ningning. Leng Xiaoting reached out his hand and pulled her up along with the man. He didn't have time to pay attention to the man, but checked Ji Yuning's body at once. Ningning, are you all right? I'm fine. Ji Yuning smiled at him. Leng Xiaoting didn't see any injuries on Ji Yuning's body, and released a deep breath. The next second, his sight fell on the man with his eyes full of hatred. If it hadn't been for the man, Ji Yuning wouldn't have stayed in the cold water for so long. The man was terrified by Leng Xiaoting's hostile glare. He sensed something familiar from Leng Xiaoting's body, but couldn't remember it right now. He believed that Leng Xiaoting couldn't be a normal human being either. Ningning, what will you do to him? Leng Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning. They couldn't let the government handle it, because it might cause unnecessary alarm. Common citizens would also be frightened if this news went abroad. I want to know more about those who are practicing inner discipline first, then I'll figure out a way to handle it well, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning was a little worried that the man might tell Leng Xiaoting about the Zhao, because he already witnessed it. If he really said it aloud, Ji Yuning would tell Leng Xiaoting how she got the Zhao then. Leng Xiaoting was always respectful of Ji Yuning's decisions, so he didn't ask further. I can help you with it, and you can go have a warm shower now, in case you catch a cold, Leng Xiaoting said. I'm fine, and I'm still physically strong. I need to solve this problem right now, Ji Yuning said. She didn't want to delay it. All right. Although Leng Xiaoting was worried about Ji Yuning, he wouldn't stop her from doing what she wanted. He was indeed a great boyfriend who respected his girlfriend and listened to her. Some men wouldn't just demand that their girlfriends do what they wanted without showing any respect. It's useless. I won't tell you anything, the man said loudly. He was doomed to death anyway. Really? What if I keep torturing you but don't kill you? Ji Yuning squinted at him. You. The man was furious. No one was willing to suffer endless torture without death. However, the man was still reluctant to give in. Are you telling me or not? Ji Yuning asked in a cold tone. The man remained silent. He was gambling that Ji Yuning would kill him before she got what she wanted. Let me be honest with you. I'm not a patient person. If you refuse to tell me, I'll figure another way out. You know that members of the evil practice all ache to get what I have, Ji Yuning said. Chapter 1004 What happens to the man at the end? Since the man was reluctant to tell Ji Yuning what she wanted to hear, Ji Yuning was unwilling to waste much more time on him. As long as there were other members of the evil practice, she had plenty of time to attract them over. The magical power around her body was something that members of the evil practice wanted most. Leng Xiaoting and the man were surprised when Ji Yuning said that. Leng Xiaoting was worried about her safety. The man, however, realized that his life could be in danger now. It was true that she had what members of the evil practice wanted, and they would come to find her sooner or later. Thinking of that, an idea dawned on the man. Even if he was going to die, he wouldn't die alone. In fact, people who were practicing their inner discipline were all competitors in each other's eyes. There were also grudges among them. The man himself had a major enemy, and the two of them had acted against each other for over 100 years, but neither of them could defeat the other. Since Ji Yuning was able to catch him, it wouldn't be hard for her to catch his enemy. Therefore, he could seize this chance to destroy his major enemy. Fine, I can tell you whatever you want to know, he said. Ji Yuning actually didn't believe that he would tell her the truth, but she was willing to hear some. How many people are practicing their inner discipline in this world now? She asked. Not many, but not a few either. About hundreds I think, but most of them are at low levels, the man said. Where are they now? Ji Yuning asked. They live in their own areas, and stay away from normal human beings. The parallel space where they are is as large as a village. Only those who reach the middle rank can come to this world, and normal human beings aren't able to go to the space where they live, the man said. Ji Yuning had read it before in a certain novel. Although she wasn't sure whether what the man said was true, it was highly possible to be the truth. Leng Xiaoting couldn't believe his ears, but he soon accepted it. Since members of the evil practice really existed, there should be the space where they lived too. The man continued, those who are practicing their inner discipline seldom move in this world. Even if they come here, they prefer to stay in isolated mountains, because they can find magical power there. I heard that there is another male member of the evil practice in the mountain area of Burma. It's said that many treasure hunters were killed there, so the place is filled with yin. Since you can smell me, it's easy for you to find him. Hearing that, Ji Yuning understood that the man was trying to use her to destroy his enemy. She didn't mind, because the Zhao could help her. She was only worried that the man just gave her a perfunctory answer. The public jade bid in Burma would begin in half a month, so she would go to Burma as planned anyway. Ningning, if you're really going there, I'll go with you, Leng Xiaoting said. He knew that he couldn't change her mind, but he could at least go there with her to protect her. There will be a public jade bid held in Burma about half a month later. I'm going to attend it anyway. If you are free at that time, you can go with me, but if you'll be busy with your work, you don't need to go with me, Ji Yuning said. All right, Leng Xiaoting said. He understood that Ji Yuning didn't want to interrupt his work. Great, let's go now, Ji Yuning said. Leng Xiaoting knew that Ji Yuning was going to punish the man. No matter what she would do to the man, he wouldn't get involved. The man was an evil person, and Leng Xiaoting had no sympathy for him. Be careful, Leng Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning, then went to sail the boat. Ji Yuning directly threw the man into the river, and let the Zhao out to swallow him. When she got back to Leng Xiaoting's side, she said, I just threw him into the river. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting nodded, but said nothing. The man was tied up before he was thrown into the river, so it was impossible for him to survive. Xiaoting, do you think it's too cruel? Ji Yuning couldn't help asking him. No, he deserves it, Leng Xiaoting said. Well, I can do that for you in the future if you're going to kill someone. If one killed too many people, he or she would be dogged by misfortune. Although it was a superstition, Leng Xiaoting still hoped that he could do it for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning smiled, but said nothing. She obviously felt touched because she understood that Leng Xiaoting was doing his best to protect her, but she was unwilling to let him suffer misfortune for her either. Ningning, go dry your hair and clothing now, in case other people find out, Leng Xiaoting said. Sure, Ji Yuning said, then went to get the hair dryer. They were in a private pleasure boat, and it had the same layout as their home would as was stocked with daily necessities. Actually, there were dry clothes in Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space, but she couldn't take them out right in front of Leng Xiaoting. Luckily, it was much warmer now, and Ji Yuning was only wearing a thin piece of clothing, so it was easy for her to dry it. Chapter 1005 We, already a couple, Xiaoting, go dry yourself too, Ji Yuning said. Sure, you can sail the boat now. Leng Xiaoting let Ji Yuning take the helm. Before long, Leng Xiaoting dried his own clothing. Before Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got back to the shore, the Zhao was back, so Ji Yuning put it back to the telepathic eye space when Leng Xiaoting wasn't paying attention to her. Although it was better for the Zhao to practice its inner discipline in the river, it was running out of magical power, so it needed to absorb more magical power now. They went ashore a while later, then went to buy new clothing in a shopping mall to make sure that Cao Wenxin and the others weren't waiting for them for too long. It was almost 11 p.m., but some stores were still open. After putting on new clothes, they left for the bar where their friends were at once. It wasn't far away, and they arrived a few minutes later. Once they met their friends, they began to drink and chat together. At the same time, the members of the Tang family already went to bed. Since Ji Yuman and Tang Yunfan were married now, Ji Yuman slept with him in the same bedroom. Tang Yunfan couldn't wait a second longer to share some private time with Ji Yuman. When they were back in the bedroom, Ji Yuman went to take a shower first. Thinking of what was going to happen later, Ji Yuman felt shy and nervous. She deliberately wasted a lot of time in the bathroom, but had to put on her sleeping gown in the end. However, the second she saw herself in the mirror, she flushed red in an instant. The sleeping gown she was wearing was half transparent, and she looked quite seductive in it. Ji Yuman hesitated to leave the bathroom. Tang Yunfan wasn't dumb. When Ji Yuman had stayed in the bathroom for a long time, he understood that she had to be very nervous and probably a little scared. In fact, he was also nervous. They had been apart for so many years after all. Nevertheless, he would still do what he ached to do as a man. Man, are you ready? Tang Yunfan walked to the door of the bathroom. Ji Yuman panicked a little when she heard Tang Yunfan's voice. Yeah. Afterwards, she opened the door slowly. The moment Tang Yunfan saw Ji Yuman, he could barely move his eyes away from her body. Well, you can go take a shower now. Ji Yuman slipped out of the bathroom. Tang Yunfan could catch Ji Yuman right now, but he didn't do that, because he indeed needed a shower to be prepared. Ji Yuman got in the bed without delay and covered herself with the quilt. She still hoped to avoid it, but she knew that it was unavoidable. In addition, they were a couple now, and it was quite normal for a couple, especially a newly married couple, to have sex with each other. Compared with Ji Yuman, Tang Yunfan finished the shower within a few seconds. He directly walked out in his bathrobe. Hearing the sound of opening the door, Ji Yuman got more nervous. Tang Yunfan, however, felt amused when he saw that Ji Yuman had hidden herself in the quilt. The light was very bright in the bedroom, even Tang Yunfan felt a little embarrassed, so he turned the bright light off and only left a night light which gave off a faint light. After that, he walked to the bed. Hearing the footsteps coming closer, Ji Yuman's heart was pounding. Tang Yunfan got in the bed, then reached out his arms to pull Ji Yuman over. Ji Yuman trembled a little, but didn't resist it. She felt aroused when Tang Yunfan's palms covered her body. Man, we're already a couple now, and tonight is the first night of our marriage, Tang Yunfan said by Ji Yuman's ears in a low deep voice. Ji Yuman didn't know what to say. Tang Yunfan turned Ji Yuman's body and pressed on it, but he didn't put his entire weight on her body, in case she felt uncomfortable. Ji Yuman froze and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Without further ado, Tang Yunfan kissed her. A passionate kiss couldn't satisfy Tang Yunfan's need, so he began to undress Ji Yuman. In the beginning, Ji Yuman was quite reluctant to do it, but she didn't push Tang Yunfan away. Man, relax, Tang Yunfan said. Ji Yuman also wanted to relax, but she wasn't able to do that right now. As time went by, Ji Yuman gradually opened her arms and legs for her beloved man and husband. Tang Yunfan was more than thrilled when Ji Yu Man was ready for him. Chapter 1006. The first morning after their wedding day, in order to distract Ji Yu Man, Tang Yunfan kept kissing her all around her body. Although they had been apart for 19 years, they soon became familiar with each other's body. Tang Yunfan's bed was very good, so they didn't cause loud sounds no matter how they moved on it. Moreover, each room of the Tang family's house had good insulation, so others couldn't hear any sounds from rooms. The two of them enjoyed every second of that night. Tang Jokai proposed to have night snacks when they had fun till 12 a.m. Everyone agreed, and they left for the night snack street together. It was already 2 a.m. when they finished eating night snacks. Ji Yuning's relatives all stayed in her house tonight, so it wasn't convenient for her to bring Leng Xiaoting home. Therefore, she decided to stay out for a night. Tang Jiayang and Tang Jokai went back to the Tang family's house, while Cao Wenxin and Xin Bei went to Cao Wenxin's house, and Hao Ran and the others went to stay in the Wangdeng Hotel. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to Xianxia Hotel. The first thing they did when they went back to the hotel was take a shower. After all, today was a long day. Ningning, why don't we shower together? Ji Yuning was about to enter the bathroom and Leng Xiaoting followed her. Ji Yuning felt a little shy, but didn't turn him down. Once they took off their clothing, they began to have sex. Normally, it took around a dozen minutes to finish a shower, but they stayed inside for nearly an hour. In addition, it didn't mean that it was the end when they finally left the bathroom, because they moved to another place to make love. After hours of lovemaking, they only fall asleep at daybreak. The next morning, Ji Yu Man woke up at 7 a.m. The second she opened her eyes, she saw Tang Yunfan staring at her with a broad smile on his face. She flushed and turned her head away. What? Do you feel shy? Tang Yunfan smiled. Ji Yu Man flushed redder, and covered her head with the quilt. Seeing Ji Yu Man being so shy, Tang Yunfan stopped teasing her. All right, have more sleep, and I'll tell the kitchen to prepare some nutritious soup for you. They had made love countless times last night, and he knew that she had to be exhausted now. No. Ji Yu Man drew her head out of the quilt. It's late now, and we should get up. Ji Yu Man was unwilling to leave a bad impression on members of the Tang family. You need to have a good rest now. Don't worry about it, nobody will criticize you if you sleep a while longer, Tang Yunfan said. Thinking of what had happened last night, Ji Yu Man felt uneasy again. I'm fine. I can get up now. Saying that, Ji Yu Man sat up, and Tang Yunfan didn't stop her. You're fine. It seems I didn't work hard enough last night. He pouted like a little boy. Ji Yu Man was struck dumb for a second. Stop it. She flushed again. Stop what? Tang Yunfan pretended like he didn't understand. Ji Yu Man, however, ignored him, and ran to the bathroom in her sleeping gown. Tang Yunfan laughed watching Ji Yu Man run away from him. He hadn't laughed so happily in a long time. Ji Yu Man finished her shower, but Tang Yunfan stood in her way once she walked out of the bathroom. What are you doing here? I need to use the bathroom, Tang Yunfan said with an evil smile. Oh, Ji Yu Man said, then avoided him while walking outside. However, just as she moved, Tang Yunfan caught her and kissed her wildly. Ji Yu Man was very seductive in his eyes, and he failed to control his desire. Ji Yu Man was surprised, but didn't struggle at all. Tang Yunfan didn't let her go until she was almost out of breath. Man, you're so gorgeous, Tang Yunfan said by her ears. Ji Yu Man flushed red, then ran to the walk-in closet. Tang Yunfan smiled, and walked into the bathroom. Ji Yu Man put on her clothing and Tang Yunfan left the bathroom at the same time, but he just covered his lower body in a towel. He exercised a lot, so he had a good body with obvious muscles, which stunned Ji Yu Man. Seeing Ji Yu Man's reaction, Tang Yunfan was satisfied. How is it? Do you like my body? Ji Yu Man turned her face away and dodged his question. Tang Yunfan, however, was unwilling to give it up and pressed Ji Yu Man against the closet. Tell me, do you like it? Yeah, Ji Yu Man said. She was telling the truth. Even though they already had sex with each other last night, she didn't see his body clearly because of the dim light. She didn't get the chance to clearly see Tang Yunfan's body until now. How much do you like it? Tang Yunfan asked again. Hearing that, Ji Yu Man ached to escape. She liked it very much, but felt too shy to say it aloud, so she changed the topic at once. Why don't you put on some clothes now? Don't catch a cold. Saying that, she tried to push Tang Yunfan's arms away. However, it was impossible for her to push his strong arms away given her strength. Chapter 1007. Appreciate I. Even though they already had sex with each other last night, she didn't see his body clearly because of the dim light. So she didn't get the chance to clearly see Tang Yunfan's body until now. Hearing that, Ji Yu Man ached to escape. She liked it very much, but felt too shy to say it aloud, so she changed the topic at once. Why don't you put on your clothes now? Don't catch a cold. If you don't answer my question, I won't let you out, Tang Yunfan said like a little boy. Ji Yu Man was amused by his childlike expression. Of course I like it very much, she said in the end. Great. Tang Yunfan was satisfied. You can appreciate it when you're free. Ji Yu Man felt like laughing, but said nothing. After changing, the two of them went downstairs together. It was Sunday, so the others were also just waking up. Tang Haifeng was an old man, and he didn't sleep much at night, so he was already up. When Ji Yu Man met the other members of the Tang family in the hall, she felt a little embarrassed because she thought that she got up too late. However, Zhang Lihua asked her with surprise, "Man, why did you get up so early?" Although Zhang Lihua couldn't hear the sounds, she knew what they had done last night without asking. Zhang Lihua turned to look at Tang Yunfan the next second. Why don't you have more sleep today? She was blaming Tang Yunfan for not taking good care of his wife. In fact, Zhang Lihua was really worried that Tang Yunfan couldn't take good care of Ji Yu Man, because he had lived alone for so many years before. She insisted on getting up now, Tang Yunfan said and felt aggrieved. Ji Yu Man flushed. It's not early, and we can't sleep any longer. Seeing that Ji Yu Man was feeling shy, Zhang Lihua didn't talk about that topic any further, but said to Ji Yu Man, "Man, you don't need to be so demure in our family. Nobody will judge or criticize you. We just hope that you can live a happy life." "Thanks, I understand," Ji Yu Man said with a smile. After that, Ji Yu Man went to greet Tang Haifeng. When Tang Haifeng saw Ji Yu Man, he also asked her why she got up so early. Ji Yu Man flushed red the entire time. Ji Yu Ning received Tang Yunfan's call at 9 a.m. He told her to come back to the Tang family's house for lunch since Ji Yu Qing and her other relatives were leaving today. However, Ji Yu Ning told him that her friends would be going back to City F today too, and that she would dine with them. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan invited her friends to share lunch together in the Tang family's house, and said that he could send them to the airport. Ji Yu Man, who stood aside, heard that and said that her friends were leaving City B today too, so Tang Yunfan invited her friends to come over as well. After hanging up the call, Ji Yu Ning called Hao Ran and the others to tell them to be prepared. Hao Ran also told his mother that they would be dining together in the Tang family's house later. At 9:30 a.m., Ji Yu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left for the Wangdeng Hotel to fetch Chu Peihan and the others. Chu Peihan and the others were already in the hall when they arrived, so they went to the Tang family's house together. Mrs. Hao and her friends hadn't been to the Tang family's house before, but Hao Ran had, so he told his mother how splendid and large the Tang family's house was. Even though they were aware that the Tang family was the richest family in City B, they were still shocked by the layout of the house. The Tang family's house was the largest and most beautiful house that they had ever seen. Actually, there were many people who lived in a luxurious house even though they weren't as rich as the Tang family. It wasn't true that the richest people would live in the most luxurious houses. Instead, some of those rich people preferred to live comfortably. The Tang family's house looked a little ancient, but it was because it had been their property for generations. Some common rich people might spend half of their wealth on a house, while some didn't care much about where they lived. In fact, the richer the person was, the less he or she cared about material goods. Mrs. Hao and her friends were envious of Ji Yu Man because she married into a very good family, but they weren't jealous of her because Ji Yu Man and Tang Yunfan were a perfect match. They had already fallen in love with each other many years ago after all. When Ji Yu Ning and the others arrived, Ji Yu Qing and her relatives were already there. Cao Wenxin's family and Xinbei were also present. Cao Wenxin's parents approved of Xinbei, so he was invited too. They enjoyed the lunch in harmony and happiness. Members of the Tang family hadn't been so satisfied about their life in a long time, and Ji Yuman along with Ji Yuning brought them priceless happiness. After lunch, they sat around the hall and chatted while drinking tea together. Half an hour later, they set off for the airport. Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei would be on the same flight, so they sat in the same car. While Hao Ran and the others shared a large bus. On the way to the airport, they all felt a little sad, because none of them wanted to leave. However, they had to leave. Chapter 1008 Shang Antique. When they arrived at the airport, they went to get their flight tickets. Ji Yuning already booked flight tickets for Hao Ran and her other friends, and Tang Yunfan had booked some for Mrs. Hao and Ji Yuman's other friends. They would leave on the same flight. Hao Ran and the others would leave at 2:10 p.m., while Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei would leave at 2:40 p.m. That being the case, Hao Ran and the others went into the lounge after taking the tickets, while Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei went to sit in a restaurant for a while. Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei didn't leave Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin until 1:50 p.m. They needed to get into the lounge half an hour before the departure time. When it was time for them to say goodbye to each other, they all wished that time could stop at this moment. Ningning, where are you going next? Cao Wenxin asked Ji Yuning when Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei were gone. I'm going to the antique street. How about you? Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning planned to send some real antiques to Shangyan Antique Store. Du Lifeng told her that he had sold several real antiques a few days ago. Before she left for Burma, she also needed to send some real antiques to the Shangyan Antique Store in the capital. The branch of Shangyan Antique Store in the capital was a famous store with a long history, so it was more popular than that in City B. Both of them were running out of real antiques, so Ji Yuning needed to replenish the stocks. I have nothing else to do, so I'll go with you, Cao Wenxin said. Sure, Ji Yuning said, then they went to the antique street together. On their way there, Cao Wenxin played on her phone reading the news. When she read a piece of the latest news, she was astonished and exclaimed, Jesus, there is an antique store at the antique street, which had a sudden collapse this morning and broke many real antiques. The owner of it suffers a loss of 30 million yuan. Hearing that, Ji Yuning cocked her eyebrow. What's its name? Shang Antique, Cao Wenxin said. Ji Yuning had heard of it from Du Lifeng's mouth, and he told her that the store always looked creepy because it collected too many ancient objects from graves. An idea dawned on Ji Yuning. She thought that the antique store might be filled with yin since the owner had collected too many ancient objects from graves, which could be the cause of the collapse. It was possible, but there also could be another reason. Anyway, Ji Yuning decided to have a look herself. She was curious about the sources of those ancient objects too. Oh, look at this comment. Someone says that the store collapsed because it's full of too much yin. Cao Wenxin was amused by the above comment, because she didn't believe in yin at all. Ji Yuning, however, was struck dumb for a second. She held the same idea, and thought that it was highly possible now. There is another comment saying that those real antiques Shang Antique just bought are harmful to human bodies. Cao Wenxin couldn't believe her eyes, although it actually might be the truth. Well, more people believe that the building is too old, and some think that it might have been done by the owner's enemies. When they had almost reached the antique street, Ji Yuning's and Cao Wenxin's phones rang at the same time. They didn't bother to check the caller's name, because they knew that it must be a call from Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei. Ji Yuning was driving, so she put on her Bluetooth earphones. Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei told Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin that they were already in the plane. They would fly over to visit them again during the next vacation. Then they chatted for a short while, and hung up. Leng Xiaoting and Xinbei sat in the second row on the left side of the first class. Leng Xiaoting sat by the window, while Xinbei sat in the aisle seat. Both of them were tall, handsome young men, so they attracted a lot of attention from the stewardesses once they were aboard. They were already used to it, and ignored all of the stewardesses. Those stewardesses were heartbroken. They all wished to find a rich, handsome young boyfriend like them, and they wondered what kind of woman could have them. What they didn't know was that they actually felt quite lucky to have their girlfriend. Neither Leng Xiaoting nor Xin Bei thought that women should love them just because of their outstanding appearances. On the contrary, they didn't enjoy the feeling when every woman was paying attention to them. They were both loyal to their girlfriends, and wouldn't bother to flirt with other females. Although those stewardesses couldn't attract their attention, they still tried, but were doomed to fail. Ji Yuning stopped the car at the parking lot of the antique street, then told Cao Wenxin to buy 2 bottles of water. Afterwards, she pretended to pick up something from the trunk, but actually took out a wooden box with around 10 pieces of real antiques inside from the telepathic eye space. When Cao Wenxin came back, she saw the wooden box in Ji Yuning's hands. "Ningning, where did you get so many real antiques?" she asked with curiosity. Chapter 1009 The Batch of Ancient Objects. "I found them by accident," Ji Yuning said. "Come on, let's go to Xianxia Antique Store now." She couldn't tell Cao Wenxin that she had dug ancient graves or stolen sunken treasure. Even though she knew that Cao Wenxin would keep it secret, it was better if fewer people were aware of it. Grave digging was illegal after all. The government might arrest those who stole valuable ancient objects from graves. Ji Yuning wasn't worried that the government would take her real antiques away because she had the support of the Leng family and the Tang family now. Nobody was willing to act against her. "Really? You're so lucky." Cao Wenxin was surprised. After the opening ceremony of Xianxia Antique Store, most of the owners of the antique stores on this street got to know Ji Yuning, so they all greeted her kindly when she appeared. "Nice to see you, Miss Ji Yu." "Nice to meet you too," Ji Yuning greeted them politely as well. News of the wedding held by the Tang family hadn't gone abroad yet, so not many people were aware that she was Tang Haifeng's biological granddaughter. If they had known Ji Yuning's family background, they would have been shocked. Duji Antiques could barely stay afloat now, and Du Laifeng's stepmother, Li Fengxia, couldn't be more jealous of Xianxia Antique Store. However, she didn't dare to do anything about it since Ji Yuning was the boss of Xianxia Antique Store. How could Du Laifeng be so lucky? Li Fengxia muttered to herself. "If the girl had bought my store, I could have made a lot of money." Li Fengxia only cared about money. At this moment, she suddenly saw Ji Yuning walking by, which scared her. She thought that Ji Yuning had heard what she just said, and panicked because of her guilty conscience. Ji Yuning had indeed heard what she just said, but didn't bother to pay attention to her at all. Li Fengxia released a long breath when Ji Yuning ignored her and walked away. Xianxia Antique Store was only 10 meters away from Duji Antiques, so Ji Yuning soon arrived at her destination. There were a few customers in Xianxia Antique Store when she walked inside. "Hi, boss." Du Laifeng welcomed Ji Yuning at once. Those customers all looked over when they heard Du Laifeng greeting Ji Yuning. "Hi, Miss Ji Yu," they said to Ji Yuning. "Hi, please enjoy yourselves," Ji Yuning said with a smile. "Sure," they said. At the beginning, they just came here to look around, but now felt like buying something after meeting Ji Yuning. "I came here with something," Ji Yuning said. She made a hand gesture and told Du Laifeng to follow her up to the office. Du Laifeng was a little confused, but followed Ji Yuning without delay. He understood that Ji Yuning might have brought some real antiques, but he was still shocked when he saw them with his own eyes. Du Laifeng was suspicious of the sources of these ancient objects, but didn't ask further about it. Du Laifeng had attended the wedding held by the Tang family yesterday, so he knew that Ji Yuning was a member of the Tang family. He believed that she was able to handle it well even if she got those antiques illegally. "Oh, I heard something terrible just happened to Xianxia Antique. Do you know the details?" Ji Yuning asked all of a sudden. "I went to see it this morning, and I know that the batch of ancient objects is real after the expert's appraisal. It said that they're covered in yin, which caused the collapse, but more people believe that the building was just too old," Du Laifeng said. It was hard for ordinary people to believe in yin. Even Du Laifeng held doubts. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was more sure that the collapse of Xianxia Antique had something to do with that batch of ancient objects, but she still needed to find out more about it. Therefore, she left the wooden box to Du Laifeng, then walked out with Cao Wenxin. Shang Antique was located farther along the antique street, so they needed to walk for a while. On the way, many people who recognized Ji Yuning greeted her politely and Ji Yuning also smiled at them. In fact, some of them were quite jealous of Shangyan Antique Store, but none of them dared to annoy Ji Yuning. Since they couldn't mess with her, they decided that they should maintain a good relationship with her. Chapter 10:10 Zhu Yuanzhan and Zhang Zezheng. Once they neared Shang Antique, Ji Yuning felt a strong sense of yin. The closer she was to the store, the stronger the yin was. When she finally stood in front of the building, the concentration of yin reached the highest point. Shang Antique was an old building of 2 floors. It was indeed very old, but wasn't old enough to collapse right now. The second Ji Yuning sensed the yin, she knew that it wasn't the building's problem. This place was already surrounded by yellow warning lines, and the owner of Shang Antique was in the nearby police station. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes and found that the place was completely covered in yin. If an ordinary person walked near, he or she might feel unusually cold and uncomfortable. Thanks to the yellow warning lines, nobody would walk near here. Ji Yuning was able to deal with the yin here, but she couldn't do it in the day, so she had to come back again at night. Afterwards, Ji Yuning left with Cao Wenxin. They went back to the Tang family's house together. However, Cao Wenxin received Zhu Yuanzhan's call on the way home, and Zhu Yuanzhan told her that Zhang Zezheng was just hit by a car because he dashed out to rescue a kid in the middle of the road. He had been admitted to the military general hospital. Zhu Yuanzhan was crying in fear on the phone, so she didn't tell Cao Wenxin many details. Cao Wenxin was also scared, so they immediately went straight to the military general hospital. Ji Yuning wouldn't sit on her hands if a terrible accident happened to her friend. Even though Zhang Zezheng was simply an acquaintance of hers, he was Cao Wenxin's friend after all. Ji Yuning sped up and quickly drove to the military general hospital. 20 minutes later, Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin arrived. Gao Chengyun and the others were also in Zhang Zezheng's ward. Zhang Zezheng's face was a little pale, and his whole right arm along with his right foot were wrapped in bandages, but he was still conscious and seemed to be fine. Zhang Zezheng, how are you right now? Cao Wenxin asked him with concern. Zhang Zezheng smiled and said, I'm fine. Don't worry, I just have some abrasions on my arm and twisted my foot. Zhang Zezheng breathed normally, which proved that he was indeed fine. Seriously, you don't think you're badly injured? Zhu Yuanzhan glared at him with her red eyes that were swollen after crying for a long time. Zhang Zezheng closed his mouth at once. Zhu Yuanzhan cared too much about him, so she was quite nervous and anxious, especially because she witnessed the scene. Most importantly, Zhu Yuanzhan liked Zhang Zezheng. Even if he just had some abrasions on his arm and twisted his foot, she thought that they were serious injuries. Zhang Zezheng understood Zhu Yuanzhan's feelings towards him, so he didn't argue with her in case she got angrier. In fact, Zhang Zezheng had a good impression of Zhu Yuanzhan, but Cao Wenxin had always been his love, so he directly ignored Zhu Yuanzhan. However, he understood it was impossible for him to be Cao Wenxin's boyfriend now, so he chose to move on and felt touched by Zhu Yuanzhan's care towards him. It seemed a little unfair, because he turned to Zhu Yuanzhan after knowing that Cao Wenxin became another man's girlfriend, and Zhu Yuanzhan seemed to be a backup. Zhang Zezheng felt a little guilty, but Zhu Yuanzhan didn't mind it at all, because Cao Wenxin and him were just friends the entire time. She wouldn't force Zhang Zezheng to accept her even if she liked him very much. It was much more painful to be with someone who didn't love you than to keep a distance from him. They couldn't be friends if they broke up in the future. Ji Yuning took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Zhu Yuanzhan. Apply this medicine to his injuries, and he'll be fine. Zhu Yuanzhan's eyes lit up at once. His injuries are wrapped. Can I apply the medicine to his injuries right now? Zhu Yuanzhan asked worriedly. Zhu Yuanzhan was even more worried about Zhang Zezheng than he was. Of course you can, Ji Yuning said. Thanks. Zhu Yuanzhan took the bottle at once, then unwrapped the bandages for Zhang Zezheng. Zhang Zezheng also trusted Ji Yuning and thanked her with sincerity. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much. You're welcome, Ji Yuning said. Zhu Yuanzhan unwrapped the bandages around Zhang Zezheng's arm and foot with great care, in case he felt the pain. Seeing Zhu Yuanjun being so careful, Zhang Zhejiang had mixed emotions. When Zhu Yuanjun saw his injuries in the open, she felt like crying and had tears in her eyes, but in case the tears blocked her sight, she fought them back as she applied medicine to the injuries. Zhang Zhejiang's heart ached for her. Ji Yuning glanced at Cao Wenxin, then walked out. Cao Wenxin also gave Gao Chengyun an Enrane look, then they left together. Zhang Zhejiang understood what they were doing, but said nothing. It seems like they're in love. Enran said once they were outside. It wasn't a bad thing if they could be a couple. Well, I guess it depends on Zhang Zhejiang, Cao Wenxin said. It wasn't a secret that Zhu Yuanjun liked Zhang Zhejiang after all. Zhang Zhejiang felt the comfortable coldness when Zhu Yuanjun applied Ji Yuning's medicine to his injuries, which surprised him. Thanks, Zhang Zhejiang thanked Zhu Yuanjun when it was done. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.